Chapter 1. The System's Initiation. As the system was launching, it was intercepted by the Great Dao. The system rules struggled to resist, but ultimately failed, leading to the system's demise. The self-rescue function was activated, but to no avail. An emergency item was deployed successfully, but the system was utterly annihilated. In the vast primordial world, beside the boundless abyss of the blood sea, a skeletal figure suddenly arose. Within the eye sockets of this skeleton, the flames of the soul flickered violently, seemingly bewildered by the current circumstances. This skeleton, named Lu Changming, was an ordinary recluse who never anticipated that one day he would acquire a system that would transport him to this ancient realm. Initially, this was a joyous event, however. He had not foreseen that the system would be intercepted and extinguished by the Great Dao, leaving him with nothing but a skeletal frame. Fortunately, this skeletal form had gained the acknowledgement of the primordial realm, sparing him from divine retribution. The primordial realm is a world where the law of the jungle prevails, a place where the weak are devoured by the strong, he mused. For a mere skeleton like me to survive here, it is not merely a challenge of hellish proportions, but rather an endeavor fraught with the inevitability of death. Now, my only hope for survival lies in the last two items bestowed by the system. The flames of his soul trembled in his eye sockets, revealing his inner turmoil. Ah, how intriguing! I never expected to encounter a skeleton that possesses consciousness beside this blood sea. A voice laced with curiosity and amusement whispered near Lu Changming's ear. Startled, Lu Changming turned swiftly to behold a woman before him. She was adorned in a gown of pale yellow, her figure exquisitely graceful, and her long, raven-black hair cascaded down to her waist, dancing gently in the breeze. Her gaze was enigmatic, imbued with compassion, weariness, pain, and struggle, as if she had endured countless tribulations and bore a heavy past. How beautiful, Lu Changming thought, having never seen such a radiant and captivating woman. Even in the vast expanse of the internet, he had never encountered anyone comparable to her. Unbeknownst to him, the woman was merely curious for a fleeting moment before diverting her attention elsewhere. Had it not been for the desolate nature of this blood sea, devoid of fish or fowl, she likely would not have taken note of him, for she had witnessed numerous skeletal beings before and far stranger entities besides. Regaining her composure, the goddess Huda's expression turned solemn as she stepped toward the blood sea. With this step, it seemed as if the heavens themselves were bending, causing the previously calm blood sea to surge into towering waves, illuminating the sky with a crimson glow. As this spectacle unfolded, a vortex emerged from the depths of the blood sea, revealing a figure clad in two swords exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter, standing upon a flaming lotus of the 12th grade. With the arrival of this individual, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the blood sea, which fell silent. Yet beneath this tranquility lay an immense peril. Lu Changming, standing at the edge of the blood sea, was roused from his stupor as the waves began to rise. Observing the figure, he could not help but silently admire the renowned reputation that preceded them. In this blood sea, apart from the revered ancestor of the River of Souls, who else would wield two swords imbued with a murderous intent and bear the protection of a 12th grade flaming lotus? The woman, exuding such an imposing presence, was undoubtedly not an ordinary being among the few renowned female deities in the primordial realm. She stood out distinctly. As expected, the woman smiled gracefully and bowed to the River of Souls, saying, "Hutu pays her respects to Taoist Mingi. May you receive my greetings." The ancestor of the River of Souls returned her bow, his expression unchanging, though the fierce aura surrounding him softened slightly. "I wonder what brings you to my blood sea, dear friend Hutu?" Neither party seemed inclined to engage in combat, and Lu Changming let out a breath of relief. At this moment, he was merely an intelligent skeleton with no power to speak of. He was uncertain who would emerge victorious between Hutu and Mingi, but he was acutely aware that he would be reduced to mere dust should conflict arise. The war between the shaman tribe and the demon tribe has engulfed the entire primordial realm, plunging it into chaos, she lamented. Countless beings have perished, either caught in the crossfire or slaughtered by others, all for the sake of forging a potent artifact. Throughout my journey, I have witnessed much and contemplated deeply. It is only upon arriving here that I have come to understand my mission. I wish to construct a resting place for those souls lost in the primordial realm, so they do not suffer such a fate. With a melancholic sigh, Hutu expressed her heartfelt sentiments, her demeanor transforming with the weight of her words. Understanding her intent, Mingi fell silent for a moment before subtly nodding in agreement, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that vanished into the blood sea. Thank you, Taoist Mingi, for your assistance. Hutu bowed slightly in the direction of Ming's departure, her expression turning grave once more. With the Great Dao above, I, Hutu of a shaman tribe, feel the need to establish a cycle of reincarnation, for the myriad beings who perish are left with their souls in despair. I am willing to become the embodiment of reincarnation to mend the celestial order. The cycle of reincarnation shall divide into 6 paths: the path of heaven, the path of humanity, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of Azuras, and the path of beasts. Boom! Boom! As purple lightning crackled across the heavens, Hutu's voice resonated throughout the primordial realm, accompanied by an overwhelming, sacred aura that spread across the vast expanse. Endless blood rain began to fall from the sky, drenching the earth as a wave of profound sorrow swept over all living beings in the primordial realm, uniting heaven and earth in shared grief. What is happening? Why does my heart ache so deeply? I cannot contain myself. I feel tears welling up. The 6 saints of the primordial realm exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They turned their gazes towards the blood sea, witnessing the compassionate Hutu, their eyes reflecting shock and admiration. In the demon tribe's celestial court, the expressions of the demon Emperor Dejuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai varied. While the high-ranking demons were equally conflicted, their eyes drawn to the blood sea. Meanwhile, in the ancestral grounds of the shaman tribe, the ancestral shamans, including Emperor Jiang, grew anxious, tearing through the fabric of space towards the blood sea. They sought to halt Hutu, unwilling to relinquish even the slightest chance. On this day, Hutu arrived at the blood sea, proclaiming her grand aspiration to become the embodiment of reincarnation, her voice echoing throughout the primordial realm. In that moment, her noble and compassionate figure appeared before all beings, evoking reverence. As Hutu's words fell, the blood sea underwent a transformation. Suddenly, an opening tore through the endless blood sea, and the waters surged into 6 immense black whirlpools that began to manifest, devouring the blood sea. Once they had absorbed enough of the blood sea's waters, the 6 colossal black whirlpools erupted with an unimaginable gravitational pull. The lingering souls of all those who had perished in the primordial realm were drawn towards them, merging into the 6 paths of reincarnation. And the number of lingering souls in the primordial realm was beyond count, with countless remnants residing within the blood sea alone. After the whirlpools had consumed these remnants, they appeared on the verge of collapse under the weight of their burden. Seeing this, Hutu hesitated not for a moment, manifesting her true form as an ancestral shaman, leaping towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. Her physical form disintegrated midair, transforming into an infinite essence of flesh and blood, which was drawn into the 6 paths, stabilizing them. Only a flickering essence remained before the 6 paths, as if in the next moment, her true spirit would dissipate, leaving no trace of Hutu in the primordial realm. Hutu, the compassionate goddess. Hutu, the great benefactor. At this moment, whether from the shaman tribe, the demon tribe, or the human tribe, all beings in the primordial realm bowed in reverence to the essence of Hutu. Hutu, your compassion is profound. I bow to you, honored friend. In the 5 Dongguan of Wanshou Mountain, Xinyuanzi expressed solemnity as he paid his respects to Hutu. Beside him stood a figure clad in a crimson robe, exuding an air of carefree elegance, who also bowed solemnly to Hutu. Hutu, the ancestral shaman, truly lives up to her lineage as a descendant of Pangu. The demon tribe wholeheartedly admires you. Dejuan and Tai, along with the high-ranking demons, also bowed deeply in the direction of the blood sea. Despite their enmity with the shaman tribe, Their admiration for Hutu remained unwavering. After all, the establishment of reincarnation would ultimately benefit those of their kind possessing primordial spirits. Moreover, within their hearts, there lingered a sense of secret joy with the demise of Hutu. The 12 heavenly gods of the Witch Clan would be bereft of one member. At that time, the Witch Clan would find themselves powerless to thwart the celestial star array of the Demon Clan, and thus, the Demon Clan would rise to become the supreme power of the primordial world. Compassionate friend Hutu, we hold you in great esteem. In the primordial realm, the 6 sages performed a half-bow to Hutu. Now, apart from the Dao ancestor Hongjun, who could receive their full reverence, only Hutu was deserving of their partial homage. In this moment, all beings of the primordial world revered Hutu. Rumbling, rumbling. However, at that very instant, the fabric of space tore asunder, seemingly unleashing an endless cascade of merit from the heavens, which descended directly into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The immense merit, even when compared to the time when NWA attained sainthood through the creation of humanity, was still a few degrees greater. The deities, masters of great powers, were taken aback logically. Hutu should have perished, so why did such an abundance of merit continue to fall? The demon emperor Dijuan pondered even deeper if Hutu were not dead, and she were to harness this merit, which surpassed even that of NWA. Would she then achieve sainthood? Would the Witch Clan give rise to another saint? If that were the case, how would their Demon Clan respond? In a flurry of thoughts, Dijuan had no time to deliberate further, as the countless streams of descending merit seemed to have found a conduit, all rushing toward Hutu's true essence. Hutu's form gradually materialized at this moment. She once again possessed a physical body, her aura of power steadily rising. Ultimately, Hutu's overwhelming presence enveloped the entire primordial realm, as golden flowers rained down from the heavens, and golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena. Hutu had attained sainthood. We pay our respects to Saint Hutu, wishing her boundless longevity. All beings of the primordial world bowed to Hutu, a gesture befitting the emergence of a saint. Just as their words fell, a grand and indifferent voice resonated through the primordial heavens and earth. Hutu has established the cycle of reincarnation, and her merits in the primordial realm are monumental thus. She shall attain sainthood. However, though the cycle emerges, it appears exceedingly fragile. Therefore, unless a cataclysm of immeasurable proportions occurs, Hutu shall not emerge from her seclusion. Both Hutu and the assembled masters of great powers recognized the voice as that of Hongjun. Their eyes sparkled with varied emotions. Only Hutu's expression darkened slightly in the moment of her ascension. She seemed to glimpse a vision that compelled her to act, yet she was preemptively halted by Hongjun. Though her heart brimmed with reluctance, she dared not defy the will of Hongjun and could only acquiesce. I shall faithfully adhere to the Dao ancestors' decree. Seeing Hutu comply, Hongjun offered no further discourse, and Hutu too prepared to take no further action. The 6 paths of reincarnation have been established. All departed souls, provided their true essence was not extinguished, could reincarnate. Those great powers, observing the events, found nothing amiss, for it was a matter of immense merit. Without attaining sainthood, encountering unforeseen circumstances was inevitable. With the 6 paths of reincarnation in place, they retained a glimmer of hope and could rely on contingencies to return. Yet, Lia Changming, who was well versed in the significant events of the primordial world, sensed something awry. Where had the Underworld gone? The supreme deity of the Underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu, along with the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings, not to mention the judges of life and death, were all conspicuously absent. The Ghost Gate, the city of wrongful death, the Yama Hall, and the homecoming platform were likewise nowhere to be found. Though the 6 paths of reincarnation had been established, the Underworld, responsible for overseeing this cycle, had not manifested. The current reincarnation was far from complete. At this moment, neither Hutu, the creator of the 6 paths of reincarnation, nor the myriad of heavenly saints, nor even the powerful beings within the primordial chaos had contemplated the establishment of an underworld. Thus, this could very well be the opportunity for Liu Changming. A flicker of determination ignited in Liu Changming's gaze as he became increasingly enamored with his grand vision. It must be noted that the Underworld pertains to the cycle of reincarnation, inherently representing a significant fortune. As long as the cycle persists, one shall accrue merit, and the flow of blessings would undoubtedly be considerable. Not to mention the position of the supreme deity of the Underworld, which is among the highest destinies within the primordial realm. Possessing such a fate would allow one to contend with the myriad powerful beings of the primordial chaos. If one were to let such a splendid opportunity slip away, what chance would remain to vie for survival in the primordial domain? This is my fortune, and if I remain timid in this primordial expanse, how can I attain longevity or achieve all that I desire? Having made up his mind, Liu Changming's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. He directed his gaze towards the departing Hutu, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully to her from afar. "Lady Hutu, please stay. Liu Changming has a request." The voice of Liu Changming resonated across the blood-soaked expanse. The group of primordial powerful beings, still present, turned their attention towards Liu Changming, seeing a newly sentient skeleton, their gazes varying in reaction, in the air above the sea of blood. Hutu halted her steps, fixing her gaze upon Liu Changming. Observing this intriguing skeleton, a smile graced her lips as she spoke. "What brings you to call upon me?" Liu Changming bowed deeply to Hutu and inquired. "My lady, although the cycle of reincarnation has been established, allowing the beings of the primordial realm to be reborn, how can we ensure they know which path to take for their rebirth? Surely, not all reincarnators can be born into the heavenly path. If that were the case, what significance would there be in establishing the other 5 paths of reincarnation?" Upon hearing Liu Changming's words, Hutu was momentarily taken aback. She had not considered this issue, merely focusing on the creation of the cycle to render the primordial realm more complete. If the reincarnators were to disrupt the operation of the 6 paths, her efforts might not only prove futile, but could also yield negative consequences. Yet, in that instant, Hutu could not discern a solution to ensure the smooth functioning of reincarnation. She furrowed her brow, pondering her next steps. Suddenly, she turned her gaze back to Liu Changming, realizing that if he had brought up this point, he might possess a resolution. "Liu Changming, do you have a solution for this matter?" Liu Changming's spirits surged, the flame of his soul flickering as he looked up at Hutu and replied, "I do indeed have a solution, but it requires your grace in granting me a portion of the authority over the 6 paths of reincarnation." As Liu Changming's words fell, not only did Hutu furrow her brow, but the assembly of primordial powerful beings also erupted in disbelief. Within Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones observed the unfolding situation in the sea of blood. Laozi remained indifferent, unaware of Liu Changming's intentions. Yet, in the eyes of Yuan Shi Tianzun, a look of disdain flickered. How could a mere skeleton, newly imbued with sentience, dare to covet the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Such ignorance! Tong Tian also furrowed his brow slightly. While he had initially been curious about Liu Changming, he now felt a growing repulsion in the realm of chaos. Niwa regarded Liu Changming, the skeleton, with a hint of confusion. It was curious. This skeleton appeared to be a creation of her own, yet all her creations resided near the unbroken mountain. How had this one ended up in this blood sea? Each powerful being voiced their skepticism, their gazes filled with derision towards Liu Changming. "Impudent skeleton, do you not recognize your own worth, daring to covet the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Just wait. Hutu will surely be enraged and reduce this skeleton to ashes." They seemed to foresee that in the next moment, he would be obliterated by Hutu. Amidst this, Hutu regarded Liu Changming, her heart devoid of significant anger. The 6 paths of reincarnation were her creation, and no one could usurp them. Rather, her curiosity deepened regarding what had emboldened Liu Changming, this skeleton, to confidently request such authority from her. "If you truly possess a method, I can grant you a portion of the authority over the 6 paths of reincarnation." The assembly of powerful beings began murmuring amongst themselves. Yet, some gazes glimmered with greed, as they too desired the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation. "What?" Hutu truly agreed. "If I possess a solution, Might I also gain the authority of the Six Paths of Reincarnation? Truly a fortunate skeleton. I, the ancestor, do not believe you can resolve this issue. Infuriating. Lu Changming felt a surge of joy upon hearing Hutu's words. He bowed once more to her, then extended his hand, revealing a miniature ancient city that materialized in his grasp. This ancient city, known as Fengdu, was Lu Changming's foundation for establishing the Underworld, before the system's obliteration. 2 items had been bestowed upon him, one concealed by a myriad of starry lights, and the other being the city named Fengdu. This city was not the Fengdu of the later primordial realm, but rather a formidable artifact from another world, capable of subduing countless ghostly beings. By the standards of the primordial realm, it could even be classified as an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, or perhaps a half-step innate supreme treasure. The faces of the primordial powerful beings shifted slightly as they beheld the Fengdu ancient city in Lu Changming's hand. Astonished that a mere skeleton possessed such a treasure, in the name of the Heavenly Dao, today, Lu Changming, with Fengdu as his foundation, shall establish the Underworld to assist in managing the 6 paths of reincarnation. All who wish to reincarnate through the 6 paths must be assessed by the Underworld based on their merits and sins. Those with greater merits ascend to the heavenly path. Those of moderate merit enter the human path, and those of lesser merit descend to the Azura path. Those whose sins outweigh their merits shall find the righteous in the hungry ghost path. Those of moderate sin enter the hell path, and those of lesser sin descend to the beast path, the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, the Wangchuan River, the Naiha Bridge, and the Wangxiang Platform shall officially commence the operation of the Underworld. With a resounding boom, as Lu Changming's words concluded, bolts of purple lightning flashed across the 9 heavens, and the Fengdu ancient city in Lu Changming's hand transformed into a streak of light. Racing towards the Underworld where the 6 paths of reincarnation resided. Before long, the Fengdu ancient city settled at the very center of the Underworld, and streams of ghostly energy began to coalesce. With segments of the city expanding outward from Fengdu, a magnificent barrier rose at the junction of the Underworld and the primordial realm, inscribed with the words Ghost Gate. Beyond the Ghost Gate lay a narrow yellow path, known as the Yellow Springs Road. Along the Yellow Springs Road bloomed countless ghostly flowers, where flowers blossomed without leaves, and leaves appeared without flowers. Following this was the surging Wangchuan River, with a wooden bridge spanning its waters. This was the Naiha Bridge. And beyond it lay, soon, the entire Underworld was rapidly taking shape. As the Underworld formed, a cloud of golden merit began to gather in the 9 heavens, yet it remained restrained. Witnessing this scene, Hutu understood and turned her gaze to Lu Changming, a slight smile gracing her lips as she spoke. I, Hutu, bestow upon the Underworld the authority to manage the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Changming shall be the Lord of the Underworld. With Hutu's proclamation, the golden merit cloud from the heavens cascaded down towards Lu Changming, instantly merging with his being, causing him to radiate brilliant light. That moment, as the merit cloud entered his body, Lu Changming's skeletal form began to transform. Veins, organs, and flesh began to manifest. The metamorphosis commenced. An endless stream of merit flowed towards Lu Changming, enveloping his skeleton in a golden hue as his flesh rapidly developed. Before long, Lu Changming transitioned from skeleton into a complete human form. At this juncture, the merit cloud began to elevate his cultivation. With a thunderous sound, Lu Changming, once an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation, instantaneously ascended to the realm of a celestial immortal. As the resonances of his breakthroughs echoed, Lu Changming continued to advance through the ranks, gradually attaining the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm, surpassing countless beings of the primordial chaos. One might say that he has barely squeezed himself into the realms of the primordial, qualifying as a being of the 3rd tier. Before him, a black talisman, seemingly composed of countless pure dark energies, floated in front of him. This was the embodiment of the authority of the entire Underworld. With this, Lu Changming would rightfully be the sovereign of the Underworld. Without the slightest hesitation, a gleam of brilliance flickered in Lu Changming's eyes as he prepared to reach out and grasp the talisman, wishing to merge it with his own essence. However, Just as Lu Changming extended his hand to initiate this fusion, someone moved faster than he'd. A streak of light flashed by, traversing immeasurable distances in an instant, and merged into the talisman. Before Lu Changming could respond, Hutu's expression turned icy. She pointed her right hand at the talisman, anchoring it in place. Before this palace, dare you act so recklessly? Alas, why must Lady Hutu be so aggressive? How can a mere skeleton bear the weight of the underworld's responsibilities? How can it possibly wield its authority? An ancient, ethereal voice emanated from the talisman, followed by the manifestation of a ghostly visage upon it. If you possess such capability, why did you not propose the establishment of the underworld beforehand? Now you seek to reap the fruits without effort. It is exceedingly disrespectful to this palace. Prepare for annihilation. Mockery filled Hutu's eyes as she pressed her finger down upon the ghostly face, intent on obliterating it. I am but a fragment of my true self. Killing me poses no threat to my essence. Lady Hutu, do consider whether you truly wish to proceed with this. A look of vengeful malice appeared on the ghostly visage, its voice tinged with a subtle menace. Hutu, however, merely chuckled coldly. You have reminded me. Do not think your essence can evade capture. With those words, Hutu formed a seal with her hand, her gaze shimmering with divine light as she instantly sensed the true body connected to the ghostly visage. She then extended her hand forward, which pierced through countless layers of space, arriving in a valley located in the eastern part of the primordial realm. In that valley, a quasi-saint level practitioner gazed in horror at the colossal hand descending from the heavens. Lady Hutu, please quell your anger. Yet Hutu paid no heed to his pleas, swiftly obliterating him with a single strike. Faced with such formidable power from Hutu, even those great beings who harbored greedy intentions dared not act recklessly. Observing this, Hutu said nothing further and waved her hand, causing the talisman, representing the authority of the underworld, to merge with Lu Changming. That a beam of black light enveloped Lu Changming, and as the light dissipated, he donned the regal attire of the underworld, exuding an air of majesty akin to that of a supreme emperor. From this day forth, I am the ruler of the underworld, the emperor of the netherworld. The son of En. At that moment, two beams of black light streaked across the sky, landing before Lu Changming. As the brilliance faded, a book and a pen appeared. The underworld bears the responsibility of managing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thus, it must possess the judge's pen and the book of life and death, determining the cycles of existence. The book of life and death records the fates of all beings who have not transcended the river of destiny, while the judge's pen can inscribe the fates of those within the book. These two treasures are paramount to the underworld. May the Nether Emperor utilize them wisely and refrain from reckless actions, lest the Heavenly Dao impose penalties, leaving no path for survival. Once more, the voice of Hongjun resonated through the skies, remaining as lofty and unattainable as ever, exuding an air of indifference. I shall faithfully adhere to the Dao ancestor's command. Lu Changming gazed at the judge's pen and the book of life and death that had appeared before him, his heart swelling with joy. He had not anticipated that the two treasures of the underworld he had long coveted would manifest so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the myriad great beings present wore expressions of varied hues. It is known that within the primordial realm, only those who have attained the status of Great Luo Jingxian may have the opportunity to touch the river of destiny, thus transcending it. It can be said that nearly all beings in the primordial realm are inscribed in the book of life and death. How could they content themselves with this? Even those sages would not willingly accept the situation, as they too would take disciples, and those disciples would face the same fate, just as Lu Changming extended his hands to claim the book of life and death and the judge's pen. A somewhat lecherous voice interjected. Wait, Nether Emperor, we are all distinguished figures in the primordial realm. How can you unilaterally inscribe our disciples in the book of life and death without consulting us? Is this not a blatant disregard for our dignity? As the words fell, a scruffy Taoist, donned in a robe, hunched over with 3 whiskers protruding from either side of his mouth, appeared before Lu Changming. Who are you to dare speak so boldly before me? Lu Changming retorted. The book of life and death was bestowed by the Dao ancestor. If you possess the ability, summon the Dao ancestor to reclaim this spiritual treasure. If you lack such capability, do not bark like a dog before me. Lu Changming regarded the scruffy Taoist with a flicker of anger. First, someone attempted to seize the authority of the underworld. And now another had the audacity to challenge him. Did they think him an easy target? His words swiftly reached the ears of the great beings observing the scene. Some wore expressions of disdain. Others bore mocking gazes, while a few smiled in amusement. Ayin Kunlun, Laozi appeared indifferent, while Yuanshur emitted a faint cold snort, seemingly discontent with someone Tontian, however, revealed a slight smile, as if he held a certain admiration for Lu Changming. In the palace of Enhua could hardly contain her mirth, her lips curling into a smile, finding Lu Changming to be unlike the being she had crafted. Meanwhile, Hutu, hovering amidst the blood sea, could not suppress a light chuckle, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she regarded Lu Changming, this skeleton who had piqued her curiosity from the outset, while Hutu and the others reveled in amusement. The lecherous Taoist, as the subject of Lu Changming's scorn, turned crimson, acutely aware of the myriad divine thoughts hovering in the air. Suddenly feeling humiliated, his eyes gleamed with cold fury, and his body radiated a palpable aura of hostility. You insult me when I intended to negotiate amicably. You shall pay for this transgression with your life. How dare a mere rat act so brazenly before me? I shall slaughter you, as one would a dog. Remember that the one who kills you is Tianluo Laozu. As the words fell, a phantom of a rat manifested behind Tianluo Laozu, a crescent-bladed knife materializing in his hand, his face contorted with a feral expression as he charged at Lu Changming. It should have been this way. Why waste words? Huta declared, you need not intervene. I shall see how you intend to kill me. Lu Changming had thought him significant, yet he was merely an insignificant rat. Daring to be arrogant before him, Lu Changming mirrored his words back. I shall slay you as one would a dog. Hutu's intervention was unnecessary. Lu Changming was determined to ascertain the caliber of this foe, who dared to covet the underworld. Lu Changming's words brimmed with murderous intent. He understood that it was impossible for Hutu to handle every situation. Otherwise, what need would there be for him as the Nether Emperor? Hutu held no objections. She had granted him the authority of the underworld and had dealt with those who sought to usurp it. However, expecting her to confront a great Luo Jingxian was beneath her dignity. Furthermore, to govern the underworld, one must possess strength. This was precisely the moment to test Lu Changming's qualifications. Boom! Boom! Resounding explosions echoed within the netherworld as Lu Changming and Tianluo Laozu clashed repeatedly. With each impact, Lu Changming was forced back thousands of miles by Tianluo Laozu, revealing that in terms of raw power, Lu Changming fell short. Humph! What Nether Emperor nonsense! It's all rubbish! You have only just entered the realm of great Luo Jingxian. By what virtue do you presume to command the underworld? Even with the book of life and death and the judge's pen. What of it? Submit to your demise. A sinister smile crept across Tianluo Laozu's face as he glared at Lu Changming, attempting to disrupt his focus with taunts. Yet Lu Changming remained unfazed, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest at any moment. In his previous life, as a reclusive individual, he had never experienced such battles. He had not even engaged in brawls. However, Lu Changming did not shy away from this combat. With each clash, his body vibrated, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Perhaps this was the latent violent instinct lying deep within his genes, typically dormant but igniting excitement and enjoyment when awakened. With every confrontation, Lu Changming learned continuously. Having never endured such a struggle, he was steadily discovering how to harness the power within him. He was in the process of learning, familiarizing himself with all that he was. Gradually, Lu Changming was pushed back from 1,000 miles with each collision, then 900 miles, 500 miles, and finally he stood firm at a mere 100 miles. Observing this scene, Hutu's lips curled into a faint smile. Lu Changming had not disappointed her. No, this is impossible. How could you progress so swiftly? I'm a mid-stage Deluo Jingxian, while you are merely at the early stage. How could you possibly be a match for me, the ancestor? If Tianluo ancestor still fails to perceive Lu Changming's anomaly at this moment, then he is unworthy of being a Deluo Jingxian cultivator. Yet he seemed somewhat unable to accept Lu Changming's current advancement, in his view, he should have effortlessly crushed Lu Changming. There is nothing impossible. I have now mastered the power of the Luo Jinxian. And you are of no further use. Lu Changming's gaze was frigid, his eyes betraying no hint of change as he looked at Tian Luo Ancestor. In his eyes, the outcome for Tian Luo Ancestor was already sealed. You wish for my demise? Then let us see who will claim whose life. A flicker of menacing intent flashed in Tian Luo Ancestor's eyes as he spat blood onto the blade of the crescent moon knife in his hand. This crescent moon knife, originally a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, radiated an aura that was almost on par with a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure after being nourished by Tian Luo Ancestor's essence blood. With a flash, he ascended into the air, his entire being merging with the crescent moon knife as he slashed towards Lu Changming. Yet at that moment, Lu Changming chose not to resist. Instead, he withdrew the book of life and death and the judge's pen into his body, calmly watching as Tian Luo Ancestor charged towards him. What has happened to Lu Changming? Why does he merely watch as Tian Luo Ancestor approaches with the intent to kill? Could it be that he has given up on resistance? Who would have thought that just upon becoming the Lord of the Underworld, he would face such dire tidings? Indeed, a newly ascended Luo Jinxian cannot contend with an established one. The disparity between early and late stages is insurmountable. Each step creates a layer of heaven, an unbridgeable chasm. One by one, the great practitioners discussed Lu Changming's actions, filled with regret for him, as if he were to be slain in the next moment. A hint of worry flashed in Hotu's eyes. Her right hand subtly trembled, as if she wished to lend assistance. However, upon witnessing Lu Changming's demeanor, she regained her composure. Suddenly, Tian Luo Ancestor, wearing a sinister smile, reached Lu Changming's side. Envisioning the moment he would cleave Lu Changming in two, yet unexpectedly, a burst of purple light erupted from within Lu Changming, instantly sending Tian Luo Ancestor flying, causing a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Your emergence has revealed to me that my realm of the underworld lacks a means to deal with those beings steeped in sin, and fortuitously, I have discovered where individuals like you should be sent. Through this, I have also comprehended my first divine ability. Thus, I invite you to serve as the trial subject for this technique of mine. Do not let me down, with a thunderous sound emanating from Lu Changming. A pitch-black shadow formed behind him, devoid of any light, yet exuding an aura of sheer terror. The underworld shall have the 10 Yama Kings assist me in managing the affairs of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, determining the merits and demerits of all beings in life. Those guilty of heinous sins shall face punishment in the 18 layers of hell, and only upon the eradication of their sins may they re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The first layer of the 18 layers of hell, the tongue-pulling hell, boom! A resounding echo reverberated throughout the netherworld, shaking its very foundation as the pitch-black shadow behind Lu Changming began to evolve. A place filled with karmic flames and chains surrounded both Lu Changming and Tian Luo Ancestor, and two little ghosts materialized from nowhere. One pried open Tian Luo Ancestor's mouth, while the other brandished a pair of iron pliers, mercilessly yanking out his tongue. The excruciating pain elicited a wretched scream from Tian Luo Ancestor. Yet before he could recover, the two little ghosts commenced their relentless torment anew, repeating the process without respite. Short-sighted fool, break from me! Tian Luo Ancestor transformed into his true form, that of a rat, and shot forth two beams of yellow divine light from his eyes, striking the tongue-pulling hell and causing it to dissipate. A wave of delight surged within Tian Luo Ancestor. The experience of having his tongue forcibly extracted repeatedly left him averse to enduring it a second time. He regretted provoking Lu Changming. He wished to cease hostilities and, without further ado, turned to flee the netherworld. Yet, this is not a place one can enter or exit at will. The majesty of the underworld is not to be infringed upon. The second layer of the 18 layers of hell, the Scissors Hell. Lu Changming gazed coldly at Tian Luo Ancestor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he witnessed the latter's attempt to escape. A surge of murderous intent radiated from him. He intended to use Tian Luo Ancestor's death to declare the authority of the underworld, the 18th layer of the 18 layers of hell. the Saw Hell. Another shadow materialized beside Lu Changming after his words fell, surrounding Tian Luo ancestor. To this point, Tian Luo ancestor's eyes were vacant. After enduring the torments of the 17 layers of hell, he was left with only one thought: to die quickly. Even if he wished for death, he would never willingly endure the tortures of hell again. Upon hearing Lu Changming's mention of the final layer of hell, a look of relief appeared in Tian Luo ancestor's eyes. Tian Luo ancestor was bound in a large character shape to 4 wooden stakes, while 2 little ghosts began to saw him in half with a saw. Gradually, Tian Luo ancestor's breath faded away. His physical form remained, but his soul was annihilated. Those watching Lu Changming's 18 layers of hell were struck with terror. What kind of punishment could lead a Luo Jin Xian to collapse, resulting in the obliteration of his soul? A singular thought flickered through their minds. They must never allow their kin to provoke Lu Changming. Otherwise, they could only imagine what methods he might devise to torment them. Although Lu Changming was making his first appearance, he left a profound impression on them. Unless absolutely necessary, they wished to avoid confrontation with him. Lu Changming was unaware of the thoughts of those great practitioners. At this moment, his complexion bore a hint of pallor. The manifestation of the 18 layers of hell was no small burden for him. Now, having successfully annihilated Tian Luo ancestor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could address Tian Luo ancestor's remains, a wave of oppressive force descended upon him, and a voice of authority echoed from the air. Though Tian Luo's strength was lacking, he was ultimately a member of the solitary Heavenly Court. Do you see fit to disregard the solitary and the Heavenly Court in your ruthless killing? A figure clad in imperial robes, adorned with numerous 3-legged golden crows, appeared before Lu Changming, exuding a potent aura of imperial authority. There was no need for him to undertake any action. Merely standing there, the world seemed to revolve around him. He was as if the singular, supreme entity of this realm, in a moment of carelessness. Lu Changming let out a muffled groan as blood nearly spewed forth, only to be forcefully swallowed back, his face reddening. After a moment, he lifted his head, steadying his wavering form, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth as he regarded the man before him with unwavering determination. So what if I know? So what if I do not? To dare cause trouble in the underworld is to challenge the dignity of my realm. As the Emperor of the Underworld, I must uphold its sanctity. Regardless of who arrives or how powerful they may be, I shall never permit the authority of the Underworld to be violated. Lu Changming's voice resounded between heaven and earth, and all who could hear his words perceived the unwavering resolve resonating within. Stirring their hearts, ha, 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 what a lord of the underworld! What a dignity of the underworld that shall not be infringed! The dignity of the underworld cannot be violated, and the majesty of the solitary's heavenly court is even more inviolable. Remember, I am called Emperor Jun. As Emperor Jun's words fell, a glimmer of divine light flashed in his eyes, and he pointed a finger, summoning a golden red light to manifest at his fingertip. Chirp, with a cry. A golden red, 3-legged crow flew forth from his fingertip, wielding power not less than that of a fully realized Luo Jin Xian, soaring towards Lu Changming to strike him down. Clearly, Emperor Jun aimed to utilize this attack to eliminate Lu Changming and assert the authority of the Heavenly Court. To wish for my death? Then let us see how sharp your teeth are. Even in death, I shall shatter one of yours. Lu Changming clenched his teeth, his eyes alight with madness as his internal powers surged. Even the book of life and death and the judge's pen began to shimmer with brilliance, courageous indeed, yet ultimately a futile endeavor. D. Jun's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed, his eyes exuding an air of calmness. To him, Lu Changming's actions were merely a futile endeavor. Whether it required a bit more effort, at most, an increase from 4-part strength to 7, it was inconsequential. Although not a sage, he was a quasi-saint, a title that bore the weight of sanctity, impervious to the upheavals of a Deluo golden immortal. Just as the 3-legged golden crow was about to collide with Lu Changming, the figure of Ho too manifested before him. Her gaze was imbued with a frosty detachment as she elegantly extended a finger towards the golden crow, devoid of any visible ripple, yet possessing a profound mystery. In an instant, the 3-legged golden crow was obliterated. leaving no room for defiance before Ho Tuesday D. June. You have overstepped your bounds. The realm of the underworld is vital for the stability of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Those who disrupt it shall face annihilation. Listening to Ho Tu's words, D. June remained unfazed, seemingly untroubled by the threat of her wrath. His gaze crackled with intensity as he spoke in a deep voice as the sovereign of the heavenly court. You dare not lay a hand upon me. Though this child is the underworld emperor, there are others who can take charge of the underworld. I must uphold its dignity, just as I must safeguard the honor of the heavenly court. While I respect the actions you have taken, should you obstruct me, I will have no choice but to retaliate. D. June's words reverberated throughout the entire realm of the underworld, yet Ho Tu's expression remained unchanged. Her eyes cold as she regarded him. You may attempt it and see if I dare to kill you. With a slight shift of her thoughts, she locked onto D. June's position, subtly sealing that space. D. June raised his gaze towards Ho Tu, refraining from further speech as two primordial treasures, He Tu and Luo Shu, materialized beside him. While the stars behind him coalesced, the sound of a resounding bell echoed through the heavens and the earth. The myriad stars seemed to be gravitating towards the underworld. D. June, you oppress my younger sister with the might of the demon clan. If you possess any skill, come and clash with the 12 heavenly gods of the Wu clan. Di Jiang and the other 11 ancestral witches tore through space, appearing beside Ho Tu, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they regarded Di June, their aura swirling with malice. Without Ho Tu, what do I have to fear from your 12 heavenly gods? Perhaps your formation cannot even operate. If you seek battle, then battle I shall. Another voice emerged as Dong Huang Tai Yi, cradling the primordial treasure, the chaos bell, appeared beside Di June, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he looked at Di Jiang and the others. Good, good. It seems we need not wait until after the 3 Yuan assembly. Today we shall surround and annihilate you, the feathered beasts, right here, were it not for the last intervention of the Dao ancestor. Would you have had the opportunity to boast in our presence? But today is not too late. Woo, woo, fight, fight. Di Jiang and the others displayed no trace of cowardice, fervently shouting, their eyes alight with bloodlust. Surrounded by malevolent energy, the impending battle felt as if the next clash between the Wu and Yao clans was on the verge of eruption. Woo, 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 woo. Across the vast expanse of the primordial earth, countless warriors of the Wu clan gathered, their malevolent energy coalescing into a smoky haze, shrouding a corner of the world. In the eyes of those Wu warriors, there was no hint of fear, only an intense fervor and desire for war. They yearned to vanquish the demon clan and establish the Wu clan's dominion over the primordial realm. Hearing the shouts of the Wu clan, both Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi wore grim expressions, caught off guard by how events had unfolded. They had not anticipated that these Wu clansmen would dare to openly challenge their demon kin. And now they found themselves in a precarious position. Faced with the overwhelming consciousness of so many formidable beings, they could not afford to show weakness before the Wu clan. Thus, Di Jun waved his hand, causing the stars to shimmer with brilliance, coalescing into a grand formation that flickered behind him as countless demon armies mobilized from the heavenly court. He could see that moment. War loomed imminent. How could this be? How dare they? The Dao ancestors' decree had only recently been issued. In this time of tribulation, with storms brewing, perhaps it would be best for me to retreat into seclusion and avoid the entanglements of the mortal realm. It is impossible. The Dao ancestor would never allow them to engage in battle. Each formidable being sensed the stirrings of the demon and Wu clans, their expressions shifting dramatically. Should the two clans engage in conflict, they too would inevitably be swept into the fray, an outcome they desperately wished to avoid. Yet intervening in the affairs of the Wu and demon clans was beyond their capacity, leaving them to helplessly observe the unfolding events. Just as the war was about to ignite, an irresistible pressure descended from the heavens. Whether it was Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, or the other ancestral witches, their faces flushed as they struggled against this overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Wu and demon clans found themselves utterly crushed, unable to mount any form of resistance. The time for the 3 Yuan assembly has not yet arrived. The Wu and demon clans must not instigate disputes. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dao shall impose punishment. The realm of reincarnation is a crucial area of the primordial world. You must not linger here. Disperse immediately. Those who defy this order shall face the wrath of the Heavenly Dao. Hong Jun's icy words sent a chill through the hearts of Di Jun and the others, and the pressure soon dissipated. With Hong Jun's proclamation, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. They were not averse to warring with the Wu clan, yet the demon clan was not prepared to engage in a decisive battle just yet, now that they had Hong Jun's words. They could retreat to the heavenly court without losing face. Di Jun turned to Di Jiang and coldly declared, "This time, with the Dao ancestors' command, after the 3 Yuan assembly, it shall be the time for your Wu and demon clan's annihilation." Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches scoffed at Di Jun's words, casting him disdainful glances. How dare this mere 3-legged feathered beast speak so brazenly? Had it not been for the Dao ancestor, did he think he would have had the chance to boast? After the 3 Yuan assembly, we will show you who truly reigns over the primordial realm. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai said nothing further. Turning to return to the heavenly court, at that moment, Lu Changming interjected, "Demon Emperor, wait. The actions of the Demon Emperor today shall be etched in my heart, and I shall repay you in the future." Di Jun paused slightly, tilting his head as if committing Lu Changming to memory, and replied, "I await your return." With that, he and Dong Huang Tai transformed into a flash of golden red light. Vanishing from the scene, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai departed. The other formidable beings of the primordial realm retracted their consciousness, unwilling to defy the words of Dao ancestor Hong Jun. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches also withdrew their malevolent energy, gathering around Ho Tu, their expressions filled with complexity. A long sigh escaped Di Jiang as he spoke. "Little sister, why must you take on such burdens? Why not discuss such significant matters with us? Perhaps we could have found a solution." In Ho Tu's eyes, a flicker of complexity and sorrow emerged. Yet she maintained a smile as she produced 3 drops of blood radiating a yellowish light. Offering them to Di Jiang. "Please forgive my recklessness, dear brother. This is my duty as a descendant of the Father God. However, it has left the 12 heavenly gods' formation lacking a crucial piece, diminishing its power. These 3 drops of essence blood are from me. You may find a great witch from the Wu clan to refine them, thereby substituting my position and allowing the 12 heavenly gods' formation to continue operating." Di Jiang and the others were enveloped in a whirlpool of emotions, a hint of sadness crossing their faces. Since their inception, the 12 had never parted, yet now Ho Tu was departing from them. "Do not worry, little sister. That Di Jun, a mere feathered beast, is no match for our Wu clan. After the 3 Yuan assembly, we will eliminate those demon kin and come to guard you in the realm of reincarnation." Ho Tu nodded with a smile, but her eyes brimmed with worry. She understood that despite her essence blood, it was not truly her. The 12 heavenly gods' formation would not be complete, and it might not withstand the demon clan's forces. Observing the expression on Ho Tu's face, Di Jiang and the others burst into hearty laughter, brimming with bravado and devoid of any fear. "Little sister need not worry. How could that mere feathered beast stand against us? We shall set forth at once. After the 3 Yuan assembly, we will reconvene, and at that time, your brothers will come to the realm of the Underworld to accompany you." With those words, the ancestral witches prepared to depart. After all, Ho Tu's sudden transformation into reincarnation had taken them by surprise. The Wu clan would surely be unstable, and they needed to return to resolve various issues. "Esteemed ancestral witches, please hold. I have a matter to discuss with you all." Lu Changming observed a multitude of ancestral shaman as they prepared to depart, his gaze flickering slightly as he called out to halt their progress. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, the assembly of ancestral shamans paused. Turning their attention towards him, Di Jiang spoke up, inquiring, "Considering the presence of my younger sister, what is it that you wish to convey? I implore Lady Hudu to cloak our conversation. It must not fall into the ears of certain individuals." Lu Changming let out a subtle sigh of relief before addressing Hudu. She did not press for further details, merely waving her hand with an air of nonchalance, and declared, "Very well, this place has been shrouded by my enchantment. Even the sages shall find it difficult to glean any information from here in the immediate future. The Buddha matriarch has transcended the cycle of reincarnation, and the infinite calamities cannot breach her sanctuary. Yet the 12 celestial formations of the great divine array are incomplete. Even with 3 drops of her essence, can they truly compensate for such a void? To pit the incomplete great divine array against the celestial forces of the demon clan, I dare say not even the esteemed ancestral shamans could be entirely certain of victory. Lu Changming addressed Di Jiang and the others, his expression grave that Di Jiang's countenance darkened in response. He fixed a piercing gaze on Lu Changming, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes as he coldly demanded, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Lu Changming seemingly ignored the tension emanating from Di Jiang and calmly asserted, "I possess a method to rectify the current deficiencies of the great divine array. While it may not achieve perfect operation, it shall certainly prolong its efficacy and not diminish its power significantly." Boom! Boom! The air resonated with thunderous sounds as Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans, upon hearing Lu Changming's proclamation, found it difficult to restrain their breaths, causing the space around them to warp. "Is what you say indeed true? How do you possess such knowledge of our great divine array? Or do you harbor some ulterior motives?" A divine light flared in Di Jiang's eyes, his presence imposing and incredulous, unable to fathom that anyone would assist their clan without reason. Lu Changming smiled faintly, undeterred by Di Jiang's intimidation, his demeanor serene. "Quite simply, Lady Hutu saved my life, and I feel compelled to reciprocate. Moreover, had it not been for her granting me authority, the establishment of the Underworld would have been impossible." Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Hutu appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression softening considerably, and Di Jiang mirrored her sentiment. "Then, pray tell, how do you propose we mend the flaws in the great divine array?" Di Jiang queried Lu Changming, his gaze fluctuating with anticipation. If it were indeed possible to rectify the great divine array, it would be a fortuitous turn of events that, if I am not mistaken, is precisely because the 12 ancestral shamans share a common origin that they can harness their interconnected energies to summon the true form of Pangu. However, with the absence of Hutu, the array has lost a vital component. Even if another were to step in, they could not replicate her essence, rendering it unsustainable. In light of this, why not forge 12 flags for the great divine array, each bearing the likeness of the ancestral shamans? By continuously absorbing malevolent energy, we may yet restore the integrity of the formation. Lu Changming proposed without hesitation, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Upon hearing Lu Changming's suggestion, Di Jiang and the others fell into contemplative silence, fully aware of the truth in his words. The absence of Hutu indeed left a void akin to a missing cornerstone, even with a great shaman to fill the gap. It could never equate to a unified whole, and thus the array remained flawed. Should they forge the 12 divine flags, it could serve as an auxiliary to their grand array, an optimal solution, albeit with an unresolved issue. However, we ancestral shamans lack primordial spirits, rendering us incapable of refining any spiritual treasures. How shall we wield these flags? Even if they were to be created, they would serve no purpose. Di Jiang's gaze bore into Lu Changming, his expectations palpable. Lu Changming did not disappoint. As soon as he finished speaking, he declared, aside from employing primordial spirits to refine magical artifacts, blood sacrifice may also be an alternative. This method, however, requires 4,900 years to complete, and should the sacrificial artifact sustain damage, the one offering the blood will suffer grievous injuries due to the bloodline connection. Hutu, upon hearing this, began to mentally calculate the implications of Lu Changming's suggestion, recognizing its potential benefits for their clan. She nodded to Di Jiang, directing a finger to his brow, and the method of blood sacrifice materialized in his mind. After familiarizing himself with the sacrificial process, even he could not suppress a smile. Historically, apart from a select few ancestral shamans who emerged bearing spiritual treasures, most had relied solely on their physical forms and bloodline abilities in battle. The blood sacrifice method not only enabled them to forge the great divine array, but also allowed their fellow warriors to refine their own magical artifacts, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the shaman clan. He turned to Lu Changming, his demeanor earnest as he expressed, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Changming. This method is of utmost importance to our clan. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as a friend of the shaman tribe." Nearby, Zhu Rong and other ancestral shamans nodded in agreement, affirming Dejong's sentiments, as long as he posed no threat to their clan and offered substantial assistance. They were willing to acknowledge such an ally. Lu Changming smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he inquired, "Are you all satisfied now? The establishment of my underworld owes much to the support of Lady Hutu, yet currently it remains unstaffed and cannot function. The positions of the 10 Yama Kings are vacant. What thoughts do you, esteemed ancestral shamans, have on this matter?" Dejong's gaze flickered with contemplation, his heart swayed, yet he held his tongue, redirecting his attention to Hutu, eager to discern her perspective. "Are you not aware of the significance of the 10 Yama Kings? Should you recruit from the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness, it is not beyond possibility to find 10 loyal practitioners. Once you relinquish these positions to our clan, there shall be no room for regret." Hutu's expression remained composed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of turbulence, her inner thoughts far from tranquil. Lu Changming, without a moment's hesitation, nodded and replied, "I shall not regret this. The 10 Yama Kings shall serve beneath me. I truly believe that once occupied by the shaman clan, they will be free from my command. Furthermore, as friends to the ancestral shamans, and with Lady Hutu present in the netherworld, would they dare defy your collective will? Even if dissent were to arise, as the Emperor of the Underworld, I shall ensure they comprehend who governs these realms." Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, smiles of appreciation blossomed on the faces of the ancestral shamans, their gazes filled with admiration for him. Hutu also smiled, addressing the assembly. "In that case, I kindly ask that each of you send forth a great shaman along with 500 warriors from your respective clans to serve in the underworld. However, once they enter, they shall not partake in the forthcoming war against the demons. I hope for your understanding on this matter." As her words concluded, a tinge of regret flickered in Hutu's eyes. Dejong and the others offered no further objections, their expressions indifferent, yet their eyes reflected a deep affection for Hutu, their kin of countless years. For them, the mere presence of a handful of great shamans and several thousand warriors would scarcely alter the broader conflict with the demon clan. Moreover, Hutu was their most cherished younger sister, and having more members of the Wu clan come to accompany her was indeed a blessing. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dejong and the others departed from the underworld, each returning to their respective tribes. Having been away for such an extended time, they feared that their clans might descend into chaos if they did not return promptly. Hutu watched the ancestral shaman depart. A sorrowful expression surfaced in her eyes. She understood that perhaps this would be their final farewell. Observing Hutu's melancholic demeanor, Lu Changming, who stood beside her, fell into a contemplative silence. He was acutely aware of the fate that awaited the Wu clan in the future, and not knowing what to say, he could only remain by her side in silence. After a considerable pause, Hutu finally regained her composure, turning to Lu Changming with a smile. She spoke, expressing her gratitude for all he had done for her clan, saying, "I owe you a debt of gratitude. Henceforth, you shall handle all matters of the underworld on my behalf. Here is my token. Should you encounter any formidable adversaries, crush it, and I shall appear to save you." After a brief pause for reflection, Hutu waved her hand, and an old woman emerged from her being. The figure bowed to both Lu Changming and Hutu, addressing her as Meng Pa, the goddess of the underworld. "Your Highness, the mortal realm is fraught with turmoil, and there is no home at the end of the river of forgetfulness. Rather than reminisce, it is better to forget. As the ruler of this underworld, I shall serve in your stead, and Meng Pa shall take my place." With a calm demeanor, Hutu completed her words and waved her hand, conjuring a pavilion behind the Naiha Bridge. Meng Pa appeared before her, a large cauldron filled with a yellowish broth before her. This was the Meng Pa soup, a potion that, once consumed, would erase the memories of past lives, allowing for rebirth. As Meng Pa vanished, Hutu cast one last glance at the underworld, her form slowly dissipating, leaving behind only a soft sigh. Hutu transformed into reincarnation, no longer a shaman, and from that moment forth, The vast wilderness would know her only as the benevolent goddess Pingxin. Witnessing Pingxin's departure, Lu Changming exhaled deeply, clutching the token she had left behind, as he surveyed the desolate underworld before him. A smile crept upon his lips, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he murmured, "This is the wilderness. This is the underworld. This is my beginning." With those words, Lu Changming's figure vanished, reappearing at the heart of Fengdu City. His habitual dwelling ate tea that moment. The underworld returned to tranquility, with only the souls being reborn through the cycle of reincarnation, embarking on their new journeys. In his secluded chamber, Lu Changming sat beneath the glowing judge's pen and book of life and death. Concealing his heavenly secrets, an object materialized in his hand. An intricately designed scroll adorned with countless stars, their lights swirling and emanating an aura of mystery. The ancient city of Fengdu has granted me dominion over the underworld. What secrets does this enigmatic scroll hold, and what gifts might it bestow upon me? With these thoughts, Lu Changming directed his spiritual energy into the mysterious scroll. Soon, the starlight surrounding it dissipated, transforming into a celestial map that floated before him. Suddenly, a beam of divine light shot forth from the star map, penetrating Lu Changming's mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, joy illuminating his expression as he realized that the map contained coordinates of countless worlds. It turned out that when the system was annihilated by the Great Dao, it merged its traversing capabilities with the records of world coordinates, ultimately transforming into this spiritual treasure aligned with the laws of the wilderness. This meant that Lu Changming could not only witness the unfolding of myths within this wilderness, but also traverse to other myriad realms, bearing witness to the grandeur of diverse beings. Beyond this, the star map also contained a technique known as mastering all laws. Within the myriad worlds, countless techniques exist, and while many are potent in their own right, Lu Changming could stand above them all. With the mastering all laws technique, he could master an array of paths and combat techniques, ultimately transforming them into the foundational practice most suited to him, making him exceedingly formidable. In contemplating this, Lu Changming felt a surge of excitement. After a long while, he managed to calm himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. There's no rush to witness the splendor of other worlds. For now, I've only just begun my journey in the wilderness, and there is still much ground to cover. Although I have attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal through the effects of merit, to achieve true supremacy, I must establish a solid foundation. A towering edifice rises from the ground up. Only by taking one step at a time can I achieve a state of harmonious unity. With this realization, Lu Changming made a resolute decision, his eyes gleaming with determination as he began to cultivate according to the mastering all laws. Gradually, his aura grew fainter, were it not for the rise and fall of his chest. One might have mistaken him for lifeless. Subsequently, the pervasive energy within the underworld surged into his chamber, coalescing into a large black cocoon enveloping him entirely. He embarked on his most significant transformation. This process did not go unnoticed by Pingxin. As the architect of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, every action in the underworld bore consequences for the stability of the cycle. She furrowed her brow slightly, and with a flick of her hand, she sealed the underworld, ensuring that none could enter or spy without her permission. Her actions left many saints perplexed. Within the western Shumi Mountain, Zhuanti and Jane sat facing each other, one with a troubled expression, the other wearing a smile. "Senior brother, the emergence of the underworld stirs my spirit. It is of great significance to our sect. Should we not send someone to establish a presence there? Controlling the underworld could significantly expedite our rise in the west." Jane nodded at Juni's words before shaking his head. "Junior brother, while the underworld is indeed important to us, now is not the time for rash actions. Pingxin is no weaker than a saint. We should observe the developments. The three pure ones in the east would not overlook such a significant realm, and perhaps we could witness their conflict." On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but was interrupted by Laozi, who declared, "This matter does not concern us. Instead, let us meditate on the Yellow Court and comprehend the Great Dao." Seeing Laozi's stance, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian fell silent as well. Following suit, and closing their eyes to contemplate the Great Dao in the midst of chaos. A purple Taoist temple flickered into view. Impervious to the myriad chaotic energies that could not breach its sanctity, not a faint voice echoed before the temple vanished from sight. Under heaven, all are but ants. The tide of destiny is inexorable. In the wilderness, 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the ancestral shamans who returned to the Wu clan's ancestral land dispatched a great shaman and 500 elite warriors into the underworld. Initiating its operations, within Lu Changming's retreat, the black cocoon formed from the swirling yin energy pulsed with a heartbeat, a terrifying aura hinting at its power. Suddenly, cracking sounds erupted as fissures appeared on the surface of the black cocoon. A beam of dark, mysterious light shooting skyward from within. This divine light burst forth from the retreat, emerging into the underworld, visible to all beings of the wilderness, in the heavenly court. Emperor Jun engaged in discussion with high-ranking members of the demon clan. Sensed the ominous aura emanating from the black light. His expression darkened, a glimmer of coldness appearing in his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he returned his focus to the meeting, deliberating on how to strengthen the demon clan's power. Beside the Six Paths of Reincarnation, a serene palace stood, Ping Xin's abode within the underworld. Sensing Lu Changming's presence, a smile graced her lips. He has finally awakened. His aura is significantly stronger than before. I wonder if he can subdue the 12 great shamans. The stability of the reincarnation cycle rested heavily upon the underworld. While I have faith in you, should you fail to command the respect of those great shamans, I shall not intervene in the primordial chaos. Ultimately, power reigned supreme within the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Sensing the aura of Lu Changming, Lao Zi's hand trembled slightly, causing a furnace containing the 9-turn golden elixir to shatter. He indifferently swept away the remnants of the elixir and once again ignited the furnace for alchemy. Meanwhile, the Yuan Shirtianzun residing in the Yusu Palace let out a cold snort, seemingly disapproving of Lu Changming from the very beginning. As he instructed his disciples, Tong Tian displayed a hint of regret. He held Lu Changming in high regard, yet lamented the absence of a fated bond between them in the western Shumi Mountain, amidst the various sanctuaries of the great powers across the primordial world. Lu Changming remained oblivious to the discussion surrounding him. Even if he were aware, it would not perturb him in the slightest. At this moment, the black cocoon, which had revealed cracks, shattered completely. Lu Changming extended his hands and tore it apart along the fissures. A flash of black light illuminated the chamber as Lu Changming, adorned in the robe of the Underworld Dragon Emperor, materialized within his secluded abode. He gazed at the fragments of the cocoon and waved his hand, transforming the black remnants into pure yin energy that surged towards the entire underworld. All souls within the underworld, whether they were destined for reincarnation or serving within its realms, felt their spiritual bodies solidify to some extent. This bore immense benefits for them. I possess a heart of Dao, long shackled by the burdens of dust. Today, as the dust settles, light emerges, illuminating the vast mountains and rivers of the primordial world. These two ethereal lines reverberated throughout the underworld, imbued with profound mysteries. Congratulations, Dao, friend Changming, for your remarkable advancement in power. Now that you have emerged from your seclusion, it is essential to pay heed to the underworld. However, our clan's great shaman is unruly, and you must bear with him. The voice of Ping Xin, though her form did not manifest, reached Lu Changming's ears. As the lord of the underworld, Lu Changming, even in seclusion, was not entirely oblivious to the affairs of his domain. A slight smile graced his lips. Rest assured, Lady Ping Xin, if I cannot manage this matter, I am not worthy of being called the lord of the underworld. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Ping Xin refrained from further discourse, eager to learn what advancements Lu Changming had made during his retreat. With no response from Ping Xin, Lu Changming understood she was no longer focused on him. And a smile crept onto his face that a brief calculation revealed he had been in seclusion for 5,000 years, that a day within the cave equates to 1,000 years in the world. It is time to assess what I have gained in these 5 millennia. Lu Changming murmured softly. As his words fell, his form gradually dissipated into ethereal nothingness, vanishing from the secret chamber. In the heart of Fengdu, ancient city, stood Lu Changming's Underworld Emperor Palace, while to the east loomed 10 grand halls, known as the 10 Halls of Yama. Within the first hall, the Qin Guangwang Hall, 12 great shamans of the Wu clan gathered, their eyes shimmering with vitality. Brothers, the Underworld Emperor has emerged from seclusion. How should we, as his kin, treat this ruler of the Underworld? A great shaman, with fiery red hair and an aura of fervor, rose and asked solemnly. Bang! Upon hearing the shaman's words. Another great shaman also stood, slamming his palm on the table, his eyes brimming with combativeness. What else is there to do but engage in battle? He declared that in our clan, strength reigns supreme. If he wishes us to heed his commands, he must possess the power to subdue us. Otherwise, what right does he have to govern the underworld? The other great shamans nodded in silent agreement, recognizing this as the best course of action. If he could indeed subdue them, all would be well. Should he fail, they might nominally accept Lu Changming's leadership, but in reality, that would remain uncertain. This emperor harbors the same sentiment, that if you all hold such discontent toward me, I too wish to see if you possess the qualifications to serve under me and hold positions in the 10 Halls of Yama. Lu Changming's voice resonated within the hall as he materialized before the assembly of great shamans. Upon witnessing Lu Changming's presence and hearing his declaration, the great shamans unleashed their auras, each embodying a realm equivalent to the late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Some among them had even touched the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. We, the 12 of us, are here. Which opponent does the Underworld Emperor wish to select? Queried the fiery-haired shaman. Team matters not who among you battles. However, to earn your respect, let the strongest among you take the field, lest you deny my authority later. Lu Changming surveyed the assembly with an air of nonchalance, seemingly dismissive of their presence. Humph, such arrogance. I, Xing Tan, stand here on behalf of my brothers to challenge the Underworld Emperor. Should I be defeated, we shall willingly accept the Emperor's command and serve as your general. However, if I prevail, I can only extend my apologies. Brimming with fervent combat spirit, Xing Tian stepped forth from the ranks of great shamans, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for battle against Lu Changming. The other great shamans refrained from voicing any opposition, indicating Xing Tian's prowess amongst them was indeed formidable. Lu Changming, observing the battle fervor emanating from Xing Tian, felt a flicker of excitement. He had not anticipated that the ancestral shamans would dispatch such a top-tier warrior to the underworld. Yet, now that Xing Tian had arrived, he would not hold back. Xing Tian would undoubtedly be subdued and become a premier warrior within the underworld. Come forth and battle. With those two words, Lu Changming unleashed his full aura, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This was the perfect moment to validate the fruits of his seclusion. Upon hearing Lu Changming's command, Xing Tian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He refrained from further words, letting out a thunderous roar as malevolent energy coalesced in his grasp. As Xing Tian launched a punch towards Lu Changming. A fist imprint, forged from the gathered malevolent energy, hurtled towards him, warping the surrounding space with a sound of distress. Lu Changming, witnessing this, did not flinch. He felt no need to evade. Instead, he clenched his right fist and met Xing Tian's strike head-on. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided, both feeling the immense force exerted by the other, letting out low growls as they vied for dominance. After a moment, Lu Changming and Xing Tian matched each other in strength. And then, with a tacit understanding, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring to the skies above the netherworld, where they stood facing each other. Xing Tian wielded a massive axe and a shield, and as these artifacts appeared, his aura intensified, becoming increasingly tempestuous. Above Lu Changming's head, the book of life and death materialized, and with the judge's pen in his hand, he exuded no trace of energy, as if he were merely an observer in this confrontation. Be cautious. Your ability to wield these two artifacts is thanks to your blood sacrifice technique, Xing Tian declared, his eyes glinting with coldness as his left-hand shield transformed into an ancient divine mountain, crashing down towards Lu Changming. Without a glance to see if this attack would succeed, he swung his giant axe, cleaving through the void, aimed at Lu Changming's waist. As Lu Changming beheld the ancient divine mountain descending from the heavens and Xing Tian charging forth, a divine light flickered in his eyes. His blood surged with excitement. This was the battle he longed for. Roar! With a powerful shout, the book of life and death above Lu Changming glimmered, forming layers of protective barriers around him. Yet merely being on the defensive was not in Lu Changming's nature. He brandished the judge's pen, unleashing beams of light that crossed in a deadly trajectory towards Xing Tian. Kill! Kill! Xing Tian disregarded Lu Changming's two beams of light, opting instead to receive them with his flesh. The pain invigorated him further. With each thunderous roar, the vitality surged through Xing Tian, and the divine light erupted from every pore of his being. His aura raged like an unending torrent, an unstoppable river of power flowing forth. Annihilate the 8 directions. A series of radiant axe lights erupted from the figure of Xing Tian, dispersing in all directions. Each beam imbued with a terrifying power, relentlessly cleaving toward Lu Changming. Witnessing Xing Tian's formidable strength, Lu Changming's expression grew markedly grave. The brilliance in his eyes flickered as he deftly gestured with his left hand, forming intricate seals, while his right hand wielded the judge's pen, inscribing significant characters in the void. Azura Path, Hungry Ghost Path, a phantom of the Six Paths of Reincarnation materialized beneath the tip of Lu Changming's pen, which then transformed into 2 distinct apparitions. Point 1 depicted a warrior of the Azura clan, howling wrathfully toward the heavens, while the other exuded a ghastly aura, representing the king of all evil spirits. These 2 phantoms, brimming with fearlessness, brandished their weapons, advancing to meet the onslaught of axe lights unleashed by Xing Tian. Time and again, they were torn apart, only to be reborn, effectively shielding against all incoming attacks. Lu Changming did not relent, continually inscribing characters in the air. Extract vitality. Death energy approaches. From the first layer of the 18 levels of hell, the tongue-pulling hell, a series of divine powers emanated from Lu Changming's hands. And gradually, Xing Tian began to feel the strain, his body becoming riddled with countless wounds. Although these injuries did not threaten his essence nor seriously incapacitate him, the accumulation of such wounds would inevitably lead to his defeat in the end. Xing Tian was acutely aware of this outcome, yet the fire of battle still blazed in his eyes, even intensifying further as a mighty shaman born from the blood pool crafted by the ancestral witches using their essence and paying his heart. He was indeed exceptional among his kin. While most of his fellow shamans wielded bloodline talents akin to those of the ancestral witches, Xing Tian alone commanded the divine powers of war. Adhering to the laws of battle, he was born for combat, and as long as his fighting spirit endured, he would continue to fight, irrespective of his adversary. He would never falter, with his battle spirit soaring. Xing Tian's blood boiled, and the ferocious aura surrounding him began to warp the very space around him. As long as my heart persists, and my fighting spirit remains unextinguished, let the slaughter commence. Xing Tian summoned a great shield to his back and wielded his colossal axe with both hands, surging towards Lu Changming in a strike that channeled all his convictions. The gravity of the moment was unmistakable in Lu Changming's eyes. He inhaled deeply, gently closed his eyes, and activated the myriad laws. When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with a silver hue, as if ethereal symbols danced within, analyzing Xing Tian's movements. With a flash, the judge's pen transformed into a longsword, radiating a sharp aura that pierced the very soul. What you can do, I can as well. Slash! Lu Changming swung the longsword, also aiming to cleave at Xing Tian. The other grand shamans and Ping Xin, who were observing this battle, displayed expressions of astonishment. Drip, drip, blood fell drop by drop from the air, releasing an enchanting fragrance. The grand shaman Zhu Hua from the Zhu Rong tribe gazed at the backs of Xing Tian and Lu Changming, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with shock. Did I not see correctly? The Emperor of the Underworld wields the laws of battle as well, and shares the same origin as Brother Xing Tian. How could this be? In all my travels across the wilderness, I have never encountered another who could command the laws of battle. His doubts echoed those of the other grand shamans, who were equally incredulous at the scene before them. There is no need for speculation. My dear friend Changming does not share the same origin in the laws of battle as Xing Tian. He has merely employed some divine power to replicate it. Yet I did not anticipate that he could mimic such a profound essence on his very first attempt. Ping Xin's figure materialized before the crowd as she waved her hand, channeling two streams of energy into Xing Tian and Lu Changming, alleviating their wounds, while she began to explain to the assembly, "We have encountered the ancestral Witch Hutu. Changming, we are grateful to you, Lady Ping Xin, for your healing." Xing Tian and the other grand shamans respectfully bowed to Ping Xin, and Lu Changming also offered her a gesture of gratitude. Ping Xin smiled gently, nodding at Lu Changming before turning her gaze to Xing Tian, inquiring, "Now, do you yield?" Xing Tian nodded, his gaze toward Lu Changming filled with admiration. Indeed, Lu Changming's strength surpassed his own, even though he was merely a mid-stage de Luo Jinxian. "Your subordinate Xing Tian pays respects to the Emperor of the Underworld. From now on, I shall follow your lead." "Your subordinate Zhu Hua pays respect to the Emperor of the Underworld. From now on, I shall follow your lead." Your subordinate Di Kong, Zhu Sheng, and Gong Yun. The remaining 11 grand shamans all bowed in unison to Lu Changming, each declaring themselves as his subordinates. Lu Changming's face revealed a hint of joy as he waved his hand, personally assisting Xing Tian and the others to their feet, then regarded them solemnly. "Since you have already honored me as the Lord of the Underworld and have served as the 10 Yama Kings for a time, yet have not received my official decree, you do not yet hold any divine positions within the Underworld. The moment is opportune. I hereby officially bestow upon you the positions of the 10 Yama Kings, and I hope you will diligently fulfill your duties and not disappoint me." Hearing Lu Changming's words, their faces were filled with solemnity as they collectively bowed to him, declaring, "We shall faithfully obey the Emperor's decree. All shall be prioritized for the Underworld, and we shall fulfill our responsibilities." Lu Changming nodded, the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's pen manifesting in his hands as he proclaimed, "Today, I, the Lord of the Underworld, officially appoint you as the 10 Yama Kings. Zhu Hua, step forward to receive your decree. I appoint you as King Qin Guang. Gong Yun, step forward to receive your decree. I appoint you as King Chu Jiang. Chang Yi, step forward to receive your decree. I appoint you as King of the Wheel of Reincarnation. From this day forth, the 10 Yama Kings shall take their positions, assisting me in governing the Underworld, ensuring the 6 Paths of Reincarnation operates in an orderly and stable manner. I appoint Xing Tian as my left judge, and Di Kong as my right judge. Any who show disrespect to the Underworld or oppose it shall be met with extermination." Boom! Boom! As Lu Changming's words echoed, the entire realm of the Underworld trembled. A surge of Underworld's fortune accompanied by merit flowed into Xing Tian and the others. They understood well the significance of this merit and began to concentrate and absorb it. Gradually, as they fully absorbed the merit, their appearances underwent a remarkable transformation. Zhu Hua and the other 10 Yama Kings donned celestial crowns, dressed in dragon robes, exuding an aura of authority. They exchanged glances, then bowed to Lu Changming, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Emperor of the Underworld." "Thank you for your grace." Lu Changming surveyed the transformed figures of the 10 Yama Kings, nodding in satisfaction. With a subtle thought, the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's pen split into 10. Descending into the hands of the Yama Kings, the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's pen are treasures of the Underworld. As the 10 Yama Kings, you shall preside over the judgment of souls, and thus must wield them. That I hope you will make good use of them. We shall faithfully abide by the Emperor's decree. We will utilize them wisely. The 10 Yama Kings bowed in unison to Lu Changming, affirming their commitment. That moment, Xing Tian and Di Kong also underwent a transformation, clad in armor, their eyes brimming with fierce determination. Xing Tian and Di Kong, heed my command. All clans and factions in the wilderness, regardless of size, possess great armies to protect themselves. Although our underworld is newly established, we cannot allow others to pry into our affairs. I command you both to establish a formidable army for the underworld, composed of the shaman warriors, and any who dare to spy or infringe shall be met with merciless slaughter. Excitement gleamed in Xing Tian and Di Kong's eyes. This was their expertise. They addressed Lu Changming with confidence, declaring, "Rest assured, Emperor, we will establish a battle-hardened army for the Underworld." Seeing their commitment, Lu Changming waved his hand, and a booming sound resonated from the west side of Fengdu City. "Any souls unwilling to reincarnate may reside in the western part of my Fengdu City. They shall become members of my Underworld Ghost Clan. This Fengdu City is also the foundation of my Underworld. You may select warriors from among those spirits. Should I be absent, Xing Tian and Di Kong shall oversee the fortifications, while the 10 Yama Kings assist from the side. Rest assured, Emperor, as long as we are here, no one shall disrupt Fengdu City." Xing Tian and the others earnestly assured Lu Changming as they spoke. Lu Changming nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the assembly. "Very well. You shall each attend to your respective duties and set the Underworld in motion." With that, he waved his hand dismissively. In response, Xing Tian and the others respectfully bowed to Lu Changming before departing on their individual tasks. Once they had left, Ping Xian turned her gaze towards Lu Changming, her eyes shimmering with a ripple of intrigue. She spoke, "It seems your retreat has yielded significant rewards, for you have cultivated such formidable powers that even Xing Tian's own battle laws can be emulated. What is your true origin?" Lu Changming was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to explain himself to Ho deceive a being of such grandeur would be a challenge surpassing even that of becoming a quasi-saint. Fortunately, Ping Xian did not press further. She had no expectation for Lu Changming to respond, understanding that every individual harbors their own secrets. That a few days prior, my elder brother conveyed that the 12 capital Heavenly God's flag has been successfully forged, and the ancestral which to replace me has also been gathered. Although there are still some flaws, it surpasses our earlier expectations. Why brother wishes to extend his gratitude to you, should the opportunity arise. You are always welcome as a guest of my Wu clan." Lu Changming smiled warmly, waving his hand gently. "Your Highness is too kind. Were it not for your permission, how could I have established the Underworld? This is merely my duty." Hearing Lu Changming's words, Ping Xian did not elaborate further. She merely regarded him with a profound gaze before vanishing from his sight, having emerged into this boundless sea of blood. And with the Underworld now stabilized, I have ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It is time to behold the majestic panorama of the primordial chaos. As he watched Ping Xian depart, Lu Changming murmured to himself, then vanished from view. Suddenly, a vast opening tore through the sky above the sea of blood, and Lu Changming's figure emerged, gazing at the distant, towering peaks with an expression of bewilderment. For Lu Changming, the primordial chaos had always been but a concept. Now, it had materialized into reality, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to where to go next. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the sacred mountain at the very center of the primordial chaos, and the confusion within him dissipated. The Buzhou Mountain, transformed from Pangu's spine, stands as the pillar of the primordial chaos, having been toppled by Gong Gong, thus becoming a significant regret of the primordial realm. Now, during the final stages of the Wu and Yao calamity, if I do not venture forth to witness it, I may never have the chance to behold Buzhou Mountain again. To arrive in the primordial chaos without experiencing the first sacred mountain would be a grievous waste of my journey. With a resolute decision made within his heart, the bewilderment in Lu Changming's eyes faded, and he swiftly advanced, traversing a distance of 100,000 miles toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. The vastness of the primordial chaos seemed boundless, and a millennium had passed. Yet to Lu Changming, Buzhou Mountain now felt a tad closer, albeit still a great distance away. However, this millennium was far from monotonous. Along the way, he encountered peculiar wonders of the primordial chaos that greatly enriched his experiences, granting him a clearer understanding of this realm. As time swiftly passed, 37,000 years elapsing, Lu Changming finally halted his steps, standing before Buzhou Mountain, absorbing its essence with a heart full of admiration. Even after such a long passage of time, the mountain still exuded a potent aura of Pangu, making one ponder the unimaginable strength of the living Pangu. Lu Changming closed his eyes, no longer relying on sight to perceive Buzhou Mountain, but rather immersing himself in the essence it emanated, grand, majestic, vast, benevolent, imposing, Gradually, Lu Changming entered trance, unaware of his surroundings or what he should do. Only knowing he must feel and comprehend to outsiders at that moment, Lu Changming appeared as a mere automaton, relentlessly climbing toward Buzhou Mountain, his internal energy circulating with great intensity, in the blink of an eye. 5,000 years passed. As he ascended, Lu Changming suddenly felt a tremor through his body, his eyes snapping open, a divine light flashing within them. Exhaling softly, a smile graced his face, and epiphany such as this is worth more than several millennia of arduous cultivation. This journey to Buzhou Mountain has truly proven worthwhile. Surveying his current position, he found himself halfway up the mountain, determination gleaming in his eyes as he continued his ascent toward the summit. Having traversed so far, it would be a shame to abandon this endeavor without witnessing the breathtaking scenery from the peak of the Primordial Chaos's foremost sacred mountain. Just as he resolved to continue his climb, a sudden force emanating from his right drew his attention, captivating him entirely. Could it be that Buzhou Mountain is indeed a land of fortune for me? First, I experienced an epiphany, and now something of significance appears to beckon me. It seems I am indeed favored by fate. Joy danced upon Lu Changming's face as he hesitated not for a moment and stepped toward the source of the alluring pull. Before long, Lu Changming halted his advance, gazing at the mountain wall before him. His eyes flickering with uncertainty, he began weaving hand seals, and finally, with a flourish, a flash of purple divine light erupted. The ethereal shadows of the Six Paths of Reincarnation materialized in his gaze as he studied the mountain wall, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, a grand formation guards this place. It appears there is great fortune to be found here, yet it cannot escape my discerning eyes. Lu Changming's confidence surged as he approached the mountain wall. After a moment's concentration, he pressed forward through the rippling veil, merging into the wall itself. There, he found himself within a dazzling array of light, constantly shifting his position within its confines, until he finally emerged from the formation. However, before he could discern what treasures lay hidden within this array, a cool voice resonated in his ear. I thought someone had triggered the formation I set, but it turns out to be you. Lu Changming's expression shifted as he turned to see a woman adorned in elegant robes, her hair flowing gracefully, with a gaze that captivated the heart. Even after having encountered beings akin to Ping Xen, he found himself momentarily entranced, only to realize that he could not recall her face, no matter how hard he tried. May I inquire if you are the goddess Nuwa? Given the peculiar sensation that enveloped Lu Changming, it could only belong to Nuwa, who had already ascended to sainthood. He quickly realized that this place bore no treasures meant for him. It was merely a cave-dwelling Nuwa had established before attaining her divine status on Buzhou Mountain. Upon hearing Lu Changming's question, Nuwa nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with divine light. Before expressing her curiosity, "You are quite intriguing. Your aura bears the essence of my human race, yet it differs from the humanity I have created. Even I cannot discern your origins." Lu Changming's heart raced at Nuwa's words, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. With figures such as Ho Tu and Nuwa, both possessing profound cultivation, could it be that their intuition was unfailingly accurate? He dared not reveal his origins, at least not at this moment. For who could predict the consequences of such a revelation? My lady jests. I am indeed of the human race, though I currently serve as the ruler of the Underworld. The Emperor of the Dead, with a slight tug at the corners of his lips, Lu Changming spoke to Nuwa, refraining from deception, for he knew not the repercussions of falsehood. Fortunately, Nuwa did not delve deeper into Lu Changming's identity. Had it not been for his inadvertent intrusion into her previous dwelling, she might not have cast a glance in his direction. This is the cave dwelling I shared with my brother before attaining sainthood. It has been sealed since. You are the first to enter. Under normal circumstances, I would have to punish those who trespass into my abode. Yet, since you are of the human race and we share a bond of fate, do tell me, how should I treat you? Nuwa's gaze sparkled with mischief, eager to hear Lu Changming's response. You have intruded upon my dwelling. What do you think I should do with you? Nuwa looked at Lu Changming with a mocking gaze, eager to witness the choice he would make in this moment. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Lu Changming revealed a wry smile. For Nuwa, as a revered sage, stood at the pinnacle of countless beings in the primordial world. How could he ever articulate a course of action that would satisfy her? With a sense of resignation, he spoke, "Your Highness Niwa, please just tell me what you desire. In truth, I possess nothing of value in your eyes. The only thing I have is my life. If you seek it, then take it." Observing Lu Changming's expression, Niwa found herself at a loss for words, her annoyance transforming into amusement at his predicament. "Why would I wish for your life? You are the emperor of the underworld. If I were to take your life, it would render the underworld dysfunctional, and I would bear the immense karma resulting from such an act. I shall not impose upon you. It has been ages since I last traversed this primordial land. How about you guide me on a stroll through this vast expanse as a gesture of your apology?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changming let out a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming with brightness. "With your words, I am reassured. Let us embark." Niwa glanced at Lu Changming but chose not to utter further words. With a subtle shift of her form, she transformed her appearance. Though her visage was unremarkable, an aura of compassion radiated from her, exuding warmth that in response, Lu Changming offered Niwa a slight bow and exited her abode. After a moment of contemplation, he did not descend the mountain, but instead continued his ascent towards the summit that a decision once made should not be retracted, especially since Niwa would not hinder him. Indeed, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Niwa remained silent and accompanied him towards the peak of Mount Buzhou. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lu Changming and Niwa stood atop Mount Buzhou, gazing at the surrounding majestic mountains. A surge of ambition welled within Lu Changming's heart. He could not help but shout towards the heavens, feeling a shift in his essence. Previously, he had harbored a sense of unfamiliarity and trepidation towards this primordial realm. Yet now, standing atop this mountain, towering over the peaks, those feelings of strangeness and fear dissipated. He yearned to stand at the apex of the primordial world, and that was his aspiration. Observing Lu Changming's demeanor, Niwa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Since her emergence and ascension to sagehood, she had encountered many, some filled with ambition, others aimless, but none possessed the complexity of Lu Changming. Had she not wished to understand him better, she, as a sage, would not have chosen to be by his side, wandering through the primordial expanse. After a lengthy pause, Lu Changming finally released the torrent of emotions within him. He turned to the solitary Niwa, his gaze flickering slightly, then bowed respectfully that "I may have acted rashly. I hope you will not take offense." Niwa shook her head gently and inquired, "Now that we have reached the summit of Mount Buzhou, have you decided where to take me in the primordial world?" After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced Lu Changming's lips. "Before becoming the emperor of the underworld, I was human, and you are the mother of humanity. How about we visit the realm of the human race?" Niwa studied Lu Changming intently before nodding. Very well. With their decision made, Lu Changming and Niwa did not linger at the summit, but retraced their steps down towards the direction of the human settlements. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Lu Changming realized that the climb had consumed nearly 15,000 years of time. This revelation deepened his appreciation for the fact that time was the most undervalued and overlooked aspect of the primordial world. As Lu Changming and Niwa journeyed, pausing intermittently, they observed the transformations of the primordial realm. Listening to Niwa impart knowledge about things he had never encountered before, enriching his understanding. Thus, they traveled for a millennium before finally arriving at the present dwelling of humanity. At this moment, thousands of years had passed since Niwa created the human race, and during these millennia, humanity had flourished, growing from a mere 129,600 individuals to hundreds of billions. Yet, even with such a vast population, they occupied only half of this region, a testament to the vastness of the primordial world. Lu Changming and Niwa refrained from entering the heart of the human settlements immediately, opting instead to observe the state of humanity from the periphery with their divine senses. The humans had learned to use fire, construct dwellings from branches, and fashion garments from animal hides, giving rise to the three ancestral figures of humanity, Swerin, Yu Chao, and Zi. Subsequently, Lu Changming also altered his form, and together with Niwa, they concealed their appearances, blending into the myriad tribes of humanity to witness their current way of life. "Your Highness, how do you find the state of humanity now?" Did you ever envision that the race you created would flourish to this extent? Another millennium passed in reflection, and Liu Changming's heart swirled with myriad emotions. Being immersed in this primordial era, he gained clarity on the immense efforts required to nurture the human race and ensure its survival. A mix of sorrow and pride welled within him, causing his eyes to glisten as he spoke to Nuwa. Nuwa, too, sensed the emotions woven into Liu Changming's words and felt a kinship with his sentiments. After all, as the creator of humanity, she had a stake in their fate. She had always envisioned a race that abhorred slaughter and cherished peace. The current trajectory of humanity aligned with her original intentions. Logically, she should have offered protection to humanity, enabling them to grow in strength. However, upon attaining sagehood, she sensed an inevitable entanglement between humanity and the demon race, a conflict that could persist through lifetimes. On one side was the race she had created, and on the other, the demon race that revered her as their queen, which included her brother Fushi. Caught in this dilemma, she chose to refrain from assisting either side. Remaining in the chaos of the Wahuang heavens, her heart ached with turmoil, yet was a pain concealed from the eyes of others, while Nuwa and Liu Changming contemplated the current state of humanity. An overwhelming demon aura surged forth, the oppressive presence of a great Luo golden immortal descending upon the human realm. Delicious humans, this king's blood feast is here, as the immense demon aura ascended. The formidable pressure from the great Luo golden immortal threatened to topple the human territory. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu Changming's expression froze, his eyes igniting with a crimson fury, brimming with murderous intent as he bellowed. Demon race, you truly possess audacity. With that declaration, Liu Changming vanished from sight, racing towards the source of the malevolent energy. Nuwa's eyes glimmered with a cold intensity as she followed Liu Changming towards the locus of the demon aura. She had not anticipated that any demon would dare to so brazenly invade human territory. Had she been absent for too long, causing even these minor demons to disregard her presence? Or was this merely a test orchestrated by the two? She hoped it was not the latter, for if it were, they would not escape her wrath. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Nuwa's eyes as thoughts raced through her mind. Meanwhile, as the pressure of the great Luo golden immortal bore down on the human realm, three powerful auras surged from within humanity, uniting to counteract the oppressive force. Blood Moon Wolf King, you have repeatedly invaded our human race. You truly believe we lack the courage to fight back? The figures of Suiren, Yu Chao, and Z emerged, with Suiren being an early-stage great Luo golden immortal, while Yu Chao and Z had reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, albeit their cultivation levels were bolstered by their merits and thus lacked sufficient offensive capabilities. Even though humanity had inherited the golden elixir path from Laozi, only a select few could master it, and even fewer possessed potent offensive skills. Thus, when faced with the late-stage great Luo golden immortal, Blood Moon Wolf King, they could only unite to resist his invasion. You wish to contend with me? Do you know what your human race is capable of? I, Blood Moon Wolf, command 3 late-stage great Luo golden immortal beings, 8 early-stage great Luo golden immortal, and 1,000 Tai golden immortal, with countless subordinates at my command. You truly think you can extinguish my clan? Such arrogance was truly beyond measure. If you possess any sense of propriety, swiftly present 1,000,000 of your kind as sustenance for this king. Thereafter, offer 10,000 each day as tribute, and I may ensure the safety of your people. Otherwise, as the sinister aura dissipated, a colossal wolf, drenched in blood, materialized before the 3 from the Suiren clan, its eyes brimming with disdain for them and an insatiable hunger for humanity. The trio from the Suiren clan trembled with rage. Gritting their teeth, their eyes ablaze with fury. What nonsense is this? Each member of humanity is kin to us. We are here to protect them, not to offer them up as prey. Such delusions, to feast upon our kind, one must first see us perish. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. A flame erupted in the hands of the Suiren clan leader, the first spark of humanity's fire, his gaze resolute. The other 2, Yu Chao and Z, remained silent, each conjuring a makeshift dwelling of branches and a garment of animal hides, signaling their stance. to refuse a toast is to be forced to drink a penalty. Thus, let this king bring you to your demise. I have grown weary of this charade. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the blood-soaked Wolf King, which then swiped its massive claw at the trio from the swearing clan. A crimson claw arc manifested, nearly rending the very fabric of space, accompanied by a chilling howl as it surged forward. The trio's expressions hardened, aware of the countless humanity behind them. Retreat was not an option, and they had to endure the onslaught. Suddenly, the flames in the swearing clan leader's hands surged, enveloping him in a fiery aura, transforming him into a being of flame as he relentlessly struck forward. Blazing fists met the claw arc, producing explosive sounds. Yu Chao summoned a treehouse of branches, golden rings of light encircling it, creating a spectral barrier against the claw arc. Z brandished the animal hide garment, conjuring 3 rays of golden light to bolster their defenses, struggling in vain. Such efforts are futile. I shall make you aware of the chasm that lies between us. The blood moon descends. A howl pierced the air as the blood-soaked Wolf King's form radiated crimson light. A blood moon rising ominously behind him, hanging high in the sky. This eerie moon, infused with malevolence, hurtled toward the trio from the swearing clan at the Wolf King's command. Thunderous booms echoed as the ground beneath them was shrouded in dust and debris. The Blood Moon Wolf King, wearing a savage grin, evidently pleased with the outcome. Yet as the dust settled, the Wolf King froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. The trio from the swearing clan stood unscathed. And before them appeared a new figure, Lu Changming, who had arrived just in time to intercept the Wolf King's lethal strike. In the primordial realm, space is unwavering. Even the most powerful cannot tear it asunder. Only those of the quasi-saint and saintly realm possess such capability. Who are you? Why do you meddle in my affairs with humanity? The Blood Moon Wolf King demanded, unable to discern Lu Changming's true level. Eyeing him warily, fearful of an unexpected attack, that I, too, am of humanity. Do you not desire to use us as your blood feast? Come then, if you dare. Lu Changming's gaze was icy, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the area. Humanity? Impossible. Humanity has only existed for mere millennia. The beasts have thoroughly assessed their capabilities. How could a being like you exist among them? Do not jest with me. The Wolf King's disbelief was palpable as he recalled the ancient teachings of the Dao. Realizing that aside from the swearing clan leader, who had ascended through merit, no other great beings had emerged from their ranks. Thus, your invasion of humanity was merely a test. Was it? And you, a beast, dare to call me your companion? You are unworthy. Lu Changming scoffed, his disdain evident as he regarded the Wolf King with the indifference reserved for the deceased. Enough, I have spoken earnestly with you. Yet you insult me so brazenly. Regardless of your identity, you shall perish today. The blood moon descended. The Wolf King's eyes blazed crimson, provoked by Lu Changming's words, dismissing any consideration of his background as he resolved to end his life in fury. The blood moon rose once more, this time imbued with even greater power due to the Wolf King's rage, eclipsing the sky as it bore down upon Lu Changming with a howling fury. Do you not wish to know my identity? I shall reveal it now. The Book of Life and Death, the Judge's Pen, manifest. Lu Changming's lips curled into a cold smile, paying no heed to the descending blood moon. A flash of light signaled the emergence of the Book of Life and Death. Along with the Judge's Pen, unseen wave surged from the book, flipping its pages until it paused at a particular one. Upon glancing down, Lu Changming's expression hardened, revealing his indifference as he declared, "So you are called Shirho. In the name of the Lord of the Underworld, I command the blood moon to vanish with a sound akin to flowing water." The descending blood moon suddenly exuded an aura of decay, gradually dissipating into the air. What? This cannot be. Shirho's eyes brimmed with disbelief. His divine ability had simply vanished. This revelation shocked him even more than being intercepted by Lu Changming, filling him with an inexplicable dread, for he could not comprehend the means by which it had occurred. There is nothing impossible. In my eyes, all things are subject to the cycle of reincarnation, even innate divine abilities. Lu Changming's tone was unassuming, devoid of pride. This was merely a standard procedure following his ascension as the Lord of the Underworld. Previously, he had invoked the power of reincarnation through the Book of Life and Death, hastening the decay of the blood moon until it ultimately dissipated. I command Shurho's body to decay. I command Shurho's powers to be exhausted. I command Shurho's essence to rot. With the Book of Life and Death in hand, Lu Changming stood as the sole sovereign of this realm, pronouncing judgment upon as he spoke. The judge's pen traced the words upon the page dedicated to Shurho, and an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Once brimming with vitality and demonic energy, Shurho found his essence dissipating, his robust form collapsing to the ground, exuding a foul stench of decay. As this transformation occurred, a sinister aura emerged from nowhere, enveloping Shurho, whose expression morphed into one of sheer terror. No. Why has the decay of the celestial beings descended upon me? Why can you summon such decay? I refuse to believe it. I am a great Luo Jinxian. How could the decay of the celestial beings possibly afflict me? Yet no matter how Shurho protested, the decay intensified. His eyes lost their luster, teeth began to fall, and hair continuously shed, leaving him in abject decline. There is nothing impossible. I command Shurho's lifespan to be at its end. Lu Changming's gaze remained devoid of compassion as he executed a decisive stroke, extinguishing the last vestige of Shurho's essence. His spirit separating from his body, hovering in the air. Shurho's spirit appeared disoriented upon separation, but soon grasped his predicament, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. That my ancestor, the Blood Moon Wolf King, is a close minister to the Heavenly Court's Beast Emperor. You have slain me today. My ancestor shall surely demand your life in retribution, and all of humanity shall suffer for your actions. If you possess any sense of propriety, swiftly release this king. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Upon hearing the words of the Blood Moon Wolf King, Lu Changming revealed a faint, cold smile. Is that so? I await your ancestor to come and seek me. Whether I shall perish, whether the human race will be doomed, is something you cannot foresee. However, you will witness the annihilation of the Blood Moon Wolf clan at my hands. The Blood Moon Wolf clan is steeped in heinous crimes, truly the source of all evil. In the name of the Underworld Emperor, I decree that the entire Blood Moon Wolf clan's lifespan has come to an end, to be sent to the 18 layers of hell, tormented for millennia before they may reincarnate. The aura surrounding Lu Changming surged continuously. The death book in his hand flipped with fervor as he lifted the judge's pen to inscribe upon it. His complexion grew increasingly pale with each stroke, yet he remained resolute. Upon completing his writing, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, and his aura began to wither. The black light shot up from the death book, visible throughout the surrounding area of Buzhou Mountain, capturing the attention of many powerful beings. After pausing momentarily in midair, the black light surged towards the territory of the Blood Moon Wolf clan, instantly transforming that land into a desolate wasteland. Who dares to harm my Blood Moon Wolf clan? Our ancestor is a close confidant of the Heavenly Court's Demon Emperor. If you possess the ability, show yourself and fight. 3 late-stage Deluo golden immortals of the Blood Moon Wolf clan ascended into the sky, their eyes filled with hatred, their bodies exuding a miasmic stench. Yet their words received no reply. Though they wished to flee, under the might of the black light, escape was impossible. Soon, the Blood Moon Wolf clan found themselves utterly defenseless under this black light, completely obliterated. The howls of the wolves echoed into the heavens, their resentment continuously brewing, an unwillingness to accept their clan's extinction. The Blood Moon Wolf King, hearing those howls, gazed at Lu Changming with eyes filled with devilish rage and profound fear. How dare you? How dare you strike against me? You shall not die a good death. Our ancestor, the Heavenly Court, will not spare you. Ha! I'm the Underworld Emperor. I embody death. I embody reincarnation. Death is merely the commencement of the next cycle. As for you, you shall descend alongside your kin into the 18 layers of hell to bear the consequences of your sins. Lu Changming let out a soft scoff, his eyes brimming with fearlessness, as he waved his hand to summon the illusory gate of the underworld, directly casting the Blood Moon Wolf King into the realm of the netherworld. With a pale visage yet a straightened back, he gazed towards the distant sky, sensing an immensely powerful aura approaching. That aura transcended the realm of the Luo golden immortals. The individual was a quasi-saint. You bear the scent of my clan's offspring. Blood Moon Wolf King Jihao, did you slay my Blood Wolf clan? A pressure indicative of a quasi-saint enveloped Lu Changming, and a low, sonorous voice resonated. Before him appeared an elder clad in silver armor, his hair stained with blood. The elder's gaze towards Lu Changming was filled with murderous intent, pain, restraint, and resentment, all emotions vividly manifesting. It was as if he was already aware of the entire unfolding of events. Now, this inquiry was merely a formality. Feeling the weight of this pressure, Lu Changming inhaled deeply. His previously pale complexion regained some color as he slowly spoke, and if so, what of it? Jihao must die. Your Blood Wolf clan deserves obliteration. The human race has never been one to tolerate humiliation. To dare act thus is to bear the weight of the consequences. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, a fleeting glimpse of sorrow crossed the elder's eyes, swiftly replaced by a chilling wave of murderous aura erupting from him. Black snowflakes fell from the sky, a phenomenon triggered by the elder's concentrated killing intent. This was merely a reflection of the elder's strength being at the early stage of quasi-saint. Were a saint to unleash their killing intent, the entire primordial realm would be blanketed beneath the snowflakes born from that malevolence. Human race, a commendable declaration of the human race's resilience against oppression. I recognize you, Underworld Emperor. I had conflict with your heavenly court, yet did not expect you to be of the human race. Is the Blood Moon Wolf clan to be treated as mere fodder? Is my demon clan to be treated as such? Today, you annihilate my Blood Wolf clan, and I shall eradicate your human race. Boom! A resounding roar erupted from the Blood Moon Wolf ancestor, his aura surging back to life, his previously hunched back now straightened. As if he were propping up the heavens themselves, he extended his arms, slowly pressing them together above his head, then directed them towards Lu Changming and his companions. Behind him, an illusory figure began to form, mirroring the downward motion of the Blood Moon Wolf ancestor. The sky darkened and the winds changed. The spiritual energy within a million-mile radius was instantaneously absorbed by the Blood Moon Wolf ancestor, coalescing into a colossal palm print, determined to annihilate Lu Changming and his comrades. Lu Changming observed the impending strike from the Blood Moon Wolf ancestor, realizing that the space around him had been completely sealed, making escape impossible. Yet, not a shred of panic or despair marred his expression. Rather, a slight smile graced his lips. The Blood Moon Wolf ancestor, witnessing Lu Changming's demeanor, felt his wrath intensify, convinced that Lu Changming was mocking him, thus exerting even greater force. The energy contained within the palm print grew exponentially, a destructive aura radiating in all directions. Just as the palm print was about to descend upon Lu Changming, the Blood Moon Wolf ancestor halted, fear filling his eyes. He could not bring himself to strike. Your Majesty Nuwa, Jihao pays respects to your Majesty Nuwa, the Holy Mother, wishing you eternal longevity. The Blood Moon Wolf ancestor Jihao dissipated the palm print and bowed to Nuwa, who stood beside Lu Changming. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, he had nearly struck Nuwa. Had he done so, he would have offended the Holy Mother. Regardless of whether he could harm Nuwa, such an act would surely invite death should she harbor any desire to retaliate. Moreover, in that moment, his anger-clouded mind finally cleared. Nuwa was indeed the Holy Mother of the human race. What had he just uttered? He had spoken of eradicating the entire human race. Was that not akin to digging his own grave? Furthermore, the human race was not solely backed by Nuwa. Even figures like Laozi and the Three Purities had connections to them. Suiren clan pays respects to the Holy Mother of the human race. Wishing you eternal longevity, the three members of the Suiren clan, standing behind Lu Changming, were engulfed in tumultuous emotions, astonished at the day's unexpected twists. Not only had the Underworld Emperor, claiming to be of the human race, appeared, but now the quasi-saint Blood Moon Wolf ancestor had emerged, and even their Holy Mother Nuwa had descended. Filled with excitement, grievance, and heartache, they bowed deeply to Nuwa. Nuwa ignored Jihao and turned to face the three members of the Suiren clan, her eyes radiating warmth as she gestured for them to rise, nodding in approval. You three have performed admirably. As the three ancestors of the human race, you have fulfilled your roles commendably, and I am greatly pleased. The Sui Run clan members, upon hearing Nuwa's praise, were overwhelmed with joy. With her words, all their grievances dissipated as long as Nuwa acknowledged them. They felt that all their efforts were meaningful, that all their sacrifices were worthwhile. Jihao, how audacious you are! Who granted your Blood Moon Wolf clan the audacity to strike against the human race? Who gave you the gall to act with such lethal intent against the human race? Do you not regard this palace as significant? Do you see me, the Holy Mother, as inconsequential? Nuwa glared at Jihao, her voice laced with fury, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, an aura of frost enveloping Jihao. Bang! Faced with Nuwa's oppressive aura, Jihao's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, lowering his head in abject fear. Jihao did not dare to defy, claiming ignorance of the Blood Moon Wolf clan's actions. He was merely seeking vengeance for the death of the Blood Moon Wolf King and the subsequent annihilation of his clan. Jihao harbored no disrespect towards the Holy Mother, should he ever entertain even a hint of disrespect towards her. He would willingly face divine retribution. Crack! Boom! Just as Jihao's words fell, a rumbling thunderclap echoed from the heavens. The sound startled both Nuwa and Jihao momentarily. Holy Mother, that thunder was caused by that brat. It is not genuine. Shur was the first to react. He pointed at Lu Changming and began to explain to Nuwa. Naturally, Nuwa could sense that the manifestation of the thunder was the doing of Lu Changming, and she shot him a fierce glare. Lu Changming shrugged his shoulders, a hint of awkwardness flickering across his face. Nuwa paid little heed to Lu Changming and redirected her attention back to Shur. Shur, speak frankly to me. Are you truly unaware of the actions of the Blood Moon Wolf clan? A fleeting hesitation crossed Shur's eyes as he replied, I genuinely do not have any knowledge of it. I am here solely because I sense the annihilation of the Blood Moon Wolf clan. After all, the Demon Emperor is well aware that the human race was created by you, Nuwa, and would never tolerate the demonic clan's insolence toward humanity. As soon as Shur finished speaking, a glint of cold light flickered in Nuwa's phoenix eyes. For the first time, a hint of murderous intent appeared as she gazed at Shur. I am a sage. Do you think I am oblivious to the lies you tell? You are the first to lie before me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? The murderous intent in Nuwa's eyes intensified, her sage aura suddenly bearing down upon Shur. Poof! A mouthful of blood erupted from Shur, who had been kneeling on the ground, now pressed down by Nuwa's overwhelming presence, his eyes filled with terror. Shur could feel his thoughts, and everything around him constricted severely. He wished to speak, yet the words stuck in his throat. All he could sense was death approaching relentlessly, that if no one intervened, he would soon perish here, his heart brimming with unwillingness. He did not want to die, so helplessly that I beseech you, Nuwa, to quell your anger. Spare Shur's life for the sake of Emperor Jun. Suddenly, a myriad of stars illuminated the sky, and a three-legged golden crow descended, transforming into the likeness of Emperor Jun, standing before Shur and shielding him from Nuwa's oppressive aura. Upon seeing Emperor Jun, Nuwa furrowed her brows slightly. Her eyes glimmered. And after a moment of silence, she retracted her imposing presence. What brings the Demon Emperor to this place, when he should be attending to matters in the Heavenly Court? Nuwa's tone was neutral, concealing her true intentions. Emperor Jun sensed Nuwa's demeanor and felt a flicker of dissatisfaction, yet he maintained a smiling facade as he spoke. Shur did not intend to offend you, Nuwa. I have come precisely for this matter, hoping you might grant Shur a reprieve. After all, Shur has rendered significant contributions to our demon clan. He continued, if you were to do so, both I and the others in the Heavenly Court would be immensely grateful. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Lu Changming, standing behind Nuwa, cast a deep glance at him. Emperor Jun's statement effectively separated Nuwa from the Heavenly Court. As the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun was meant to hold unprecedented prestige among the demon clan. However, the emergence of the sage Nuwa had overshadowed him. This was an unbearable reality for any ruler. Nevertheless, Emperor Jun swallowed his discontent, for Nuwa was a sage whose power reigned supreme in the primordial realm. This very fact filled Emperor Jun with frustration, as he constantly aspired to become a sage himself, yearning to eclipse Nuwa's renown. This moment presented a prime opportunity. Should Nuwa grant Shurshur clemency, Emperor Jun would gain a loyal ally and enhance his own reputation. Conversely, if Nuwa persisted in her wrath and refused to forgive Shurshur, the news would easily isolate her within the demon clan, causing her considerable prestige to wane significantly. No one would wish for a being at the pinnacle of power who exhibited no compassion for their own kin. Lu Changming could see through Emperor Jun's schemes, and Nuwa was no exception. Her gaze remained unchanging as she extended her right hand towards Shishai. In light of your past contributions to the demon clan, I shall forgive you this time. However, while you may escape a death sentence, you shall not evade punishment. Your cultivation will be diminished, and you shall lose your status as a quasi-saint. Ah! Poof! A cry of agony erupted from Shurshur, blood spewing forth as his aura diminished, no longer at the level of a sage. Witnessing this, both Lu Changming and Emperor Jun narrowed their eyes, shaken by the overwhelming might of the sage. What defines a quasi-saint? It was during Hongjuan's second sermon that this concept was introduced, stating that myriad paths could lead to the attainment of the primordial, but the methods to become a sage were limited to three. The first was to emulate Pangu and achieve enlightenment through strength, a path no one could tread apart from Pangu. The second was to sever the three corpses, good, evil, and self-obsession, which is currently the mainstream method of enlightenment in the primordial realm. The third was to attain sagehood through merit, utilizing boundless great merits to achieve transformation into a sage. Nuwa's gesture had instantly erased one of Shurshur's three corpses, causing him to plummet to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Suffering from a wound to his path, if Shurshur could not heal this wound, he would be unable to sever the three corpses again and ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, restoring his path would require a tremendous amount of resources, and success was not guaranteed. Nuwa's action had effectively extinguished Shurshur's hopes of advancing in cultivation, unless a sage were willing to assist him, which was nearly impossible. Yet, Emperor Jun could not afford to abandon Shurshur, for Shurshur was one of his close subordinates. Had it not been for his consent, how could Shurshur have dared to provoke the human race? Thus, Emperor Jun needed to expend considerable resources to aid Shurshur, not to restore his strength, but to win the hearts of the heavenly court, demonstrating that he was a compassionate and righteous ruler. Only in this manner could the people of the heavenly court pledge their loyalty to Emperor Jun, further enhancing his prestige. This was Nuwa's warning to Emperor Jun. Do not recklessly plot against a sage. A sage cannot be predicted or calculated against, lest one suffer the consequences of their own schemes. Emperor Jun understood Nuwa's intent. His expression darkened, and an aura of agitation rippled through him as he clenched his fists. Yet he ultimately refrained from unleashing his fury. Since the sage has already punished Shurshur, may I take him back to the heavenly court? Nuwa did not respond verbally, merely nodding slightly. Emperor Jun did not elaborate further. Casting a brief glance at Lu Changming behind Nuwa, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, he reached out and grasped Shurshur, transforming into a beam of divine light as he returned to the heavenly court. As Emperor Jun departed, Nuwa retracted all her fluctuations and turned to face Lu Changming and the three ancestors of the Swearing clan, her face adorned with a warm smile. Nuwa is indeed formidable, Lu Changming exclaimed, giving Nuwa a thumbs up to express his admiration. We thank the Holy Mother for saving our lives. The three members of the Swearing clan were even more exhilarated at Nuwa's intervention. Nuwa nodded at the three, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She said nothing further, only parting her lips to declare, I am the sage Nuwa. Within the lands of humanity, the slaughter of primordial beings is forbidden for 30,000 years. Those who violate this decree shall face death. She then addressed the Swearing clan with, I have witnessed all that you have done. The future development of humanity will rely on your guidance. Finally, she turned to Lu Changming and said, I have lingered in this primordial realm for long enough. It is time for me to return to Huangtan. I appreciate your efforts during this time. This is a gift from me to you. With a wave of her hand, two streams of light entered Lu Changming's body, After completing her tasks, Nuwa's figure gradually dissipated, eventually vanishing from sight. Farewell, Holy Mother. The three members of the swearing clan bowed to the spot where Nuwa had disappeared. Lu Changming followed suit, bowing as well, but he added, Holy Mother, you are not only the sage of the demon clan, but also the Holy Mother of humanity. I hope you will remember this. In the ancestral land of humanity, Lu Changming's expression bore a hint of awkwardness. Before him, the three members of the swearing clan regarded him with profound respect, their eyes shimmering with a hint of reverence. Ever since Nuwa's departure, he had been warmly invited by the three to the ancestral land of the human race, where he was subsequently bombarded with an incessant barrage of questions. Each addressed him as Senior, Lord, and Your Majesty the Underworld Emperor, leaving this younger generation somewhat overwhelmed. After a considerable effort, Lu Changming managed to navigate their inquiries, allowing himself a moment of relief. Why is it that only Swearin is a great Luo golden immortal, while the two of you are merely at the perfected stage of Tai golden immortal? Given your contributions to the human race, the merits bestowed by the Heavenly Dao should surely elevate you to the realm of great Luo golden immortal. A flicker of perplexity crossed Lu Changming's eyes, a question that had long puzzled him, but for which he had lacked the opportunity to inquire until now. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, the three members of the Swearin clan exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Then Swearin began to elucidate. It is entirely natural for you to harbor such doubts, for I issued commands that prevented them from fully absorbing their merits. Pray, observe. Does this flame appear any different? As Swearin spoke, he produced a flame from earlier, the first fire of the human race, symbolizing its legacy. This flame? Could it be that you have channeled all your merits into this flame? Lu Changming furrowed his brow at the extraordinary aura emanating from the flame. Suddenly, a realization struck him, his expression one of astonishment as he articulated his thoughts. This is the flame I kindled by drilling wood. I deem it the indomitable flame of the human race, hoping that humanity may continue to burn like this flame. After my ascendance to the great Luo golden immortal, I have often worried for the future of our people. A single great Luo golden immortal, or even a few, cannot ensure the stability of the human race. Thus, following the emergence of Yu Chao and Ziyi, I commanded them to elevate themselves to the perfected stage of Tai golden immortal and to direct all remaining merits into the indomitable flame. Now, this flame has become an indispensable spiritual treasure for our people, containing the very essence of our bloodlines and all that we have learned as long as even one of us exists. As long as the indomitable flame continues to burn, there remains hope for the resurgence of humanity. We, the human race, are exceedingly weak in this primordial chaos. Swearin's tone was filled with fervor, yet a bittersweet expression marred his countenance as he uttered those last words. Following Swearin's remarks, Yu Chao and Zi also displayed somber expressions, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Despite the human race currently boasting a population of hundreds of billions, this was merely a testament to their rapid reproduction. When calculated, the number of lives lost over the years far exceeded those born. Countless individuals have perished due to minor disturbances in the primordial world, natural disasters, beast attacks, resulting in devastating casualties. The situation only improved slightly after the appearance of the three members of the Swearin clan and the transmission of the Golden Elixir Dao by Laozi. Consequently, the three members of the Swearin clan felt compelled to devise such plans to leave behind a seed for the revival of humanity. Upon hearing Swearin's words, Lu Changming's heart surged with emotion. This was indeed the state of the human race. Yet he understood that this was not the most dire of times. Before the third great battle between the witch and demon races, the demon clan had slaughtered the human race in their quest to forge the slaughtering witch sword, nearly leading to the extinction of humanity. Point 1 could only imagine the despair of the three Swearin clan members witnessing such devastation among their kin. The collective anguish of the entire human race during that period, was precisely for this reason that Lu Changming had told Nuwa upon her departure that she was not merely a saint of the demon race, but also the maternal figure of humanity. However, Lu Changming was acutely aware that he could not place all his hopes upon Nuwa, for there is more than one saint, and if humanity is to grow strong, it must ultimately rely upon itself. To achieve is to benefit the world. To be impoverished is to cultivate oneself, was a lesson imparted by his ancestors, and now he found himself presented with the opportunity to act upon it. Before leaving, Niwa had bestowed upon him 2 items. One merged into his consciousness, while the other settled within his dantian. The imprint of creation inherited from Pangu, now residing in his mind, might raise questions about its origin. After all, Niwa was not a descendant of Pangu. Yet, one must remember that Niwa emerged from the great being of Mount Bujo, which itself was formed from Pangu's spine. It stands to reason that she had contemplated ascending to the peak of Mount Bujo. Coincidentally, the sole remaining imprint of creation of the summit was claimed by Niwa, and it was this very imprint that facilitated her rapid growth in power. Never underestimate any saint, for you can never know whether their displayed abilities are their ultimate trump card. The other item was an embryo, a piece of chaos stone obtained by Niwa upon her ascent of Mount Bujo. She had intended to fuse this chaos stone with various celestial materials to forge her ultimate treasure. However, after Hong Jun imparted his teachings, she acquired the map of mountains and rivers and the red thread ball, rendering this embryo unnecessary. Thus, she gifted it to Lu Changming, encouraging him to forge it into a protective treasure. With the imprint of creation, Lu Changming would be able to continually comprehend the essential principles of creation contained within it. Although his current status as a great Luo golden immortal might not suffice to unlock the path to sainthood, he was confident that he could discover a method to elevate humanity. After all, he possessed the collective imagination of countless individuals from future generations. Concept from the realm of martial arts might very well emerge within the primordial domain. Resolute in his decision, Lu Changming ceased to hesitate and addressed the 3 members of the Swearen clan, proclaiming, "Though the human race is weak, our hearts are strong. If humanity lacks a method, we shall create one. As long as our race endures and our legacy remains unbroken, one day we shall rise to greatness. I aspire to forge a path for humanity, to safeguard the way for our people." His words reverberated throughout the ancestral land of humanity, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Amidst the chaos of the heavens, Niwa observed Lu Changming, a smile gracing her lips before she sighed softly, as if recalling a troubling matter. She then shook her head, a flash of irritation crossing her features, closing her eyes to focus on her own cultivation of the Dao. Adjacent to the ancestral land of humanity stood a towering mountain, sealed off by the 3 ancestral members of the Swearen clan for 3 millennia, forbidding anyone from ascending its heights, rendering it a forbidden ground for the human race. The decree of the Swearen clan faced no dissent among the people. Even though curiosity lingered, they would gaze at the mountain whenever fatigue set in. The 3 Swearen clan members were no different, occasionally casting their eyes towards the peak, yet their gazes were laced with hope and trepidation. "Elder brother, there is no need to rush. We must trust in our Lord, for he will undoubtedly devise the most suitable methods for our people. Indeed, for now, we can only place our faith in his success." Yu Chao and Zi consoled Swearen. Ever since Lu Changming had retreated to that mountain for seclusion, Swearen had remained vigilantly stationed there, impervious to any persuasion. They worried that if Lu Changming had not yet conceived a method for humanity by the time he emerged, Swearen might not endure. Swearen understood the concerns harbored by Yu Chao and Zi and reassured them, "Fear not. I am, after all, a great Luo golden immortal. How could my body simply collapse? I have great faith in our Lord. I merely wish to ensure that unforeseen circumstances do not obliterate our opportunity for growth. This is indeed our finest chance." Atop the towering mountains, Lu Changming sat cross-legged. Beneath him lay a grand platform adorned with the yin-yang symbol, while before him, an eternal flame radiated a warm glow. Lu Changming's entire being resonated with the mystical energies emanating from the flame, as if engaged in a silent communion. Yet within his mind chaos reigned. For years, he had fervently awakened the celestial imprint bestowed upon him by Niwa, the goddess of creation. Time and again, he visualized the legendary Pangu vanquishing the 3,000 chaotic demons and carving out the primordial world. The essence of creation swirling endlessly in his heart on this day. After yet another profound contemplation of the celestial imprint, Lu Changming slowly opened his eyes, a veil of confusion clouding his gaze. He lowered his head to inspect his hands, murmuring to himself, "What is a Taoist? What is a shaman? What is a demon?" The shaman clan lacked a primordial spirit, relying solely on their unyielding flesh and bloodline powers for combat prowess, while the demon clan excelled in their primordial spirits, capable of understanding the mysteries of the universe and mastering various divine arts and magical tools, albeit with great difficulty in transforming their forms. As for us, the human race, endowed with an innate Dao body, must nurture both flesh and spirit in tandem. Only through this balanced approach can we forge the path of humanity. A sudden spark illuminated Lu Changming's eyes, dispelling much of his confusion. The heavens possess three treasures: the sun, the moon, and the stars. The earth has three treasures: water, fire, and wind. And we, the human race, have our three treasures: essence, energy, and spirit. When essence is abundant, energy flows. When energy is ample, spirit flourishes. When spirit thrives, essence solidifies and energy circulates. Therefore, to carve out the path for humanity, we must commence with nurturing essence, energy, and spirit. Essence is the origin of life for humans. Thus, the first step is to amplify the essence within our bodies, refining our skin, flesh, bones, muscles, blood, organs, and marrow to their utmost limits. This is the first step of cultivation for our race, nurturing essence and establishing a foundation. Lu Changming gently closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles. As this energy entered his body, it transformed, resonating like thunder from within. Lu Changming could feel his flesh and bones steadily strengthening, a clear indication that he had not erred in his first step. Energy is the driving force of life for humans. When essence is full, energy flows. This transformative physical body can give rise to a primordial life force within, connecting the 8 extraordinary meridians, unifying the entire being. This is the second step of cultivation for our race, circulating energy throughout the body. As Lu Changming's words faded, a primordial life force, distinct from his previous magical energies, emerged within him, continuously circulating through his extraordinary meridians. The gathering of energy formed a vast sea, which solidified into a tangible essence, culminating in the creation of a true elixir within him. This represents the third step for our race, condensing energy into an elixir. The primordial life force within Lu Changming continued to circulate, ultimately transforming into an expansive sea of energy, which gradually solidified into a tangible form, a true elixir. When essence and energy are abundant, the spirit manifests uniquely. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, with the soul representing the mandate of heaven and earth, while the spirits embody the myriad emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Through the human soul and spirit, one can perceive the universe and its celestial bodies, drawing in all things as manifestations of divine powers. This is the fourth step, the communion of soul and spirit with divinity. As the ominous winds howled, a vague vision of the underworld and the 6 Paths of Reincarnation emerged behind Lu Changming, accompanied by the mournful cries of spirits. Ultimately, these scenes coalesced into a talisman inscribed within the elixir of Lu Changming's being. Humans possess 129,600 acupoints, among which there are 365 ancestral acupoints, mirroring the 365 celestial stars. Each ancestral acupoint open draws down celestial powers to refine oneself. When all 365 acupoints are unsealed, each punch and kick will be accompanied by the might of the stars. This is the 5th step, opening the acupoints and summoning the stars. As Lu Changming's words faded, sounds of peculiar resonance erupted within him. Should one peer beyond Lu Changming's exterior, they would witness his acupoints gradually opening, as if stars were converging within him. With each movement, even in the daylight, the mountain's atmosphere shifted, beams of starlight merging into Lu Changming's form, refining his physique. As he lightly clenched his fist, faint stars flickered behind him, their immense power distorting the surrounding space. The communion of soul and spirit allows one to assimilate all things into their divine powers, yet remains an ethereal concept. Should one advance further, transforming this essence into true intent, embodying it as a manifestation of the law, be it the mountains and rivers of the world or a particular spirit or entity, one would then step into the next realm. This is the sixth step, the manifestation of true intent. The stars that faintly appeared behind Lu Changming vanished, replaced by visions of the primordial world, including the unyielding mountain, the blood sea, and the netherworld. Each a sight he had witnessed with his own eyes. Now transformed into his martial arts' true intent, becoming his Fa Xiang, with every strike and motion embodying divine powers. These divine powers would evolve in tandem with his growing strength. The manifestation of true intent represents divinity. The opening of acupoints and summoning of stars symbolizes energy, and the physical body serves as the essence's foundation. These three harmonize to form the primordial unity, ensuring that as long as a fragment of flesh remains, one can be reborn through nirvana. This is the seventh step, primordial nirvana. On the mountaintop, Lu Changming closed his eyes, immersed in contemplation. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes with a hint of regret. Alas, my current realm is merely that of a great Luo golden immortal. Although I possess conjectures about the realms beyond, I remain unable to deduce anything beyond the seventh step. However, this is sufficient for our human race. Upon reaching the seventh step, we can contend with the great Luo golden immortal. My deductions serve merely as a beginning for humanity. In the future, there will undoubtedly arise extraordinary talents among us who can elevate this cultivation method to even greater heights. With a glimmer of clarity in his eyes, Lu Changming recognized that given the vast population of the human race, there exists a plethora of prodigies and even monstrous talents. When this cultivation method is mastered by them, they will undoubtedly innovate and enhance its power. Having contemplated this, Lu Changming descended the mountain with a smile, where he encountered the three members of the Swearing clan waiting expectantly. "My lord, have you succeeded? Have you truly devised a cultivation method suitable for our human race?" Swearing inquired, his eyes betraying a mix of hope and trepidation. Beside him, Yu Chao and Zi shared the same anxious anticipation, eager for the answer. Lu Changming regarded them with a nod, gradually affirming, "I have successfully created the method. Gather the clansmen of our ancestral lands, for I shall soon impart the teachings of our human race." Boom! Boom! The three members of the Swearing clan erupted with excitement. Barely able to contain their enthusiasm, their energies surging forth, though they quickly reined them in. "Excellent! At long last, our human race possesses its own cultivation method," they exclaimed. "We shall gather our kin immediately." Nodding vigorously, they felt tears welling in their eyes, for this was the culmination of a long-awaited aspiration. Having come to the human race to impart the path of the golden elixir, they had initially believed it to be a golden opportunity. Yet despite some progress, they found it insufficient to empower their people completely. Now, this opportunity was one they would not let slip away. Before long, the three members of the Swearing clan had summoned all the clanspeople from their ancestral lands to gather. The humans looked on with curiosity at Lu Changming, who stood upon the elevated platform, perplexed about his intentions and the purpose of their gathering. Upon witnessing the assembly of the entire ancestral clan, Lu Changming's expression turned solemn, his voice resonating in the ears of all those present. "I am Lu Changming of the human race, in the past, when the Blood Moon Wolf ancestor threatened us. Our race stood on the brink of annihilation, fortunate to receive the aid of the Holy Mother Nuwa, allowing us to endure. Yet, we cannot always rely on such fortune. The Holy Mother cannot save us every time. As the heavens move with vigor, our human race must strive for self-improvement. To survive in this primordial world, we must rely on ourselves. Therefore, today, I shall impart the method of cultivation for our human race, known as martial arts." Boom! Boom! High above the heavens, streaks of violet lightning flashed, permeating the skies over the ancestral grounds of the human race, as if responding to the martial discourse of Lu Changming. With but a fleeting glance, Lu Changming paid it no mind. He waved his hand, and a humanoid silhouette emerged before him, beginning to move in accordance with his words. "The first realm of martial arts is the nurturing of essence and the establishment of a foundation. By consuming spiritual energy, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and the essence of demonic beasts, one refines and tempers the physical body, bones, flesh, muscles, organs, and marrow, bringing the human form to the brink of transformation. This realm can rival that of earth immortals. At this moment, the ancestral grounds were surrounded by no fewer than tens of thousands of human beings, among whom were many gifted individuals of exceptional insight. As Lu Changming's words fell, they comprehended this realm point one by one. They opened their mouths to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, refining their bodies in the process. Observing this, Lu Changming smiled faintly. Sensing with his divine consciousness, he reached out, capturing several hundred Tai golden immortals, who he then crushed, scattering their blood essence across the skies. Under his control, this essence was absorbed by the humans, transforming into energy for their metamorphosis. The second realm of martial arts is the circulation of qi throughout the body. Within, one cultivates a strand of innate primordial qi, guiding it through the extraordinary meridians, connecting the entirety of the human form, transforming the fragmented into the whole, rivaling the celestial immortals. Red threads appeared within the humanoid silhouette, representing the body's meridians. Subsequently, a golden light coursed along these meridians, converging in the dantian, exuding a formidable aura. The third realm of martial arts is the condensation of qi into a pill. This realm can rival true immortals. The sound of cascading water echoed, as within the silhouette. The golden light moved with increasing speed, droplets of liquid qi manifesting in the dantian, until they were compressed into a true elixir. It resembled a small sun, nestled within the dantian, providing boundless vitality. The fourth realm of martial arts is the communion of soul and spirit. This realm can rival mysterious immortals, the ethereal images of the cosmos. Mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars appear before the silhouette, ultimately being absorbed and comprehended, transforming into divine abilities inscribed upon the true elixir, unleashing powerful spells with a mere gesture. The fifth realm of martial arts is the opening of the orifices and the guiding of stars. This realm can rival golden immortals. The sixth realm of martial arts is the manifestation of true intention and dharma. This realm can rival Tai golden immortals. The seventh realm of martial arts is the primordial nirvana. This realm can rival great Luo golden immortals. At this moment, the true intention and dharma that he comprehended fused with him, illuminating the ancestral orifices, radiating a harmonious essence of unity. Suddenly, the humanoid silhouette transformed into myriad points of light, each possessing an inexplicable allure. Slowly coalescing, and the silhouette re-emerged. Thus, the 7 steps of martial arts were demonstrated by Lu Changming. Within the ancestral grounds of the human race, all were seated in meditation. Eyes closed, their auras fluctuating in strength, each striving to enhance themselves that eye in the sky. The flickering violet lightning gradually dissipated, and a deluge of merit descended upon Lu Changming with a flick of his sleeve. The merit was instantly divided 0.1 part, 3 layers, entered the bodies of all the humans, aiding them, while another part, 7 layers, was infused into a nascent spiritual treasure, transforming into a vessel of merit. Observing the humans in meditation, Lu Changming's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. They would become the first seeds of the human martial path. Years passed, 10, 100, 1,000, and all the humans began to awaken, their gazes towards Lu Changming filled with reverence. The Sui Ren clan exchanged glances with the Yu Chao and Zi clans, each nodding in agreement before stepping forward. The Great Master has bestowed upon our people the gift of teachings. As our holy mentor, with the Blood Moon Wolf King approaching, he protects our path and enlightens us. Henceforth, we name you our esteemed teacher. Should any among our kind show disrespect, they shall incur the wrath of human fortune. Lu Changming was taken aback, preparing to interject, but the humans, one by one, bowed deeply before him, led by the Sui Ren clan. In that moment, the voices of all the ancestral humans converged, soaring into the heavens. Upon the holy mountain of the human race stood a grand hall, named the Hall of Inheritance. This mountain was where Liu Changming had first comprehended the martial path, and this hall was constructed by the Yu Chao clan, utilizing their vessel of merit. The Hall of Inheritance was established in accordance with Liu Changming's directives, now divided into several sections, including the Hall of Techniques, the Hall of Martial Arts, the Assembly Hall, the Hall of Worship, the Hall of Spiritual Treasures, and the Hall of Spiritual Herbs. This moment. Within the Assembly Hall, the 3 members of the Sui Run clan and a group of elderly individuals gathered, their eyes fixed intently on Liu Changming. Is this truly the first generation of humans born from the Mother of the Holy? Liu Changming pondered, realizing that besides the 3 from the Sui Run clan, there were still 3,581 humans remaining. In response to the Holy Master's words, these are the last remnants of the first generation created by the Mother of the Holy. After their birth, the Mother of the Holy departed, and without sustenance, they were forced to seek food. For survival, many perished at the hands of demonic beasts or fell victim to poisonous fruits. After enduring countless tribulations, to have survived this many is already a blessing from the heavens. Yet many perished due to the inability to consume longevity-enhancing spiritual fruits in time. The Sui Run clan's gaze dimmed, their voices laden with sorrow. They wished for this batch of humans to thrive. But that was a daunting task. Even now, many survived thanks to the spiritual fruits sought by the Sui Run and Yu Chao clans. Hearing their lamentations, Liu Changming said little, instead forming seals with his hands. Divine light illuminating his eyes, as a shadow of reincarnation emerged behind him. He then extended his right hand, waving it towards the humans, and specks of light descended upon them, gradually rejuvenating their aged forms, restoring them to their youth. The 3 from the Sui Run clan were filled with astonishment, while Liu Changming's complexion paled slightly. The excessive use of reincarnation's power was a significant burden on him. We thank the Holy Master for your grace. The humans gazed at their transformations with delight. They feared not death, but yearned to witness the evolution of their kind and contribute their strength, which brought them satisfaction. Now, as Liu Changming fulfilled this wish, they bowed deeply, their eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence for him. You are the first generation crafted by the Mother of the Holy. Your innate qualities are among the finest of our race. While martial arts suit you, I possess another method that may be even more fitting. Would you be willing to learn? Liu Changming accepted their bow with calmness, then raised them with a gesture, earnestly inquiring, Holy Master, as long as you speak, we shall have no objections. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall comply. A member of the clan responded, his words filled with fearless resolve. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Seeing this, Liu Changming hesitated no longer. He waved his hand, and streams of spiritual light entered the minds of these humans. The strongest among the Sui Run clan regained their senses first, their eyes filled with shock at Liu Changming's ingenious method. Holy Master, is this truly feasible? Cultivating the power of faith into the totem of our race, this, Yu Chao voiced his hesitation. Why should it not be feasible? The first generation of humans has existed for tens of thousands of years, and our race has undergone countless generations of inheritance. Why can't we regard them as our faith, transforming them into the totem of our people? Can our ancestors not become our belief? Liu Changming smiled, addressing Yu Chao. Upon hearing this, Yu Chao fell silent, while the Sui Run and Zi clans expressed their agreement with Liu Changming's words. Observing that the humans were momentarily dazed, Liu Changming waved his hand, transporting them to the Hall of Martial Arts, and then spoke to the 3 from the Sui Run clan. There's a matter upon which I seek your consent. Should you agree, it must be pursued with utmost dedication, for it concerns the future of our race. The 3 from the Sui Run clan were taken aback by Liu Changming's words, their expressions shifting as they exchanged glances, eager to understand what could possibly affect the future of their entire race. You dwell at the foot of this unending mountain. Surely, you are well aware of the current state of the wilderness. The unyielding Mount Buzhou lies in proximity to the stronghold of the witch and demon clans, 2 factions that are as incompatible as fire and water. Their previous 2 confrontations yielded no conclusive outcome. The current tranquility is merely a result of the prohibitions set forth by the Dao ancestor. Once these restrictions are lifted, should the witch and demon clans engage in battle, How can our human race hope to preserve our existence amidst such turmoil? Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, the trio of Sui Ren exhibited a shift in expression as they too contemplated this grim reality. After all, during the prior two wars between the witches and demons, our human race suffered significant collateral damage. What then is to be our course of action as suggested by the Sage Master? Z gazed at Lu Changming, inquiring earnestly. My intention is to summon all members of the human race back, to allocate all resources for the nurturing of our exceptional talents, and subsequently to embark on a grand migration away from this battlefield dominated by the witches and demons. Our human race is currently too feeble. This place does not align with the principles of recuperation and growth, and thus, we must relocate. Lu Changming's gaze flickered slightly as he spoke, aware that future generations of the human race would face a massacre at the hands of the demons. How could he possibly leave the entirety of his kin in such proximity to the demonic heavens? The Sage Master is indeed correct, yet our human race is so weak, and the dangers within the primordial wilderness are exceedingly terrifying and enigmatic. Should we migrate, I fear the human race would incur substantial casualties. Sui Ren and the others exchanged hesitant glances, well aware of the pros and cons of remaining here. However, the gravity of making such a decision weighed heavily on their hearts. As the fate of countless lives would hang in the balance, they could not bear to place any member of the human race in jeopardy. Observing their indecision, Lu Changming let out a cold snort, his eyes imbued with determination. The aspiration for our human race to rise is already fraught with difficulties, and it is not just the witches and demons we have to contend with. Can we really expect the surrounding races to watch idly as we ascend? Throughout the vast primordial wilderness, which race stands tall without shedding its own blood? Are we, the human race, not capable of doing the same? The path of humanity, the path of the warrior, is intrinsically tied to struggle, battling against heaven, against earth, and against all races. Only through such strife can we carve out a resplendent realm for our kind. Upon hearing Lu Changming's impassioned words, the trio of Sui Ren felt a jolt of realization, nodding in agreement that we understand and shall comply with the Sage Master's decree to initiate the great migration of our people. They were not oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. However, in the past, the human race had been precariously balanced on the brink of survival, leaving them powerless to contemplate broader strategies. This great migration presents an opportunity to broaden their horizons, to expand their perspective to encompass the entirety of the primordial wilderness. Within the sacred hall of human ancestry, the trio of Sui Ren consented to Lu Changming's proposed migration. Yet another pressing question arose. Where exactly should the hundreds of billions of humans relocate? Yu Chao voiced this concern, looking towards Lu Changming, eager to discern if he had a specific destination in mind. The shores of the Eastern Sea are the most suitable sanctuary for our human race. It lies close to the Eastern Sea, within the territory of the Dragon Clan, where both the witch and demon clans have minimal presence that if we were to migrate there, even should the witches and demons extend their reach, it would be manageable and well within our control. Lu Changming's gaze sparkled as he unhesitatingly named the Eastern Sea shores, a site of paramount importance to humanity from the very beginning. Even without his presence, Sui Ren and the others would have inevitably sought to migrate there, albeit at a considerable cost. Upon hearing Lu Changming's proclamation, the trio of Sui Ren nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Z posed a question. If we're to migrate, when should we commence this journey? The Holy Mother Nuwa has granted us 30,000 years. However, we cannot afford to wait that long. The longer we delay, the more challenging it will be to depart. Therefore, I propose we take 5,000 years to gather all humans, nurturing them and preparing for the migration, and then commence our journey a decade later. So soon, upon solidifying the plan for migration, although the trio of Sui Ren was somewhat taken aback by the swiftness of the timeline, they ultimately acquiesced. At this juncture, Lu Changming gestured, causing a stone tablet to materialize before the trio. This is the martial arts tablet I forged using the essence bestowed upon me by the Holy Mother Nuwa. You may place this tablet within the Hall of Techniques, and all martial arts belonging to our human race can be inscribed upon it. Accessible to all members of our kin for comprehension, as more techniques are recorded, The tablet will grow in power, serving as one of our hidden trump cards in the future. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, the eyes of Sui Ren sparkled with excitement. With this martial arts tablet, our human race has secured a foundation of strength. Very well, you should now proceed to finalize preparations for the migration. It is time for me to depart from the human race. Lu Changming waved his hand, signaling Sui Ren to commence their preparations for the migration. However, the trio remained still, urgency etched upon their faces. Sui Ren spoke up, "Sage Master, have we perhaps displeased you in some way? Why must you leave us?" Lu Changming had not anticipated that his words would provoke such concern among Sui Ren and the others. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Though I am of the human race, I am also the Lord of the Underworld at this moment. The Underworld governs the cycle of life and death. I have been away for tens of thousands of years, and it is time I return to take stock. As long as you remain in the human race, I have no reservations should any misfortune befall our kin. I shall return post-haste." Upon hearing Lu Changming's reassurances, Sui Ren and the others fell silent, understanding that it was impossible for him to remain with them indefinitely. They should feel fortunate that he had stayed until this moment. "Rest assured, Sage Master, we shall remain vigilant. The human race will endure." Sui Ren bowed in respect, his eyes filled with reverence. Yu Chao and Zi followed suit, their gazes reflecting deep respect as well. In response, Lu Changming said little more, merely smiling gently before gradually fading from view before Sui Ren and the others. As they watched Lu Changming's departure, an air of melancholy enveloped the trio. Yet, Sui Ren quickly composed himself, turning to Yu Chao and Zi. "Brother, sister, though the Sage Master has departed, we cannot afford to be complacent. The migration is of paramount importance to our human race, and we must act swiftly. Not only must we transport our kin to safety, but we must also ensure that the exceptional talents within our ranks are brought into the sacred hall of ancestry. They shall serve as the first line of defense for our people." Yu Chao and Zi offered no further words, simply nodding solemnly before each setting off to diligently prepare for the migration. Meanwhile, Lu Changming had already traversed over 100,000 miles away from the human race. Seemingly sensing something, he turned back to glance toward their direction, his expression shadowed with contemplation. The path of the great migration for humanity will be paved with blood and sacrifice. That which cannot vanquish us will ultimately fortify our resolve. The path of martial arts and the way of totems. The seeds of hope have been sown. Who can definitively say whether this is a blessing or a curse? Yet, as long as we possess sufficient strength, even the worst circumstances can be transformed. The human race shall undoubtedly rise. Before his words had fully dissipated, Lu Changming's figure vanished once more, heading toward the blood sea of the netherworld. That moment. Within the celestial palace of the Ling Shao, the demon emperor Dijuan sat upon his throne, flanked by Donghuang Tai, while a multitude of esteemed officials from the demon clan stood before them. "Bai Zhe, have the candidates for the Zhou Tian star array been finalized? What are the results of the rehearsals?" A handsome young man stepped forward, bowing respectfully towards Dijuan as he spoke. "Your Majesty, I report that the 365 Star Lords of the main array have been selected. They are all the most elite Deluo golden immortal demons of our clan. Additionally, 12,960 Tai have been chosen for the auxiliary array, based on the rehearsal outcomes. Should your Majesty personally activate it, its power has nearly doubled compared to before." Upon hearing Bai Zhe's report, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Dijuan's eyes as he struck the table before him. "Excellent. With the power of the Zhou Tian star array enhanced twofold, and with the Witch clan having lost the ancestral Witch Hutu, it seems even the heavens are aiding our demon clan. Once the Wu clan is annihilated, the heavenly court shall exert its dominance over the vast wilderness. At that moment, who would dare to defy the will of our heavenly court?" Beside him, Donghuang Tai timely interjected. "Brother, have you perhaps forgotten that amidst this primordial expanse beyond the Wu clan, there also exists the purple palace established by Dong Wangong, as well as the reclusive dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans? In my view, it would be more prudent for our heavenly court to dispatch troops and eradicate them directly, thereby demonstrating our martial prowess. Furthermore, there is that so-called Kuanpeng, who has established the North Sea's Biming Palace and claims the title of Demon Master. Gathering a faction of demon beings, how dare he refuse to join our heavenly court? Let us deal with him as well. Hearing Dong Huang Taiyi's words, Dijun fell into a moment of silence. Yet he pondered the feasibility of such actions. After a considerable pause, he turned his gaze towards Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe, I wish for you to journey to the North Sea and persuade Kunpeng to join our heavenly court. I am prepared to bestow upon him the title of Demon Master of our race. Otherwise, he shall await the wrath of our heavenly army. As for Dong Wang Gong, the time is not ripe yet. After all, he is the foremost male immortal, bestowed by the Dao ancestor himself. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Dijun's eyes. The title of foremost male immortal. What merit does Dong Wang Gong possess to uphold such an honor? The North Sea, situated at the extreme northern reaches of the Primordial realm, is relatively desolate compared to the mainland, with few members of the Wu and Yao clans residing there. The most renowned practitioner of divine powers in the North Sea is Kunpeng. Revered as the Demon Master, who has established his domain in the northern abyss and amassed a considerable following of demon beings, living quite freely. One day, Bai Zhe arrived at Biming Palace bearing the decree from Dijun. Kunpeng, emotionless, perused the letter presented by Bai Zhe. Dijun wishes for me to serve the heavenly court? Upon hearing Kunpeng's inquiry, Bai Zhe smiled gently and replied, Demon Master, you have made remarkable contributions to our demon race by creating demon scriptures, which His Majesty greatly acknowledges. Should you join our heavenly court, His Majesty will equally honor you as the Demon Master. After all, our heavenly court is the sole legitimate authority of the demon race, and it is only fitting to invite you to co-create a grand enterprise for our kind. Moreover, His Majesty admires your abilities. With your support, our heavenly court shall undoubtedly vanquish the Wu clan and unify the entire primordial realm. At that time, you may ascend further. Kunpeng offered no response to Bai Zhe's words, remaining silent. Time passed, and Kunpeng finally met Bai Zhe's gaze, a glint of coldness in his eyes. If I refuse, will the heavenly court send an army to crush me? The defiant one, as his words fell, a pressure akin to a quasi-saint bore down upon Bai Zhe, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Demon Master, you exaggerate. You are one of our own. How could His Majesty harm you? It would merely be a grand welcoming of you into the heavenly court. Bai Zhe gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, a forced smile upon his face. Kunpeng remained silent, coldly observing Bai Zhe, and, after a lengthy pause, he finally withdrew his oppressive aura, stating devoid of emotion, I shall consider this matter. You may return and inform Dijun. Bai Zhe exhaled softly in relief. Not daring to delay further, he stood and bowed to Kunpeng, affirming his departure before turning away. Bai Zhe would certainly relay the Demon Master's words to His Majesty. I take my leave. As Bai Zhe exited, Kunpeng's eyes reflected a profound contemplation, murmuring, Power, indeed, it is still insufficient. Had I been a saint, how could this? His words trailed off, yet the quasi-saint aura erupted from him, enveloping a vast expanse of several thousand miles, causing all beings to hold their breath in fear of provoking Kunpeng. Meanwhile, at the juncture of the western and southern regions of the primordial realm stood a sacred mountain known as Wanshou Mountain, atop which lay the Wuzhuang Temple. The master of this temple, named Zhen Yuanzi, was no ordinary figure. He was one of the 3,000 guests of the Hongjun Purple Celestial Palace and had transformed from one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The ginseng fruit tree in his possession was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, capable of harnessing the boundless power of the earth. On this day, within a secret chamber of Wuzhuang Temple, a Daoist clad in a bright red robe opened his eyes, a mixture of helplessness and anger reflected in their depths. Why can I not comprehend the primordial purple energy? Am I truly fated to be disconnected from it? If that is the case, why was I chosen by the Dao? This individual was none other than Hong Yun, the most affable yet unfortunate figure in the primordial realm. Hong Yun was inherently kind-hearted, making friends across the primordial expanse, with his most significant companion being Zhen Yuanzi. After receiving the primordial purple energy during his teachings, he was invited to Wuzhuang Temple by Zhen Yuanzi. Laozi, and others ascended to sainthood. Zheng Yuanzi refused to let Hong Yun leave, knowing that without his guidance, Hong Yun would be vulnerable to countless adversaries. Remaining in Wuzhuang Temple, with Zheng Yuanzi's assistance and the Earthbook's connection to the Earth's energy, he could preserve his life. Hong Yun lingered there for several millennia, never having stayed in one place for so long, a considerable torment for his inherently free-spirited nature. The prolonged inability to comprehend the primordial purple energy further ignited his desire to journey through the primordial realm. Perhaps the opportunity to grasp it awaited him there. With this thought in mind, Hong Yun could no longer remain. Now that Zheng Yuanzi was in seclusion, it was the perfect time for his departure. However, he was aware that possessing the primordial purple energy made him a target for many, so he did not leave Wuzhuang Temple ostentatiously. Instead, he disguised himself before making his exit. This ruse temporarily deceived those who monitored Wuzhuang Temple. Yet it did not escape the notice of the two sages from the west. The moment Hong Yun took his first step out of Wuzhuang Temple, Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin sensed a shift in the celestial mechanisms. After a brief moment of silence, Zhuan Ti spoke first. "Brother, now that we have attained sainthood, we owe Hong Yun a significant karmic debt. To repay it, we may need to offer him a position of sainthood. What should we do now?" Jin, upon hearing this, fell into deeper silence, a pained expression deepening on his face. After a long while, he replied slowly, "We owe our friend Hong Yun such a debt. It must be repaid. However, if Hong Yun were to cease existing, then naturally this debt would dissipate." Upon hearing Jie Yin's words, Zhuan Ti's eyes lit up with understanding. "Brother, I comprehend what must be done." With that, a golden light vanished from his hand, shattering the void, its destination unknown. Then, Zhuan Ti turned to Jin, requesting, "I implore you, brother, assist me in disrupting the celestial mechanisms." "Agreed." Jin nodded. The two joined forces to muddle the celestial mechanisms. Even Laozi and the others would be unable to discern the unfolding events. Perhaps only the one within the purple celestial palace could grasp the entirety of the situation and see the moment of this celestial disruption. Both Inhua and Laozi furrowed their brows, realizing that someone was meddling with the natural order when they could not foresee any outcomes. Yet they took no action. At most, they invested a fraction of their attention to observe the developments in the primordial realm. Striving to gain clarity on the situation, all transpired in the shadows, unbeknownst to Hong Yun, who was blissfully traversing the primordial realm, releasing the pent-up frustrations of his years at Wuzhuang Temple. Within the Lingxiao Palace of the Heavenly Court, Dong Huang Tai rose to his feet, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes, the temperature around him rising several degrees. "What did you say?" "Kunpeng refuses to join our Heavenly Court. He truly does not know what is good for him. Brother, permit me to lead an army of demons to the North Sea and obliterate his beaming palace. Let us see what qualifications he has to act arrogantly before our Heavenly Court." After hearing Bai Zai's report, Dong Huang Tai could no longer suppress his rage, yearning to seize Kunpeng at once. Bai Zai cast a helpless glance at Dong Huang Tai, for he knew all too well that his temper had always been volatile. If indeed they were to march against Kunpeng, it would not be a prudent decision for the Heavenly Court. After all, Kunpeng is a member of the demon race, having even created the demonic script. Although his status among the demon clan may not rival that of Dijuan or Dong Huang Tai, it is certainly not insignificant. Should they decide to annihilate him simply because he refuses to join the Heavenly Court, it would undoubtedly hinder the court's efforts to unite the hearts of the demon race and impede their resistance against the Witch Clan. Fortunately, Dijuan, as the demon emperor, is far more composed than Dong Huang Tai. He understands that Kunpeng's lack of allegiance to the Heavenly Court does not warrant any significant emotional disturbance in his eyes, as if this matter is hardly worth his concern, with a wave of his hand. He silenced Dong Huang Tai's words, a glimmer of divine light flashing in his eyes as he spoke. After all, Kunpeng bears the title of Demon Master. If we were to wage war against him simply because he is unwilling to join us, it would be rather petty. Moreover, our Heavenly Court is abundant in talent. Whether we have Kunpeng or not makes little difference. Our immediate priority should be, before Dijuan could finish his thought, a valiant figure wielding a Fangtian painting halberd entered and bowed before him. "Your Majesty, I have discovered that during my patrol of the southern regions of our demon territory, the demon master Kunpeng, the old ancestor of the Blood Sea, and the eastern king of the Purple Mansion have all headed south. It is rumored that someone in the south has received assistance from Hong Yun, who has left Wuzhuangwen and entered the wilderness. Upon hearing this, the entire Lingxiao Palace erupted into a clamor, with the high-ranking demon officials murmuring in astonishment at the shocking news. After all, who in the wilderness does not know that Hong Yun possesses the primordial purple energy that is the foundation of sanctification, making him an object of desire for many? How does he dare to wander in the wilderness? Yet within their hearts, a flicker of desire ignited. Were it not for their insufficient strength, they might have sought to contend for the primordial purple energy themselves on the throne. Dijuan's eyes suddenly shone with divine light, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. If vanquishing the witch clan is his long-held aspiration, then attaining sanctification is his goal. Do you not see that within the demon race, it is precisely because of Nuwa's sanctification that her prestige surpasses that of this demon emperor? It was due to Nuwa's sanctification that his close aide, the Blood Moon Wolf ancestor, was cast down from the quasi-saint realm, with little hope of returning, that if he could attain the primordial purple energy from Hong Yun, if he could achieve sanctification, who among the demon race could rival him? This primordial purple energy must be his, your majesty, since the demon master, the old ancestor of the Blood River, and the eastern king have all headed south. It is highly likely that Hong Yun is indeed in the south. Our demon race cannot sit idly by. Bai Zai's face revealed a grave expression as he advised Dijuan. Indeed, brother, let us lead the demon army straight to the southern wilderness. Capture Hong Yun to seize the primordial purple energy, and deal with the demon master and others as circumstances permit. Dong Wang Tai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could hardly contain his eagerness to lead the army to the southern wilderness. Dijuan did not hesitate either, declaring, primordial purple energy belongs to the fated. Hong Yun has been stealing the primordial purple energy for tens of thousands of years, yet has failed to comprehend its mysteries, indicating that he is certainly not destined for it. In the wilderness, aside from this emperor, who possesses the capability and virtue to claim this primordial purple energy, I shall go with Dong Wang to obtain this primordial purple energy and comprehend sanctification. Bai Zai, command the Star Lords of the Zhoutian Star Do to set up the great formation of the Zhoutian Star Do, awaiting my command and ready to act at any moment. Upon hearing Dijuan's orders, the Lingxiao Palace fell into silence, save for Bai Zai, who respectfully bowed before departing the Grand Hall. Alongside him were several others, all prominent stars of the great formation of the Zhoutian Star Do. As Bai Zai and the others departed, Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai exchanged glances before transforming into two streaks of golden red light, vanishing from the hall. They could see this moment. Hong Yun had already been away from Wuzhuangwen for over 10 days, millions of miles distant. Observing the wilderness before him, Hong Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. This is the life that befits this old ancestor. Only in this wilderness do I find my home. Xinyuanzi is far too cautious. Who would dare to ambush me? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the space around Hong Yun began to distort, as if something was ensnaring him. Witnessing this, Hong Yun's expression changed. He had no time to ponder. Immediately, he prepared to transform into a red cloud to escape. Yet before he could act, a cold, murderous voice echoed in his ear. Hong Yun, you cannot escape. The space here has been sealed by a formation that if you wish to survive, surrender the primordial purple energy. Otherwise, this shall be your grave. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's demeanor remained largely unchanged. He had anticipated such an outcome, though he had not expected it to come so swiftly. If they desire the primordial purple energy, why do they not reveal their true identities? Are they so fearful of being discovered? As his words fell, a figure clad in black, with a sinister and cold expression, emerged before him. Kunpeng, gazing at him with unfeeling eyes. Kunpeng, I bear you no grudge from the past, nor any grievance of late. Why must you scheme against me and seek my life? Hong Yun questioned Kunpeng, seeking the reason for his hostility. Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Kunpeng's fury intensified, his murderous intent surging. In O grudge or grievance? Had you not ceded your seat at the Zixiao Palace, how could I have lost mine? That was a seat of sanctification, and it was you who caused me to lose my chance at becoming a saint. If you do not surrender the primordial purple energy now, you shall be buried here." Hong Yun wished to respond further, but Kunpeng offered him no opportunity, summoning a treasure that manifested as a palace inscribed with the words Beiming Palace, a spiritual treasure forged by Kunpeng himself. The palace soared into the air, occupying the heavens, and suddenly descended upon Hong Yun. Recognizing that he could not evade a confrontation today, Hong Yun understood that since Kunpeng had tracked him down, his identity had been compromised. If he could not escape quickly, others would soon arrive, and he would be left with no way out. A cold glint flashed in Hong Yun's eyes as he produced a red gourd spirit treasure, the very one he had harvested from the 7-colored gourd vine alongside the 3 clear ones. Over the years, he had refined it into the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Activating the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, an endless stream of red sand poured forth, forming a shield that blocked the Beiming Palace. Simultaneously, a portion of the red sand split off, flowing like water towards Kunpeng in an assault. Kunpeng dared not underestimate it, aware that this red sand could injure one's primordial spirit, just as Hong Yun and Kunpeng were fiercely engaged. 2 blood-red sword energies suddenly materialized, striking Hong Yun in an instant, severely wounding him and sending him crashing to the ground. Hong Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with hatred, shocked that such a powerful figure in the wilderness would resort to a sneak attack. In just that moment, with Hong Yun caught off guard, the Blood River had successfully plotted against him. Now, grievously injured, Hong Yun was left in a desperate struggle for survival. How shameless! You, Blood River, are also considered a powerful figure in the wilderness. Yet you resort to treachery, lacking even a shred of honor, a disgrace among great powers. Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, a red light flickered in the Blood River's eyes as he raised his head slightly, revealing a hint of madness. I, the son of the Blood Sea, am born of the Blood Sea, and while the Blood Sea flows, the Blood River shall not perish. I have created the Azura clan and established the Azura teachings. Yet the heavenly path is unjust, and I cannot attain sanctification. It was then that I realized that to become a saint, one must possess primordial purple energy. Therefore, no matter what, I, the Blood River, must obtain the primordial purple energy. Anyone who obstructs me shall be slain. Upon hearing the Blood River's declaration, a mournful smile spread across Hong Yun's face, and then he erupted into wild laughter. Casting a glance at Kunpeng and the Blood River, he hurled the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd far away. To desire the primordial purple energy is but a foolish dream. What I cannot obtain, neither shall you. In the blink of an eye, the 99 Scattered Soul Gourd of Hong Yun soared away from his place, soon to vanish from sight. Hong Yun, you shall pay for this? No. Kunpeng and Mingi cast a fierce glare at Hong Yun before hastening after the 99 Scattered Soul Gourd, as Kunpeng and Hong Yun engaged in battle. Their status as quasi-saints caused the residual waves of their conflict to swiftly dismantle the Grand Formation, allowing news of this event to spread rapidly across the primordial realm. Within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi was deep in meditation when he suddenly felt a disturbance in his heart and mind. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he discovered that Hong Yun was absent. At that moment, the aura of conflict between Kunpeng and Hong Yun reached Wuzhuang Temple, and Xinyuanzi realized that Hong Yun was undoubtedly in peril. Just as he prepared to depart Wuzhuang Temple to offer assistance, a cascade of starlight descended, crashing toward the temple. You demons, you have gone too far. Xinyuanzi's expression turned furious, yet the overwhelming starlight impeded his escape, leaving him no choice but to utilize the Earth Book to summon the power of the primordial earth, erecting a barrier against the celestial onslaught. Xinyuanzi, you would do well to remain within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. Your solitary strength cannot breach its defenses. The voice of Dongwang Tai echoed from above. Flanked by Emperor Jun, one commanded the great formation of the celestial stars to intercept Xinyuanzi, while the other sought an opportunity to seize the primordial purple energy. Upon hearing Dongwang Tai's words, Xinyuanzi gritted his teeth, his countenance darkening. He refused to yield, channeling the energies of the Earth Book to strike against the great formation of the celestial stars. Intent on breaking through, Kunpeng and Mingi were closing in on the 99 Scattered Soul Gourd. which, now devoid of Hong Yun's guidance, was gradually slowing. Just as they were about to seize the gourd, a massive hand of starlight and a wooden dragon manifested simultaneously, charging toward Kunpeng and Mingi. Faced with these two assaults, Kunpeng and Mingi did not dare to underestimate their gravity, swiftly evading the strikes. The figures of Emperor Jun and Dong Wenggong materialized, establishing a standoff with Kunpeng and Mingi. The 9-9 scattered soul gourd situated between them, yet none dared to make the first move. Beyond this battlefield, numerous formidable beings concealed themselves, each harboring a glimmer of hope. What if we managed to seize the 9-9 scattered soul gourd? Gentlemen, I would prefer the primordial purple energy for myself. Whether it be I or the heavenly court, there shall be ample rewards. Emperor Jun spoke first, his words laden with the weight of the heavenly court. I aspire to become a saint. I shall never relinquish the primordial purple energy. Even if you are the demon emperor, anyone who obstructs me must perish. A murderous glint flashed in Mingi's eyes. His aura suffused with a sanguinary essence, as his twin swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, emitted a quivering sound, poised for action. I am the foremost among the male and female immortals of the primordial realm. This primordial purple energy ought to be mine, Dong Wenggong declared, unwilling to yield. The demon clan was already formidable, and should he attain the primordial purple energy and ascend to sainthood, what would become of his purple mansion? Kunpeng remained silent, yet the intensity of his aura steadily rose. Resolute in his refusal to concede, as the four figures exuded intertwining energies. The battlefield was on the brink of eruption when Hong Yun appeared beside the 9-9 scattered soul gourd. Clutching his chest, his complexion pallid, his visage was twisted with madness, and derision glimmered in his eyes. This is merely a ruse. Dao ancestor, you have brought me great suffering in your quest for the primordial purple energy. Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. May you all perish, explode. A fierce determination shone on Hong Yun's face as he channeled his inner power, launching himself and the 9-9 scattered soul gourd toward the four, intent on perishing together. This is bad. Damn it. Heavenly diagram and river diagram, celestial stars. The four were caught off guard by Hong Yun's decisive choice to self-detonate, preferring to forfeit the primordial purple energy rather than allow Kunpeng and the others to claim it. A cacophony of violent explosions resounded, and a terrifying force of destruction surged from the site of Hong Yun's self-detonation, sweeping outward in all directions. The power of a quasi-saint's explosion could not be underestimated. The devastation spanned millions of miles, with residual waves effortlessly reaching billions of miles away. Kunpeng and the others fought desperately to withstand the onslaught, yet they were still severely injured, with Kunpeng sustaining the most grievous wounds. He dared not linger, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the northern sea. Mingi cast a cold glance at Emperor Jun and Dong Wenggong, snorted disdainfully, and transformed into a flash of blood as he soared toward the blood sea of the underworld, eager to return and heal. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Dong Wenggong exchanged wary glances before choosing to depart. Shortly after their exit, Xinyuanzi arrived, somewhat disheveled, at the site of Hong Yun's final self-detonation. He surveyed the desolation that stretched for billions of miles. The scene one of ruin and devastation, and let out a muffled grunt as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In the end, I have arrived too late. My old friend Hong Yun. He uttered a lament, channeling his inner power to disrupt the surrounding space, as if searching for something. Finally, he cast a glance toward the heavenly court and the blood sea. A fierce light flashed, and he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. With this battle concluded, the news of Hong Yun's demise reverberated throughout the primordial realm, evoking a profound sense of loss within countless hearts. For in the primordial land, weakness was indeed a sin. This prompted many powerful beings to retreat into seclusion, unwilling to share Hong Yun's fate of being besieged to death, in the west, amidst the peaks of Mount Shumi. Jin and Junti sensed the fall of Hong Yun, exchanging knowing smiles as a mysterious aura of causation emanated from their beings. They felt an uplifting lightness in their forms, aware that this was the result of their entanglement with Hong Yun's fate. Their machinations had finally borne fruit, achieving the desired outcome. Yet it was a pity that such a well-intentioned figure in the primordial realm met his end in this manner, within the Lingxiao Palace of the Heavenly Court. Emperor Jun sat upon his throne, his complexion somewhat pale, yet exuding a noble and imposing presence. Cough. Tai, Kunpeng has been severely injured by Hong Yun's self-detonation. Now is the opportune moment to subdue him and bring him into our Heavenly Court. I want you to personally venture to the Northern Sea and escort him back. Emperor Jun's gaze was filled with authority, as this ambush on Hong Yun had not yielded significant advantages for the Heavenly Court. However, they could not afford to suffer too great a loss. Evidently, an injured Kunpeng was a promising prospect. Dong Huang Tai nodded in affirmation, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, brother, even if Kunpeng were uninjured, he would not stand a chance against me. Emperor Jun refrained from further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement, for he was well aware of Tai's prowess. With a wave of his hand, a streak of light entered Dong Huang Tai's sleeve. Go forth, and do not forget to use this for the Demon Master. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Dong Huang Tai's eyes as he nodded, then departed the Heavenly Court, heading toward the Northern Sea. After witnessing his departure, Emperor Jun's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned his gaze to Bei's and Fushi. Addressing them, Fushi, Bei's Dong Wengong has also sustained significant injuries. I want you two to hunt down those forces that have aligned with Dong Wengong's Purple Mansion in the Primordial Realm. Drive them all back into the Purple Mansion. And once my injuries have healed, I shall eradicate the Purple Mansion. I can hardly wait to eliminate all those who refuse to submit to the Heavenly Court. A murderous aura emanated from Emperor Jun, warping the space around him as if unable to bear his overwhelming presence. Fushi furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased, yet ultimately said nothing further. He and Bei's bowed in respect to Emperor Jun before withdrawing. Meanwhile, after leaving the Heavenly Court, Dong Huang Tai unleashed the Golden Crow transformation technique of their clan, racing swiftly toward the Northern as he journeyed. Kunpeng, who should have been recuperating in the Northern Sea, felt an unsettling restlessness in his heart, an ominous premonition washing over him, darkening his expression with anger. Kunpeng, come forth and meet your emperor. The voice of Dong Huang Tai reverberated like a wave, crashing into the Northern Underworld Palace where Kunpeng resided. Along the way, many demons and sea creatures were rendered unconscious by the force of Dong Huang Tai's voice. Seeing his Northern Underworld Palace tremble beneath the weight of Dong Huang Tai's words, Kunpeng let out a cold snort, his quasi-saint aura manifesting as he swiftly suppressed the sonic onslaught. In an instant, his form vanished. Dong Huang Tai, why have you come to my Northern Underworld in the absence of the Heavenly Court? Do you truly believe that I can be easily intimidated? Kunpeng's expression darkened as he cast a steely gaze upon Dong Huang Tai, his words laced with palpable disdain. I, the Emperor, have come on behalf of the Celestial Court to once again extend an invitation to you to join us. I can grant you the esteemed title of Celestial Master of our demon clan. Will you accept? Dong Huang Tai remained unfazed by Kunpeng's sardonic tone, instead articulating the purpose of his visit. It is impossible. I would rather remain in the North Sea than join your Celestial Court. Without a hint of hesitation, Kunpeng outright rejected Dong Huang Tai's proposition. Not willing? Then I shall force you to comply. I am eager to see what qualifications you possess to act so brazenly before me. A flash of determination ignited in Dong Huang Tai's eyes as he regarded Kunpeng with fierce intent, his aura surging forth to unleash an invisible tempest that swept towards Kunpeng, despite the ominous atmosphere. Kunpeng showed no signs of retreat, boldly releasing his own formidable presence, charging towards Dong Huang Tai. The clash of their quasi-saintly energies erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to two colossal tornadoes colliding, sending terrifying waves of energy rippling outward, fracturing the very fabric of space. The North Sea was set ablaze with towering waves, resulting in untold casualties among its inhabitants. Kill! A murderous intent flickered in Kunpeng's icy gaze as he initiated the attack against Dong Huang Tai. Curling his right hand into a claw aimed at his in midair, a gigantic claw of Kunpeng materialized, tearing through the barriers of space to arrive before Dong Huang Tai in an instant. Very well, do not accuse me of using treasures to bully you. Witness my Golden Crow's claw. Dong Wang Tai's eyes gleamed with divine light as he extended his own hand in response, in a mere moment. His hand transformed into a claw forged from the purest solar flames. The two monumental claws, belonging to legendary figures in the primordial realm, converged in a breathtaking display that obscured the heavens. A resounding crash echoed as the golden red and jet black claws collided, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that radiated outward. The surrounding space could not withstand the force of their confrontation, fracturing under the weight of their clash. Neither combatant paused. Their forms flickered in and out of existence as they exchanged blows that shook the very foundations of reality. In this fierce battle, Dong Wang Tai grew increasingly exhilarated, relishing the challenge of a worthy opponent. His strikes became more ferocious, gradually overwhelming Kunpeng. Damn it! Were it not for my grievous injuries, I would not be in such a precarious position. Kunpeng seethed with fury, directing his wrath towards the deceased Hong Yun. Were it not for him, he would not find himself in this perilous predicament. Without a moment's delay, Kunpeng beckoned forth the Beiming Palace, which soared from the depths of the North Sea, looming in the sky like an ancient divine mountain. Descending upon Dong Wang Tai. Chaotic bell, suppress. Dong Wang Tai scoffed, raising his hand to summon a small bell that materialized in his grasp. With a swift incantation, it soared upward, rapidly expanding. The bell emitted a series of resonant chimes, rippling waves of energy spreading outward. Time and space appeared to freeze before the might of the chaotic bell, and with ease, Dong Wang Tai overturned Kunpeng's Beiming Palace. He then directed the bell, akin to an ancient star, to descend upon Kunpeng. Feeling the chaotic bell's oppressive force encircle him, Kunpeng struggled to evade. His movements hindered that a fierce determination ignited in his eyes, and he let out a roar, merging his essence to devour the heavens and earth. Facing the chaotic bell suppression, Kunpeng unveiled his colossal form that spanned billions of miles. In its presence, Dong Wang Tai appeared diminutive, as if the universe had been reduced to the silhouette of Kunpeng alone. As Kunpeng opened his maw to unleash a tremendous pull towards the chaotic bell, he transformed into a voracious black hole, consuming all spiritual energy in the vicinity. Mountains, rivers, and trees alike were drawn into his insatiable hunger, even causing the chaotic bell to tremble. Hiss! Kunpeng's devouring prowess is indeed terrifying. Yet, to think you could defeat me with such a tactic is a Navi delusion. Dong Wang Tai's eyes glinted with murderous intent as his hands blurred into a flurry of motions, executing countless seals that a multitude of runes floated before him. Once they enveloped his form, he gestured, and they plunged into the chaotic bell. As the myriad runes infused the chaotic bell, it erupted in a blinding radiance. The celestial patterns of sun, moon, and stars upon its surface seemed to come alive, emanating a vast, profound aura. With this surge of energy, the surrounding space began to shatter, halting the chaotic bell's advance towards Kunpeng. How is this possible? How can my innate divine ability be thwarted? Kunpeng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his formidable power crumbled beneath the resonance of the chaotic bell. Kunpeng, you are indeed powerful, but you fail to grasp the might of an innate treasure. Suppress. Dong Wang Tai's expression turned frigid as he rhythmically tapped the surface of the chaotic bell, unleashing forces that bound time and space. Surging towards Kunpeng, in that moment, the full might of the innate treasure, the chaotic bell, was unleashed. Not only did it immobilize Kunpeng's divine ability, but it also ensnared his colossal form that spanned billions of miles. Block it! Kunpeng's devouring power explode. A frenzied glint flickered in Kunpeng's eyes as he bellowed defiantly. Observing the chaotic bell descending upon him, in an instant, he detonated his innate ability, harnessing the explosive force to break free from the bindings. With his immense form in motion, he charged through the fabric of space towards Dong Wang Tai, intent on crushing him beneath his weight. You think I fear you? Dong Wang Tai's true form as the golden crow emerged. He surged forward, determined to meet Kunpeng's colossal charge head-on. The primordial realm trembled beneath their clash, as the very essence of space shattered around them. An immense storm erupted, enveloping them in a cloud of dust, obscuring the ultimate outcome. All that could be heard was Kunpeng's furious roar. As the dust settled, both Kunpeng and Dongwang Tai reverted to their human forms. However, Kunpeng found himself ensnared within the expanded confines of the chaotic bell, his complexion pale and spirit waning. Already severely injured by Hong Yun's self-detonation, the ensuing battle with Dongwang Tai had exacerbated his condition, leaving him without any strength to retaliate, though a trickle of blood graced the corner of Dongwang Tai's mouth. His countenance bore a faint pallor. It was evident that he stood as the ultimate victor. "You have triumphed. The name of the Eastern Emperor certainly lives up to its renown." Kunpeng gazed at Dongwang Tai. A trace of despair etched upon his features. Dongwang Tai said little, taking a deep breath before his expression turned grave. His hands moved in intricate patterns as he imbued the chaotic bell with a series of runes. Chaotic bell, suppress. A green light emanated from the bell, enveloping Kunpeng. Under this ethereal glow, Kunpeng felt his spirit diminishing, his very essence becoming unstable, his true spirit wavering. "What do you intend to do? Stop this at once." Kunpeng's voice trembled with fear, but Dongwang Tai showed no signs of halting. Instead, his speed intensified as he summoned a black flag radiating a ghostly light. "Kunpeng, if your true spirit does not emerge now, when will it?" With a resounding roar from Dongwang Tai, Kunpeng, illuminated by the azure light of the chaos bell, suddenly felt a fragment of his true spirit being drawn into the summoning banner. "This is a treasured artifact of my demon clan, the summoning banner, which encompasses the true spirits of all demons. As long as the summoning banner is shaken, no demon dares to disobey. Demon Master, as an esteemed member of my clan, it is time for you to take your rightful place." Dongwang Tai's face was adorned with a broad smile. Not only had he forged a swift alliance with Kunpeng, but he had also successfully ensnared Kunpeng's true spirit within the summoning banner, effectively completing his mission at this moment. Realizing that his fragment of true spirit was now under the control of the summoning banner, and knowing that the situation was irreversible, Kunpeng resigned himself to his fate. He stood up, offered a slight bow to Dongwang Tai, and with a twinge of bitterness, he spoke, "I, Kunpeng, pay my respects to your majesty." "Huh. There is no need for such formalities. Demon Master, with your return, the celestial court shall flourish, and our demon clan shall thrive eternally." Kunpeng remained silent in response to Dongwang Tai's exuberant words. After all, being coerced into submission left a bitter taste in his heart, especially with a fragment of his true spirit under someone else's dominion. Dongwang Tai, aware of Kunpeng's sentiments, did not dwell on them. After all, with the summoning banner in control, Kunpeng had no choice but to comply. Having achieved the set objective, Dongwang Tai lost interest in lingering in the Northern Sea and promptly set off towards the Celestial Court with Kunpeng. The battle between Dongwang Tai and Kunpeng had captured the attention of countless onlookers, who buzzed with speculation regarding the Celestial Court's strength after witnessing Kunpeng's subjugation. However, none of these occurrences, be it the self-detonation of Hong Yun or Kunpeng's capture, concerned Liu Changming in the slightest. At this moment, Liu Changming found himself ensnared within a primordial grand formation, utterly oblivious to the events transpiring outside. After departing from the human realm, Liu Changming journeyed towards the Blood Sea, and midway through his travels, he felt an inexplicable pull that prompted him to change course towards the east, unwittingly entering a primordial grand formation. Now, Liu Changming had been trapped within this formation for a millennium. Fortunately, during this time, he had not emerged empty-handed. He had gained considerable insight into the art of formations and had unraveled the means to break free from the very formation that ensnared him. Rising to his feet, he began to float within the grand formation, shifting left and right, intermittently casting runes that merged with the formation. After 81 years, Liu Changming's figure abruptly vanished from the grand formation. Shouyang Mountain, formed from the head of Pangu, though it may not hold significant renown in the primordial world, would eventually become a sacred ground for the sage Laozi. This alone attests to the mountain's extraordinary nature. Even if Shouyang cannot be compared to Kunlun Mountain, it is not far off. Moreover, this place harbors a treasure that pertains to the future of humanity, The pull Lu Changming felt was indeed emanating from this treasure. The primordial grand formation that ensnared him served to protect the emergence of this artifact. Lu Changming appeared before Shoyang Mountain, his eyes gleaming with divine light. Gazing at the sacred mountain, he seemed to be drawn to the treasure within. Without further contemplation, he strode towards Shoyang Mountain, which stretched for millions of miles. Resembling a dragon lying amidst the hills, the mountain's summit resembled the dragon's head, with claws reaching outward and a twisted tail winding through the landscape, where lush greenery flourished and ginseng and herbs thrived. Even rare spiritual materials, aged for millions of years, were commonplace here. The mountain's waist, a waterfall cascaded, its droplets falling like pearls onto a jade plate, producing a melodious sound, creating an ethereal ambience. Lu Changming admired this scenery, but remained undistracted, following the vague guidance that led him swiftly to a cave. Within the cave, golden torrents of fate materialized in the shape of dragons, swirling furiously, among which a seal floated. This seal was adorned with 9 distinct golden dragons, each exuding its own regal aura, alongside the 2 prominent characters' Kongtong. Indeed, this is the fateful artifact of our human race, the Kongtong seal. Alas, it is still incomplete. Lu Changming's heart soared with joy upon seeing the Kongtong seal. But soon after, it was overshadowed by regret. The witch and demon clans still thrived, and though humanity had made progress, they remained constrained by these 2 factions. Now was not the time for humanity to assert itself. Perhaps only after the witch and demon clans had been subdued could humanity rapidly flourish and allow the Kongtong seal to reach fruition. Gazing at the incomplete Kongtong seal, Lu Changming felt a twinge of discontent at the thought of leaving it behind. Observing the seal suspended in midair, his expression flickered with uncertainty. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. Perhaps he could utilize the layer of human fate he possessed to refine the Kongtong seal. This would not only grant him control over the seal, but also hasten its completion. After all, Lu Changming was of human lineage, and having garnered the recognition of humanity and earned the title of a sage, he bore a layer of human fate, half from Yuhua and half from Laozi. As the Kongtong seal is a fateful artifact of humanity, it would naturally not resist Lu Changming's refinement. Resolute in his decision, Lu Changming waved his hand, seizing the Kongtong seal, channeling the human fate within him into it, and began the process of thorough refinement. The Kongtong seal, welcoming the influx of human fate from Lu Changming, absorbed it entirely while gradually undergoing refinement. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed in the primordial realm. Within the cave of Shoyang Mountain, Lu Changming opened his eyes, gazing at the Kongtong seal that surrounded him, his face alight with joy. Marvelous! My 1,000 years of effort were not in vain. The Kongtong seal has finally been refined by me. IT is now in its initial stages of completion, and even if I take it away, it matters not. I must return to the Netherworld. I wonder what the situation is like there now. Lu Changming lingered no longer, beckoning to the Kongtong seal, which he absorbed into his being, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the Blood Sea. Meanwhile, far away on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi furrowed his brow, calculating with his fingers, his expression darkening. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, standing beside him, exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Yuan Shi inquired, "Brother, is something troubling you?" Just now, I felt a sudden impulse, as if I had lost a significant opportunity, yet my calculations yield no results. That Laozi's demeanor remained unchanged. Even if he had lost an opportunity, he showed no sign of distress, though his gaze darkened slightly. Upon hearing Laozi's words, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian began their calculations, only to shake their heads in unison. "Brother, we too could not discern what transpired," Yuan Shi remarked. "Countless opportunities. I have become a sage. Such trifles hold no significance for me that if lost, then so be it." Laozi dismissed the matter, closing his eyes once more to contemplate the Dao. This was merely an inkling. Even if he truly lost an opportunity, what of it? After all, he was already a sage, and neither spiritual treasures nor roots held much allure for him. Unless the matter could elevate his cultivation further, at this stage, their pursuit was to tread upon the path of the Dao. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian found no meaning in this. And just as Yuan Shi prepared to close his eyes to comprehend the heavenly path, he suddenly recalled something. Brother, it seems the demon clans are becoming rather unruly, encroaching upon Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is our sacred ground. Should we not demonstrate our prowess to teach them a lesson on the sanctity of saints? Laozi's ancient eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible cold light. And he replied, this calamity belongs to the era of the witch and demon clans. We sages need not intervene. Moreover, the demon clans possess the great formation of the stars, while we are not afraid. There is no need to contend with them. However, should any demon clans cause trouble in Kunlun, they shall be slain, although Laozi does not concern himself with the nature of the vanished opportunities. A tinge of dissatisfaction lingers in his heart. Should the demon race cross his path at this moment, he would not hesitate to take action. After all, who is devoid of a little temper? Though he may appear indifferent to all, emotions have not entirely fled from him, that if he were truly devoid of feelings, he would not have sided with Yuan Shi against Tong Tian in the future. Both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in acknowledgement of Laozi's words. If the demon race were to commit an offense at this juncture, they too would show no mercy, for it concerns the dignity of the three pure ones. Having spoken, the three of them fell silent, closing their eyes to contemplate the Dao, for this was of utmost importance to them in the blood sea of the netherworld. As usual, blood waves surged tumultuously, devoid of fish and shrimp, and the cries of birds and insects were absent, gathering the malevolent energy of the vast wilderness. On this day, the figure of Lu Changming appeared above the blood sea, and upon sensing the aura of the nether, a smile graced his face. This nether is indeed my home in the wilderness. It is truly the most comforting to return home. Lu Changming wasted no time, raising his hand to cast a seal, and suddenly a fissure opened in the sky above the blood sea, revealing the ghost gate hovering above it. Upon seeing the ghost gate, Lu Changming's figure flickered, and he entered the netherworld. Before long, within the halls of the Underworld Emperor, Lu Changming summoned the 10 Yama Kings, including Xing Tian and the Left General. We pay our respects to the Underworld Emperor. They all bowed to Lu Changming, their eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. No leader of any faction has ever been like Lu Changming, who, after establishing everything, left all matters to his subordinates and vanished for tens of thousands of years. Lu Changming was naturally aware of this, and a slight unease crossed his face. However, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, waving his hand to assist them in rising. During my absence from the underworld, has everything operated smoothly? Have there been any troubles? In response to your majesty, all departments have adhered to the regulations, and the underworld has functioned normally, although there have been occasional disturbances caused by souls unwilling to accept their demise. They have all been suppressed in the end. From those souls reluctant to reincarnate, we have selected billions of warriors, trained by myself and Emperor Kong, and they are now a formidable army, even when compared to the demon army. They are not lacking. Wang Qingguang, Zhu Hua, and the left judge Xing Tian stepped forward to inform Lu Changming of the current state of the underworld. The other 10 Yama Kings, including Gong Yun and Xiangyi, supplemented their words, gradually providing Lu Changming with a comprehensive understanding of the current situation in the underworld. Excellent. You have all performed admirably. The 10 Yama Kings are crucial to the operation of the underworld. This matter cannot be treated lightly. Should any issues arise, report immediately. As for the shortage of personnel among the 10 halls, you may temporarily select some souls from Fengdu City who are unwilling to reincarnate to fill the gaps. Xing Tian and Emperor Kong, you two continue to train our underworld army. If billions of warriors are insufficient, continue to conscript and train more. Do not underestimate the 18 layers of hell. It is imperative to station the most elite underworld troops there. Should the malevolent souls within escape, it would pose a significant problem for our underworld. If they were to emerge from the netherworld and wreak havoc upon the wilderness, it would lead to the suffering of countless beings, and we would bear the brunt of such transgressions. Hence, it must not be underestimated. Lu Changming addressed Xing Tian and the others, arranging for some minor issues to be resolved. Xing Tian and the others nodded in agreement. Having served in the underworld for so long, they understood its significance and would not dare to be derelict in their duties. Once everything was arranged, Lu Changming waved his hand, signaling for Xing Tian and the others to return and complete their assigned tasks. His figure then vanished, descending to the deepest part of the underworld, closest to the Six Paths of Reincarnation, a place where he often secluded himself for meditation and cultivation. Lu Changming appeared. Ping Xin opened the palace doors, inviting him in. Once seated, Ping Xin regarded Lu Changming with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. With her current level of cultivation, few things could evade her perception, as she could tell that Lu Changming had gained much from his recent journey. It seems your travels through the wilderness have yielded considerable gains. Your strength has surged remarkably. Before long, you may well achieve the realm of a quasi-saint. Lu Changming was not the least bit surprised to be seen through. After all, saints perceive all, and in this netherworld, Ping Xin's power far exceeded that of an average saint. Your Highness, you flatter me. I am still far from your level. You possess quite the ambition, daring to compare yourself to me. Do you aspire to become a saint? Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Ping Xin's expression turned to one of amusement, unsure of how to respond to him. Lu Changming said little more, his eyes radiating brilliance. If one cannot attain the Dao and become a saint in the wilderness, then what purpose does their journey serve? Seeing Lu Changming refrain from retorting, Ping Xin understood his thoughts. She regained her composure. Scrutinizing Lu Changming closely before finally speaking, "If it is you, there may still be a chance or two. However, you came to my Ping Xin palace upon your return. Is there something of importance? The emergence of the Six Paths of Reincarnation offers the beings of the wilderness a chance to start new. And the Underworld is responsible for the reincarnation of all beings to prevent future issues with the Six Paths. I intend to establish the Six Path Masters. The establishment of the Six Path Masters will not only enhance the combat strength of our Underworld, but also ensure the stability of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, which will be beneficial for the wilderness as well." Lu Changming shared the purpose of his visit with Ping Xin. The establishment of the Six Path Masters required Ping Xin's consent, as she was the creator of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Without her agreement, even Lu Changming could not proceed. Ping Xin furrowed her brow slightly, gazing deeply at Lu Changming, and after a moment of silence, she finally inquired, "The establishment of the Six Path Masters is a matter of great importance. Do you have candidates in mind? The Six Paths are divided into the Heavenly Path, Human Path, Azura Path, Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Animal Path. I propose to appoint Xinyuanzi as the master of the Heavenly Path and Mingyi as the master of the Azura Path. As for the remaining four paths, given the close relation of the human path to humanity, I shall appoint a member of the human race, while the timing for the other three paths has yet to arrive. And I have not selected candidates." Lu Changming altered his self-reference, indicating that he was discussing matters in his capacity as the Lord of the Underworld. After a prolonged silence, Ping Xin finally nodded. "Your desire to establish the Six Path Masters meets with my approval. However, inviting both Xinyuanzi and Mingyi to the Underworld is no simple task. I will not provide any assistance in this matter. Moreover, they must gain the recognition of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Otherwise, even if I agree, it will be of no use." Hearing Ping Xin's words, a smile crept onto Lu Changming's lips as he rose and bowed to her. "I thank you, Your Highness Ping Xin, for your support. If I cannot even accomplish this, how can I speak of strengthening the Underworld? I have confidence in the individuals I have selected. They will undoubtedly gain the recognition of the Six Paths of Reincarnation." With that, Lu Changming did not linger, offering a final bow to Ping Xin before departing from her palace and heading toward the Blood Sea. Watching Lu Changming's departing figure, Ping Xin's eyes reflected deep contemplation. After a considerable time, a smile graced her lips. "Very well. Let me see how far you can go." Above the Blood Sea, a fissure appeared, revealing a majestic ghost gate that slowly opened, releasing wisps of ominous energy into the wilderness. Lu Changming's figure emerged from within. Gazing upon the vast and seemingly endless Blood Sea, Lu Changming remained unperturbed as he strode forward, his voice echoing across the waters. "This is Lu Changming of the Underworld. Here to pay my respects to the ancestral Mingyi. I humbly request the ancestral presence." His words rippled through the Blood Sea, stirring waves throughout. Deep within the Blood Sea, Mingyi had only recently returned. His aura somewhat diminished as he prepared to enter seclusion for healing. Upon hearing Lu Changming's voice, he pondered, Lu Changming, the Underworld's emperor? What could he possibly want from me at this time? Could it be that Hutu has some scheme against me? The venerable ancestor of the Mingi River furrowed his brow, contemplating the intentions behind Lu Changming's arrival. After much reflection, he found himself at a loss regarding Lu Changming's purpose, yet he felt no trace of fear. After all, this was the domain of the Mingi ancestor. As long as the blood sea remained unexhausted, the Mingi would not perish. A proclamation not made lightly. Without any visible movement, Mingi's figure abruptly vanished from a secluded retreat. At that moment, on the periphery of the blood sea, Lu Changming awaited the appearance of Mingi after his words had been spoken. Who are you? Why do you create a commotion in my blood sea? The venerable ancestor of Mingi is not one to be summoned at whim. An Azura male, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms, with 3 faces of a deep azure hue, exuding sparks of fire from his mouth and bearing a countenance both fierce and grotesque, materialized above the blood sea. His eyes were filled with disdain and hostility as they locked onto Lu Changming. Lu Changming furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by the animosity emanating from this Azura. However, whether in the previous world or this one, he had never entertained the notion of pressing his warm face against another's cold rear. I am the Emperor of the Underworld, here to seek an audience with the venerable ancestor of Mingi. Does that suffice as an introduction? Upon hearing Lu Changming's declaration, the Azura's contempt deepened, tinged with a hint of jealousy. So it is the fortunate one from the Underworld. If you wish to meet my esteemed ancestor, you must first defeat me. Lu Changming, observing the situation, chose not to utter another word. The glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he extended his right hand, his aura suddenly surging forth. Come, let me, Poxin, teach you a lesson and enlighten you on the true essence of the primordial chaos. Poxin's eyes gleamed with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his Deluo golden immortal energy. Charging towards Lu Changming, just then, an invisible wave swept through, freezing both combatants in place, rendering them utterly immobile. Poxin, do not be disrespectful to the Emperor of the Underworld. The voice of the venerable ancestor of Mingi resonated through the air, causing both Lu Changming and Poxin to remain rooted in place, unable to move. When the figure of Mingi finally materialized, they regained control over their bodies. Lu Changming had encountered the venerable ancestor of Mingi before. His expression remained unchanged as he respectfully bowed to the ancestor. Mingi nodded slightly before addressing Lu Changming. I am unaware of why the Emperor is not attending to the affairs of reincarnation in the Underworld and has instead come to my blood sea. What is your purpose? I have come to seek the venerable ancestor of Mingi for a fortuitous opportunity one wished to bestow upon you. I wonder if the venerable ancestor would be willing to hear me out. Lu Changming spoke without indulging in superfluous chatter. I am curious about this opportunity that has prompted the Emperor to visit my blood sea. If it is indeed a fortuity, why am I not aware of it? A flicker of interest flashed in Mingi's eyes, and his aura suddenly bore down on Lu Changming, enveloping him in immense pressure. Lu Changming's brow furrowed slightly, but soon returned to a demeanor of calmness. As if unaffected by Mingi's oppressive presence, in the name of the Emperor of the Underworld, I invite the venerable ancestor of Mingi to join me in the Underworld as the master of the Azura path of the 6 realms of reincarnation. What say you, venerable ancestor? Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Mingi frowned, gazing deeply at Lu Changming, momentarily rendered speechless. Beside Mingi, Poxin was engulfed in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Changming as he rebuked him. You have great audacity. Though you may be the Emperor of the Underworld, I, as the Supreme of the Blood Sea, hold a status equal to yours. You are but a Deluo golden immortal, while my ancestor stands at the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. How dare you command a quasi-saint as if you were superior? Do you intend to humiliate my blood sea? Do you truly believe we fear the Underworld? Lu Changming remained silent, his expression placid as he regarded Mingi. With a wave of his hand, Mingi transformed the surroundings, transporting them into his palace within the blood sea. Inside the palace, Mingi gestured for the Azuras to withdraw. Though Poxin was reluctant, He had no choice but to comply. Once all had departed, Mingyi fixed his gaze upon Lu Changming and spoke slowly. Do you truly wish for me to serve as the master of the Azura Path? Is the Earth Mother aware of this? Has she given her consent? Lu Changming nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with divine light as he replied, I have already conveyed this matter to Lady Pingxin, and she has consented. What doubts remain for the venerable ancestor? What can you offer me? Mingyi's piercing gaze bore into Lu Changming, his heart racing as he sensed the significance of the Azura Path master position. In the cycle of reincarnation, each path ought to have a master presiding over it, a position second only to mine, and overseeing the 6 realms of reincarnation naturally entails merit, given enough time. Perhaps endless ages hence, one might attain the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal through the merits accrued. In my vision, each master ought to possess at least the quasi-saint cultivation. Mingyi clenched his fists, astonishment and excitement flickering in his eyes. Your ambitions are grand. Should you truly find 6 quasi-saints to serve as masters of the 6 paths, the power of the underworld may very well emerge as the 3rd great force beneath the Heavenly Court and the Witch Clan. While the Deluo Golden Immortal may not be a saint, the difference is negligible. You dare to aspire to cultivate 6 Deluo Golden Immortals through boundless merit over endless ages. How truly remarkable you are. Mingyi's words trailed off, caught between labeling Lu Changming as fanciful or ambitious. I may enter the underworld as the master of the Azura Path, yet my action shall not be constrained by the underworld. Unless one day you can defeat me. Otherwise, upon hearing Mingyi's words, Lu Changming exhibited no surprise. This was the primordial chaos, where strength reigned supreme as Deluo, the Golden Immortal. He could not expect the quasi-saint Mingyi to heed his commands. This was only natural. If I cannot surpass the venerable ancestor, I shall not compel him to obey, but that day is not far off. Lu Changming brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that soon he would eclipse Mingyi, compelling him to comply with his directives. Ha! Ha! How intriguing! You are the first to dare speak thus to me. I shall grant you this opportunity. I am willing to become the master of the Azura Path. Mingyi dismissed Lu Changming's words with indifference, believing it impossible for him to surpass him. Since his inception, he had undergone countless epochs, first listening to Hongjuan's teachings, then emulating Nuwa to create the Azura sect, thus attaining his current quasi-saint late-stage prowess. Yet Lu Changming had only reached the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. To reach his pinnacle, he would need to endure several tribulations. Seeing Mingyi's acquiescence, a smile graced Lu Changming's face. In the name of the Emperor of the Underworld, I hereby confer upon Mingyi the title of Master of the Azura Path, with a resounding boom. A vast essence of the Underworld, accompanied by merit, surged into Mingyi's being, swiftly mending his injuries. After a considerable pause, Mingyi finally reopened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy. The essence of the underworld, combined with the merit, not only healed his prior wounds but also elevated his cultivation further. Though the advancement was but minor, it sufficed to ignite excitement within him after a prolonged period of stagnation. All matters concluded. I must take my leave. There is something I need to inform you. Friend Mingyi, I have chosen the master of the Heavenly Path. That individual is Xinyuanzi of the Wuzhuangguan. With those words, Lu Changming vanished from sight. Xinyuanzi, how truly fascinating. Let me see how far you can go. As the river of Hades gazed upon the departing figure of Lu Changming, a flicker of divine light danced in his eyes. Wanshou Mountain lies at the confluence of the western and southern regions of the primordial world, home to the 5 Zhuang Temple, where the venerable Xinyuanzi suppresses a vast area spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, and none dare to act with impunity within its bounds. However, following the tragic demise of his dear friend Hongyun, who perished in a self-detonation, the myriad demon clans within this expansive territory were subjected to an unwarranted calamity, ruthlessly purged by Xinyuanzi. Among those purged were many great Luo Golden Immortals, and had it not been for the intervention of the Eastern Emperor Tai from the Heavenly Court, Xinyuanzi might have continued his relentless campaign. On this day, after a millennium away from the Blood Sea, Lu Changming arrived before the 5 Zhuang Temple. Bang, bang! He knocked upon the temple's grand door, patiently awaiting a response. Inside, Zenyuanzi opened his eyes, calculated a few omens, and a look of unexpected intrigue crossed his face as he rose and made his way to the entrance. Who dares approach the Five Zhuang Temple? The magpies have been cawing incessantly. And to think it is the Hades Emperor in person, he exclaimed, "Might I inquire what brings the Hades Emperor to my humble abode?" Zenyuanzi swung open the door, greeted by the sight of Lu Changming, his face adorned with a warm smile. Lu Changming returned the gesture with a slight bow, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I come uninvited, esteemed immortal, with an urgent matter to discuss. I hope you will not take offense." Zenyuanzi raised an eyebrow, saying little more, but stepped aside to usher Lu Changming inside. Once seated, a disciple named Qing Feng Mingyue presented several fruits resembling infants, placing them before the two. "The Hades Emperor has never graced my Five Zhuang Temple before. These are the ginseng fruits, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. I encourage you to indulge." Lu Changming's eyes sparkled with delight. He lacked the reservations of Tang Sung and eagerly reached for one, taking a gentle bite. The ginseng fruit's flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that nourished his essence, leaving a lingering fragrance upon his palate. Satisfied with the exquisite flavor, Lu Changming consumed 2 fruits in quick succession, feeling a sense of yearning even after finishing. Truly, the ginseng fruit lived up to its esteemed reputation among the 10 primordial roots, even offering a hint of enhancement to a great Luo golden immortal such as himself. A smile crept onto Zenyuanzi's lips. Receiving praise from others, especially someone of stature, was undoubtedly a pleasant experience. "If the Hades Emperor finds them to his liking, I shall bestow upon you 20 ginseng fruits as a gesture of goodwill," he offered. "But tell me, what weighty matter brings you here? It seems we have never met before." "Have we?" Upon hearing Zenyuanzi's words, a glimmer of divine light flickered in Lu Changming's eyes. In that case, I extend my gratitude. Esteemed immortal, I have come to invite you to join the Underworld as a member under the position of the Heavenly Path Sovereign of the Six Paths, second only to myself. What say you?" A flicker of surprise crossed Zenyuanzi's gaze. He had not anticipated Lu Changming's proposition to join the Underworld, a matter of considerable significance. After a moment of contemplation, Zenyuanzi remained silent, sensing the complexity of the offer. "Should you become the sovereign of the heavenly path in my underworld, with the passage of immeasurable ages, accumulating merit through reincarnation, it may not be impossible to catch a glimpse of the great Luo golden immortal realm." Lu Changming continued, "Currently, aside from inviting you to be the sovereign of the heavenly path, the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the River of Hades has already consented to be the sovereign of the Azura Path." Noticing Zenyuanzi's hesitation, Lu Changming elaborated on the benefits of becoming a sovereign of the Six Paths. Mentioning the news regarding the River of Hades, Zenyuanzi's eyes narrowed, a spark of divine light igniting within them. After a while, he fixed his gaze on Lu Changming. "If you wish for me to join the Underworld as the sovereign of the Heavenly Path, it is not impossible, provided the Hades Emperor agrees to one condition." A wave of elation washed over Lu Changming, who promptly inquired, "What is your request, esteemed immortal? Speak freely, and I shall not refuse if it lies within my power." Zenyuanzi nodded slowly, raising his right hand to summon a celestial tome, a radiant glow illuminating the Five Zhuang Temple in an instant. Lu Changming remained still, his attention fixated upon a somewhat damaged gourd before Zenyuanzi, a look of astonishment etched upon his features. "Is this the 99 scatter spirit gourd of the ancestor Hong Yun? Was he not already obliterated? How could this still remain?" Before he could finish, Zenyuanzi, sensing Lu Changming's shock and confusion, spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Indeed, this is the spiritual treasure of my old friend Hong Yun. Initially, I believed that with his self-detonation, this treasure would be utterly lost. Yet, to my surprise, I found it at the site of his demise. Fortuitously, this treasure preserved his last trace of true spirit. If all goes well, he may awaken after countless eons, or perhaps he may never return. If you could restore this last remnant of Hong Yun's true spirit and grant him passage back into reincarnation, I will agree to join the Underworld and become the sovereign of the Heavenly Path among the Six Paths." Xinyuanzi's words were accompanied by a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If even Lu Changming, the ruler of the Underworld, could not restore Hongyun's true spirit, then it would be left to fate. Alternatively, he might have to wait until he himself ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, though he could not foresee when that day would come. Observing the determination in Xinyuanzi's gaze, Lu Changming expressed his admiration. "It is indeed a stroke of fortune for the ancestor Hongyun to have a friend such as you. I accept the task of restoring his true spirit. Should I fail, I will even beseech the Empress of Tranquility to aid in his revival." Gratitude shone in Xinyuanzi's eyes as he rose and offered a respectful nod to Lu Changming, acknowledging his commitment. "Thus, I shall willingly join the Underworld and become the sovereign of the Heavenly Path among the Six Paths." "Excellent," Lu Changming declared. "In the name of the Hades Emperor, I decree Xinyuanzi as the sovereign of the Heavenly Path among the Six Paths, with a rank subordinate only to myself." A smile illuminated Lu Changming's countenance as he, in his capacity as ruler of the Underworld, conferred upon Xinyuanzi the esteemed position of sovereign of the Heavenly Path. As Lu Changming's words resonated, the fortunes and merits of the Underworld flowed into Xinyuanzi, elevating his cultivation and prowess. Time passed swiftly, and, as Xinyuanzi opened his eyes, they bore a newfound depth, clearly indicating a significant advancement in his cultivation. "Congratulations, esteemed immortal, on your substantial progress. May you soon attain the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal." Upon hearing Lu Changming's well wishes, Xinyuanzi offered a rueful smile. The path to the great Luo Golden Immortal is not so easily traversed. It is a realm that stands shoulder to shoulder with the saints. I can only hope for the day when I may catch but a glimpse of such a state, for even in death, it would be a fate I would willingly embrace. The longing for the great Luo Golden Immortal realm shimmered in Xinyuanzi's gaze. For the attainment of sanctity or the status of the great Luo Golden Immortal was the singular pursuit of one such as him. Lu Changming remained silent. A glint of divine light flickering in his eyes, he was resolute. He would undoubtedly reach the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and swiftly at that, on Yingzhou Island. The stronghold of the formidable Zifu faction. The one who governed this territory was the Dong Wang Gong, an individual personally appointed by the Dao ancestor as the foremost male immortal in the world. At this moment, a frown marred his features. "Tianhua, the Dao ancestor has named me the foremost male immortal. Why do so many among the primordial beings refuse to acknowledge my authority? Why do they not heed the Dao ancestor's command to follow me?" Standing beside Dong Wang Gong, a figure named Tianhua's eyes sparkled with divine light as he spoke. "Your Excellency, you are the Dao ancestor's appointed foremost male immortal, the most legitimate figure in the realm. Although there is a fierce contention between the demon and shaman clans, we are not without our opportunities." Dong Wang Gong's interest was piqued. He turned to Tianhua, a smile breaking across his face as he inquired, "Tianhua, are you still speaking in riddles? Pray tell, where lie my opportunities?" Tianhua stepped forward, gesturing toward the East Sea with fervor. "Your Excellency, while our Zifu stands firm in the East Sea, we are far from the soul power here. Even the long-fallen Dragon Clan does not regard our Zifu with respect. If the Duke of the East could subjugate the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, then both fortune and influence would undoubtedly elevate my Purple Mansion to new heights. Once the demon and shaman clans have inflicted grievous wounds upon one another, my Purple Mansion may yet find the opportunity to reap the benefits in this conflict." Upon hearing Tianhua's words, a spark of divine light flickered in the Duke of the East's eyes, and his heart began to race. He felt a stirring within him. However, a frown soon creased his brow. According to reports from spies hidden within the Dragon Clan, all 4 Sea Dragon Kings are the great Luo Golden Immortal rank, and among the elders, there are certainly many who share this status. The Dragon Clan's strength is by no means feeble. Moreover, as one of the 3 innate clans, they must possess profound heritage. Should my Purple Mansion engage the Dragon Clan and suffer losses, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to our standing. Tianhua acknowledged the Duke's concerns with a nod, then spoke, "Your Grace need not worry. Although the Dragon Clan is formidable, how can they possibly rival our Purple Mansion? Currently, our ranks boast over 100 great Luo Golden Immortals. And both you and I are quasi-saint powerhouses, and no matter how strong the Dragon Clan's foundation may be, it is unlikely they possess several quasi-saints, if their might were truly so great. Why would they remain cooped up within the Four Seas instead of embarking on another campaign against the Primordial Wilderness? If you still harbor doubts, just look at the Phoenix and Qilin clans, who are also counted among the three innate clans. Where are they now? At this, the Duke of the East could no longer maintain his composure, having already entertained thoughts regarding the Dragon Clan. Tianhua's analysis only solidified his resolve. He turned to Tianhua and declared, "Issue a decree to the Dragon Clan. Let them surrender to my Purple Mansion and submit to our command. Otherwise, wherever the Purple Mansion's army marches, not a blade of grass shall remain." With those words, the Duke vanished from Tianhua's sight, needing to prepare for the campaign against the Dragon Clan. Tianhua bowed in the direction where the Duke had departed. His eyes clouded with uncertainty, as if dark currents were stirring within. Tianhua obeys. How audacious! What does the Duke of the East think he is, to command my Dragon Clan? This is nothing short of an affront. We must retaliate. If we do not eliminate the Duke, how can we quell the fury of the Dragon Clan? We must surely obliterate both the Purple Mansion and Yingzhou Island. Our Dragon Clan has withdrawn for countless ages. It seems that no one in the Primordial Wilderness remembers our former might. It is time for us to emerge. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the four Sea Dragon Kings gathered, flanked by several elders who had attained the rank of Great Luo, Golden Immortal. At this moment, the faces of the elder dragons were aflame with indignation. It had been ages since anyone dared to trouble the Dragon Clan, yet now, someone had the audacity to challenge them. Enough, esteemed elders, we are all aware of the situation. How shall our Dragon Clan respond? The East Sea Dragon King Aowang's eyes glinted with coldness as he waved his sleeve and spoke solemnly. Following the conclusion of the war between the three clans, the Qilin clan had vanished without a trace, and the Phoenix clan had retreated to the dormant volcanoes in the south, while the Dragon Clan had retreated to the Four Seas. Those dragons who had survived the Great War had retreated into the ancestral Dragon Palace, choosing to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the Primordial Wilderness, content to be a part of the Dragon Clan's legacy. Aowang, having emerged later and not participated in the Great War, was thus elected as the East Sea Dragon King, with his three brothers assuming the roles of the other Sea Kings. Brother, what more is there to discuss? When our Dragon Clan ruled the Primordial Wilderness, the Duke of the East was nothing. Now he dares to dictate terms to us? I say we should march directly to Yingzhou and annihilate it. The South Sea Dragon King Aochin was consumed with rage. Among the four, his temper was the most volatile, likely due to his fiery heritage as a red dragon. Second brother, it is easy for you to say. But while the Duke of the East may not be a formidable foe, his rise to prominence as the foremost male immortal is due to another's backing. What if we provoke that individual? The West Sea Dragon King Aowen countered, concern etched across his features. Tianhua's words, the East Sea Dragon Palace fell into a profound silence. They all considered that individual, feeling an immense weight of pressure. This was no trivial matter, and a single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the Dragon Clan. And so what? Are we to let the Duke of the East manipulate us at will? Aochin grumbled under his breath, unwilling to yield. Aowang remained contemplative, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Just then, he sensed something and smiled, rising to pay his respects toward the direction of the hall. Aowang pays his respects to the venerable Chancellor. The others were taken aback, swiftly turning to see an elderly figure, hunched and supported by cane, with a shell on his back and hair as white as snow, entering the Grand Hall. The elder gazed fondly upon the bowing four Sea Dragon Kings and the assembly of dragon elders, his eyes brimming with warmth. Good, good. You are all fine children. Rise, he exclaimed. I have come to convey the wishes of the Master. You need not concern yourselves with whether that individual will intervene. Focus all your efforts on dealing with the Duke of the East. Although the Dragon Clan has remained dormant in the Primordial Wilderness, we are not to be bullied. Should you find yourselves in peril, the ancestral Dragon Palace will send elders to assist you. Hearing the elders' words, Aowang and the others were filled with excitement. They were no longer afraid. We obey. With the Dragon Clan's resolution solidified, countless dragons and sea creatures across the four seas stirred, with the powerful among them converging upon the East Sea Dragon Palace. As if a storm were brewing, news of the Dragon Clan's refusal to submit to the Duke of the East swiftly spread throughout the primordial wilderness, drawing the attention of countless beings who understood that the Duke would not simply let this go. Many marveled at the Duke's audacity. Although the Dragon Clan had retreated, they still wielded considerable power over the four seas, indicating their undeniable strength. A fierce struggle was surely on the horizon. This news quickly reached the Purple Mansion in Yingzhou, where the Duke sat in the Grand Hall, his demeanor dark and suffused with a chilling, killing intent, casting a heavy atmosphere over the chamber. The high-ranking officials of the Purple Mansion maintained a cautious silence, wary of provoking the Duke further. Observing the silent assembly, the Duke's eyes glinted with cold light as he turned to Tianhua and inquired, "Tianhua, the Dragon Clan has refused to submit to my Purple Mansion. What do you propose we do next?" Tianhua raised his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, his voice laced with frost as he replied, "Your grace is the male immortal bestowed by the Dao ancestor. That the Dragon Clan should be so ungrateful is an affront that must be avenged to demonstrate the might of my Purple Mansion." Upon hearing Tianhua's words, a divine light flickered in the Duke's eyes. He abruptly stood, his quasi-saint aura erupting, overwhelming the hall. "Very well. Tianhua, I command you to mobilize the forces of my Purple Mansion. 3 days hence. We shall march to the East Sea Dragon Palace and obliterate it. I shall make it known to the world that I, the Duke of the East, am the true male immortal of the realm. Those who defy me shall meet their demise." Tianhua bowed his head, a barely perceptible glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he solemnly responded, "Tianhua obeys." After arranging everything, the Duke transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Grand Hall. Tianhua could distinctly hear the collective sighs of relief from those around him. The hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he stepped out of the hall. Tianhua straightened up. Turning his back to the Grand Hall, he extended his right hand and clenched it slightly in the air, his eyes sparkling with ambition. The winds have begun to stir. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed out on this day. The East Sea basked in sunshine, tranquil and serene, when a voice filled with authority echoed throughout the East Sea. "Aowang, I, the Duke of the East, act on the Dao ancestors' command to govern the male immortals of the primordial wilderness. And you, Dragon Clan, are included in this decree. Why do you resist and defy my authority? Do you wish to oppose the will of the Dao ancestor?" The Duke of the East, clad in a resplendent purple robe adorned with images of the great sun and rivers, appeared as if he occupied the very center of the universe. Behind him stood the Purple Mansion army, fully prepared and brimming with fierce energy. "Roar! Howl! Roar!" as the words of the Eastern King resounded. Serpentine dragons leaped forth from the depths of the East Sea, transforming into human forms mid-air, accompanied by a legion of aquatic warriors. "Eastern King, when my Dragon Clan roamed the heavens and the earth, you were yet to be conceived. What audacity grants you the temerity to command my kin? Do you not perceive your own insignificance? Merely a petty jester." Aowang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, regarded the Eastern King with palpable disdain, bolstered by the backing of the old Chancellor. Even though the Eastern King possessed greater strength, Aowang felt no trepidation. Impudence, the Eastern King roared, his countenance ablaze with fury, eyes glinting with murderous intent. Unleashing his full force as a late-stage quasi-saint, he shattered the space behind him and extended his right hand towards Aowang, intent on obliterating the one who dared to insult him. Cough! Cough! The Eastern King's fury was monumental. To bully a younger generation was beneath him. "Allow me to entertain you." A venerable figure bearing a turtle shell appeared before Aowang, intercepting the Eastern King's overwhelming force, causing it to vanish into the ether. Sensing the elder's aura, a flicker of caution crossed the Eastern King's eyes. He discerned a palpable danger emanating from this old man, indicating that his strength was no less formidable than his own. "Who are you? Why meddle in the affairs between me and the Dragon Clan? Have you heard of the lineage of the Turtle Chancellor? I am he, the Chancellor of the Great Dragon Lord's generation. Now that you have dared to oppress my Dragon Clan, do you expect me to remain passive?" The elder revealed his identity without reservation, his gaze unwavering. "In that case, there is nothing further to discuss. People of the Purple Mansion, Heed my command. Annihilate all who defy my orders." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the Eastern King's eyes, but the situation had escalated beyond retreat. He could not back down for the sake of a mere Turtle Chancellor. Otherwise, where would his dignity, and that of the Purple Mansion, reside? With a cold snort, he commanded his forces to engage the Dragon Clan in battle. "For the honor of my Dragon Clan, slay all invaders." "Kill! Kill!" Aoguan and his kin exhibited no hesitation, directing the dragon and aquatic armies to charge the forces of the Purple Mansion, igniting a fierce battle. The entire East Sea was enveloped in a murderous aura. The atmosphere electric with intensity. "Come forth, let me witness the prowess of your Turtle Chancellor." Purple sun glimmering flames. As the battle commenced, the Eastern King wasted no time. A violet radiance flickered in his eyes as he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of purple flames, akin to glistening glass, that surged towards the Turtle Chancellor. Interesting, yet insufficient. A sharp glint flashed in the Turtle Chancellor's eyes as he thrust his staff downwards. The waters of the East Sea roiled, rising to form serpentine water dragons that surged forth to confront the violet flames. With a thunderous crash, the water dragons collided with the purple flames, unleashing a cacophony that shook the very heavens, sending waves surging high into the sky. The Eastern King and the Turtle Chancellor locked eyes, their glares laden with lethal intent. Suddenly, both figures vanished, their forms replaced by intertwining flashes of purple and blue light. Observing the clash between the Eastern King and the Turtle Chancellor, Tianhua felt a spark of intrigue. Is the Turtle Chancellor truly the last bastion of the Dragon Clan? Why does that not inspire confidence within me? It appears I must test this myself. Resolute, Tianhua's aura surged, exuding the essence of a mid-stage quasi-saint, his demeanor utterly unperturbed by the brutal combat unfolding before him. Raising his hand, a palace materialized, rapidly overshadowing the battlefield as it descended. The Eastern King, witnessing Tianhua's intervention, smirked, eager to witness the Turtle Chancellor's panic. However, to his astonishment, the Turtle Chancellor remained composed, as if anticipating this moment. Meeting the Eastern King's gaze, he calmly remarked, "Surely, you do not believe that I am the Dragon Clan's last resort?" With that declaration, two whirlpools erupted in the East Sea, from which the roars of dragons reverberated as two divine dragons soared forth. They gazed at the descending palace, their eyes glinting with cold determination. And with a flick of their tails, they sent the palace hurtling away. Tianhua, observing the two divine dragons appear nearby, felt a dawning realization. He summoned the displaced palace back into his grasp, hovering above him. Indeed, the Dragon Clan possesses more than one contingency. They are a force that has endured since the dawn of time, still commanding the seas. The depths of the Dragon Clan's heritage are beyond your comprehension. Should you dare to invade my kin, prepare for your demise. Brother, why waste words with him? Let us slay him. The two dragons, one black and one white, glided through the air, their forms seeming to pierce the very fabric of space. Swiftly reaching Tianhua, their claws poised to strike. That's so. Then allow me to witness just how remarkable your Dragon Clan truly is. The light in Tianhua's eyes flickered as he raised his hand, positioning the palace before him as a shield. Then, with a surge of energy, an ethereal silhouette resembling a giant rock materialized behind him, lunging towards the white dragon as Tianhua engaged with the two dragons. The Eastern King cast a dark glance at the Turtle Chancellor, if he had not anticipated that the Dragon Clan, whom he deemed easily vanquishable, would withstand his assault. Where, then, would his dignity as the foremost male celestial of the primordial realm reside? Quasi-saints are hardly formidable. My Dragon Clan boasts several. Today, I shall establish an inviolable authority over the Dragon Clan through your defeat. The Turtle Chancellor remained calm, yet his words resonated with unwavering conviction throughout the East Sea. Seeking death, Dragon Head Staff, prepare to strike. The Eastern King's eyes gleamed with icy fury. The Turtle Chancellor had dismissed him. His heart ablaze with wrath, he extended his hand, summoning a dragon-headed staff, a supreme innate treasure gifted by Hong Jun himself. This staff symbolized his status as the foremost male celestial of the primordial realm, a cherished artifact. With a flick of the Eastern King's wrist, the dragon-headed staff elongated indefinitely, rapidly measuring thousands of feet, radiating a resplendent azure glow as it surged towards the turtle chancellor. Wherever the staff passed, the space shattered, echoing with a chilling resonance as it barreled towards its target, witnessing the might of the dragon-headed staff. Even the turtle chancellor adopted a serious demeanor. Having lived through that era, he understood the significance of such a supreme innate treasure. Yet seriousness did not equate to fear. The turtle chancellor withdrew the turtle shell from his back, setting it before him. With a commanding shout, he channeled his power into the shell. The originally obsidian shell began to shimmer with brilliance as intricate patterns illuminated its surface, forming arrays that intertwined with the fabric of existence. Mystic Turtle's shield, arise! A phantom obsidian turtle ascended from the shell, unleashing a roar that reverberated across 1,000,000 miles. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous booms erupted, causing the entire East Sea to convulse, unleashing towering waves that crashed outward. Numerous beings dwelling along the East Sea suffered an unprovoked calamity, swallowed by the ocean, losing their lives. The clash between the forces of the Purple Mansion and the dragon and aquatic armies also incurred significant losses. Even those aquatic beings accustomed to the sea found themselves unable to survive against the ferocious tides. No, I am destined to become the unrivaled sovereign of the primordial realm. I cannot fail here. Kill. The Eastern King's eyes glinted with madness. He could not accept being thwarted by the Dragon Clan, nor could he bear the thought of becoming a laughingstock in the primordial world. He must crush the Dragon Clan, merging with the dragon-headed staff. He declared die. The Eastern King cast his dragon-headed staff into the air, his form transforming into a fleeting ray of light that melded into the staff itself. Instantly, the dragon-headed staff radiated a resplendent golden glow. Once the brilliance subsided, the staff had metamorphosed into a magnificent golden dragon, its overwhelming dragon might radiating a fearsome aura in all directions. Roar! The golden dragon unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated across the expanse of the Eastern Sea, as if echoing from the primordial chaos of ancient times. Indeed, this formidable dragon might, being a gift from a certain esteemed individual, was no ordinary phenomenon. The tortoise chancellor, sensing the power emanating from the golden dragon, was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion, astonishment, and shock. The golden dragon offered him no respite for contemplation. With a flick of its tail, it shattered the fabric of space and appeared before the tortoise chancellor in an instant, intent on devouring him. Thus, let me enlighten you on what true dragon might entails. The ancestral dragon pearl, the ancestral dragon's manifestation, supreme among heaven and earth. Without a moment's hesitation, the tortoise chancellor summoned a sphere the size of a human head. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a small dragon with 9 claws swimming within the orb. Roar! As the tortoise chancellor activated the ancestral dragon pearl, the small dragon opened its eyes, emitting a deafening roar. While a majestic manifestation of the ancestral dragon materialized in the sky, an infinite aura of majesty and dominance enveloped the entire Eastern Sea, gradually extending towards the primordial realm, as if the ancestral dragon had been resurrected. Within Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones opened their eyes, gazing towards the Eastern Sea, their visions reflecting the form of the ancestral dragon's manifestation, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. The ancestral dragon, one of the 3 great sovereigns of the ancient era, emanated such overwhelming power that even Emperor June could scarcely compare. Yet this was no longer the age of antiquity. This era belongs not to your 3 clans, but to we, the saints. Laozi's words were steeped in an icy chill. With a mere thought, the pressure of the saints surged forth, pushing back the aura of the ancestral dragon's manifestation that had spread to the primordial continent. Beside him, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained silent, each unleashing their saintly might to suppress the aura of the ancestral dragon's manifestation. Within the Enhua Palace at the western Mount Meru, in the Yinming realm's peaceful heart hall, Enhua and others similarly summoned their own forces, collectively striving to push the ancestral dragon's manifestation back towards the Eastern Sea. Roar, roar! Under the collective pressure of the saints, a flicker of reluctance appeared in the ancestral dragon's eyes, after a few furious roars directed towards the heavens. It solidified its aura over the entire Eastern Sea. However, it was merely a manifestation, not the ancestral dragon reborn, and thus could not contend against the assembly of saints in the ancient era. The three clans clashed. The Primordial Qilin, the Yuan Feng, the ancestral dragon. These sovereigns of antiquity have ultimately passed, and now it is the age of the saints, but in the future it shall be my era within the Underworld. Lu Changming observed the ancestral dragon's unparalleled form and its overwhelming presence, a glimmer of regret passing through his eyes, soon replaced by overwhelming confidence. At this moment, his aura had evidently surpassed the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Above the Eastern Sea, the Eastern King, fused with the golden dragonborn of the dragon-headed staff, stood in confrontation with the ancestral dragon's manifestation. One, a paragon of saintly strength combined with a top-tier innate treasure. Wielding boundless power, the other, a remnant of the once dominant ancestral dragon, radiating an aura that could eclipse the heavens. Roar! Roar! Both dragons roared in unison, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they collided with one another, their clash shattering the very fabric of space. The tumultuous conflict between the two divine dragons deterred any onlookers, as colossal waves surged across the Eastern Sea, causing it to tremble incessantly. Time slipped by as the confrontation between the ancestral dragon's manifestation and the golden dragon of the Eastern King continued, until suddenly the golden dragon began to disintegrate mid-air. A mouthful of blood erupted from the Eastern King as the dragon-headed staff, now dimmed in luminosity, floated before him. The disintegration of the golden dragon was a consequence of the staff's depleted power. It could no longer sustain the dragon's form, resulting in a grievous injury. While the ancestral dragon's manifestation had triumphed over the Eastern King, it too had suffered a share of exhaustion, but a careful observer could discern that the ancestral dragon's once solid form now appeared somewhat ethereal. Once the ancestral dragon's manifestation faded into nothingness, it could no longer summon assistance. Roar! Witnessing the Eastern King gravely wounded, the ancestral dragon's manifestation, emboldened by its advantage, unleashed a furious roar, its foreclaw lunging towards the Eastern King. Spewing embers as if intent on reducing him to ASH.T. Oh, kill me, is an impossibility. Celestial beings of the Purple Mansion, he my command, assembled a myriad celestial formation. The Eastern King gazed at the approaching ancestral dragon's manifestation, his eyes alight with murderous intent, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As his words fell, numerous disciples of the Purple Mansion materialized behind him, among them many at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. As they arrived, each took their position, one wielding a banner while another inscribed formation runes, intertwining their auras into a cohesive whole. With his collective force, the previously waning aura of the Eastern King surged, his complexion becoming flushed, and his power restored even beyond its initial state. As soon as the ancestral dragon's manifestation appeared, Tianhua abandoned his duel with the black and white dragons, intently observing the clash between the Eastern King and the ancestral dragon's manifestation. Now, witnessing the Eastern King unleash the myriad celestial formation, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. He had not anticipated the Eastern King possessed such means, managing to keep it hidden, perhaps reserving it for the confrontation with the witch and demon clans. However, at this moment, the light in Tianhua's eyes flickered uncertainly as he regarded the Eastern King's silhouette, a hint of a cold smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Those who have perished should not rise again to stir chaos. Perish! The Eastern King remained oblivious to Tianhua's expression, his focus entirely on the encroaching ancestral dragon's manifestation. Once more, the dragon-headed staff erupted with astonishing brilliance, striking down towards the ancestral dragon's manifestation. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the dragon-headed staff pierced through layers of space, striking the ancestral dragon's manifestation upon the head, sending it plummeting into the Eastern Sea, the force of impact causing the waters to surge violently in all directions. Die! Seeing his successful strike and hearing the anguished roar of the ancestral dragon's manifestation, the Eastern King hesitated not. Having connected with the strength of the myriad celestial formation, he transformed into a radiant purple sun hovering in the air. Like the sun itself, he radiated boundless light and heat. As if intent on evaporating the entire Eastern the ancestral dragon's manifestation soared into the air. The Eastern King's purple sun moved. It hurtled directly towards the ancestral dragon's manifestation, trailing flames that twisted the very space around it. Unable to withstand the scorching intensity of the purple sun, begone! The Eastern Sea is no playground for you. The Dragon Clan is not something you can provoke. Just as the Eastern King's purple sun was about to strike down upon the ancestral dragon's manifestation. Deep within the Eastern Sea, in an ancient palace, a divine dragon lying within the great hall opened its eyes, unleashing a thunderous roar. As its eyes opened, the entire hall was flooded with light. Every shadow vanished. When it closed its eyes, darkness enveloped the hall, swallowing every flicker of light. Following this furious roar, it waved its right claw, abruptly tearing open a massive aperture, extending its claw through the breach. In the external realm, following this roar, the purple sun conjured by the Eastern King froze mid-air, rendered utterly immobile, but he sensed a force tenfold, 100-fold stronger than his own, forcibly binding his entire being. Imprisoning him in place, a saint. No, it cannot be. Could it truly be a perfected quasi-saint? How could the Dragon Clan harbor such formidable experts? Beside him, Tianhua's eyes reflected his astonishment. He had contemplated many scenarios, including the presence of hidden powers within the Dragon Clan, quasi-saint level beings. Yet he had never anticipated the existence of a perfected quasi-saint within the Dragon Clan. With such strength, it could be said that the Dragon Clan ranked among the pinnacle powers of the primordial realm, rivaling even the witch and demon clans. Yet now, they chose to remain concealed beneath the four seas, their true intentions shrouded in mystery. A massive aperture appeared in the air, and a dragon claw extended forth, sweeping towards the interconnected myriad celestial formation, which offered no resistance and was instantly shattered. Transformed back into his human form, the Eastern King Gong of Zhang spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his face ashen and frail, clearly suffering from the backlash of his own psyche, rendering his injuries even more grievous. The ancestral dragons, too, reverted to the ancestral dragon pearl with a flick of a dragon claw. Returning to the hands of the Turtle Prime Minister, count yourself fortunate. My lord does not wish to hold you accountable. Depart swiftly from this place and return to your Yingzhou Island, lest you provoke my Dragon Clan's ire. Upon the appearance of that dragon claw, the Turtle Prime Minister's demeanor shifted dramatically, his gaze towards the Eastern King Gong brimming with murderous intent, as if the Eastern King Gong had crossed some unseen threshold. In this moment, the Eastern King Gong sensed his regained freedom, but he uttered no words, merely casting a deep glance at the place where the dragon claw had vanished, a cold glimmer flickering in his eyes. Relay the order. The Zifu shall withdraw its forces. The troops of Zifu did not linger. Facing an individual of perfect sanctity, they could not muster any desire for resistance, hastily retreating instead, in an instant. The battlefield was left strewn with the lifeless bodies of innocents caught in the crossfire, save for the Dragon Clan and the participating aquatic beings. The war between the Zifu and the Dragon Clan had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, its conclusion surprising many. While the Eastern King Gong became a subject of ridicule, the Dragon Clan once again emerged before the populace, instilling a newfound respect for this ancient and enduring faction. If the Dragon Clan was formidable, what of the competing Phoenix and Qilin clans? Did they possess similar might? In that moment, no one dared to lay claim to the Dragon, Phoenix, or Qilin clans, and the vast expanse of the wilderness fell silent. All eyes fixated on the unfolding circumstances, pondering whether the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin would once again emerge to vie for supremacy over the wilderness. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang regarded the Turtle Prime Minister with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Beside him, the other Dragon Kings of the Three Seas mirrored his sentiments. Old Prime Minister, why can't our Dragon Clan seize the moment and emerge to contest the wilderness once more? The Turtle Prime Minister's eyes flickered with uncertainty, revealing a trace of murderous intent as he spoke. Do you think I do not desire the Dragon Clan's emergence to contest the wilderness? It is primarily because my lord forbids it. Why is that? A.O. Guang's expression changed, utterly bewildered by the decision. You do not know? Allow me to enlighten you. This calamity is fundamentally a struggle between the witch and the demon. Should you involve yourselves, it would be a path to self-destruction. Even with my presence, it would be futile. Moreover, beneath the ancestral dragon palace, the dragon abyss is experiencing disturbances, compelling the ancient dragon clan to quell these anomalies. Without the combat prowess of the quasi-saint realm, how can you hope to contend? We shall await the opportune moment. The future is long, and our dragon clan can afford to bide its time. A resonant voice echoed within the dragon palace, causing both A.O. Guang and the turtle prime minister to adopt a respectful demeanor. It was the voice of their lord. The dragon abyss is the dragon clan's greatest secret. The wilderness is vast and boundless, with continents accounting for 6 parts and the 4 seas for 4, that countless opportunities lie within these lands, as they do in the seas. Even the dragon clan cannot claim to know all the secrets of the 4 seas. The dragon abyss was a place serendipitously discovered by the ancestral dragon, where entry accelerates the dragon clan's cultivation. To safeguard this knowledge, the ancestral dragon crafted the ancestral dragon palace, establishing it atop the dragon abyss to prevent any leaks. Over countless years, this dragon abyss has become the greatest foundation for the dragon clan, facilitating rapid breakthroughs and development of their strength. However, like all things, there are advantages and disadvantages. The dragon abyss, while enhancing the dragon clan's cultivation, harbors numerous dangers, with its space prone to tumult that necessitates guardianship. Thus, most of the surviving dragons from the ancient war have retreated into the dragon abyss to meditate and stabilize its turbulent space. Although A.O. Guang and the others were unaware of the specific circumstances of the dragon abyss, they understood its paramount importance to their clan and refrained from further discussions of emergence. They were acutely aware that the future held ample opportunities for the dragon clan to rise once more. On Yingzhou Island, within the Grand Hall of the Zifu, the Eastern King Gong's face bore a pallid hue as he surveyed the assembly of Zifu members below him. A myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. His earlier confident venture to subdue the dragon clan had ended in a dismal defeat, leaving the Zifu with grievous casualties. Several Deluo golden immortals had perished, and those who had set up the 10,000 immortals great array were all severely wounded, with no hope of full recovery for tens of thousands of years. He himself was no exception, bearing significant injuries that would require an even longer time to heal. This time, I was too careless. I did not anticipate that the dragon clan possessed such profound depths. The Zifu has suffered considerable losses in this conflict. To prevent the demon clan and witch clan from targeting us, relay the order to activate all defensive arrays. Except for those who require healing, all others must heighten their vigilance. Tianhua. During my seclusion for recovery, I entrust the Zifu-S affairs to you. Here is the diagram for the 10,000 immortals great array. Study it diligently, and I hope to witness your accomplishments upon my emergence. The Eastern King Gong's gaze flickered with complexity as he pointed towards Tianhua, transferring the array diagram into Tianhua's mind. Rest assured, my lord, as long as Tianhua is here, the Zifu shall encounter no issues. Tianhua responded with utmost respect, bowing slightly to the Eastern King Gong. Pleased, the Eastern King Gong nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. With the Eastern King Gong in seclusion for recuperation, the entirety of the Zifu's authority fell into Tianhua's capable hands as he organized the defenses and studied the 10,000 immortals great array. Admiration shone in his eyes. The Eastern King Gong was indeed an extraordinary figure, and the 10,000 immortals great array rivaled the great array of the heavenly stars. Should it continue to develop, it could potentially become a significant constraint on the demon clan. Alas, Tianhua shook his head slightly, a sigh escaping his lips as a glimmer from his fingertips vanished into the space before him. Time flowed gradually, yet the wilderness remained ensconced in tranquility. The dragon clan did not emerge as the beings of the wilderness had anticipated, nor did the Phoenix or Qilin clans offer any news. However, the inhabitants of the wilderness did not revel in this silence. Instead, an unending sense of oppression enveloped them, each individual retreating into seclusion or diligently honing their skills. desperately seeking to bolster their power. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall of the Heavenly Court, Di Jun sat regally upon his throne, flanked by the East Emperor Tai, who cradled the Chaos Bell. The hall was filled with ministers of the demon clan, esteemed ministers. The demon seers have reported that the Eastern King Gong is in seclusion for recovery, and the Zifu has been infiltrated. Now is the opportune moment to launch an offensive against the Zifu. What are your thoughts, my lord? Is there any need for discussion? I am willing to personally lead the heavenly army to vanquish the Zifu and obliterate it. It is the perfect opportunity to train our forces, as we have not yet had the chance to wield our swords. The East Emperor Tai was the first to speak, his eyes gleaming with excitement. For battle was his greatest passion. Your Majesty, the Eastern King Gong's assault on the Dragon Clan has caused untold suffering to the beings of the East the ruling power of the wilderness. We must retaliate. I volunteer to be the vanguard of the Heavenly Court. I too request to join the fray. One by one, the demon saints and high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Court clamor for battle following the East Emperor Tai's declaration. Their expressions suffused with exhilaration. Since the last war between the witch and demon clans, they had not engaged in combat for countless years, and their impatience was palpable that if they did not act now. Who knew when the next opportunity would arise? Perhaps only when the witch and demon clans clashed once more. Di Jun surveyed the eager ministers of the Heavenly Court, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. A Heavenly Court unafraid of battle was the very vision he had yearned for. Excellent. With all of you, what do we have to fear in vanquishing the Witch Clan? What do we have to fear in asserting the Heavenly Court's true dominion over the wilderness? Relay this imperial decree. A century hence, I shall lead an army of millions from the Heavenly Court to personally annihilate the Zifu that has brought ruin upon the beings of the East Sea. Di Jun rose to his feet, the aura of a quasi-saint radiating from him, filling the Lingxiao treasure hall with his imperial majesty. We shall heed the Heavenly Emperor's command as the days and nights passed. A century was but a fleeting moment in the wilderness. Boom! Boom! The sound of war drums echoed from the Heavenly Court, countless dark clouds converging outside its gates, a torrent of fierce and ominous energy coalescing in the sky, advancing towards the East Sea with the force of a storm. This formidable army of the demon race is personally led by the Demon Emperor Di Jun, accompanied by the likes of Dongwang Tai and others, who are undoubtedly the elite among the demon clan. That a multitude of Tai golden immortals emerges, alongside a considerable number of the Luo golden immortals. The mobilization of such an elite force from the demon race inevitably stirs the winds and clouds across the entire primordial realm, leaving countless beings in a state of panic. This is an elite army of demons, with billions of them on the move. Could it be that another conflict with the Witch Clan is imminent? The prohibition set by the Dao ancestor has yet to expire. How dare the demon race defy his decree? What are they truly plotting? No, that cannot be right. Their trajectory appears to be directed towards the Eastern Sea, where the Dragon Clan and the Zifu reside. Could it be that the demon race intends to conquer them? Witnessing the movement of this demon army towards the Eastern Sea, a singular thought arises in the minds of countless primordial beings. Recently, the Dragon Clan had just repelled an attack from the Eastern King's Zifu. Could they be facing another assault from the demon race? At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, within the Panga Hall, figures such as Daijing gather, sensing the shift in the demon race's actions, their eyes radiating a frigid intensity. Eldest brother, with the demon race on the move, should we mobilize our Witch Clan warriors to intercept them? Zhurong's eyes glimmer with a hint of bloodthirst, revealing a chilling smile. And oh need, our Witch Clan has recently lost sisterhood too. Although we have compensated somewhat through the Dushinshin Shaki and the 13 Witches, there remain significant vulnerabilities that it is best to act only at a critical moment. As long as they do not head towards us, we need not concern ourselves with them. That it would not hurt to eliminate a few more forces in the primordial realm. Daijang shakes his head slightly, his eyes shining with divine light. The Witch Clan must remain concealed at this juncture. Revealing their strength would be unwise. Indeed, were it not for the fear of exposing their current capabilities, he would not hesitate to seize this excellent opportunity to stoke the flames against the demon race. Dijuan and his forces march with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving above Ingzhou Island, where the Zifu is located. Eastern King, you have brought untold suffering to the beings of the Eastern Sea. Come forth and meet your fate. Dijuan's authoritative voice reverberates throughout Ingzhou Island, resonating across much of the Eastern Sea. As silence envelopes Ingzhou Island, a purple radiance gradually ascends, and the figure of the Eastern King emerges before Dijuan and his retinue, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Dijuan, I am the Dao ancestors' appointed leader of the male immortals. How dare you come here to challenge me? Do you not hold the Dao ancestor in high regard? His words carry a chilling tone, yet the Eastern King feels an undercurrent of insecurity, hoping to leverage Hongjuan's name to intimidate Dijuan. However, given the circumstances, how could Dijuan be daunted by Hongjuan's reputation? Eastern King, though you are the Dao ancestor's appointed leader of the male immortals, you lack virtue and allow your subordinates to commit atrocities. Not long ago, you caused great suffering to the beings of the Eastern Sea. Such a person is unfit to be the leader of the male immortals. I, as the heavenly court, born of heavenly mandate and ruling over all in the primordial realm, shall eliminate you. This scourge of wickedness. Dijuan's expression is resolute, as if he harbors no ulterior motives, solely concerned for the greater good of the primordial realm. Hearing his words, the Eastern King erupts into laughter, recognizing that today, no matter the outcome, there will be no easy resolution, rendering further pleasantries unnecessary. Dijuan, you aspire to control the primordial realm, but it seems you are not yet qualified. Had it not been for the Dao ancestor's intervention last time, your demon race would have been annihilated by the witch clan long ago. How dare you utter such bold claims here? Dijuan and the heavenly court's high-ranking officials seethe with indignation at the Eastern King's words, their eyes ablaze with the desire for vengeance. A deep humiliation now laid bare before them. Stubborn fool, I have no desire to waste words with you. Soldiers of the heavenly army, obey my command. Annihilate the Zifu, leaving no trace behind, with a countenance brimming with murderous intent. Dijuan issues the command, and the billions of demon soldiers behind him, led by the 10 great demon saints, descend upon Ingzhou Island with the intent to obliterate the Zifu. The Eastern King, not one to cower, activates the island's defensive array, relying on its power to rally the Zifu warriors to engage the demon forces. This battle concerns the very survival of the Zifu, and each member fights with all their might. Unwilling to accept death, Eastern King, meet your demise. Dongwang Tai, cradling the chaos bell, emanates layers of golden and crimson light, his eyes flashing with flames as he charges towards the Eastern King with the bell in hand. Unfazed by Tai's advance, the Eastern King brandishes his dragon-headed staff, striking at Tai with unyielding determination. Dijuan observes the clash between the Eastern King and Tai, choosing not to intervene, confident that Tai possesses the ability to vanquish the Eastern King alone. As Dijuan anticipated, the Eastern King proves no match for Tai, hindered by his unhealed injuries and unable to unleash his full strength, compounded by the fact that the Chaos Bell far exceeds his dragon-headed staff in power. Damn it! I refuse to perish here. The Eastern King transforms his staff into a divine dragon, repelling Tai, then swiftly retreats to the Zifu's heights, where Zifu cultivators gather, forming a grand array in the skies above. Purple sun ascendant. Harnessing the energies of the myriad cultivators, the Eastern King metamorphoses into a violet sun, charging towards Dongwang Tai. Chaos Bell suppressed the heavens and earth. Confronted with the violet sun, Tai's expression grows grave. He levitates the Chaos Bell above his head, performing intricate hand seals, infusing the bell with a torrent of runes, enveloped in swirling chaotic energy. This chaotic energy collapses the surrounding space, unable to withstand its weight. The bell's might is unmistakable, and under Tai's command, it hurtles towards the violet sun. Undeterred, boom! A resounding explosion reverberates through the heavens and earth, shaking Ingzhou Island to its core. Puffed, Tai spits out a mouthful of blood. Despite wielding the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, he is still unable to contend with the combined might of the Eastern King, who sends him flying. Die for me. The Eastern King's triumphant laughter echoes from the Violet Sun as he charges once more towards Tai, intent on obliterating him. However, just as the Eastern King, transformed into the Violet Sun, prepares to strike, the once clear sky darkens, and countless stars blanket the region. Demon race, the great celestial array, descends, as the Eastern King's Violet Sun is poised to strike Tai. The surroundings shift dramatically. The clear sky is veiled in darkness, and myriad stars emerge, casting an ancient celestial ambience over the area. Subsequently, countless stars radiate their brilliance, colliding with the Eastern King's Violet Sun one after another. Boom! The sound of explosions resonates as the Eastern King's Violet Sun is relentlessly pushed back. Eastern King, how can your Violet Sun compare to my true sun? Today, let me show you what it means to have the great sun dominate the skies. Dijuan's eyes gleam with murderous intent. Both he and Danwang Tai are born of the three-legged golden crows from the Sun Star, imbued with imperial essence, though Tai excels in martial prowess and has no desire to contest with him, thus allowing Dijuan to ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. While the Eastern King was not born of the Sun Star, he embodies the essence of innate solar energy, which is precisely why Hong Jun appointed him as the leader of the male immortals. Now that the Eastern King's Violet Sun appears to challenge his imperial position, Dijuan cannot simply overlook it. He intends to transform into the sun, demonstrating to the Eastern King that there can only be one sovereign. The Eastern King is simply unworthy. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, causing the temperature of the East Sea to surge dramatically, the surface waters beginning to bubble furiously. The crimson sun ascended languidly to its zenith, casting its radiance over the entirety of the primordial realm. The heart of this sun, a three-legged golden crow materialized, emitting a cry that unleashed an overwhelming imperial might. As this red sun emerged, the once resplendent purple sun of the Eastern King dimmed significantly, its grandeur entirely eclipsed, unable to rival the brilliance of the sun of Dijuan. No, I refuse to believe it. I am the true sovereign of this primordial realm. Shatter him for me. The voice of the Eastern King resonated within the purple sun, rife with madness. With those words, the purple sun charged towards the red sun manifested by Dijuan, intent on obliterating it. Do you fear me? The celestial star array empowers me. Collide. Dijuan, witnessing the Eastern King's insanity, felt no trepidation. He harnessed the power of the celestial star array to augment his strength, and the red sun surged forward to meet the purple sun. A thunderous crash echoed as the two celestial bodies collided, sending towering waves erupting across the East Sea, shaking the primordial realm for millions of miles, with the residual force radiating outward. Numerous demon armies and members of the Purple Court were engulfed by this backlash, their existence extinguished. Dijuan, you cannot kill me. The great array of 10,000 immortals is not inferior to your celestial star array. Following another clash, the voice of the Eastern King emerged from the purple sun, now imbued with an eerie calmness, devoid of urgency. That's so. Demonic practitioners, do not delay. A cold smile crept across Dijuan's lips as a shrill cry echoed from within Ijo Island. What, Tianhua? How dare you? Boom, boom! The Eastern King seemed to grasp the implications, his voice tinged with urgency and disbelief. With each resonating explosion, the grand formation enveloping Ijo Island crumbled, its defenses shattered, resulting in countless casualties among the inhabitants of the Purple Court. Seizing the opportunity, the demon armies, under the leadership of the 10 demon saints, surged into Ijo Island, leaving no trace in their wake. The Eastern King's figure emerged within the purple sun, his gaze fixated on the individual standing beside Dijuan, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Tianhua, should I still refer to you as Kunpeng? You possess remarkable audacity, lurking beneath my command for millennia. Has a demon clan long plotted for this day? Tianhua, or Kunpeng, had reverted to his true form, his eyes devoid of the previous reverence, now reflecting indifference. Indeed, my demon clan seeks to unify the primordial realm, and you, the Purple Court, are the foremost obstacle. Blame yourself for being the foremost among male immortals and lacking the strength of a sage. Upon hearing Kunpeng's words, The Eastern King fell silent, his eyes swirling with escalating hatred and murderous intent. Kill. The Eastern King's figure vanished from the purple sun, which then surged towards Kunpung. I am here. How dare you harm the celestial practitioners of my heavenly court? Dejuan did not hesitate, intercepting the purple sun transformed by the Eastern King. After countless clashes, the purple sun could no longer sustain its form, and the great array of 10,000 immortals disintegrated, claiming the lives of its central figures. Returning to his human form, Dejuan's complexion bore a hint of pallor, clearly indicating that shattering the great array was no trivial feat. Eastern King, you have been defeated. Why do you not yield to your demise? Dejuan regarded the Eastern King with indifference, as if addressing a lifeless entity. Ha! Dejuan, it is not that my great array of 10,000 immortals is inferior to your celestial star array. It is simply lamentable that the purple court lacks strength, and I rue the betrayal within its ranks. The Eastern King gazed upon the scorched remnants of Ijo Island, a manic grin adorning his visage. Yet, as his words fell, a shadowy glimmer flickered within his eyes, that, if I perish, you shall not find peace either. Let us all perish together. Subsequently, the Eastern King transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Dejuan, his aura destabilizing. Seeing this transformation, Dong Huang Tai Yi and the others exchanged alarmed glances. Elder brother, be cautious. Demonic Emperor, evade. The Eastern King intends to self-destruct. Dong Huang Tai Yi's form flickered as he dashed towards Dejuan, the chaos bell in his grasp glowing brightly, aiming to shield against the Eastern King's explosive force. Dejuan, too, did not remain passive. The river map and Luo book materialized before him, combining with the celestial star array to summon myriad stars to guard his form. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated as the Eastern King, at the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, detonated, unleashing an extraordinary force that shattered Ijo Island, which began to sink into the East Sea. The demon forces ascending Ijo Island suffered grievous losses. With billions of demons evaporated and nearly all of the 10 demon saints gravely wounded, at a radius of 10 billion miles was affected. From high above, one could see the void left in the wake of the Eastern King's explosion. The sea unable to fill the gap for a moment. That accursed Eastern King, even in death, seeks to ensnare me. Dejuan's figure manifested, his garments tattered and blood gracing his lips. Fortunately, with the protection of the celestial star array and the river map, his injuries were not severe. However, his expression remained grim. Ijo Island, renowned as one of the 3 immortal islands of the primordial realm alongside Fangzhong Island and Penglai Island, housed a portion of the primordial fortune. Now, due to their actions, Ijo Island had vanished from the primordial realm, and the resulting karma inevitably fell upon their demon clan. That it was uncertain how long it would take to repay this debt. Dispatch orders to clear the battlefield and retreat to the Heavenly Court. This battle had achieved its intended goal, the annihilation of the Purple Court and the honing of the demon army. However, they had also suffered considerable losses, bearing a heavy burden of karma. Whether this was a gain or a loss was a matter only Dejuan and his kin could discern. The Eastern King and his established power were obliterated, stirring merely a ripple within the primordial realm, soon fading into obscurity. Apart from those with particularly vivid memories, the name of the Eastern King was long forgotten. Following the elimination of the Eastern King, the demon clan did not pursue further aggression, returning to the Heavenly Court to recuperate. As the entirety of the primordial realm descended into tranquility, in this serene primordial realm, time did not come to a standstill. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 years had elapsed since Liu Changming departed from the human clan. Originally set to migrate after 10,000 years, the human clan had postponed their actions due to the series of events in the East Sea. Now, witnessing the East Sea finally at peace, they were fully prepared for migration. Upon the sacred mountain of the human clan, within the Hall of Inheritance, the 3 of the Swearing clan opened their eyes. Divine light shimmering within, clearly indicating that they had made significant progress over the past 30,000 years. Wuchaozi, after 3 decades, the resources in the area we occupy in Buzhou Mountain have been nearly exhausted. It is time to migrate to the shores of the East Sea. Elder brother, rest assured, we have been ready for migration for 20,000 years. Had it not been for the frequent occurrences in the East Sea, we would not have delayed until now. Wu Chao spoke to the swearing clan. Good. In that case, I shall issue the decree of the three ancestors of the human clan for the entire migration to the East Seashores. I will lead the charge, Z will guard the center, and Wu Chao, you shall provide rear support. This migration across the primordial realm spans billions of miles and will undoubtedly alert the myriad beings of the primordial realm. The sages also proclaimed that this migration path will be a bloody road for our clan. Therefore, in the face of ordinary dangers, you are not to intervene. Let our kin resolve them independently. Only in this manner can our human clan grow. The swearing clan nodded, their expressions grave. Over these 30,000 years, with the forced detonation of Hong Yun and the fall of the Eastern King along with the Purple Court, he had come to a profound realization of the primordial realm's brutality. He understood how laughable his previous notions had been. For the human clan to grow strong, they must traverse this blood-soaked path. Rather than being compelled to walk the bloody road in the end, it would be more prudent for the human clan to take the initiative and migrate to the shores of the East Sea. Indeed, please rest assured, elder brother, we know how to proceed. Despite the expressions of reluctance etched upon the faces of Yu Chao and Zi, they were acutely aware that this was the most prudent choice for the human race. The following day, the entirety of humanity stirred into action. Countless clansmen migrating towards the shores of the Eastern Sea under the protection of their tribal warriors, as they embarked on their journey. The sacred mountain of humanity rose from the ground, soaring into the skies, serving as a veritable tonic that assuaged the anxieties of those who were initially troubled. This movement of the human race first elicited a reaction from the witch and demon tribes. Within the Panga Hall, upon receiving news of the human migration, Emperor Zheng's eyes gleamed with an inscrutable light, and he commanded the witch clan to extend assistance to the humans within their means. After all, that young man, Lu Changming, was one of them, a friend of the witch tribe, deserving of their support. Zhuro and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with approval. Such was the witch tribe. Loyalty was unwavering towards those who had contributed to their cause. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court's Lingxiao Hall, upon learning of the human migration, Emperor Jun's thoughts turned to Nuwa and Lu Changming, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. While dealing with Lu Changming posed certain challenges, he had numerous strategies at his disposal to confront the human race that he issued a secret edict. Wherever the humans migrated, the demon kin must obstruct their passage, ensuring they could not traverse unimpeded. Not far from Emperor Jun, Bai Zai's face betrayed a hint of concern. Your Majesty, after all, the human race was fashioned by Lady Nuwa. Will our actions not incite her displeasure? Emperor Jun's eyes sparkled with a dismissive light. What manner of being is Lady Nuwa that she would concern herself with such trivialities? Moreover, the humans may merely be tools for her ascension, as she remains a sage of our demon kin. However, to avoid any perception of disrespect, he decreed that only demons of the Tai Golden Immortal rank and below were permitted to engage with the humans. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Bai Zai fell silent, acknowledging the command before relaying it throughout the wilderness. Those demons who had already harbored intentions towards the humans grew emboldened upon receiving the edict, launching attacks against them without fear in a heartbeat. The human race was besieged from all sides, suffering grievous losses. For the first time, the humans, who had never engaged in combat with the demon tribe, felt the sting of pain, with countless loved ones perishing and entire smaller tribes facing annihilation. That a pervasive sorrow enveloped the human race. They were bewildered as to why they were forced to migrate, having lived contentedly and peacefully. Yet, their questions remained unanswered, leaving them to seek the truth on their own. On the second day, the demon attacks continued, and the human losses mounted, the atmosphere thickening with grief. The third day unfolded in a similar manner, and this cycle persisted until the seventh day. On this day, the sacred mountain hovering above the humans suddenly radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the eyes and hearts of every clansman. The heavens are vigorous. The human race must strive unceasingly. Anyone who dares to offend us shall be slain. Slay. This enigmatic voice resonated within their minds. Simultaneously, vivid scenes of the demon slaughter of humans and the ensuing resistance of human warriors surged in their thoughts. Depictions of entire clans being massacred and valiant warriors retaliating against their assailants. Slay, annihilate all who dare to invade us. The human race shall stand strong. The demons deserve their fate. The humans would not tolerate oppression. As they beheld these visions and heard that voice, the blood within every human surged, their eyes aflame with determination. When the demons launched their next assault, the humans stood resolute. They charged forth fearlessly, prepared to sacrifice their lives to take down their foes, even if it meant biting off a piece of flesh in the process. The three progenitors of the Sui clan felt the fervor resonate throughout their kin, their hearts swelling with both sorrow and pride. They had finally discovered their conviction. Amidst this crucible of blood and fire, the human race pressed onward, rapidly maturing, giving rise to numerous prodigies, many of whom fell like shooting stars for the sake of their people. The path of migration transformed into a trail of blood, paved with the essence of humanity's sacrifice. Through this battle, humanity shed its naivety, embarking on a transformative journey. Thus, over the span of nearly 40,000 years, the human race journeyed from the base of Mount Bujo to the shores of the Eastern Sea. From the hundreds of billions who set out, only a mere tens of billions remained, a staggering loss that could only be described as tragic. Yet, as they faced the rising sun, both the Sui clan and others understood that humanity was destined to ascend, akin to the dawn's first light, reaching for the pinnacle. Since their migration to the Eastern Sea and the establishment of the sacred mountain, driving away all demons within 100,000 miles, the humans had thrived for thousands of years. During this time, although external dangers persisted, the environment had largely stabilized, allowing the population to experience another explosive growth, escalating from tens of billions to hundreds of billions. While martial prowess had previously been highly esteemed and had safeguarded their journey to the Eastern Sea, the new generations born over these millennia increasingly gravitated towards the Dao of the Golden Elixir, as imparted by Laozi of Taiji. Compared to the arduous practice of martial arts, which demanded physical confrontation, they favored the ethereal allure of the Golden Elixir, which enabled them to soar with swords. Gradually, apart from the ancestral lands of the human race, martial arts began to decline, nearly vanishing, while the cultivation of the immortal path flourished within the sacred mountainous hall of heritage. The three progenitors of the Sui clan and the esteemed ancestors of humanity observed the current state of their kin with a heavy heart. Brother, in merely a few short millennia, the practitioners of martial arts among our people have dwindled to almost nothing. If this continues, soon we may find ourselves bereft of martial practitioners altogether in the Hall of Heritage. Yu Chao expressed his deep sorrow to the Sui clan. The other ancestors regarded him with concern, eager to hear Sui's proposed solution. There is no need for worry. Martial arts, created by our sages, are inscribed in the eternal flame of our heritage. As long as there exists a single human, martial arts will never be extinguished. Although many of our prodigies perished in battle, those who survived were accepted into our sacred grounds, where nearly 100 million now practice martial arts. Even if the remainder of humanity turns to the immortal path, martial arts shall not be lost. Upon hearing Sui's words, Yu Chao and the others felt a measure of calm wash over them. However, Zi interjected, "Brother, even so, should we allow our kin to abandon martial arts entirely? I fear that one day, should martial arts vanish from our people, our sacred grounds will also be forgotten by humanity." Sui's expression turned bittersweet at Z's words, and he shook his head slightly before inquiring, "Pray tell, how many of our people existed before we embarked on our migration? How much land did we occupy?" Before the migration, our population exceeded 100 billion, nearing the threshold of 1,000 billion. As for territory, if we divide the region surrounding Mount Bujo into 10 parts, we occupied merely 3. Swain nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Z's response. Indeed, at that time, our population surpassed 100 billion, and we occupied 3 parts of the territory to survive. Now, as our numbers approach 200 billion, you may not have noticed, but securing food has grown increasingly challenging. The Eastern Sea, while abundant, cannot sustain our 100 billion K. it is time for us to once again migrate as tribes, establishing settlements and expanding our territory. The Zi clan and the Yu Chao clan listened to the words of Swearin, their eyes filled with confusion. Although this matter was of great importance, how could it possibly relate to the inheritance of martial arts they discussed? Noticing their puzzled expressions, Swearin slowly began to explain that the distribution of the human race in the form of tribes served a dual purpose. On one hand, it alleviated the pressure of sustaining the entire human race along the Eastern Sea. And on the other hand, it was essential for the inheritance of martial arts. Every tribe that migrated must have martial practitioners capable of opening the heavens and guiding stars for small tribes. True intent manifestations for medium tribes, and those who had achieved the state of chaotic rebirth for large tribes. Every migrating tribe must ensure that all human children receive martial arts training before the age of 12, after which they may then study the ways of immortality. Each tribe would establish a position for martial arts instructors, appointed by the sacred lands of humanity, who could select talented practitioners from various tribes to join the sacred lands and carry forward the martial arts tradition. Upon hearing Surin's arrangement, the Yu Chao and Zi clans displayed smiles on their faces, for such a method would undoubtedly allow martial arts to flourish among the rest of the human race. Swearin, I have no objections to the migration of large tribes. However, the small and medium tribes lack the strength. If they were to migrate as such, the losses could be catastrophic. Wouldn't that be too cruel? A sage of the human race stood up, cradling a long sword in his arms, his entire being radiating with sword intent, exuding an aura of boundless sharpness. Among the other sages, there were those whose eyes reflected a look of concern. They shared this worry, fearing that the dangers beyond the safety of their race were far too formidable for the humans to withstand. We, the human race, were once able to emerge from blood and fire, establishing ourselves along the Eastern Sea. Can we not once again pay the price of blood and fire to venture forth? Over the years, the sacred lands have protected humanity too well. The path ahead must still be walked by the human race themselves. The sacred lands may serve as their support, but they cannot make choices on their behalf. A shadow of darkness flickered in Surin's eyes. He had been contemplating this issue for some time and had ultimately made this decision. The Yu Chao and Zi clans remained silent, understanding that this was akin to the migration order given by Lu Changming back then. It was a necessary trial for the human race. The other sages of humanity also refrained from speaking, for from their current perspective, this was indeed the best outcome. They had managed to traverse such trials in the past, and now, with greater strength, there was no reason they could not do so again. Having made up their minds, this decree swiftly spread from the sacred mountain to all ears of the human race. The following day, all tribes, except for the ancestral lands, moved simultaneously, swiftly dividing into 3,000 large tribes numbering in the hundreds of millions, 30,000 medium tribes numbering in the tens of millions, and 300,000 small tribes numbering in the millions. On the third day, they set forth in 3,000 directions, exploring the vast wilderness beyond the safety zones cleared by the human race. Layer upon layer, claiming those lands as their OWN. In response to the expansion of humanity, the demon race stirred once more, leading to a bloody clash between the two races. The dispatched tribes of humanity grew amidst the tempest of blood and rain, and the martial arts of humanity flourished once again. As the years flowed by, in the blink of an eye, 2 epochs passed, and the tribes that had split from humanity established their foundations in the eastern wilderness, beginning to expand towards the southern and western realms. Meanwhile, the witch and demon clans remained silent. The witch clan, having aided humanity in the past, found that the distinctions between the two races were not vast beyond their physical forms. Thus, intermarriages occurred, and they cohabited together. The demon clan, on the other hand, lacked the strength to impede humanity's progress. Should they mobilize even more formidable forces, it would seem they were disregarding Enwa, fearing her wrath and thus choosing to remain indifferent. For their greatest adversary remained the witch clan as for humanity. In their eyes, they were merely somewhat more powerful ants, never truly acknowledging the existence of a human race. The prolonged peace in the wilderness was undoubtedly desired by the myriad beings within, longing for eternal tranquility. However, such thoughts did not occupy the minds of the great powers, for they too aspired to seize control over the pinnacle of power in the wilderness in the west. Atop Mount Shumi resonated the melodious sounds of sacred chants, bringing serenity to those who heard, clearing their minds. This was one of the few remaining intact sacred mountains in the west, the former abode of the ancient demon ancestor, Luo-Ho. During the last great battle, the demon ancestor had detonated numerous spiritual veins in the west with the extermination sword array, depleting the spiritual energy of countless sacred mountains, leaving only a few mountains intact. This particular mountain was discovered by Zhuanti and Jiejing after they attained sanctity, serving as their sanctuary. Junior brother, are you truly determined to proceed with this? Have you considered the potential consequences? Jiejing's expression bore a hint of sorrow, as if he were perpetually troubled by some concern, yet the swastika mark flickered in his eyes, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Facing Jiejing, Zhuanti's gaze was eternally steadfast, as if his heart harbored an unwavering conviction. Elder brother, this is our best opportunity to take action. The demon and witch clans are destined for conflict. If we do not intervene, they may drag this on indefinitely. If Di Jun and Di Jiang find the chance to achieve the status of Hunyuan Daiyue Jingxian or become saints, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to stop them then. It is the will of heaven that the West faces tribulations, but in the future, there will surely be chances for great prosperity. Yet, who can predict when that day will come? In this grand scheme, we saints also find ourselves in a predicament. The current moment is the best opportunity, and I do not wish to miss it. As he finished speaking, Zhuanti paused briefly, turning to Jiejing with a smile. Behind Jiejing, a spiritual tree burst into full bloom upon witnessing Zhuanti's smile. This exemplified the might of the saint. Even an unintentional smile could not be hindered. I am willing to risk everything for the prosperity of the West. I would have no regrets, even if it meant death. Jiejing gazed at Zhuanti, seeing the unyielding determination in his eyes, reminiscing about the time they had transformed and forged their friendship. Witnessing the devastation of the West, they had vowed to restore the region to its former glory. He understood that Zhuanti's current words and actions were driven partly to propel the conflict between the witch and demon clans, and partly to seize fortune, hastening the time for the West's resurgence. This was Zhuanti's grand aspiration, and was it not also his own? Alas! A soft sigh escaped Jiejing's lips as he extended his right hand, conjuring a 12th grade golden lotus before his chest. With a radiant golden light enveloping him, Jiejing continuously formed seals with his hands, inscribing numerous runes into the golden lotus. When the final rune merged with the lotus, Jiejing gestured before him, creating a spatial rift into which he casually cast the lotus, causing it to vanish from sight, its destination unknown. Once everything concluded, Jiejing's complexion turned pale, and even with his status as a saint, beads of cold sweat appeared on his brow, revealing the significant toll this action had taken on him. The effect of Jiejing's deed was evident. The previously vague heavenly secrets became even more chaotic and inscrutable. While the original trends of the Heavenly Dao could be somewhat calculated by the saints, now they could discern nothing at all. Thank you, elder brother. Your efforts are much appreciated. Zhuanti was immediately aware of the changes in the heavenly secrets. Gratitude evident in his gaze, he understood that everything had been orchestrated by Jiejing to support him. Junior brother, although the heavenly secrets may be obscured, we must still exercise caution. After all, the East is not our territory. Jiejing's expression softened slightly, his eyes filled with concern for Zhuanti. Elder brother, do not worry. I will proceed with caution. I shall take my leave now. With those words, Zhuanti transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing before Jiejing. Watching Zhuanti's silhouette fade, Jiejing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Junior brother, do you understand the 3,000 mysterious doors we are not to enter? Master, why are you so biased? It seems I must resort to the 800 alternative paths. Jiejing's voice gradually faded into silence, and the entirety of Mount Shumi returned to tranquility, the sacred chants echoing as before, just as Zhuanti departed from Mount Shumi and entered the wilderness. In the heavenly realm, Emperor Dijuan, who was in seclusion, suddenly experienced a surge of emotions, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. With a slight furrow of his brow, he retrieved the river diagram and Luo book, and after several calculations illuminated by glimmers of starlight, he put them away, burdened by a heavy heart. Who is plotting against me, or perhaps against my demon clan? The river diagram and Luo book, renowned as the foremost treasure of divination in the primordial world, revealed no signs of abnormality. Could it be that a few have obscured the heavenly secrets, intending harm upon my demon race? Strength. Ultimately, it boils down to my insufficient power. Otherwise, why must I endure this? Clenching his fists tightly, a sense of frustration welled up within him. Since ascending as the demon emperor of the heavenly court, he had never encountered a situation where he was schemed against yet found himself unable to respond. In that moment, his yearning for strength intensified. If only he possessed the might of a sage, who would dare to conspire against the heavenly court? Who would dare to disregard him? With a darkened expression lingering for a while, Dejuan finally summoned a demon from his clan. After whispering certain things to him, he returned to his seclusion. With the Yuan meeting still before the impending war, he aimed to seize this opportunity to seek a trace of enlightenment towards attaining the primordial realm. Among the 3,000 paths, each one holds the potential to lead to primordiality. Since he, Dejuan, lacked the fortune to attain the status of a sage through the primordial purple energy, he might as well traverse a path and achieve the grand Luo golden immortal. Upon the Sun Star, there lies a place known as Tang Valley, where one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Fusong tree, flourishes. Perched upon this tree are 10 juvenile, 3-legged golden crows, offspring of Dejuan and the demon Queen Shiha. Each golden crow possesses crimson golden eyes, 3 legs, and feathers that gleam as if forged from gold, with strands of solar, true fire swirling around them. Aside from these 10 3-legged golden crows, no other living beings inhabit the Sun Star. The reason these golden crows reside here instead of the heavenly court is that their antics had caused considerable trouble within the court. Initially, both Dejuan and Shiha were exceedingly fond of the 10 3-legged golden crows upon their birth, and even Dongwang Tai held them in high regard. However, such affection led to the crows developing a reckless disposition. They frequently rampaged through the heavenly court, their innate solar, true fire proving difficult to control, resulting in incidents where they either burned down a palace today or caused the demise of several demons the next. Such behavior filled many demons with resentment, yet they dared not express it due to their status. Dejuan was well aware of this situation, and after conferring with Shiha, he placed the 10 3-legged golden crows in Tang Valley on the Sun Star, utilizing the solar true fire there to nurture their bodies while also ensuring their safety. After all, the solar true fire burned abundantly throughout the Sun Star, particularly in Tang Valley, where the flames had transformed from their original crimson hue to a terrifying white, so fierce that even the void seemed unable to withstand its scorching intensity. This was the greatest protection for the 3-legged golden crows, especially with the restrictions set by Dejuan. Even a quasi-saint would find it impossible to breach his barriers while enduring the solar true fire. On a particular day, a flash of golden radiance appeared, and the figure of Zhuanti quietly emerged outside Tang Valley, his eyes shimmering with golden light. In his gaze, the 10 3-legged golden crows were clearly visible, as was the grand formation set by Da'at. It is you. Do not disappoint me. How could a mere quasi-saint's restrictions hinder me? A smile crept across Zhuanti's lips as he took a step forward. Transforming into a small demon stained with blood, his expression frantic as he rushed towards Tang Valley. That moment. Within Tang Valley, the 10 3-legged golden crows were frolicking and playing. Being young, they were in a playful age. And since Dejuan and others had not visited them for a while, they began amusing themselves out of boredom. However, the valley was small, and their playtime soon felt insufficient. Suddenly, the 10 golden crows grew weary of their game and turned their gazes towards the valley's entrance, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Eldest brother, second brothers, come look, a little demon has arrived. The remaining 9 golden crows, who were chasing and playing in the sky above Tang Valley, turned their gaze towards the entrance, spotting the bloodied little demon. Indeed, a little demon. How curious. Why is it here? Let's catch it and ask why our father is yet to visit us. I want to play with us. It's too dull here. The golden crows all began to shout, their forms morphing into streaks of golden red light as they swiftly surrounded the little demon transformed from Juni. Boldly, where did this little demon come from? Daring to trespass into Tang Valley without paying respects to us, the 10 princes of the golden crows. The eldest golden crow scolded the little demon, and as the words fell, he exhaled a blast of solar true fire beside Juni. Intending to intimidate him, as expected, Juni feigned shock, his expression shifting to one of panic as he trembled and hastily spoke. This little demon does not know this is Tang Valley, nor that the 10 princes are present. I beseech you, noble princes, to spare my life. I was merely fleeing from the Wu clan's pursuit and inadvertently stumbled in here. Upon hearing Junti's words, the 10 golden crows erupted in exclamations, their solar true fire flaring even more fiercely in that instant. The Wu clan, they're the mortal enemies of our demon race. Our father has said that once the Wu clan is eradicated, this primordial world will belong to our demon race. Are the Wu clan more formidable than we 10 princes of the golden crows? I shall burn them to please our father. Junti, witnessing the golden crow's fury, felt a smirk tug at the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly interjected, "No, the Wu clan is incredibly powerful, had it not been for the Dao ancestors' intervention during the last Great War. Our demon race would have nearly faced extinction. Please, noble princes, do not act recklessly." At this, 5 of the golden crows glared at Junti, their anger palpable as they scolded, "How dare you, as a member of our demon race? You fear the Wu clan, so you disgrace us." Yet lamentably, the restrictions set by their father surrounded Tang Valley. Otherwise, I would show those Wu clan members what the might of the 3-legged golden crows truly is. A hint of confusion crossed Juni's face as he curiously queried, "Restrictions? There are no restrictions here. I noticed nothing upon entering." Upon hearing Juni's words, the 10 golden crows wasted no time and flew towards the valley's entrance, only to discover that the restrictions had indeed vanished, filling them with joy. They quickly returned, and one of the golden crows suddenly unleashed a blast of solar true fire at the little demon transformed from Juni, reducing him to ashes. "How dare you malign our demon race? You deserve to die. Eldest brother, now that this little demon is burned to ashes, no one knows we have escaped. Why don't we venture into the primordial world for some fun? If we encounter the Wu clan, we can teach them a lesson, showing them the might of our demon race." After incinerating the little demon, the jubilant golden crow eagerly addressed the eldest golden crow. The remaining golden crows looked on with anticipation, having grown weary of their time in Tang Valley and eager to seize this perfect opportunity to explore. If they delayed until Dijuan discovered their absence, they would likely face capture again. The eldest golden crow observed the expressions of the others, feeling a stir of temptation within. Yet, recalling Dijuan's previous warnings, he hesitated. But our father has said the primordial world is fraught with peril and forbids us from venturing forth. "Eldest brother, if you wish to stay, then do so. I shall depart first." The golden crow who had first incinerated Junti spread his wings and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the primordial world. "Third brother, wait for us." Seeing the 3rd golden crow flying away, the other golden crows could no longer contain themselves and swiftly employed the transformation technique taught by Dijuan, their forms vanishing from Tang Valley in an instant. "Hey, don't go without me." The eldest golden crow, realizing that the other 9 had disappeared, grew anxious and spread his wings to pursue. Once the 10 golden crows vanished, the ashes of the little demon reappeared. Restoring Junti's form, he gazed at the departing golden crows, a smile gracing his lips. This plan has succeeded. Now, I await the outbreak of war. Off I go. Departing. As the words fell, the figure of Junti transformed into a beam of golden light, heading towards the west. The matter had been concluded. It was time for him to leave. Otherwise, he risked being discovered that on this day, what was meant to be a tranquil expanse of primordial chaos had indeed changed its hue. In the clear, cloudless sky, a brilliant golden-red radiance emerged, blinding to behold. Subsequently, the temperature surged, waves of heat enveloping the land. Boom! Boom! Fires ignited spontaneously in various locations, provoking suspicion among the beings of the primordial chaos. They all looked up, their eyes filled with terror, for in the sky, alongside the sun transformed from the solar star, there appeared 10 additional golden-red suns. Endless heat poured forth from these 10 suns. This is dire. Why are there suddenly 10 suns? Why are they descending upon the primordial chaos? What has transpired? The temperature is unbearably high. If these 10 suns ignite the land, we will have no means to resist. Even if we're not burned to death, we will surely perish from thirst. Desperate and fearful voices echoed throughout the primordial chaos as they gazed helplessly at the approaching suns. As the 10 suns drew nearer, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They discerned the true nature of these celestial bodies, the three-legged golden crows. Each of these suns was a manifestation of the three-legged golden crows. How could Emperor June dare to do this? Such an act would unleash catastrophic karmic retribution, a calamity of unprecedented scale. Saints, we implore you to wield your divine powers and save us. Cries echoed throughout the primordial chaos, yet no one emerged to halt this unfolding disaster. The presence of the 10 three-legged golden crows was too formidable. It was uncertain whether their appearance was intentional or accidental. If it was the latter, so be it. But if intentional, their reckless actions would surely provoke the heavenly court, resulting in grave consequences. As the 10 golden crows approached ever closer to the primordial chaos, the temperature soared, causing immense suffering among the beings. Even those indifferent to the matter showed signs of unease. Yet none dared to intervene. Though these golden crows were merely at the level of Tai golden immortals, inferior to the might of the supreme beings, their formidable lineage deterred any action. All could do was watch the situation unfold in silence. Faced with the 10 three-legged golden crows, the mighty beings maintained their silence. Even the saints merely observed without intervening. This only emboldened the three-legged golden crows, who frolicked and played, unleashing their yet unmastered solar true fire, igniting all in their path and reducing everything to ashes. When the war between the Wu and the Lich first concluded, it was said that the demons governed the heavens while the witches governed the earth. This was no empty phrase, for most of the powerful beings among the demon clan had entered the heavenly court, with only the weaker ones remaining in the primordial chaos. Now, as these golden crows wreaked havoc across the land, the losses suffered by the Wu clan were most severe. Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, entire Wu tribes were destroyed and set ablaze, their members consumed by the solar true fire out on this day. As the 10 three-legged golden crows once again discovered a Wu tribe, preparing to burn it as they had done before, a great shout echoed from afar, and a peachwood staff suddenly appeared in the air. Striking towards them, bold beasts, I have finally found you. How dare you slay my Wu kin? You shall all perish. A towering Wu elder appeared before the 10 three-legged golden crows, his eyes glinting with cold fury. The 10 golden crows, having not anticipated the arrival of this elder, were swept down to the ground by the staff. Golden feathers fell like rain, and they spewed forth hot blood, which splattered onto the ground and ignited into clusters of solar true fire. The elder glanced at the fire on the ground, snorted coldly, and with a sweep of his peachwood staff, extinguished the flames. This land of primordial chaos is not a playground for your demon clan. Having slain many of my Wu kin, I, Kwafu, shall not allow you to escape. You will accompany the fallen sons of the Wu clan to the afterlife. Kwafu gazed at the 10 three-legged golden crows, now airborne again, his eyes filled with murderous intent, looking upon them as one would regard mere ants. The 10 golden crows, sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Kwafu, were filled with dread. They were merely Tai golden immortals, while Kwafu, a great elder of the Wu clan, had already attained the level of Deluo golden immortal. Far beyond their capacity to contend, they sensed the looming specter of death. Flee. This is a great elder of the Wu clan. We cannot contend with him. Quickly, return to the heavenly court and implore our father for assistance. The 10 golden crows activated their golden crow transformation technique, fleeing towards the heavenly court without daring to pause, leaving behind streaks of fiery solar true fire in their wake. Hemph! You shall not escape. Prepare to pay for the lives of my Wu kin. Kwafu bellowed, his eyes glinting with cold light as he pursued the fleeing 10 golden crows. With each step he took, Mountains trembled, and myriad beings of the primordial chaos bore witness to this spectacle. Not long after Kwafu set off in pursuit of the golden crows, a great elder bearing a massive bow arrived. Sensing the presence of Kwafu and the demon golden crows, he immediately inquired of the surviving Wu warriors. "Where's my brother Kwafu? Where have those demon beasts gone?" "Back, the elder Kwafu just arrived to save us." And then he chased the fleeing golden crows towards the east. A surviving Wu warrior responded respectfully to Ho-E. "Very well. Lead the surviving members of the Wu clan to a nearby tribe for refuge. This place is no longer safe." Ho-E nodded slightly, worry flashing across his eyes. After speaking to the Wu warrior, he hurried towards Kwafu's direction. But he could not afford to be lax. The 10 three-legged golden crows were undoubtedly the offspring of the demon Emperor Dijun. With a great elder of the Wu clan in pursuit, they were likely to encounter powerful demons that if they faced a coordinated attack from the demon clan, Kwafu would be in grave danger. Meanwhile, the chase between Kwafu and the 10 golden crows spanned millions of miles. Although the 10 golden crows were at the Tai golden immortal level, they struggled to wield the golden crow transformation technique effectively and began to show signs of fatigue. Kwafu, too, was not faring much better. While the solar true fire left by the crows could not harm him, it caused the moisture within him to evaporate rapidly, leaving him parched and exhausted. "Do not run. You cannot escape. Today I, Kwafu, shall slay you. Let the Emperor Dijun know the meaning of heartache." Kwafu pressed his lips together, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his voice laced with frost. "Demon offspring, you cannot flee. It is better for you to accompany the fallen sons of my Wu clan to the afterlife." Kwafu's words, dripping with malice, propelled the weary 10 golden crows forward, pushing them to run even faster. Thus, this relentless chase continued, spanning millions of miles once more. Just as Kwafu, already parched, suddenly spotted a river not far ahead, he disregarded the fleeing golden crows and quickly approached the riverbank. He opened his mouth and drank deeply, soon depleting the river's waters, which filled him with a sense of relief. How refreshing! Meanwhile, the 10 golden crows hovering above watched Kwafu with newfound clarity, and one of them exclaimed joyfully, "Brothers, that Kwafu is from the Wu clan's Wood tribe. Naturally countered by us, our solar true fire, though it cannot kill him, can deprive him of water. If we evaporate the river ahead, in the end, this great elder will perish from thirst." The other golden crow's eyes brightened at this revelation, and one of them nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes as he declared, "As princes of the demon clan, we cannot be chased by a mere elder of wood. It would bring shame upon our clan. We shall confront him. How dare we fear a mere wood elder?" The words spoken garnered unanimous agreement among the crowd. Since their birth, they had never encountered such treatment, and their hearts were already brimming with pent-up frustration. At this moment, they were determined to eliminate Kwafu. Having quenched his thirst, Kwafu gazed at the 10 golden crows swirling in the sky and suddenly erupted into laughter. "Why not flee? Come now, I've yet to fully enjoy myself." With that, he swung his peachwood staff, conjuring a myriad of shadowy strikes in the air, forcing the golden crows to dodge left and right, shedding golden feathers in their wake. "Kwafu, how disappointing for a great shaman like you to be unable to subdue mere junior Tai golden immortals. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim." Another crow jeered. "Indeed, with such meager strength, you dare oppose our demon clan? Surrender at once, and perhaps we shall spare your life." 3 of the 10 golden crows darted forward, evaporating the rivers in their path, while the remaining 7 taunted Kwafu, enticing him to chase after them. "You shall all perish." Kwafu's eyes turned blood-red, filled with murderous intent as he glared at the golden crows. Relying on their golden crow transformation technique, they outpaced Kwafu, engaging him in a fierce contest, occasionally unleashing the true fire of the sun to accelerate the evaporation of the moisture within him. Soon, Kwafu felt the pangs of thirst anew. Ignoring the crows, he rushed toward the river, only to discover that it had been completely evaporated, leaving him without a drop to drink. He then set his sights on the northern marshes, certain that there must be water there. Yet, before he could reach it, he succumbed to thirst amidst the onslaught of the golden crows, his peachwood staff transformed into a grove of peach blossoms. while Kwafu's body morphed into a towering mountain. Upon witnessing Kwafu's demise, the 10 golden crows spiraled joyously in the air. Dahaha! It appears that the great shaman of the witch clan is not so impressive after all. He was simply dragged to his death by us. I propose we head straight for the witch clan's tribes where the great shamans reside and eradicate them all. This way, the witch clan shall no longer pose a threat to our demon kin. One particularly enthusiastic golden crow suggested, garnering the approval of his brethren. However, the youngest golden crow's eyes flickered with caution, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Brothers, we should hasten back to the heavenly court. Killing Kwafu was merely a stroke of luck for us, and even so, it feels rather forced. If we provoke several great shamans, we would be utterly defenseless, and then we would be in grave danger. Upon hearing the youngest's words, the other golden crows fell silent. The eldest speaking up, Little Ten is right. We must quickly return to the heavenly court. The fact that we could slay a great shaman already proves our capabilities. The second eldest nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with malice as he looked toward the grove of peach blossoms. Brother, we may leave, but Kwafu is truly detestable for having chased us so long. Causing us such humiliation, I intend to incinerate this peach blossom grove, leaving no trace of him in this primordial world. Yes, yes, burn it down. How infuriating, came the eager cries of 2 other golden crows, their mouths spewing small sparks of fire, clearly impatient. Very well, let us burn it. The eldest did not oppose, his heart filled with hatred for Kwafu, just as they prepared to unleash the true fire of the sun to turn the grove to ashes. A chilling voice filled with murderous intent rang out. You vile beasts, dare to destroy my brother's peach blossom grove? I, Ho-E, shall slay you. The voice reverberated like an echo from the depths of the underworld, startling the 10 golden crows, who immediately soared higher into the sky. They turned toward the source of the voice, only to behold Ho-E bearing a grand bow, his aura far surpassing that of Kwafu. Another great shaman. Brother, let us kill him and then return to the heavenly court. Indeed, how could a mere great shaman stand against us? As the golden crows caught sight of Ho-E, rather than feeling fear, they were emboldened by their recent victory over Kwafu. However, as Ho-E's sorrowful expression transformed into one of icy resolve, he muttered, You have slain my brother, Kwafu, and now you wish to take my life? Do you truly believe that no one in this primordial world can restrain you? Today, none of you shall escape. You shall all perish here. With that, Ho-E drew forth his massive bow, crafted from the remnants of Pangu's Hall. Imbued with the blood sacrifice technique, now fully mastered. Calmly, he knocked an arrow, aiming directly at the 10 golden crows. The arrowhead glimmered with a sanguine hue, a divine arrow forged specifically for the forthcoming war against the demon clan's powerful entities. Unbeknownst to him, this arrow's inaugural taste of blood would be that of the demon prince, the 3-legged golden crow. First, in a mere breath, Ho-E released the bowstring, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The arrow surged forth, rendering the world around it pale in comparison. The sanguine light seemed to tear through the fabric of time and space, reaching the 10 golden crows in the blink of an eye. Filled with trepidation, the golden crows sensed the imminent threat of death. A voice echoed within them, warning that they must not touch that sanguine arrow. Doing so would mean certain doom. With no hesitation, they activated their transformation technique, evading the arrow's trajectory, and sighed in relief. Yet, a cold smile played at the corners of Ho-E's lips. If his arrow were so easily dodged, he would not have relied on it to hunt down the powerful entities of the demon clan. Suddenly, the arrow that had been evaded turned back, whistling through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and swiftly pierced the body of an unsuspecting golden crow. Thud! Blood gushed from the wound, and a mournful cry echoed as the struck golden crow's eyes glazed over, its wings faltering as it transformed into a blazing fireball, plummeting toward the primordial earth. Boom! Upon crashing into the ground, the blood spilled forth, ignited into true solar flames, setting ablaze the earth beneath. Third brother, everyone flee. This is beyond our capability. We must return to the heavenly court at once, or we shall all perish. The eldest golden crow gazed upon the fallen third brother, his eyes filled with sorrow. unable to comprehend how a single arrow could claim a brother they had known since birth. Hearing the eldest's words, the other golden crows realized that He was entirely unlike Kwafu. He could not be restrained that in fact, before Yi's bow and arrow, they were nothing but living targets, utterly incapable of defending themselves. They swallowed their grief and fled toward the heavenly court. Can you escape? Yi's expression was frigid as he observed the remaining 9 golden crows fleeing. He remained still, knocking 3 sanguine arrows, each glowing ominously red, an omen of death. With a precise aim, he targeted 3 of the escaping golden crows. In the blink of an eye, the 3 sanguine arrows shot forth like streaks of crimson light, piercing through the void and finding their marks. 3 cries of agony resounded as the arrows claimed the lives of 3 golden crows, who had no means of retaliation. The fallen golden crows plummeted to the earth like suns, igniting 3 new spots of true solar flame upon the primordial ground. 4th brother, 6th brother, 7th brother, with a heart heavy with sorrow. The great golden crow cried out, his eyes brimming with anguish. The other 5 golden crows surrounding him shared in his torment. These were brothers who had lived together since their inception. It was unimaginable that today they would be separated by the specter of death, and their hearts were laden with regret. If given another chance, they would undoubtedly choose to remain on the sun star, never to stray from its warmth. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. And even their father, the demon emperor Dejuan, could not reverse their fate. 2nd brother, 5th brother, you must hold back that great shaman of the witch clan. Otherwise, the remaining little 8, little 9, and little 10 shall not survive. The great golden crow was acutely aware that they were mere targets before Yi. Someone had to engage him, or none would escape. The 2nd and 5th golden crows exchanged no words, but swiftly turned and charged toward Yi, unleashing their solar true fire in an attempt to incinerate him. With a gentle tone, the great golden crow urged the remaining 3, little 8, little 9, little 10, you must survive. Having spoken, he too launched himself toward Yi. Brother, 2nd brother, 5th brother. The remaining 3 golden crows could only cry out in despair before hastening toward the heavenly court, fully aware that their brother was sacrificing his life to afford them a chance to live. They could not squander this opportunity. As the 3 golden crows charged toward him, Yi's expression remained unchanged as he coldly drew 3 blood-red divine arrows and knocked them to his bow, aiming at the advancing trio. Their courage was commendable, yet ultimately futile. When you come into the primordial lands to commit evil, you must anticipate this day. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. With those words, the 3 blood-red arrows surged forth, extinguishing the solar true fire expelled by the golden crows, and, without hesitation, pierced through their skulls. 3 more spots upon the primordial earth ignited with the flames of the sun. Little 10, flee quickly. We will hold him back. The remaining 8th and 9th golden crows mirrored the actions of their elder brother, charging at Yi with fearless resolve that it is all in vain. You shall all perish here today. The murderous intent in Yi's eyes remained steadfast as 2 beams of blood-red light flashed, claiming the lives of the 8th and 9th golden crows. Only one remains. As he gazed upon the fleeing 10th golden crow, Yi drew his final blood-red divine arrow, aiming it at him. The 10th golden crow felt as if his escape route had been sealed by the arrow. Left with no choice but to await his doom in that moment, he truly understood the despair his brothers must have felt in their final moments. Watching death approach with inexorable certainty, he let out a mournful cry that lingered in the air. Just as the 10th golden crow was about to succumb to Yi's blood-red arrow, the resonant sound of a bell echoed across the heavens, halting the arrow mere inches from its target. Seeing the blood-red arrow suspended so close, the 10th golden crow felt a flicker of relief. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a strange fluctuation of power stirred within him at that instant. Yi, you are courting death by daring to slay the crown prince of my demon clan. The figure of Dong Huang Tai materialized beside the 10th golden crow. With a mere gesture, he crushed the blood-red arrow, his aura of quasi-saintly might surging uncontrollably, shattering the space around him. The intensity of his gaze toward Ho-E brimmed with murderous intent. Ho-E, you must perish for having slain 9 of my nephews. Do you not realize they are all princes of my demon clan? Dong Huang Taiyi's presence loomed beside the 10th golden crow, his eyes filled with a fierce desire for vengeance. Even the demon queen, she had spat blood upon the demise of the first golden crow. Knowing that her 10 children were in grave peril, she hurriedly summoned Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai-yi to inform them of the calamity. After much effort, Dong Huang Tai-yi arrived only to discover that 9 of the 10 three-legged golden crows had already fallen, leaving but 1 behind. This drove him into a frenzy, as there were only 2 such golden crows in the primordial realm. His quasi-saintly aura erupted violently, fracturing the space around him beyond repair. In the space between him and Ho-E, black snowflakes, born of murderous intent, began to fall. And yet, what of it? Setting aside the fact that my witch clan and your demon clan are perpetual adversaries. These 10 golden crows have wrought untold havoc upon the primordial realm. Thus, they deserve to die. Ho-Yi's eyes reflected no fear. He deemed all 10 golden crows worthy of death. Very well, if that is the case. Do not blame me for using my power against you. Chaos Bell, suppress him. With each resonant toll of the bell, the Chaos Bell soared into the sky, descending upon Ho-E, imbued with Dong Huang Tai-yi's overwhelming murderous intent. Intent on sealing Ho-Yi's fate there. Before the Chaos Bell even drew near, its innate pressure rendered Ho-E breathless, immobilizing him, but he trembled, struggling against the binding force of the Chaos Bell, veins bulging. His expression contorted in agony. He understood that if he could not break free from this power of confinement, he would meet his end here. Break free. 9 stars aligned. Ho-Yi's shout rang out as blood erupted from his body, staining him crimson, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet this was merely the result of his struggle against the binding of the Chaos Bell. The minute blood vessels of his body could barely withstand the pressure. And this injury was trivial for the Witch Clan. With a surge of determination, Ho-E broke free from the Chaos Bell's constraints, his eyes alight with clarity as he drew 9 blood-red divine arrows and aimed them at the Chaos Bell. Boom! Boom! Ding! 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 One by one, the 9 blood-red arrows struck the same point on the Chaos Bell, producing a crisp ringing sound that sent the bell reeling. Interesting, but I have decreed your death, and so it shall be. A flicker of surprise crossed Dong Huang Tai-yi's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smile as he reached out to slap the Chaos Bell. Instantaneously, the Chaos Bell blazed with brilliance, darting toward Ho-E like a bolt of lightning. Ho-Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He barely had time to raise his great bow in defense against the impending strike of the Chaos Bell. Puff! Ho-E staggered, as if struck by lightning. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, mixed with the remnants of his internal organs. His complexion turned ashen, cracks appearing across his body, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. The great bow in his hands dimmed, its spiritual essence nearly shattered by the forceful blow of the Chaos Bell. It would take thousands of years to restore the bow's vitality. Indeed, the bodies of the Witch Clan are formidable. Among their great shamans, you stand as one of the most powerful. To personally slay you does not besmirch my name. Die. Dong Huang Tai-yi regarded Ho-E with a glimmer of admiration, yet this did not sway his resolve to kill him. Rather, his murderous intent intensified, without any visible action from Dong Huang Tai-yi. A far greater power than that wielded by the 10 golden crows ignited around him, a solar true fire that made him appear as an emperor born of flames, illuminating the entire primordial realm. Clenching his fist, he struck toward Ho-E, a cry echoing from his fist as it transformed into a 3-legged golden crow, lunging at Ho-E with ferocity. How tragic and lamentable it is that the hero who shot down 9 golden crows, resolving the tribulations of the primordial realm, cannot escape death. Fortunately, I did not intervene. Otherwise, Ho-Yi's fate today would have been mine tomorrow. In the primordial realm, many powerful beings bore witness to the unfolding of these events. As they witnessed Ho-E on the brink of death at the hands of Dong Huang Tai-yi, a flicker of regret flashed in their eyes, leaving them in solemn silence. Yet, the unfolding events often defy expectations. Before the three-legged golden crow, birthed from Dong Huang Taiyi's mastery, could reach Ho-E, it was abruptly consumed by a rift in space, just as the rift was on the verge of vanishing. A resounding explosion echoed from the golden crow. Shortly thereafter, another rift appeared beside Ho-E, from which two figures emerged, their presence sending ripples through the space around them, akin to waves on a tranquil lake. Dong Huang Tai-E, do you still have any shame left? What skill is it to bully the weak? If you dare strike at me, my Wu clan is always ready for a fight. A bold and domineering proclamation resonated from Di Jiang, who gazed at Dong Huang Tai-E with a hint of scorn, seemingly unimpressed by his actions. Indeed, Dong Huang Tai-E, if you wish to avoid calamity befalling your last golden crow, retreat to your heavenly court. This primordial land is not a playground for you. Zhu Jioyin, who had arrived alongside Di Jiang, regarded Dong Huang Tai-E with indifference, a silvery light shimmering in his hand, as if poised for action at any moment. Humph! Ho, he has slain my demon prince. Is that not an act of bullying the weak? Today, Ho, he must pay for the life of my deceased nephew, or my demon clan shall not hesitate to wage war. Dong Huang Tai-E remained unfazed, as if the arrival of Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin posed no challenge to him. Ha! My Wu clan has already lost a great shaman, and countless lives have been sacrificed in the primordial realm. Had I not arrived late, those 10 beasts would not have lived to see another day, leaving no room for you to save even one. Di Jiang's eyes were filled with disdain as he regarded the 10 golden crows with palpable disgust and murderous intent. And one cherished this land. Forged from their father Didi Pangu, more than the Wu clan, they held an abject loathing for the destruction wrought by the 10 golden crows. Humph! Enough talk. Whoever I intend to kill, you cannot protect. With a cold command, Dong Huang Tai-E summoned the great array of the stars, the chaos bell descending to suppress all. Stars flooded the sky, transforming the area into an eternal cosmos, as celestial lights coalesced into missiles aimed at Di Jiang and his companions. Dong Huang Tai-E himself, wielding the chaos bell, morphed into a golden figure charging toward Ho-E, intent on slaying him, lest his demon clan lose face and his slain nephew's vengeance go unavenged. Clang, clang. The resonating sounds of the chaos bell echoed as the surrounding space shattered inch by inch. Dong Huang Tai-E, driven by an unwavering resolve to slay Ho-E, surged forth toward Di Jiang and Ho-E. An inexorable aura of destruction emanated from the chaos bell, enveloping them. Faced with Dong Huang Tai-Yi's onslaught, Di Jiang's expression turned grave as he revealed his true shaman form, his fists moving in rapid succession to shatter the space around him. Directing the destructive force toward the chaos bell in a bid to confront it head-on, that if you dare to kill Ho-E in my presence, what worth would I have as the leader of the Wu clan? Boom! Boom! A series of explosive collisions erupted, unleashing waves of destructive energy in all directions. Yet the great array of the stars contained the aftermath, preventing it from spreading further. The eyes of Dong Huang Tai-E and Di Jiang were filled with murderous intent as they relentlessly attacked each other, determined to fight to the death. Meanwhile, the gathered stars hurtled toward Zhu Jioyin and Ho-E, seeking to obliterate them into mere fragments. Humph! Observing the celestial bodies hurtling toward him, Zhu Jioyin scoffed, devoid of any trace of fear. With a gentle step forward, an invisible wave radiated outward. The stars, rushing toward him, came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. No, it was not time that had ceased. Neither Dong Huang Tai-E nor Di Jiang was affected, but the stars merely slowed to a crawl, taking perhaps a century to move the slightest distance. This was Zhu Jioyin's innate gift. The reason he was revered as the ancestor of time. Time, reverse, return to me. With a commanding shout, Zhu Jioyin waved a sleeve, and those stars, suspended in mid-air, suddenly reversed direction, hurtling back at incredible speed. Today, Ho-E must die, and you shall not escape. Di Jun's figure materialized in the air, wielding the He-Tu and Luo Shu, which glimmered and flickered, as if communicating with the surrounding cosmos. The stars that Zhu Jioyin had sent back collided with Di Jun, shattering upon impact and reverting to their primordial starlight. Let us see if you can truly eliminate us. Zhu Jiuyin's expression remained unyielding as he struck at DJUN.I in response. Dijun summoned the He-Tu and Luo Shu, gathering the surrounding starlight, forming countless star spears behind him, their number unfathomable. As long as Dijun lived, the great array of the stars would remain intact, allowing him to continuously forge star spears. In the face of Dijun's display, both Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's expressions shifted, though they bore no fear of the star spears. However, for Ho Yi, the stakes were different. After all, he had already been gravely wounded by Dong Huang Tai, leaving him with little room for retaliation. Should they act recklessly, Ho Yi could very well perish before their eyes. Boom! Boom! The sounds of exploding star spears resonated, and as the dust settled, the figures of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin emerged, blood seeping from their bodies, having sustained injuries while protecting Ho Yi. Time reversal. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes glowed white as he clapped his hands together, a wave of invisible temporal energy enveloping them, fully healing their wounds. Di Jiang, ancestor Zhu Jiuyin, pay me no mind. This formation cannot hold you. You must leave. Let Ho Yi perish here. He has no regrets. A look of urgency crossed Ho Yi's face, for he felt that his life had become inconsequential. After all, he had already slain the nine-headed golden crow, which was sufficient that Di Jiang's expression remained unchanged as he reprimanded Ho Yi. Do you not understand the dangers of being here? If I were to abandon you, what face would I have to return to the countless members of the Wu clan? What face would I have to present to our father deity? Silence! When has the Wu clan ever abandoned its brethren? If I were to forsake you, how could I ever face the millions of Wu descendants? How could I face our father deity? Di Jiang's resolve remained steadfast as he chastised Ho Yi, recognizing the peril of their situation. Since they had arrived, there was no turning back. The vengeance for slaying my son, the enmity between Wu and Yao, shall be repaid today with your lives, the great array of the stars. Celestial cycles, the sun, Dijun's voice, filled with grief and malice, echoed from the heavens. As his words fell, countless stars materialized, arranged in a bizarre formation, intertwining with one another, as a phantom of a solar star emerged, hurtling toward Di Jiang and his companions. Endless heat shattered the space around them, and chaotic currents of the void rampaged, leaving no room for resistance against the solar star's phantom. A grave expression crossed the faces of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Indeed, the demon clan had proven formidable over the years, continuously innovating upon the original great array of the stars. The current might of this formation surpassed its previous strength by more than double. Do not underestimate the significance of that increase, for the great array of the stars stands as a peerless formation capable of contending with the 12 capitals heavenly gods formation of the Wu clan. Against whom do they stand? Against Pangu's true form, one that no sage could withstand. An increase in might by this measure nearly matched the 12 capitals heavenly gods formation, especially in the absence of Earth Mother. Zhu Jiuyin, let us combine our strength to break through it. Di Jiang spoke, his expression grave. Even he found this strike to be a daunting challenge. Zhu Jiuyin nodded slightly, his own eyes reflecting the same gravity. Then, the silvery and white lights surrounding Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin swirled and intertwined. The two gathered their hands at their waists, launching a combined strike toward the solar entity. Temporal obliteration. Boom! Boom! Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin stood before a tumultuous spatial rift, which erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds, spiraling into chaos and distortion. The forces of time and space wielded by the two entities intermingled, yet simultaneously engaged in a fierce mutual destruction. This destructive force was immensely potent, culminating in a silvery beam of light that pierced through the ethereal image of the sun star. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, as if the realm, enveloped by the great array of the heavenly stars, could scarcely withstand the might of their confrontation. In the outside world, the mighty beings of the primordial chaos, ever vigilant of the unfolding events, beheld the clash between the ethereal sun star and the silvery light, as an overwhelming surge of light and heat broke free from the constraints of the great array, cascading outward in all directions. The land for hundreds of thousands of miles was stripped bare, countless mountains and forests obliterated, and innumerable primordial beings reduced to ash, this single strike had irrevocably altered the landscape across vast expanses. Such power, they murmured. Are they still merely quasi-saints? Why does it feel as though even a saint falls short in comparison? In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entirety of the primordial chaos. As they were rendered speechless by the shockwave, the clash between Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's devastating time and space burial technique and the ethereal sunstar, conjured by Di Jun through the Great Array, left countless powerful beings in awe. They discerned that whether it was the demon clan's Di Jun or the witch clan's Di Jiang, their prowess seemed to have ascended to an entirely new echelon. Within Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi's countenance darkened as he sensed the collision between Di Jun and Di Jiang. He turned to Lao Zi, his eyes brimming with curiosity, that half-step towards the Hun Yuan Daoyuo Jingxian. They have touched upon the threshold of enlightenment. Had they not revealed themselves, we might have remained oblivious to their true strength. Indeed, as emperors and clan leaders, they are not to be trifled with. A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed Lao Zi's gaze as he spoke softly of the current state of Di Jun and Di Jiang. Brother, should Di Jun vanquish the witch clan, or if Di Jiang triumphs over the demon clan, one of them could swiftly attain the Hun Yuan to that point, we saints may find ourselves disregarded. Should we take? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yuan Shi's eyes. He had painstakingly achieved the status of a saint, and he would not permit another to reach his level and contest with him. He sought the pinnacle of power and status in the primordial chaos. Conversely, Tong Tian harbored no such thoughts as Yuan Shi. He gazed at the fierce duel between Di Jun and Di Jiang, his eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly desiring to take their place in the fray for an exhilarating battle of his own. Lao Zi gently shook his head, stating, "There is no need for intervention. The witch clan is ignorant of the heavenly decree. Their reckoning shall come in due time. Moreover, the demon clan has already suffered decline in fortune following the chaos wrought by the 10 golden crows, and they will face a great calamity ahead. Their only path is mutual destruction." He continued, "Besides, the standoff between Di Jun and Di Jiang is not without unseen influences at play." Upon hearing Lao Zi's words, Yuan Shi's expression shifted subtly, suddenly realizing something. "Are you suggesting?" "Not to be spoken of. Let us observe how events unfold in the future." Lao Zi halted Yuan Shi's inquiry, redirecting his gaze towards the clash between Di Jiang and Di Jun. Yuan Shi, however, lacked Lao Zi's composure, his eyes flickering with a myriad of thoughts, as if calculating something on the summit of Shumi Mountain in the west. Zhuan Ti breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his brother had concealed the heavenly secrets beforehand. Otherwise, given Di Jun's formidable prowess, he would have surely detected the anomalies surrounding the sun star. Zhuan Ti perceived all of this as a divine indication, further solidifying his conviction to ensure the prosperity of the West, a goal for which he would spare no effort. As the endless aftershock subsided, the myriad stars dimmed and faded into the ether. Di Jun bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin appeared disheveled, with Ho Yi, who mirrored their condition, looking pale and gravely injured. Witnessing this scene, Di Jun prepared to strike once more, intent on eliminating those who posed an endless threat to his demon clan. Yet from above, waves of ominous energy surged forth, swiftly converging upon Di Jiang's position. As they approached, thunderous voices reverberated through the heavens, resounding in Di Jun's ears. "Di Jun, you old rascal, do not act recklessly. You tread upon this sacred land of the primordial chaos today, and it shall be your doom. Do not harm my elder brother. You filthy beast, come forth and face me, Zhu Rong, in battle, lest I tear your head from your shoulders." Upon hearing Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches hurling insults, Di Jun felt a throbbing pain at his brow. He glanced at Ho Yi, the great witch responsible for the deaths of his 9 children. His eyes filled with turmoil. He longed to retaliate, but lacked certainty of victory. Moreover, the prohibitions from the Hongjun Sen Yuan assembly still loomed, leaving him hesitant to take such risks. Fushi appeared before Di Jun, speaking softly. "Demon Emperor, the 10th prince remains by the side of the Eastern Emperor. Should conflict arise, it may be difficult to safeguard the 10th prince. It would be prudent to call for a temporary ceasefire and seek vengeance when the time is ripe. Furthermore, the Dao ancestors' edicts still hold sway, engaging in large-scale conflict with the Witch clan, especially without assurance of victory, could invite the Dao ancestors' wrath, which would yield more losses than gains. Upon hearing Fushi's counsel, Dijun's countenance shifted, glancing sorrowfully towards the void where his 9 children's essences had faded. The pain of losing a child, with the enemy so near yet utterly powerless to avenge them, overwhelmed him. Sensing the ancestral witches drawing near, a resolute glint flickered in Dijun's eyes. Relay the order. Withdraw the troops. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, having overheard Fushi's words, felt a surge of reluctance. Yet he could not gamble with the life of his brother's last child and could only depart with a heart full of discontent. Before leaving, however, he cast a murderous glare at Ho Wai. As starlight flickered, the corpses of the 9 golden crows slain by Ho Yi vanished from sight, along with Dijun and his companions. Dijiang, I shall remember this enmity today. After the Yuan assembly, it shall be the day of reckoning between our 2 clans, the witches and demons. At that time, I shall eradicate your witch clan to accompany my children in death. Dijun's words, heavy with malice, echoed through the air. Dijiang, however, merely snorted disdainfully before shifting his gaze to the pale-faced Ho Yi, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Ho Yi, you have done remarkably well, slaying the golden crows that have plagued the primordial chaos. You have not brought shame upon our witch clan. Return now and tend to your wounds. Your strength will be needed in the future war against the demons. With a satisfied expression, Dijiang regarded Ho Yi, who had achieved fame in the primordial chaos through this battle. His combat prowess marked him as a top-tier witch, and should fortune favor him, he might yet break through their limitations and ascend to become a true ancestral witch. Seeing a talent like Ho Yi within his clan filled even Dijiang with elation. Thank you, Grand Ancestor Dijiang, for your life-saving grace. Alas, I arrived too late to save my brother Kuo-fu. A look of profound sorrow clouded Ho Yi's face. He had shared a deep bond with Kuo-fu and had harbored fears of an unfortunate fate befalling him. Despite his haste, he had ultimately failed to avert tragedy. Leaving him heartbroken, Dijiang felt a pang of sorrow as well. He had known Kuo-fu, a man of great fortitude within the Witch clan, whose potential he had held in high regard. Yet, he had not anticipated that this incident would cost him his life. However, as the leader of the Witch clan, Dijiang could not overtly display his grief. He placed a reassuring hand on Ho Yi's shoulder and spoke gently. Such events are regrettable, but they have transpired. Do not dwell on them. Prepare yourself for the inevitable confrontation with the demon clan and avenge Kuo-fu by slaying more demons. Ho Yi nodded in response to Dijiang's words. Then joined Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches as they returned to their tribal stronghold, in the realm of the Underworld. Within the Hall of Tranquility, Ping Exan furrowed her brow as she regarded Lu Chongming. It is impossible, she firmly declared, that I shall not permit you to enter the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Do you even comprehend your own identity? Before Lu Chongming could respond, Ping Exan continued, You are the Emperor of the Underworld, tasked with overseeing the realm and managing the reincarnation of all beings in the primordial chaos. How could you recklessly venture into such perilous territory, especially the 6 Paths of Reincarnation? Lu Changming gazed at the somewhat irate Ping Xin, and a sudden warmth blossomed within him that in this primordial chaos, he was not alone. There were indeed those who cared for him, yet he had compelling reasons to depart. Your Highness, I have compelling reasons to go. My strength has reached a bottleneck, and I must confront great horrors and dangers to transcend present. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation represent my best option. Upon hearing Lu Changming's resolute words and observing the determination in his eyes, Ping Xin fell into contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. Although the 6 Paths of Reincarnation were derived from my ancestral witch form, I can sense that there are profound mysteries within. Even I cannot claim to fully grasp the essence of these 6 paths, as they harbor a power of disorientation. Even a quasi-saint entering would find themselves lost within mere 3 breaths. their memories obscured. If one cannot reclaim their true self, their primordial spirit will gradually fade away. Within the six paths, this constitutes true obliteration. The traces of their existence in the entire primordial realm would vanish, and all who have known them would completely forget their memories. Not even I could reverse such a fate. You still wish to proceed? Lu Changming hesitated not in the slightest. His eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. The mysteries of the six paths were precisely what he sought, for only through them could he glean insights and break through his current limitations. Moreover, he had many unresolved matters, firmly believing he would not lose himself within the six paths. I must go. The six paths of reincarnation are indeed my optimal choice for breaking through. Hearing Lu Changming's affirmation, Ping Xin sighed softly. After all, she could only be considered a friend to him, having offered her counsel. She had fulfilled her duty as a friend, and with Lu Changming's insistence, she felt it futile to press further. Very well. Since you are so determined to go, I cannot hinder you. But remember, do not lose yourself, or all will be rendered void. With that, Ping Xin waved her sleeve, guiding Lu Changming to the vicinity of the six paths of reincarnation. At that moment, the area was overseen by the right judge, Emperor Kong, who was responsible for ushering those who had lost their memories into the cycle, while the accompanying ghostly attendants stood by. That we pay our respects to the Underworld Emperor. Upon Lu Changming's arrival, Emperor Kong promptly led the ghostly attendants in a bow. Lu Changming paid them little mind, gesturing for them to rise, before they returned to their duties, and he then approached the six paths of reincarnation, quietly observing the constantly rotating cycle. One by one, the beings of the primordial realm, having lost their memories, stepped towards the six paths, disappearing without a trace as they were absorbed. Witnessing this, Lu Changming shook his head slightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The six paths of reincarnation were indeed shrouded in mystery. If it were so simple to discern their workings and secrets, they would not be deemed a perilous domain by Princess Ping Xin. It seemed that everything depended on himself. With thoughts laced with enigmatic significance, he turned away from contemplation and stepped into the six paths of reincarnation. As Lu Changming's figure vanished, Ping Xin's presence slowly materialized. Yet no one could perceive her existence. Alas, why do you not heed my advice? I can only hope that a fragment of your primordial spirit will awaken you in times of danger. That is all I can do. Her voice lingered in the air before she too disappeared. Meanwhile, upon entering the six paths, Lu Changming found himself in an endless passage where beings destined for reincarnation walked. Some vanished after a few steps, while others lingered for what seemed an eternity. Lu Changming glanced briefly, then turned his attention inward, sitting cross-legged and maintaining clarity of mind as he absorbed the surroundings. In a state of hazy reverie, he suddenly felt a pull, and before he could react, he lost consciousness. At that moment, it felt as though his awareness had fragmented into countless pieces, each representing a different beginning. Note, each reincarnation results in forgetting the memories of the previous one. Only upon the completion of the final cycle will those memories be unlocked. Note, reincarnation is akin to a dream. What you ponder manifests in your dreams. This cycle operates similarly, so do not question why the human race has emperors in modernity when it was all generated from Lu Changming's memories. In his first life, when Lu Changming regained consciousness, he found himself a general in a kingdom. Yet due to his overwhelming achievements, he faced the emperor's wrath, was falsely accused of colluding with an enemy state, and ultimately perished in prison. In his second life, he was a scholar who toiled for 10 years, finally achieving the highest honor and entering the court as an official. However, due to his stubbornness and unyielding temperament, he faced repeated demotions and ultimately left the political arena in disillusionment. In his third life, he became an emperor, yet his nation faced internal strife and external threats. Despite his ambitions, he remained powerless to alter the course of fate, ultimately taking his own life in the palace. In his fourth life, he was a beggar who refused to accept his lot. When an enemy nation invaded, he enlisted in the army, fighting bravely to become a revered general, earning the emperor's respect. In the fifth life, the thousand cycle, Lu Changming regained his consciousness and found himself before an open computer, running a game called League of Legends, where his teammates were inquiring about his well-being. However, Lu Changming paid no heed to them, instead scrutinizing the room's decor. Suddenly, he pinched his own face, feeling the sting of reality, murmuring, could it be that all of this was merely a dream? Bang! Bang! Lu Changming. You rascal! Have you even checked the time? Why are you still asleep? A sharp voice resonated, belonging to his mother. Lu Changming's mother entered the room, casting a suspicious glance at the dazed Lu Changming. You little brat, why are you so quiet? Have you done something shameful? Normally, you'd have retorted by now. Why the silence today? Lu Changming looked at his mother, his eyes reflecting a deep yearning, and suddenly embraced her. Mom, I miss you. Humph, you little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Haven't you seen me every day at home? Stop being so sentimental and come out for dinner. You're as lazy as a pig. I really wonder which girl would ever take a liking to you. Let me tell you, Wang Ai's grandson, who is about your age, is already discussing marriage. You should get a move on. Do you understand? His mother's voice was stern as she pushed open the door, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Changming before exiting the room. Feeling embarrassed by her dismissal, Lu Changming sheepishly touched his nose, affirming that this was indeed his mother. You little brat, since you've stopped playing games, why are you suddenly reading books on Taoism and Buddhism? You aren't contemplating renouncing the world to become a monk or a Taoist, are you? I must remind you, the Lu family has been passed down for 4 generations. We cannot let it end with you. Otherwise, I would have no face to meet your late father. His mother eyed him with a hint of concern, especially when she saw the book on the Tao Te Ching in his hands. Mom, don't worry. I haven't yet truly enjoyed life. So how could I consider becoming a monk or a Taoist? But you are right. I shouldn't linger in this muddle. I plan to travel and explore the magnificent landscapes. Lu Changming raised his head, smiling as he shared his intentions with his mother. In his eyes, the previous confusion faded away, as it had been over half a month since he awoke from his dream. Considering the primordial experiences as but a dream, every night he finds himself ensnared in the same repetitive dream. That it is for this reason that he has taken to purchasing tomes on Taoism and Buddhism, seeking within their pages a possible resolution to his plight. Perhaps, he muses, venturing out into the world might lead him to the answer he so desperately seeks. A persistent voice within his heart urges him not to linger. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Lu's mother momentarily falters, enveloped in silence, sensing a profound transformation within her son. He seems markedly different from the boy he once was, yet embarking on a journey is undeniably more soothing than remaining at home. Poring over those philosophical texts, leave at once. The sooner you go, the better. Your presence only vexes me. With you gone, I might find a semblance of peace, perhaps even prolong my days. Lu's mother, with an expression of disdain, gestures for Lu Changming to depart hastily. Observing her demeanor, Lu Changming chooses not to linger any longer. He retreats to his room, gathers his belongings, and the following morning, he departs from his home. Dear benefactor, what troubles you? An elderly monk clad in red, with a benevolent countenance, inquires of Lu Changming, who sits before him. Master, do you truly believe there exist other worlds, each inhabited by a different version of ourselves? Is it possible for us to traverse time and space into those realms? Lu Changming confides, I often dream of another world where my existence diverges entirely from my current self. The intertwining of these dreams and reality leaves me bewildered, uncertain of what is genuine and what is mere illusion. This moment, Lu Changming, now in the midst of middle age, poses his question to the venerable monk, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Throughout the years, he has traversed the magnificent landscapes of this land, scaled lofty peaks, plunged into the depths of the sea, visited the ancestral sites of Taoism, and sought solace in temples, indulged in inebriation on bustling streets, and sung joyously in the midst of the city's clamor. Ultimately, he finds himself in Tibet, this final destination. Despite years of wandering, he is yet to uncover the answer he seeks. The world before him appears so palpably real. He begins to suspect his own sanity, mistaking the vividness of his dreams for lived experiences. The Buddha once said, a flower, a world, a tree, a fleeting life, a blade of grass, a paradise, a leaf, a Tathagata, a grain of sand, a pure land, a smile, a dust-bound fate, a thought, a state of purity, from the Avatamsaka Sutra. One day, the moon shines upon the four corners of the earth, covering the realms of desire and the heavens of the first meditation. A world comprises 1,000 worlds. 1,000 small worlds constitute a middle world, and 1,000 middle worlds form a great world, resulting in 3,000 great worlds. Our reality is but an illusion to others. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Here, form refers not to beauty but to material existence, while emptiness signifies the Buddhist pursuit of transcendence. It is entirely dependent on the benefactor's heart for discernment. Just as in bygone days when the sixth patriarch Huineng delivered his teachings, a wind stirred the banner's point. One monk claimed it was the wind in motion, while another asserted the banner was moving. Debate ensued. Huineng interjected, "It is neither the wind nor the banner that moves, but the heart of the benevolent one that stirs." After imparting these words, the old monk rose and departed, leaving Lu Changming seated in contemplation. As time passed, Lu Changming, lost in thought, was suddenly roused from his reverie. The confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a newfound clarity. Lu Changming left that place, purchased a plane ticket, and returned to his abode. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his mother, Lu, preparing a meal, which elicited a smile from him. "You little rascal, you actually remember to come back. Others travel for merely 2 or 3 months. Yet you, 10 years have passed. I thought you'd only return when I was on my deathbed." The meal was ready, yet she stood idly at the door. "What are you waiting for? Do you expect me to serve you?" Lu's mother set down her utensils and approached Lu Changming, her expression one of mild bewilderment at his peculiar demeanor. Lu Changming placed his belongings down and embraced his mother, whispering in her ear, "I'm grateful to you for allowing me to relive the memories of motherly love. Alas, all of this is but an illusion. I cannot return to the past, and why mother passed away when I came of age. The reality is far from serene. I am the emperor of the Underworld, a realm governed by the law of the jungle. What nonsense are you spouting? It seems your 10 years of travel have only left you more deranged." Lu's mother replied, her heart filled with confusion upon hearing Lu Changming's words. Lu Changming smiled gently, pushing her away, and for a final moment, he gazed at her, as though time itself had crystallized, shattering like glass. The cycle of 1,000 lifetimes had officially concluded. Within the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Lu Changming opened his eyes, which had deepened in intensity, obscuring his thoughts. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply. He had not anticipated the terror inherent in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Had it not been for that persistent voice within, he might have remained oblivious to the veracity of his experiences. Thankfully, the knowledge he gained was not insignificant. A smile crept across Lu Changming's lips. Beneath the weight of 1,000 reincarnations, the barriers within him shattered, unveiling a path ahead, fulfilling the very purpose of his journey into this cycle. Seemingly struck by a realization, Lu Changming rose and walked toward the boundary of reincarnation. His destination unmistakably the Hall of Tranquil Heart. Little did Lu Changming know, while he underwent his 1,000 lifetimes, significant events were unfolding in the wilderness above Point 9 of the 10 golden crows had been slain by Ho-E. At this moment, within the heavenly palace, the Empress of Demons, Shi-He, held her last child in her arms, tears streaming down her pallid cheeks, her countenance filled with sorrow. Beside her, Emperor Jun shared her grief, his eyes brimming with tears. The loss of a single child is heart-wrenching, let alone 9. Yet, in the presence of the high-ranking officials of the heavenly court, he could not allow himself to appear weak. For now, he maintained a semblance of composure, a testament to his inner strength. Dong Huang Tai observed Shi-He's tears, his own heart heavy with sorrow, clenching his fist before turning to exit the grand hall. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, do not grieve so. I shall venture forth to the Wu clan and exact vengeance on Ho-E. With my quasi-saint strength, I will not be thwarted by a mere shaman." Just as Dong Huang Tai was about to leave the hall, Emperor Jun called out, "Tai, stop. Do you wish to incite war between the Wu clan and the Demon clan?" Dong Huang Tai turned, disbelief etched across his features. "Elder brother, how can you endure the loss of your child? Even if you can, I cannot allow my 9 nephews to die in vain." Emperor Jun felt a pang of anguish upon hearing Dong Huang Tai's words. How could he not long for vengeance against the Wu clan? Yet this was not the opportune time. The prohibition set forth by Hong Jun had yet to be lifted. The demon clan could not afford to initiate conflict. He was not only a father, but the sovereign of the entire demon clan. As the demon emperor, he could not allow personal grievances to endanger his people. He must consider the greater good. How could I be unaware? How could I not yearn for revenge? I would gladly tear Ho-E limb from limb. But I cannot act rashly. I am the demon emperor and must think from the perspective of the demon clan. Even in the face of enmity, I must endure. Do you understand? Emperor Jun's gaze bore deep crimson hues. A mixture of pain, murderous intent, and sorrow reflected in his eyes, revealing the heavy burden he bore. Dong Huang Tai, witnessing the turmoil within Emperor Jun, sighed helplessly before retreating to his place. I could see that moment. Fushi stepped forward, a grave expression upon his face. This matter harbors complications. In the Sun Star, the formation the demon emperor, set up in Tang Valley has been examined, and it poses no issues. How then did the 10 princes escape from Tang Valley? They have lingered in the wilderness for so long. Why have we received no news? Why did the demon empress only sense the situation after the princes perished? It appears that all of this is a scheme to provoke a conflict between us and the Wu clan. Fushi withheld certain words, yet he was able to ascend to a prominent position in the heavenly court. Each of them was exceptionally astute, and how could they not discern the implications of Fushi's intentions? Undoubtedly, someone was scheming against their demon and shaman tribes. Those capable of orchestrating such machinations without alerting them could only be saints. However, what could they do with this knowledge? There were 6 saints. And how could they ascertain which one was responsible? Could they possibly confront those saints? Emperor Jun possessed the river diagram and the Luo book, 2 unparalleled treasures in the vast wilderness, with predictive capabilities that even he could not fathom. What then could they accomplish? Lacking the primordial unity realm, the celestial star array could not stand against the saints. The demon tribe had no means to counter them, even if they were aware that 9 out of their 10 offspring had been plotted against. The enmity and resentment would be swallowed like shattered teeth. Emperor Jun gazed at the small child, Xiao Shi, cradled in Shihi's arms, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. He then turned to Fushi and spoke. Your Majesty Fushi, you can see the plight of my demon tribe. Those individuals wish for the annihilation of both our demon and shaman tribes. As the demon emperor, I must shed the last drop of my blood for my kin. Yet, Xiao Shi is my last child. I implore you to take him into the palace of Nuwa and entrust him to the care of the Saint Nuwa. After this calamity, let Xiao Shi decide his own fate. This is not a command from the demon emperor, but a plea from a father. Upon finishing, Emperor Jun straightened and bowed to Fushi. Fushi, taken aback, was about to refuse when Emperor Jun had already completed his bow. Noticing the compassion in his gaze toward Xiao Shi, he pondered for a moment and ultimately did not decline. He replied, I shall take on this matter, but if my sister is unwilling, I am powerless to intervene. Emperor Jun nodded, confident that Nuwa would not refuse. After all, before achieving sainthood, she was the queen of demons, and her brother Fushi was in the heavenly court. For reasons of sentiment and logic, she would surely take in Xiao Shi. Emperor Jun gently lifted Xiao Shi from Shihi's embrace, touching the child's forehead, a glimmer of golden light entering Xiao Shi's being, before handing him over to Fushi. Once Fushi vanished from sight, she turned to Emperor Jun, her eyes now tinged with resentment. Coldly, she demanded, what of the vengeance for my 9 children? Will you not seek retribution? Shihi, it is not that I am unwilling, but the timing is indeed unfavorable. After the conflict between the shamans and demons, I shall capture Ho-E and leave him in your hands to deal with personally. Emperor Jun replied, feeling somewhat exasperated, unsure how to explain to Shihi. Very well. As the demon emperor, you have many concerns that I am but a mother who has lost her children. If you will not avenge my offspring, I shall take matters into my own hands. Emperor Jun, I detest you. She glared at Emperor Jun, the bond they once shared now obliterated by the hatred of her lost children. With those words, she vanished from sight. Emperor Jun watched the spot where he had disappeared, extending his hand as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing, allowing her to fade away. Nearby, Dong Huangtai attempted to speak, but was preempted by Emperor Jun, who returned to his throne, regaining his former majestic demeanor. Loyal ministers, my son, the crown prince of the heavenly court, has been slain. This is a provocation against our heavenly court, a desecration of the dignity of my demon tribe. While my heart is heavy with sorrow, what pains me more is the inability to seek vengeance. Following the Yuan assembly, there shall be the decisive battle between the shamans and demons at that time. I demand you all return the humiliation our heavenly court has suffered in full. I shall eradicate the shaman tribe. Will you stand with me? Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, the ministers, including Bai Zhe, bowed in unison, flames of determination igniting in their eyes. We shall follow the demon emperor and lay waste after the Yuan assembly in the palace of Niuhua. Niuhua gazed at the small golden crow beside Fushi. Understanding his intentions, that a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. Yet, with a sigh, she finally spoke. This little golden crow is indeed a pitiful creature. Very well, until the conclusion of the war between the shamans and demons. He shall reside in my palace, and I shall protect him. Though Niuhua was unaware of which among the perpetrators had acted, she felt a pang of guilt as she observed the 10 golden crows wreaking havoc in the wilderness. And thus she acquiesced. Seeing Niuhua's agreement to keep the 10 golden crows, Fushi breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling significantly more at ease, he looked at Niuhua, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Since that is the case, I shall return to the heavenly court. With such events unfolding, I must maintain vigilance there." As he prepared to turn away from the palace of Niuhua, she called out to him, her eyes reflecting a moment of uncertainty. "Brother, it has been quite a while since we last met. Why not stay and reminisce for a while?" Upon hearing Niuhua's words, Fushi was reminded of the time they had relied on each other at Mount Buzhou, gazing at her with fondness. "Very well. Since you have said so, I shall remain for a while. What if I wish for you to stay until the war between the shamans and demons is over? This impending conflict was fraught with peril, and even I cannot predict how it will conclude. For your safety, I do not wish for you to partake in this battle. Remain in my palace of Niuhua and cultivate in seclusion." Surely, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai would not dare to object. Niuhua urged Fushi, hoping to shelter her brother from this calamity. Fushi hesitated, understanding Niuhua's concern. Yet, some matters must be pursued, and some must be relinquished. He gently shook his head, replying, "I am aware of your intentions. You merely worry for my safety. However, as cultivators, we are destined to seek the opportunity to attain Dao, and along the way, where is there safety? Moreover, I am the Shi Huang of the heavenly court, and you were once the queen of demons. This is our karmic connection with the heavenly court, one we cannot evade. When I first joined the heavenly court, I foresaw its future and recognized that we are in the most arduous times, even facing potential annihilation. Yet, I am resolute, wishing to reverse this fate. This is also my opportunity to attain Dao." Fushi spoke with unwavering conviction. To hear the Dao in the morning and die in the evening is sufficient. Such is my choice. For seekers of Dao in the wilderness, whether it be Emperor Jun, Fushi, or Lu Changming, they all understood the great dangers that lay ahead. Yet, none were willing to abandon their pursuit. This was their truth. As someone who has walked this path, and as Fushi's sister, Niuhua understood her brother's character well. Since he had expressed himself so, nothing could alter his decision. Ultimately, she could only nod in resignation, saying, "In that case, I hope you will exercise caution and not be careless." Fushi nodded, his eyes filled with warmth as he looked at Niuhua. "You need not worry overly much for me. This endeavor is fraught with danger, yet it is an opportunity that many would covet. Once I have weathered this tribulation, I shall no longer be the Shi Huang of the demon tribe, but will instead reside in your palace of Niuhua to keep you company." With those words, Fushi took one last deep look at Niuhua, as if to engrave her image in his heart, before turning to depart the palace of Niuhua, heading towards the heavenly court. "You are my brother. How could I possibly neglect you? The will of the Heavenly Dao is inexorable. Why must you defy it?" Niuhua's words echoed throughout the palace of Niuhua as she clasped her hands together, watching Fushi's retreating figure, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, he, after leaving the Lingxiao treasure hall, refrained from recklessly seeking out Ho-E for vengeance, knowing that she alone could not defeat him. With a turn, she returned to the Tying Star. Being a being born from the Tying Star, she was no different from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, who were born from the Sun Star. Sister, you have finally returned to the Tying Star. I am aware of what has transpired. Please accept my condolences. A cold voice rang out, and soon a woman clad in flowing white robes appeared, her beauty breathtaking and commanding, akin to a goddess untouchable by mere mortals. She was Shihi's sister, a being born from the Tying Star, named Chang Shi. Sister, you must assist me. He has slain my 10 children. I cannot let him escape unpunished that I demand he pays with his life. Shi beheld Chang Shi and spoke to her, her words laden with an intense hatred and murderous intent towards Yi. Chang Shi regarded her sister, her expression betraying no hint of change, and calmly replied, Sister, I cannot assist you. The Wu clan possesses immense power. Even if the two of us were joined forces, we would not be able to slay Yi, especially considering he has committed no wrong. No wrong. Is it not a crime for my children to perish, should they die without cause? Shi's visage twisted with madness. She had not anticipated her sister would harbor such sentiments. The golden crows fell from the heavens, causing countless lives to be lost. The demon clan has borne an overwhelming burden of karma. Sister, you must awaken to the truth. Chang Shi urged Shi once more, her demeanor unwavering, for she believed the situation to be as it was meant to be. Enough, Chang Shi. Since you refuse to aid me, you shall not speak ill of my children. I shall take vengeance upon my own. As she spoke, Shi cast a resentful glance at Chang Shi, and without further words began to employ her magical arts, vigilantly observing Yi day and night, seeking a way to eliminate him. Chang Shi, witnessing this, chose to remain silent. Her nature was one of cool detachment, and had she not been her sister, she would not have uttered a word, let alone offer counsel. But as she remained resolute, Chang Shi departed, retreating into the Guanghan Palace to enter seclusion, no longer concerning herself with Shi. During this time, tales of Yi slaying the 9-headed golden crows and rescuing countless lives spread across the vast wilderness, earning him the admiration of many. As Yi's renown grew, so too did Shi's resentment, for it was all built upon the lives of her 9 children at last. One day, a brilliant glimmer flashed in Shi's eyes. She had finally discerned a method to confront Yi. Yi. Oh, Yi, at last I have discovered your flaw. You have taken my children from me, made me taste the bitterness of losing my own. This time, I shall make you experience the agony of losing your kin. Her words dripped with malice and insanity, and with that, she transformed into a beam of moonlight, soaring towards the wilderness, within the vast expanse of the primordial world. The traces of humanity had spread across a significant portion of the land, with numerous tribes established in close proximity to the Wu clan. Among them was a human tribe nestled adjacent to Yi's Wu clan. In this tribe, a family welcomed a beautiful daughter. Her parents, having heard tales of 2 exquisite goddesses residing in the Tying Star, named her Chang'e, hoping she would embody the beauty of these divine beings. Chang'e did not disappoint her parents' aspirations. From a young age, she was enchanting, and as she matured, her beauty only flourished. Fish swimming in the waters would submerge upon seeing her, and even the wild geese in the sky would descend. Not only were the young men of her tribe captivated by her charm, but many from Yi's Wu clan also sought to behold her beauty and courted her, yet none won her heart. The renown of Chang'e reached even Yi, who, having mostly recovered from his injuries, was curious enough to visit the human tribe to witness this paragon of beauty for himself. Upon laying eyes on Chang'e, he was instantly spellbound, his heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, he realized he had fallen for her. Due to the striking resemblance between humans and the Wu clan, intermarriage was quite common, making Yi's desire to pursue Chang'e unremarkable. Although Chang'e had heard of Yi's illustrious reputation, she initially felt no inclination towards him. However, as time passed, she gradually found herself enamored by his unwavering affection. The union of Yi and Chang'e created quite the stir. For one was a figure of great renown, while the other was as ethereal as a celestial being, forming a pair that inspired envy among many. From that moment forth, Yi entrusted the affairs of his clan to his subordinates and moved to reside within Chang'e's human tribe. living like one of them and hunting alongside the villagers, returning home laden with game. In the days that followed, Hou-Yi showered Chang'e with affection, and their love flourished for over a decade. One day, as Hou-Yi set out for his usual hunt, Chang'e took their soiled garments to wash by the river. Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed into the water, she caught sight of her own reflection and noticed the signs of aging. A few wrinkles had formed between her brows, and strands of white had begun to appear in her hair. In a moment of shock, she dropped the garments into the water and, feeling disoriented, murmured, "Have I grown old?" Tears streamed down her face as she covered her visage. After a while, Chang'e regained her composure, washed the clothes thoroughly, and returned home. Upon his return, Hou-Yi noticed Chang'e was not at the door, greeting him with her usual radiant smile. Instead, she sat inside, lost in thought. "Chang'e, what troubles you? Has something occurred?" He approached her, concern etched across his face. Seeing the worry in his eyes brought her some solace, yet the thought of her own aging filled her with dread. Tears began to flow unbidden as she confessed. Today by the river, I noticed the wrinkles on my brow and the white in my hair. I am aging." Hou-Yi moved closer, gently stroking her hair as he embraced her. "It is only natural for mortals to age, to experience life and death. What matters is that we live joyfully together, does it not?" However, Chang'e shook her head, sorrow still evident in her eyes. "That it is different for me. I am but an ordinary human. I cannot cultivate martial prowess or the path of immortality. In 100 years, I shall perish. You, on the other hand, are a great shaman of the Wu clan. Ageless and eternally youthful, I fear that in my waning years, you will remain unchanged, and I will fade from your memory after centuries." Upon hearing her words, Hou-Yi found himself momentarily paralyzed. After spending over a decade living among humans, he had gradually come to consider himself one of them. Yet as Chang'e spoke, he recalled that he was indeed a great shaman of the Wu clan, destined to witness her demise. The thought filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Yet, the cultivation methods of the Wu clan eluded Chang'e, and he himself knew not of any other paths to longevity. It seemed he could only bear witness to her eventual passing. Silence enveloped them for several days. Hou-Yi lost the desire to hunt, while Chang'e wept endlessly, neglecting food and drink, which pained Hou-Yi deeply. Eventually, he sought an audience with a human chieftain, inquiring if there were any means to grant Chang'e eternal life. When our ancestors first migrated to this land, they spoke of a sacred mountain known as Kunlun. Kunlun is divided into eastern and western regions. The eastern Kunlun is the abode of sages, while atop the western Kunlun resides a primordial goddess known as Shiwang Mu. It is said that Shiwang Mu possesses the ability to transcend heaven and earth, and in her possession lies the elixir of immortality, which may grant eternal life. The journey to the western Kunlun is fraught with challenges for us humans, but as a great shaman of the Wu clan, it would be far easier for you. Moreover, your name, Hou-Yi, has become legendary throughout the wilderness. You may yet have a chance. Hearing the chieftain's words, Hou-Yi's eyes lit up with hope. He had heard of Shiwang Mu's renown, being the foremost among celestial maidens, and believed she must possess extraordinary gifts. For Chang'e's sake, he was willing to embark on this quest. After bidding farewell to the chieftain, Hou-Yi raced home, exclaiming to Chang'e, "Chang'e, I have found a solution. In the western Kunlun resides Shiwang Mu, who possesses the elixir of immortality. That I shall seek it, and when I return, we will be able to remain together for eternity." Joy blossomed in Chang'e's heart at his words, yet concern still flickered in her eyes as she spoke. The western Kunlun is far too distant. Perhaps I may not live to see your return. Rather than cling to an uncertain hope, I would find greater contentment in accompanying you through the years until old age claims us both. Witnessing such a tender-hearted Chang'e, Hou-Yi felt profoundly moved, which only strengthened his resolve to seek the elixir of immortality. He lovingly embraced Chang'e, whispering with gentle assurance, "My beloved wife, do not fret. As a great shaman, I possess the divine means to reach the western Kunlun swiftly. Soon, I shall procure the elixir in return. At that moment, we shall surely remain together for eternity." Standing at the threshold of the western Kunlun, Hou-Yi called out, I, the great shaman of the Wu clan, seek an audience with the Queen Mother of the West, that I humbly request her presence." His eyes shone brightly, though a hint of fatigue lingered deep within the serene confines of the Western Kunlun. The Queen Mother stirred from her meditation, her brows furrowing as her gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains to the figure of Ho-E standing beyond. With a soft sigh, she addressed him. "Ho-E, I have heard your name, yet I share no ties with your clan. What brings you here to seek me?" Upon hearing her words, a smile graced Ho-Ye's face, for the mere fact that she was willing to converse with him signified a glimmer of hope. "I have a wife named Chang'e, a mere mortal who cannot remain by my side forever. I have learned that you possess the elixir of immortality, and I dare to ask for a single dose. Whatever demands you may have, I shall fulfill without hesitation. Have you considered this carefully? To gain something, one must be willing to lose something in return. Are you truly determined to obtain the elixir of immortality?" The Queen Mother's tone carried an implicit depth. Yet, lost in his elation, Ho-E failed to discern the shift in her demeanor. Nodding firmly, he declared, "I have no regrets, as long as it allows me to be with my wife for eternity. I shall face any hardship to ensure that. Very well. Since your mind is set, I shall not dissuade you further. Here is the elixir. I ask nothing of you in return. Depart swiftly. Remember, this elixir must be consumed on the night of the full moon for maximum effect." With a slight shake of her head, the Queen Mother flicked her fingers, causing a jade vial to transform into a shimmering light that soared toward Ho-E. Joy illuminated Ho-Ye's face as he caught the vial. Bowing respectfully to the Queen Mother, gratitude evident in his eyes. "Thank you, Queen Mother, for your kindness." With those words, he hurriedly turned to leave, eager to bring the elixir back to Chang'e. Once Ho-E was gone, the Queen Mother gazed into the distance, her eyes glimmering with contemplation, and spoke softly. "I have acted as the Demon Queen instructed. I wonder if she is satisfied." She appeared before the Queen Mother, her gaze following Ho-Ye's departing silhouette, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. "Thank you, Queen Mother. I owe you a favor. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." The Queen Mother shook her head slightly, replying, "I desire nothing that my only wish is to quietly recite the Huang Ting and pursue the Tao. I have no inclination to involve myself in the affairs of your demon and shaman clans. Now that you have achieved your goal, it is best for you to depart." He, respecting the Queen Mother's wishes, said nothing more, disappearing from sight, leaving behind a primordial treasure. The Queen Mother, undisturbed, collected the treasure, casting her gaze upon the misty expanse of the Western Kunlun, murmuring, "When shall this primordial chaos truly find peace?" Meanwhile, having acquired the elixir, Ho-E rushed back to his tribe, embracing Chang'e and revealing the jade vial with exuberance. "Chang'e, behold the elixir of immortality. Once you consume it, we shall be together forever." Chang'e's heart swelled with joy, knowing she could finally share eternity with Ho-E, just as she was about to partake of the elixir. He gently stopped her. "Do not rush." The Queen Mother advised that it should be taken on the night of the full moon for optimal effect, which is merely 3 days away. "You may consume it then." Upon hearing this, Chang'e quelled her eagerness. With the elixir in hand, she felt a sense of peace, no longer troubled by the inevitability of aging. They resumed their affectionate bond, cherishing every moment together. 3 days later, when the moon reached its fullest, Chang'e, under Ho-Ye's watchful gaze, took the elixir and consumed it. Instantly, she underwent a remarkable transformation. Radiant moonlight enveloped her, rejuvenating her skin, restoring her silver hair to its original luster, and enhancing her beauty to an exquisite degree. Chang'e felt a refreshing coolness within, as if her very essence had been lightened. With a gentle push, she soared into the air, beaming down at Ho-E. "Ha ha ha! Look, I can fly! I can fly!" Watching Chang'e dance joyfully in the air, Ho-Ye's heart brimmed with happiness. Yet as time passed, he noticed her drifting further away. Worry etched across his face. "Chang'e, stop playing! Come down! Don't fly too high!" At that moment, Chang'e sensed something amiss, and as she attempted to descend, an unseen force propelled her skyward. Help me! I can't stop! Please, don't let me leave you!" Her voice trembled with fear, pleading for Ho-Ye's aid. Chang'e, in desperation, He revealed his true form as a great shaman, reaching out for her. Yet a protective barrier of moonlight surrounded Chang'e, thwarting his grasp. Seeing her ascend towards the moon, panic surged within him. He pursued her without regard for the celestial domain they had entered the my heavens. Is that He? Is he seeking death? Does he not realize that the demon queen, she resides there? He is the one who killed her 9 children. And who is that woman accompanying him? Whispers of confusion and disbelief spread among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, many concluding that he had lost his sanity by venturing into the realm of the demons. Indeed, as soon as he arrived at the moon, countless stars shone brightly, forming a barrage of celestial spears aimed at him. How audacious of you to invade my demon territory. Prepare to die. The figure of Jun materialized, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Had He remained on the vast lands of the primordial chaos, Jun might have chosen to overlook him before the impending battle between the shamans and demons. However, now that he had breached the demon's domain, Jun could not afford to ignore it without tarnishing the reputation of his kin. Thus, on this day, Yi's fate was sealed as the celestial spears hurtled toward him. He readied his great bow to defend himself, when suddenly, Jun appeared, positioning himself before Jun. I will not allow you to harm Yi. With swift motions, Jun unleashed a torrent of spatial rifts. Swallowing the celestial spears whole, grasping Yi's shoulder, he urged, let us retreat to the primordial chaos. Even I cannot linger here. Very well. Very well. Jun, see that your clan of shamans truly has some nerve. Do you think the demon clan can be treated as you wish, by the will of the heavens? Let the stars fall. In the depths of Emperor Jun's fiery gaze, an inferno of wrath blazed forth. As the solar true fire erupted around him, in his grasp, the river map and Luo book radiated brilliance, intertwining with myriad stars, all hurtling towards Emperor Jiang and Yi. Upon witnessing the unleashed fury of Emperor Jun, a grave expression crossed Emperor Jiang's visage that he swiftly ascended, unleashing a flurry of punches that shattered the incoming stars, becoming entangled in combat with Emperor Jun, their clash escalating into a whirlwind of strikes within mere moments. Clang, clang, at that juncture, Dong Huang Tai Yi also commanded the Chaos Bell and arrived on the battlefield, unhesitatingly directing his assault towards Emperor Jiang, intent on joining forces with his elder brother to eliminate him. The synergy between Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi unleashed unparalleled might, forcing Emperor Jiang to retreat repeatedly, even as he summoned his utmost combat prowess. Brother, we have arrived. You foul beast, prepare to face your reckoning. Soon after, Zhu Jiuyin was the first to reach the battlefield, followed closely by Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and others, uniting with Emperor Jiang to obstruct Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, the sounds of battle reverberating throughout the heavens. Yi, hasten to find your wife. We shall hold off Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Emperor Jiang's voice rang out across the battlefield. Now that the battle had commenced, they could not return empty-handed. Upon hearing this, a fleeting hesitation flickered in Yi's eyes before he set his course for the Moonstar. As he arrived on the Moonstar, he beheld Chang'e, ensnared by a figure that rendered her immobile. He, you disgrace of a demon queen, how dare you, a quasi-saint, scheme against a mere mortal? If you possess any skill, confront me directly and release Chang'e. The figure was none other than the demon queen He. And as Yi's gaze fell upon her, his demeanor twisted into a grimace, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes that He, observing Yi's near-manic state, reveled in her satisfaction, declaring, and what of it? You slaughtered my 9 children, making me taste the bitterness of losing my kin. Now, I shall ensure you experience the agony of losing your beloved. With that, He grasped Chang'e by the throat. Lifting her aloft, no. Release Chang'e. Is your sole desire to kill me? Come forth, I stand here. As Chang'e began to choke, pain radiated from Yi's eyes, and he bellowed at She halted her actions. Bursting into wild laughter, a single tear escaping the corner of her eye, only to be evaporated in an instant. Coldly, she regarded Yi and inquired, how does this taste now? That elixir of immortality is crafted from the essence of the Moonstar. Consume it, and Chang'e shall forever be bound to the moon star. I shall not kill you, nor her. I desire only for you both to be eternally separated. Chang'e will be confined within the palace of cold radiance, and you shall never see her again. This is your fate. With a flick of her wrist, Chang'e's form was drawn towards the palace of cold radiance. No. Hou-yi, come save me. Bang! The doors of the palace of cold radiance slammed shut, imprisoning Chang'e within. The entire palace became an impenetrable fortress, radiant beams of moonlight flashing forth. Unless one possessed strength surpassing that of a quasi-saint, breaching the palace's barriers was impossible, save for she herself. No! Hou-yi's eyes were filled with anguish, his visage contorted in rage as his great bow shimmered with divine light, unleashing a blood-red arrow. Yet, despite its sharpness, it could not pierce the defenses of the palace of cold radiance. Witnessing this, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Her long vigil had not been in vain, and she had finally exacted her revenge. Do you wish to rescue Chang'e? I can grant you that opportunity. Do you see that laurel tree before the gates? If you can sever that tree, the palace's restrictions will be lifted, and you may rescue Chang'e. If you do not love her, then depart. As her words echoed, she erupted into laughter before vanishing from sight, having achieved her vengeance. Remaining here was futile. Hou-yi paid no heed to Shihi's disappearance, his gaze fixated on the laurel tree. His great bow glimmered and transformed into a sharp axe, and he swung it at the laurel tree, intent on severing it. With all his might, he brought the axe down, only to find it embedded 2/3 of the way into the tree. Yet, when he withdrew it, the gap seamlessly mended itself. Observing this, Hou-yi felt no surprise. If it were so easily cleaved, she would not have posed such a challenge. Regardless, he was determined to sever the laurel tree. With increasing urgency, Hou-yi swung the axe, his actions growing frantic. As time slipped by, his once vibrant spirit dulled into a vacant stare, moving solely on instinct, as if his will had vanished entirely this moment. Hou-yi had lost himself, forgotten his identity, and even Chang'e. All that remained was the singular thought of severing the laurel tree. He understood that only by achieving this could he perhaps regain his former self. As Hou-yi descended into this state, Shi's figure reemerged, her gaze upon him filled with both resentment and sorrow. The laurel tree is intertwined with the essence of the moon star. As long as the moon star endures, the laurel tree shall remain unscathed. Unless you can unleash power that exceeds that of a quasi-saint in an instant, it is utterly impossible to sever the laurel tree. From this day forth, you shall no longer be known as Hou-yi, but as Wu Gang. You shall be eternally separated. With her voice fading, Shihi's form vanished once more, leaving behind the imprisoned Chang'e and the singularly focused Wu Gang. It cannot be denied that Shihi executed her plan with ruthless precision. Hou-yi had forgotten Chang'e, consumed by the act of felling the laurel, while Chang'e, though still remembering Hou-yi, could not awaken his memories. The two most beloved souls were separated by a palace wall, akin to the greatest chasm in existence, invoking a deep sense of lamentation. As the curtain fell on Hou-yi's tale, the ongoing battle among Emperor Jiang and others swiftly ceased. For Hou-yi's fate was irrevocable, and this starry expanse was the domain of the demon clan. They retreated to prepare for a future rescue of Hou-yi after the calamity of the witch-demon conflict. This skirmish served as a prelude to the great clash between witches and demons, stirring a rising tide of malevolence throughout the primordial world, as countless beings sensed that a great tribulation was imminent, an inevitability that could not be avoided. Meanwhile, on the moon star, the fate of Hou-yi and Chang'e reached the ears of the primordial beings, instilling a chilling dread within them, solidifying a singular conviction: never provoke a woman, for one might find themselves unaware of their own demise, ensnared in a web of fate. This moment, at the gates of the palace of cold radiance, Chang'e, sorrowful and despondent, slumped against the entrance. Listening to the relentless sound of Hou-yi chopping at the tree, her heart extinguished. Ingrained within the essence of the moon star, you may be considered a body of the moon that I have heard of your plight. Would you care to become my disciple? Should you attain the quasi-saint realm, you could depart from the palace of cold radiance, and even awaken Hou-yi would be a simple task. A cool voice emerged, and Chang'e, adorned in a flowing pale white gown, appeared, regarding Chang'e with an expression of quiet resolve. Hearing the sound of the tree being felled outside, a flicker of determination ignited within Chang'e's eyes. She rose to her feet and bowed to Chang Shi. Chang'e is willing. I pay my respects to my master, then let us depart. Remember my name, Chang Shi. With those words, Chang Shi waved her hand. And Chang'e stood tall, subsequently being led into the depths of the Palace of Cold Radiance to commence her training in the realm of the Underworld. Lu Changming had just emerged from the cycle of reincarnation when he learned of Ho, Yi, and Chang'e's plight. Observing Ping Xion's placid demeanor, he inquired with confusion, "What is your perspective on this matter, Lady Ping Xion? Is it not a great pity for Ho Yi, a top-tier witch, to descend into such despair?" Upon hearing Lu Changming's query, Ping Xion shook her head slightly, responding, "When Ho Yi shot down the 9 golden crows, I foresaw that he would face a calamity in the future, should he fail to overcome it. He shall be forever lost. Yet should he prevail, a new ancestral witch shall arise from the witch clan. While I do not know the outcome of the witch clan's ultimate battle, the survival of even a single individual would restore some vitality. At least for now, Ho Yi is safe, is he not?" As Ping Xion concluded, a contemplative look crossed Lu Changming's face. From Ping Xion, he gleaned an important lesson. To adopt a long-term perspective, he realized that his previous outlook had been too narrow. How ironic it was that he had once admonished others to broaden their horizons, yet had failed to do so himself. Upon emerging from the cycle of reincarnation, Lu Changming sensed that Ping Xion had likely broken through her previous limitations, and he wondered what her next steps would entail. As Ping Xin gazed upon Lu Changming, who was lost in contemplation, she spoke up, calling him back to reality. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lu Changming's lips curled into a faint smile as he began to recount the perils he faced during his recent retreat from the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Nearly failing to return, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the goddess Ping Xin for her assistance. Despite the numerous dangers encountered, the outcome was not dismal. A path had been forged, and he had grasped several divine techniques, which he wished to present for Ping Xin's evaluation. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, a glimmer of interest sparkled in Ping Xin's eyes, and she nodded slightly. Seizing the moment, Lu Changming extended his right hand towards Ping Xin, unleashing a luminous aura that bore an enigmatic essence. Making contact with her palm, Ping Xin sensed the energy emanating from Lu Changming's hand. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Is this the power of reincarnation? Have you mastered it yourself?" she inquired. From Lu Changming's palm, she could feel the potent force of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Although he had previously wielded this power through the Death Book and the Judge's Pen, he now exhibited the ability to command it independently. It was noteworthy that even she had only acquired such power through her own incarnation of reincarnation. Yet here stood Lu Changming, an additional wielder of this formidable force. It was undeniable that Lu Changming possessed extraordinary talent and insight, placing him among the elite of the primordial realm. Even when compared to the 3 pure ones, Ping Xin felt he was hardly inferior. Lu Changming nodded, affirming his command over the power of reincarnation, having derived his own unique techniques, though he admitted that his application of this power was still not entirely refined. "You have managed to extricate yourself from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, which is no small feat, remember. Do not venture into the 6 Paths again," Ping Xin advised sternly. Her gaze fixed on Lu Changming, he nodded in acknowledgement, and as he felt the warmth of her hand, a tinge of embarrassment colored his cheeks, prompting him to withdraw his right hand. "Rest assured, Goddess Ping Xin, I would never jest with my own life. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With those words, Lu Changming hurriedly departed, his figure vanishing before Ping. As Ping Xin watched him disappear, she too withdrew her hand, a subtle blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as a smile played at the corners of her lips. Such a little rascal. Meanwhile, Lu Changming had left the netherworld, and within a brief span he had traversed countless miles away from the Blood Sea. He pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the rapid thrum of his heart, silently chiding himself for his lack of composure. "Lu Changming, you are truly unworthy of your title as Emperor of the Underworld. Merely brushing against Ping Xin's palm, and you are already faltering, if only she were to be." He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Glancing around at his surroundings, he was uncertain of his next course of action, so he opted to wander, hoping for unexpected discoveries. Resolute, Lu Changming chose a direction and set forth. Needing to calm the tumult within his heart, as he walked, he suddenly heard the sounds of combat ahead, accompanied by the rising stench of demonic energy as a throng of demons clashed violently. Additionally, he sensed the fluctuations of human energy that a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Lu Changming's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Indeed, there were demons assaulting humans, yet to his surprise, some demons were aiding the human side. Chinkue Nyozu, Yumazu, you who are born of the demon race, dare you betray your kin to aid these humans? If you are wise, depart from here. Otherwise, today, not only shall these humans perish, but your entire lineage shall face annihilation. A white wolf with a crescent moon mark on its forehead stood before the gathered demons. Addressing Chinkue Nyozu and Ziyumazu, exchanging resolute glances, Chinkue Nyozu and Ziyumazu replied, White Wolf King, the human race is born of the creation of the Holy Mother Nuwa and is under her protection. Do you not fear her wrath for slaying her children? Today, we shall defend these humans. Should you wish to harm them, come and try. A glint of coldness flickered in the White Wolf King's eyes as the crescent moon upon his forehead shone brightly. If that is your stance, then perish, he commanded, rallying the demons to charge at Chinkue Nyozu and Ziyumazu, their faces contorted with malice. Stop them. These humans are our allies. We must not allow the White Wolf King to harm them. Chinkue Nyozu and Ziyumazu shouted, leading their kin into the fray against the advancing demons. Behind them stood the humans they were protecting, the number of able-bodied men dwindling, most having perished in the earlier onslaught. The few remaining young men gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight for their survival. Just as the two factions were about to clash, a formidable aura descended, halting both sides in their tracks. Demons, why do you always seek trouble with the human race? A faint voice echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that rendered both Chinkue Nyozu and the White Wolf King immobile, while Chinkue Nyozu and his allies felt some relief. Knowing the speaker favored humans, the White Wolf King's expression darkened, a sense of impending doom creeping upon him. Who are you? Do you dare to confront me? Do you not know that my adoptive father is a former minister to the Demon Emperor, a formidable quasi-saint? If you harm me, you shall surely die, he bellowed, attempting to leverage his connections to intimidate the source of the pressure. However, in that very moment, the demons behind the White Wolf King erupted in a gruesome explosion, their forms dissolving into clouds of blood mist, staining his pristine white for a deep crimson. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I once knew. Pray tell, who is your adoptive father? Perhaps we have crossed paths before. Lu Changming's figure emerged before Chinkue Nyozu and the others, a spark of curiosity igniting in his gaze as he regarded the White Wolf King. Among the humans sheltered behind Chinkue Nyozu, several stared at Lu Changming with expressions of confusion, as if recalling a past encounter. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them, and their eyes shone with excitement. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, they refrained from speaking. Instead, regarding Lu Changming with reverence, my adoptive father is the quasi-saint Shihua. If you do not wish to provoke his wrath, then release me, and I shall vow to cease any pursuit of these humans. The White Wolf King offered, relief washing over him at Lu Changming's appearance, recognizing that his life was spared, perhaps due to fear of the quasi-saint's power. Yet beneath his lowered gaze, resentment and malice flickered in the depths of the White Wolf King's eyes. Shihua, was he not cast down from the quasi-saint realm? How has he regained his status? Lu Changming mused, a frown creasing his brow as he scrutinized the White Wolf King, a glint of divine light flashing in his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, a streak of light shot forth, shattering the crescent moon above the White Wolf King's head. No, you shall pay for this. You have destroyed all my hopes. That was my chance to become a clan leader. The White Wolf Demon King gazed at Lu Changming, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, turning a deep crimson hue. His body, seemingly immobilized, trembled subtly as if yearning to break free from Lu Changming's grasp. As he beheld the shattered crescent moon, A flicker of enlightenment crossed Lu Changming's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. Oh, it is, indeed, a clever scheme, to reshape your bloodline and revive your kin. What an admirable idea! However, the time for reckoning is nigh, is it not? Lu Changming lifted his gaze to a distant point, sensing a formidable aura akin to that of a quasi-saint surging upwards. Infused with a palpable fury, racing toward him with great haste. Cursed be it, who has sabotaged my millennium-long plan. This old ancestor shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces. A voice laden with murderous intent reverberated throughout the area. And soon after, a crimson radiance descended before Lu Changming. When the light dissipated, there appeared before them an elder with blood-red hair clad in brilliant silver armor. Suddenly, upon spotting Lu Changming, the elder's eyes narrowed, filled with wrath and lethal intent. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "It is you, the Underworld's Yama, Lu Changming. Gao, it has been long since our last encounter. I thought you had met your demise, yet here you stand, restored to quasi-saint power. However, now that the true master has arrived, the White Wolf's existence has become redundant." A smile crept across Lu Changming's face, and as his words fell, the White Wolf he had ensnared erupted into a mist of blood. The White Wolf did not utter a single plea for mercy before its demise, nor did Ao spare a glance. The White Wolf was merely a tool for reconstructing the Blood Moon Wolf clan. With its utility expended, its existence was inconsequential. Thus its death was of no concern. Lu Changming, splendid! I have longed to kill you day and night, and at last you stand before me. Did you not inquire how I regain my quasi-saint might? I have slaughtered countless humans, and to my astonishment, their flesh has proven immensely beneficial to my kin. Perhaps when I have exterminated your entire race, I shall ascend to sainthood. Do not question why the human race remains oblivious to the slaughter of millions. In this vast wilderness, the human population numbers in the hundreds of billions, rendering the death of millions akin to but a handful among 14 billion. If left unreported, none would be the wiser. Upon hearing Gao's words and witnessing the ecstasy upon his face, Lu Changming's gaze turned frigid, his aura escalating into a tempest of rage, causing the very fabric of space around him to warp. You shall perish. I am indeed a doomed soul. Today, however, I yearn to savor the unique flavor of your flesh. Kill. At Lu Changming's command, Gao erupted in laughter. Once stripped of his quasi-saint status by Nuwa and abandoned by Emperor Jun upon their return to the heavenly court, Gao had been left to languish. Save for a few healing remedies, from that moment on, his spirit had been extinguished. Yet fortune smiled upon him when he discovered that the flesh of humans could mend his wounds and enhance his cultivation, driving him to madness. After traversing countless miles and slaughtering millions, he now stood before his nemesis, eager to taste the essence of Lu Changming. Murderous intent surged like a tempest, and the snowflakes of malice descended upon the area as Gao transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging toward Lu Changming. This sanguine flash pierced the very fabric of space, its speed unparalleled, arriving before Lu Changming in the blink of an eye. Lu Changming could clearly discern the bloodlust and avarice in Gao's eyes, as well as the gleaming claws extended toward him. Lu Changming did not flinch. He had recently grasped the power of reincarnation within the Six Paths and sought a subject for experimentation. Gao was perfect. With a decisive stomp, ethereal light surged from him, rippling outward in concentric waves. The companions behind Lu Changming, including the Kingguiniu ancestor, felt the influence of this wave, their thoughts and actions slowing considerably. Astonishment etched upon their faces. The power of reincarnation slows time. The power of reincarnation slows time. Lu Changming's icy voice echoed, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The rippling waves were a small trick he had gleaned from the Six Paths of Reincarnation. The transformation of spring, summer, autumn, and winter exemplified the passage of time, just as a person's life from infancy to old age manifested its influence. Reincarnation is inherently linked to time, allowing Lu Changming to manipulate it. Though his mastery could not rival that of the primordial time ancestor, Zhu Juin, he was among the few in this wilderness who wielded the power of time. Dao was enveloped by the concentric waves. His charge toward Lu Changming slowed significantly, revealing the trajectory of his glimmering claws. Lu Changming seized the opportunity, his glowing right hand crashing toward Dao's chest. The strike was overwhelmingly powerful, shattering the space before Lu Changming and rendering any defense against it futile. Dao recognized the imminent danger of Lu Changming's blow and, realizing he would suffer severe injury, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Channeling his magical essence, Dao roared defiantly, forcibly breaking free from the effects of the time-slowing power. Yet he could not mount an effective counterattack, barely managing to cross his arms over his chest to shield himself from Lu Changming's devastating strike. Bang! Dao was violently thrown back, a trace of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that Lu Changming's blow had inflicted injury. Think that in such a brief span of time, you have successfully ascended to the quasi-saint realm, no less the mid-stage of quasi-saint. How is this possible? Dao's eyes reflected disbelief. When he had last encountered Lu Changming, he had been merely a great Luo golden immortal. Yet now he had reached the quasi-saint level. In the wilderness, the number of great Luo golden immortals is not insignificant. Even if there are 10,000 races, 8,000 possess great Luo golden immortals. With some races having more than one, however, among those 8,000 races, fewer than 100 can claim quasi-saint warriors. A staggering ratio indeed. Countless individuals have languished at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, unable to break through for millennia, tens of millennia, or even longer. And now, this Lu Changming has achieved quasi-saint status in less than 3 yuanwei. How could Dao possibly accept this? He seethed with resentment toward the heavens for their apparent injustice. His gaze toward Lu Changming darkened with deep-seated malice, wishing to slay him on the spot. Pack of 10,000 wolves, devour! A thunderous roar erupted from Dao's lips, and the crimson light enveloping him spread outward. As the sanguine glow dissipated, the howls of countless wolves echoed, revealing thousands of blood moon wolves surrounding Dao. These blood moon wolves regarded Lu Changming with cruel and cunning eyes, as if imbued with sentience. Under Dao's command, they surged forth from all directions to pounce upon Lu Changming. I have condemned the entire blood moon wolf clan to suffer in the 18 layers of hell. What use are these you have summoned now? The power of reincarnation leads to death and decay. Lu Changming observed the advancing blood moon wolves, a divine light flickering in his eyes. His hand formed seals, and runes erupted before him, ultimately coalescing into translucent snowflakes. With a sweeping motion of his hands, he unleashed them upon the encroaching blood moon wolves. Swish, swish, a series of sounds akin to the piercing of flesh reverberated through the as the crystalline snowflakes penetrated the body of the blood moon wolf. A profound darkness enveloped it, exuding a chilling aura that rendered it immobile. Some wolves had just leaped into the fray. Others bared their teeth in a futile attempt to bite, and yet others poised to pounce, all ultimately frozen in place. Just as Lu Changming intercepted these blood moon wolves, a flash of crimson light surged from behind him. Lu Changming reacted swiftly, his form becoming ethereal, and he reappeared a full 10,000 meters away. However, despite this, a deep claw mark marred his left shoulder. He cast a glance back at the spot where he had stood moments ago and beheld Shichi licking its right paw, stained with Lu Changming's blood. The creature gazed at Lu Changming with an infatuated expression, exclaiming, "Indeed, the blood of a ruler of the underworld is exquisite. I can hardly restrain my desire to tear you apart and devour you whole." Observing the somewhat deranged Shichi, Lu Changming paid no mind to his wound, for it had already healed, an effect of the power of reincarnation, where death begets life. At a smirk graced Lu Changming's lips as he coldly mused. "Is my blood truly delectable? Do you genuinely believe you can consume it at will?" As soon as his words fell, Shichi's countenance shifted dramatically. Just as he intended to make a move, peculiar black markings appeared on his visible skin and hands. These markings seemed almost alive, pulsating with a radiant glow as if they were consuming something. The more Shichi unleashed his magical power, the more these markings proliferated and the quicker their light flickered. What have you done? No, this cannot be the outcome. Shichi's eyes glinted with a sense of unwillingness, baffled by the sudden turn of events and why he had inexplicably lost. You failed to comprehend the power of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Death, lifetime. These are the domains of reincarnation that I merely inscribed a mark of death within your being. Now, your body is akin to a vessel welcoming its own cycle of reincarnation. They shall incessantly consume your vitality and magical energy until you are utterly devoured. Lu Changming's eyes betrayed no surprise. This sequence of events had long been anticipated. In this cycle of reincarnation, he had grasped the essence of its power, whether through the tales of his past life or the experiences of this one. He had learned that reincarnation transcends mere life and death, encompassing a multitude of other elements. The death mark he had inscribed was merely a preliminary demonstration. Had Shichi not consumed his blood, perhaps this mark would have posed little trouble at all. Listening to Lu Changming's words, Shichi was filled with resentment. He yearned to summon all his magical might for a self-destructive explosion, dragging Lu Changming down with him. However, the moment the magic within him came into contact with the peculiar black markings, it vanished without a trace. Shichi was engulfed by despair. Shichi, your Blood Moon Wolf clan is currently enduring torment in the 18th layer of hell. As their ancestor, why do you not accompany them? Family unity is of utmost importance. Allow me to send you to the 18th layer of hell. As Lu Changming regarded the despondent Shichi, a thought struck him, and a smile graced his face as he spoke to Shichi, feigning benevolence. This scene caused Shichi to spit out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, 3 elderly figures emerged from the ranks of humanity. Bowing deeply to Lu Changming, we, the clans of humanity, Shan, Mu, and Chao, pay our respects to the holy teacher. Surprise flickered across the faces of the human populace, but they quickly recalled Lu Changming's esteemed name. The martial arts they practiced were founded by him, and he had come to their aid. Their eyes shimmered with reverence as they bowed before him. Lu Changming regarded the humans before him with a gentle gaze, waving his hand as specks of green light entered their bodies, gradually healing their wounds. Rise, you have done well and have not disappointed my expectations of humanity. All stood, gazing in awe as their injuries vanished. Their eyes now brimming with fervor for Lu Changming, as the holy teacher has proclaimed, we shall not forget. We must strive unceasingly. Tears glistened in the eyes of the clan leader of humanity, Shan, as he recalled those who had perished before him. Individuals who sacrificed their lives for the future of humanity, never regretting their choices. The others, Mu and Chao, shared similar sentiments, their gazes a mixture of pride and sorrow. Lu Changming fell into a moment of silence. This was a necessary passage for humanity. No one could reach the pinnacle without enduring hardships, and humanity was no exception. Indeed, this trial was but a prelude. This place is no longer suitable for your habitation. I shall transport you to a nearby human settlement. Remember, do not grieve. When the demon race slaughters my kin, let their blood be the balm for our wounds. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Yes, we shall heed the holy teacher's words. Blood debts shall be repaid in blood. Determination shone in the eyes of the human populace as they bowed in unison to Lu Changming. With a wave of his hand, a burst of light enveloped them, transporting all present to a human settlement millions of miles away. Lu Changming gazed toward the mountain of Buzhou, the stronghold of the demon race and the abode of the heavenly court. If his intuition served him correctly, matters should unfold favorably, though he pondered what changes awaited this time that moment. Within the heavenly court's Lingxiao palace, the demon emperor Dijuan, Donghuang Tai, and Shihuang Fushi had gathered, their expressions grave. Qimeng, is what you say true? This matter involves not just one, but multiple sages that, if we err, what repercussions might it have for our demon race? Dijun fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Jimeng, his words dripping with unspoken frost. Your Majesty, I am well aware of the significance of this matter. After receiving reports from my subordinates, I ventured forth to verify the situation personally. This is a weapon forged from the vengeful souls of 100 million humans, effortlessly capable of piercing through the corporeal form of the Wu clan, even that of a Tai golden immortal tea. Oh, prevent this from reaching the Wu clan's ears. I refrained from seeking out the great Wu for confirmation. Thus, I am unable to verify it. Standing before Dijun, Ji Meng met his gaze without a hint of fear. He produced a sword-shaped spiritual treasure, from which a malevolent aura emanated, accompanied by faint, sorrowful wails. Yao Shi, Shi Huang, what are your thoughts on this matter? Dijun took the spiritual treasure and examined it closely, a glimmer of divine light flickering in his eyes. He then turned to Kunpeng and Fushi beside him. Yao Di, I believe Ji Meng's proposition is utterly unfeasible. Humanity is a creation of the Saint Yuhua, supported by the teachings of Rinjiao, which includes the Tai Ching Saint. If it were to inflict harm upon the ancestral Wu's corporeal form, it would require not merely millions or even billions, but at least tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of human vengeful souls to have any effect. With the impending battle between the Wu and the Yao, we cannot afford to stir further chaos, for the karmic retribution from slaughtering so many humans would be unbearable for our Yao clan. As soon as Dijun finished speaking, Fushi, standing nearby, resolutely voiced his dissent. Regardless of the perspective of Nuwa or the interests of the Yao clan, Fushi wished to avoid any upheaval at this critical juncture. However, Kunpeng, standing to the side, with a flickering light in his eyes, expressed a different opinion. Yao Di, I believe this course of action may indeed be viable. The human population has surged to hundreds of billions, spreading across a significant portion of the wilderness, a pace our Yao clan cannot hope to match. Furthermore, the humans harbor considerable resentment towards us, aligning themselves with the Wu clan. They can be slain. The flesh of humanity could enhance our cultivation, and their vengeful souls could aid us in overcoming the Wu. They can be slain, yet this endeavor must receive the consent of the saints. At the very least, they must not oppose it. Otherwise, we cannot act. Upon hearing their conflicting views, Dijun remained silent, the grand hall enveloped in an uneasy stillness. With stakes involving the saints and the future of the Yao clan, none dared to make a hasty decision. All eyes were fixed upon Dijun, awaiting his final verdict, within the heavenly court's Lingxiao Hall. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Both Dijun and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Saints. Merely uttering these two words weighed heavily upon the entire Yao clan, suffocating their spirits. After a prolonged silence, Dongwang Tai, standing beside Dijun, awkwardly broke the stillness, saying, Elder brother, what shall we do? Please speak your mind. Dijun lifted his gaze to meet Dongwang Tai's and then glanced at the high-ranking officials of the heavenly court nearby. A flash of divine light igniting in his eyes. Tai, let us journey to the palace of Nuwa in Kunlun to consult the Saint Nuwa and the Tai Ching Saint if they express no objections. We shall proceed against humanity. If they oppose, we shall await the day of reckoning and deal with the Wu clan ourselves. For the sake of our Yao clan, even if this action draws the wrath of heaven, even if the outcome leads to our annihilation and total dissolution in the wilderness, I, Dijun, shall not shrink back. As Dijun's words resonated, Ji Meng, standing before him, bowed deeply in reverence, exclaiming, I, Ji Meng, pledge to follow the Yao Emperor with unwavering resolve. Risking all for our Yao clan, we shall follow the Yao Emperor, unyielding in our devotion for the sake of our Yao clan. The assembly of Yao saints, including Bai Zhe, Jiuing, and Gue Che, all bowed in unison to Dijun, their voices echoing throughout the Lingxiao Hall. Fushi, standing aside, felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Yet as a member of the Yao clan, even with sympathy for humanity, he could not utter a word of opposition. Very well. What merit do I possess to earn your loyalty? Today, let us, the sovereign and subjects, risk it all for the future of our Yao clan. All of you await my command in the heavenly court. Should I issue the order, lead the heavenly army to descend upon the mortal realm, slaughtering humanity and collecting their vengeful souls? Dijun rose abruptly. Excitement etched upon his face, for to receive such loyalty from so many Yao clansmen filled him with courage. We shall obey. The assembly of high-ranking Yao officials bowed once more to Dijun, their expressions solemn as they exited the Lingxiao Hall to gather their respective armies, preparing for action. The heavenly court was entrusted to Shi Huang and Yao Shi to oversee. I shall now accompany Dong Huang to seek the counsel of the Saint Nuwa and the Tai Ching Saint. Dijun nodded at Fushi and Kuanpeng, then transformed with Dong Huang Tai into a streak of light, heading towards the chaotic palace of Nuwa. Once Dijun and Dong Huang Tai departed, Fushi turned to Kuanpeng, inquiring, does Yaoshe truly not understand the profound implications of slaughtering humanity for our Yao clan? Ha! I am fully aware, as is the Yao Emperor. Yet why does he persist in this course of action? Kuanpeng replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. He merely agreed with Dijun's perspective and chose not to elaborate further, departing the Lingxiao Hall. Fushi remained rooted in place, a bitter smile creeping across his face after a lengthy pause. Is it truly impossible to alter the course of destiny? Meanwhile, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, without a moment's hesitation, made their way towards the eastern Kunlun. Yet, before they could enter, they encountered a white crane. Upon seeing Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, the crane transformed into a youthful figure and bowed slightly to them. I am the White Crane Boy, attendant of the Tai Ching Saint, here to convey the edict of the Tai Ching Saint. The matters you wish to pursue have been acknowledged by the saint. He states that the Yao clan may act, but must not go to extremes, nor seek to annihilate humanity. Otherwise, should the saint's wrath be provoked, you shall find no path to survival. As the words fell, the White Crane Boy transformed once more into a majestic white crane, soaring back towards the eastern Kunlun, paying no heed to Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. Once again, he faced the disdain of the saints. However, at this moment, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai felt little anger. Instead, a glimmer of joy emerged in their hearts. They had initially feared that their journey would be fraught with difficulties. Yet to their surprise, the saints had tacitly approved, leaving them with no reservations. Without a moment's delay, they unleashed the Golden Crow transformation rainbow technique, returning to the heavenly court with haste, for time was of the essence. Who could tell when the saints might change their minds? Within eastern Kunlun, Tai Ching Laozu coldly observed Dijun and Dong Huang Tai's departure, his eyes betraying no emotion. Elder brother, as the leader of the human sect, why do you permit the demon race to slaughter the human race? A flicker of confusion crossed Tongtian's gaze, unable to comprehend why Laozu would choose this course of action. Tongtian, perhaps you do not regard the human race. But they now number in the hundreds of billions, and their power is not to be underestimated. What I desire is not a prosperous human race, but one completely under the dominion of us saints. The human race requires cleansing. Moreover, according to the grand design of Heaven's way, the human race must endure this calamity. As long as they do not perish, there will come a day when they can rise again. Will there not? Laozu's words were devoid of emotional fluctuation. Although he was the leader of the human sect, he held no fondness for the current state of humanity, which was not the vision he wished to see. Upon hearing Laozu's statement, Tongtian remained silent, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts, a sentiment mirrored by Yuan Shi. Though words were absent, who could discern their true intentions? Within the Lingxiao Palace of the Heavenly Court, the demon saints, including Ji Ming, watched with exhilaration as Dijun and Dong Huang Tai approached, their faces radiating delight, confirming their resolve to act against the human race that, as anticipated, Dijun suddenly drew forth a longsword, its blade gleaming with the true fire of the sun. Exuding an imperial aura, he declared, the 10 great demon saints, he my command. Each of you shall lead a formidable demon army, splitting into 10 routes, to encircle and exterminate the human tribes along the shores of the Eastern Sea, sparing not a single clan along the way. Dijun's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He understood the severity of their impending actions against humanity. Having chosen to confront the human race, he could not afford to grant them a moment's respite. While he did not intend to eradicate them entirely, he would certainly not allow them any chance of resurgence. Your will shall be done. The 10 great demon saints bowed in unison to Dijun before swiftly setting out to execute his orders. After their departure, Dijun turned his gaze to Dong Huang Tai and Kunpeng. Addressing them, second brother, demon master, you too must also go. This massacre of the human race must not encounter any unforeseen complications. Rest assured, my elder brother, we shall obey the decree of the demon emperor. Dong Huang Tai and Kunpeng nodded. then proceeded towards the lower realms of the Hongwang. With the decree of the demon race issued, the tides of fate in Hongwang grew increasingly obscure, and the human race, directly affected, experienced a tumultuous unrest, leaving figures such as Sui, Ren heavy-hearted and uncertain of the unfolding events, compelled to remain vigilant. Within the sacred mountain of humanity, in the Hall of Inheritance, the three ancestors of the Sui Ren and numerous human sages convened, their expressions grave and their hearts filled with trepidation. Elder brother, what has transpired? Why do I feel an ominous premonition, as if something dreadful is about to befall our race? Wu Chao inquired of Sui Ren, his eyes filled with concern. The other sages also turned to Sui Ren, seeking his insight. However, Sui Ren shook his head, worry etched upon his features that I know not what has occurred. But it will undoubtedly have a profound impact on our people if we cannot respond effectively. I fear, upon hearing Sui Ren's words, the countenance of the human sages darkened. Yet there was no trace of fear within their hearts. See, her countenance cold, exuded a fierce aura, declaring, there is no room for hesitation. Regardless of who harbors ill intentions towards our race, we have but one course of action: to slay until none dare harbor malicious thoughts against us. A divine light sparkled in Z's eyes, her quasi-saintly presence radiating throughout the hall, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Hearing Z's proclamation, Sui Ren and the others nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with unyielding resolve. The human race had evolved through countless trials, undergoing transformation from great migrations to outward expansions. Today they lacked neither the courage nor the strength to confront any adversaries that sought to undermine them. Dispatch the orders. Let all human tribes converge upon the shores of the Eastern Sea, maintaining strict vigilance and awaiting the enemy's arrival. It is high time for our hidden strength within the sacred hall to reveal itself in the Hongwang. Sui Ren's expression turned steely as he rose, his quasi-saintly aura enveloping him. Yes, we shall attend to it immediately. With Sui Ren's command issued, the human sages nodded, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they each prepared to face the impending crisis. Yet, despite Sui Ren's orders, only those tribes near the Eastern Sea began to mobilize, while those far removed remained oblivious to the unfolding events at that moment. The 10 great demon saints descended upon the lower realms, leading a vast army of demon forces, numbering in the billions. Countless demon warriors descended, their collective aura darkening the skies, their visages twisted with ferocity, eyes gleaming with murderous intent and avarice. Kill, kill, spare not a single human. They are all a great feast. Collect their vengeful souls. This is our mission. A delicacy, one we savored a millennium ago, is finally within our grasp. Among them, some are already aware of the enhancement that the blood and flesh of the human race provided for their cultivation. Yet the presence of saints behind humanity had previously restrained them from unbridled plunder. Now, with the edict from Demon Emperor Dijun, all their fears dissipated, and they began to ravenously consume the humans. These demons arrived unexpectedly, and the human tribes on the outskirts had no time to react. Moreover, they were simply no match for the oncoming tide of demon forces. Thus, these human tribes were swiftly annihilated. And in that moment, countless lives were lost, turning the Hongwang into a river of blood, a thick miasma of resentment rising to the heavens. Countless mighty beings, deep in their meditative states, were abruptly awakened. Gazing upon the blood-soaked land and the human race being slaughtered, they fell into a solemn silence. Why? Why would the demon race strike against humanity at this critical juncture? The human race, having been born but a mere 5 yuan hui ago, could not possibly contend with the dominant demon race of this era. Within the palace of Nuwa, as the slaughter of humanity commenced, she closed her eyes, her hands trembling slightly, her heart engulfed in anguish. In the Three Pure Ones Hall of Eastern Kunlun, Taiching Laozu sensed the turmoil among the humans, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian said nothing further, quietly observing the events unfold. On the western Mount Shumi, Zhuanti and Jane sat across from each other. Jane wore a pained expression, sighing lightly. The suffering of the world is great. When shall we attain liberation? Rest assured, brother, that day shall not be far off. When the day of great prosperity dawns in the west, it shall also signify our entry into the east. Zhuanti replied with a smile, his eyes radiating certainty. He was confident that day would arrive. Very well, let us contemplate that principle. It remains imperfect as of now. Jean nodded to Zhuanti, and the two joined hands, a golden light swirling around them, resonating with celestial melodies, as the mighty beings of Honghuang witnessed the demon race mercilessly slaughtering the human race. Their eyes reflected not a small measure of compassion. Yet they are acutely aware that their alliance with the demon race has plunged them into an inevitable fate of extermination. However, the response from the human race is markedly different. Aside from the initial tribes that fell victim to the unexpected assault from the demons, every subsequent tribe that received word of the attack showed no signs of surrendering. They not only withstand the onslaught of demon atrocities, but also march resolutely towards the shores of the Eastern Sea, knowing that it is the ancestral land of humanity, their final bastion of hope. Even if hope is fleeting, they wish to perish upon their sacred ground when the time comes, upon the Eastern Sea's shores. When figures like Swearin learned of the demon's aggression, their eyes, though tinged with malice, were also filled with concern. They promptly commanded the martial experts, long prepared within the Hall of Inheritance, to traverse the vast wilderness and assist their kin in returning. Upon hearing the dreadful news of the demon massacre, they were devoid of fear or despair. All that filled their hearts was a fierce resolve and a thirst for vengeance. They stand as the last bulwark of humanity, and any foe that seeks to annihilate humankind must first step over their fallen bodies. The human race shall fight to the bitter end. The echoes of roars and battle cries resound throughout the wilderness, a testament to humanity's desperate struggle for survival. Long have they understood that weakness cannot grant them safety. Only through the sacrifice of blood can they hope to endure. Yet, these human tribes are ultimately fragmented, their singular strength insufficient to rival the elite forces of the heavenly demons. They confront these formidable adversaries without fear of death, driven solely by the desire to ensure the survival of their loved ones. In that moment, the entire expanse of the wilderness seems to replay this tragic scene. Blood, slaughter, weeping, and ruins, the very essence of the current wilderness. Life, at this juncture, appears exceedingly fragile, though the human race fears not death. They remain perplexed as to why the demons have turned against them. Why? O heavens, what sins have we, the human race, committed to deserve such calamity? Where is the Holy Mother? Where is the great sage? Why do they not intervene to save us? Kill. Only through bloodshed can we guarantee the survival of our kin. Ah, demon spawn, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Countless souls weep and lament, their faces etched with despair and helplessness, a sight that tugs painfully at one's heart. Within the palace of Niwa, the goddess, who had long anticipated this very scene and prepared for it, is now overwhelmed with sorrow upon witnessing the tragedy befalling her children, the very beings she crafted with her own hands. As humanity faces this dire crisis, she finds herself powerless to intervene, burdened by the weight of having consented to this disaster. The cries resonate throughout the heavens, the resentment of humanity shaking countless beings in the wilderness to their core. While thunder rumbles in the skies above, and torrential rain pours down, as if mourning alongside humanity, no, I'm the Holy Mother of humanity. I cannot stand idly by as this unfolds. The words of Lia Changming echo in Yuwa's ears, solidifying her resolve. However, just as she steps out of the palace, she halts, her expression darkening. Greetings, Niu. I have come to discuss matters with you, sensing a disturbance in my heart. How do you feel about this? The figure of Laozi materializes, disregarding her grim countenance, speaking to her with calmness. You intend to obstruct my path, Niwa retorts, her words laced with suppressed fury. Friend Niwa, this is the grand design of the heavenly order. No one can alter it. Perhaps it is best for us to observe the unfolding events. Laozi remains unyielding, addressing her with indifference. Very well. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Niwa, infuriated, brandishes a red embroidered ball. Hurling it at Laozi, the impact threatens to rend the chaos itself as the pure and turbid energies begin to separate, as if a small world were on the verge of being birthed. Laozi, however, remains unfazed, merely extending a finger to the red ball, which halts in its tracks, and with a flick, it zips back towards Nuwa. Nuwa displays no sign of disappointment. This is the true extent of Laozi's power. The thrown ball is summoned back in her grasp, and thus, the duel commences. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Inheritance by the Eastern Sea, Swearin and others stand silently behind Lia Changming. Holy Master, what do we await here? Swearin inquires, a hint of urgency in his tone. For every moment in battle with the demons costs countless lives that I await the response of the sage. Lia Changming gazes towards the direction of the palace of Nuwa, suddenly sensing a stir from within, a smile gracing his features. Swearin and others also perceive the commotion from the palace, their expressions shifting to one of understanding this moment. Lia Changming turns to address Swearin and the others. Speaking slowly, since my arrival among the human race, I have imparted the martial arts of humanity, and I have always asserted that we must rely on no one else. The future of humanity must be forged through our own efforts and struggles. Humanity shall strive unceasingly. With a brief pause, Lia Changming surveys the assembly and continues. Now that the demons have invaded, humanity has suffered grievously, with countless lives lost. The Holy Mother Nuwa wishes to rescue us, but is obstructed. Our only path forward is to fight. We shall carve a bloody path through the demons, creating a radiant world for humanity, protecting our kin with the blood of our enemies. His words resonate deeply within all those present in the hall, erasing the sorrow from their eyes, replaced by fierce determination and murderous intent. We honor the grace of the Holy Mother Nuwa, who shaped our kin. Humanity shall never forget. Lia Changming leads Swearin and the others to bow before the statue of Nuwa. Their expressions filled with reverence. They pay homage. Gratitude and respect shine in their eyes. I end the chaos. Nuwa, engaged in battle with Laozi, senses the actions of her kin, her heart swelling with both joy and guilt, feeling that she is an inadequate Holy Mother. Meanwhile, Laozi's expression grows colder, aware of humanity's actions, yet displeased that they pay homage only to Nuwa and not to him, the leader of the human teachings. This feeling of discontent is why he detests the current state of humanity. They are no longer under his control. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, the ancestral land of humanity, millions of human warriors have gathered, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. They yearn for the chance to exact vengeance upon the demons. In this moment, the sacred mountain of humanity radiates brilliance. The Hall of Inheritance ascends into the sky, and the figures of Lia Changming and others appear before the assembled warriors. The multitude of human warriors fix their gaze upon Lia Changming and the others, anticipation palpable as they await the moment of eruption. Kinfolk, since the dawn of our existence, we have never sought to antagonize the myriad races of the wilderness. All we desired was a place to thrive. Yet now, the demons, unprovoked, slaughter our kin. How unjust! How unfortunate we are! We have nowhere left to retreat, no means to evade. We shall fight to the death. Henceforth, I, in the name of the Holy Master of humanity, vow to declare war on the demons from this day forward. Humans and demons shall not coexist. It is either death or victory. This oath shall be witnessed by all beings of the wilderness, by the sages and the heavenly order. The authority in Lia Changming's voice reverberates through the ears of every warrior present. Across the eastern sea shores, countless human warriors unleash their battle cries, their voices shaking the very heavens, unable to contain the fury boiling within them as they witness the demons' heinous acts against their kin. In contemporary times, upon hearing the words of Lu Changming, a collective roar erupted from the multitude. As the voices of the human race resonated, their shared conviction coalesced into a formidable will, echoing through the heavens with the sound of thunder. Countless primordial beings heard the declaration of humanity, sensing their unwavering resolve to never submit. Though the demon race may be powerful, the human race is not to be underestimated. When did it become the demon's prerogative to dictate the fate of humanity? Should you wish to govern our existence, we shall fiercely contest you to the bitter end. The demon race may dominate the world, facing virtually no rivals in this primordial realm. Yet, humanity stands undaunted. ready to shatter the fangs of the demons even in death, who decreed that humanity must endure slaughter at your hands. Conversely, we too can vanquish your kind, and the grievances of humanity shall be repaid with your blood. Humanity shall persist, undying and unyielding. Thunderous roars resonated across the nine heavens, a response from the Heavenly Dao to the rise of human resolve. From this day forth, the paths of humans and demons shall not coexist. Only one side shall prevail. Countless supreme beings within the primordial realm felt this surge of human will, their eyes reflecting astonishment at the unexpected spirit displayed by humanity. Humanity, what a remarkable race! Truly deserving of the title bestowed upon them by the sages, if given the opportunity to develop further, they could indeed challenge the demon race. Terrifying. In the brief span of just a few epochs, humanity has amassed such might. It is unfathomable to consider what adversary the demons will confront if humanity survives this calamity. While some admired this spirit, others were incensed, favoring the demon race and unwilling to tolerate the existence of such resistance from humanity. Presumptuous and unworthy. How can this mere postnatal race contend against the demon race? Merely a spectacle for ridicule. Were it not for the backing of the Saint Enwa and the Saint Ta Ching, humanity would have long been annihilated. Within the celestial court, Emperor Jun refrained from personally attacking the human race, deeming them unworthy of his direct intervention, preferring to maintain his position in the court. However, upon sensing the human will, he found it increasingly difficult to remain idle. Initially contemplating preserving a remnant of humanity's legacy rather than annihilating them, the current circumstances compelled him to conclude that humanity must be extinguished. No one can stand against my demon race. Those who oppose us face but one fate, death. The glint of cold light filled Emperor Jun's eyes. Humanity's ability to invoke the recognition of the Heavenly Dao proved their formidable potential. He promptly issued orders for the 10 demon saints to tighten their siege, ensuring that all humans were eradicated by the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the Panga Hall of the shaman race. When the 10 demon saints led their vast army into the primordial realm, the shaman race became aware of the demons' intentions. Witnessing the relentless slaughter of humanity and sensing their will, Zhu Rong could no longer contain his agitation. He spoke to Di Jiang, "Brother, the demons have suddenly turned their wrath upon humanity. This is clearly amiss. Should we intervene to halt this madness?" Zhu Rong's assertion was astute. The Emperor of the Underworld had also appeared among humanity. The shaman race, having ties of friendship with him and numerous human tribes through marriage, ought to assist humanity. Otherwise, they may not withstand this onslaught. Kong Gong beside him echoed his sentiments to Di Jiang. Though the other ancestral shamans remained silent, they nodded in agreement, harboring a deep admiration for humanity, particularly for their indomitable spirit. Di Jiang's expression bore a hint of hesitation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Dispatch orders to safeguard those human tribes that are linked to our shaman race through marriage as for the other human tribes. Let them fend for themselves. Whether they survive the onslaught of the demons shall depend on their fortune." "Brother, why this course of action? The demons are slaughtering humanity at this critical juncture, clearly targeting us shamans. If we do not intervene, what shall we do when the decisive battle between shamans and demons erupts, and they strike us unexpectedly?" Zhu Rong, perplexed, struggled to comprehend why they would allow the demons to act unchecked at such a pivotal moment. "Zhu Rong, we're the ancestral shamans, and our first duty is to consider our own race. Those humans linked to us can bear offspring with primordial spirits, yet they still prioritize their human heritage over their shaman lineage, showing closer ties to humanity than to us. What I desire is not mere human shamans, but true shamans. Do you understand now?" A divine light flickered in Di Jiang's eyes. He had long observed humanity, often noticing the inexplicable disappearance of certain individuals, aware that they were likely taken for more efficient training. Who can truly gauge the strength of humanity today? With the demons now waging war, this may reveal the hidden potential of humanity to the shaman race. After all, as humanity evolves, it could gradually threaten the existence of the shaman race. Rather than confronting an ignorant humanity, it would be wiser to ascertain their current capabilities. A being destined to become the leader of the shaman race could not possibly lack wisdom. He foresaw far beyond the immediate. Zhu Rong, upon hearing Di Jiang's words, fell into silence for a moment before departing the Panga Hall alone. He comprehended Di Jiang's intent, yet found it difficult to accept. The gazes of the other ancestral shamans also flickered with unspoken thoughts. As time progressed, the number of humans by the shores of the Eastern Sea gradually swelled to hundreds of billions, a figure that reflected only those who had managed to return alive amidst the demon onslaught. Those who had perished at the hands of the demons far exceeded this number. One can only imagine the extent of human casualties. This moment, the 10 demon saints, leading their vast army, had completely encircled the humans by the Eastern Sea, their eyes glinting with greed as they regarded the humans before them as mere prey. They were fully prepared to obliterate humanity at any moment. Yet the encircled humans did not succumb to despair. They positioned their frail and elderly at the center, while the human warriors formed a formidable perimeter, each face displaying fierce determination as they gazed upon the demons. Presumptuous and unworthy, the mere humans dare to defy the demon race. Today, let us extinguish humanity once and for all. Kill. The figure of the Eastern Emperor Tai appeared in person. He could have waited for humanity's demise to unfold. Yet the fervent declaration of humanity had enraged him. Now, he intended to witness their annihilation firsthand. Kill, kill. Upon hearing the words of Eastern Emperor Tai, the demons surged toward the humans, a tempest of demonic energy darkening the skies, creating a scene reminiscent of an impending storm. Humanity, stand and fight. A voice filled with authority resounded from the sacred hall of human inheritance, as the undying flame hovered in the air, casting a flicker of fire upon the gathered humans. This flame ignited a fervor within the human warriors. Even in the face of these vicious and malevolent demons, their resolve remained unshaken. What if these demons were elite warriors? What if they were stronger? As long as I can carve out a path, my brothers shall follow, and eventually, we will bring down this demon. Humanity is not lacking in the courage to fight to the death, clinging to this belief. All human warriors fought fiercely, each strike a desperate clash, leaving no room for retreat. Even in death, they aimed to inflict wounds upon these demons. Faced with such ferocity from humanity, the demons found themselves momentarily unprepared, suffering significant losses in the chaos. Yet, humanity also paid a steep price, with countless warriors falling beneath the demon blades. Across the Eastern Sea, mountains of corpses from both humans and demons piled high, blood staining the ground. Kill, kill. The demons must perish. Brothers, I shall take the lead. Demon spawn, prepare to die. Kill. Let us fight these demon beasts. One by one, the eyes of the humans turned crimson, their long-suppressed emotions erupting in a torrent of rage. Their faces contorted in grimaces as they bellowed their war cries in their minds. There were no other thoughts, only a singular notion, undying and relentless. This embodiment of human warfare, this fearless spirit of humanity, profoundly shook all primordial beings who observed the battle, compelling them to recognize humanity as a race previously dismissed as mere fortunate beings. As they witnessed the tenacity of humanity, countless primordial beings fell into silence, reflecting upon their own positions. If one day the threat of extinction were to suddenly descend upon them, how would they fare in comparison to humanity? In this moment, they were left in contemplation. Their silence does not signify the silence of Dong Huangtai. His eyes blaze with fury, glinting with icy determination. He had never anticipated that the human race, which he believed could be easily subdued, would manage to thwart the demon clan. Each advance towards the depths of the Eastern Sea results in countless demon casualties, surpassing even those of the human race. What does this indicate? Is it a testament to the superiority of the human race over the demons? If both sides were to engage under equal conditions, it implies that the humans could indeed vanquish them. When will the 10 great demon saints, Ji Meng, Jiao Ying, Gui Che, and others, finally take action? With a roar of indignation, Dong Huangtai compelled the observing Ji Meng and the other 10 demon saints to draw their weapons, preparing to join the fray and swiftly eradicate the human race. Witnessing the imminent arrival of these formidable beings, including Great Luo, Golden Immortals, and even those on the brink of quasi-saint status. The surrounding primordial beings could only shake their heads in despair. Alas, it is unfortunate. The demon clan is now serious, and with the entrance of these Great Luo, Golden Immortals, the humans will likely find no means of resistance. Had these demon forces remained idle, the humans might have survived this day. As the overwhelming aura of Ji Ming and his companions surged forth, the elderly, weak, and infirm among the encircled humans began to stir. Where are the strong among our human race? Where are the three ancestors? We beseech our venerable ancestors to rise and annihilate these demons, sparing us from annihilation. Tears streamed down the face of an elderly human as he bowed towards the human legacy temple, suspended in the sky. The human warriors in the front lines fought valiantly to protect their kin, while the frail could only implore the ancestors for aid, firmly believing that their intervention could help them overcome this dire predicament. You have no chance left. All of you shall perish. Ji Ming and the others materialized in the air above the humans, their eyes gleaming with cold light, their weapons radiating spiritual brilliance, launching a barrage of attacks towards the human ranks. Yet at that moment, the temple of human legacy at the heart of the human forces erupted with radiant brilliance, a beam of golden light shooting forth to intercept Ji Ming's assaults. Demons, do you presume there is no one among the humans? You deserve death. The demons must be vanquished. They have no place in this world. A series of chilling voices, filled with murderous intent, resonated from the temple, drowning out the cacophony of battle. Subsequently, a powerful aura surged from the human legacy temple, soaring into the heavens. Figures clad in animal skins, exuding an ancient and vast aura, emerged from the temple, their eyes reflecting sorrow upon witnessing the countless fallen humans, and then turning towards Ji Ming and the others with a fierce glint of vengeance. Are these all Great Luo, Golden Immortals? How can this be? How could the humans possess so many Great Luo, Golden Immortals? Did they not just emerge? They seem to outnumber even those in our clan, observers among the primordial beings. Witnessing the emergence of these human Great Luo, Golden Immortals felt a sense of disbelief wash over them. Are these truly Great Luo, Golden Immortals? The existence of multiple Great Luo, Golden Immortals within the human race is astonishing. They do not carry the aura of merit. They cannot possibly be Great Luo, Golden Immortals who ascended through virtue. If the three ancestors of the human race were Great Luo, Golden Immortals, I could accept that, but this is truly unfathomable. Seeing hundreds of Great Luo, Golden Immortals from the human race appear on the battlefield, the onlookers among the primordial beings displayed expressions of incredulity. I am of the Songlong clan of the human race. Which of you demon spawn dares to challenge me? A scarred human man stepped forward, brandishing a spear that pointed squarely at the 10 demon saints, his eyes alight with disdain and malice. Humph! You human wretches, do not be so arrogant. There exists a vast chasm even among Great Luo, Golden Immortals. Watch as I, Ji Ming, cleave you in two, with his treasure glowing with spiritual light. Ji Ming unleashed a beam of divine radiance from his eyes towards Songlang. You think I fear you? A glimmer of divine light flashed in Songlong's eyes, before Ji Ming's divine beam could reach him. He swung his spear, shattering the light, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged straight at Ji Ming. I am of the Mushin clan of the human race. Who among you will face me? I am of the Jiansong clan. Which of you will dare to fight me? One by one, the Great Luo, Golden Immortals of the human race proclaimed their names, their combined might soaring to the heavens, overwhelming the demon forces. Arrogant, impudent, kill. Yet in the face of these human Great Luo, Golden Immortals, the demon race showed no fear. Besides the 10 demon saints, other Great Luo, Golden Immortals from the demon clan emerged to clash with the human counterparts, resulting in a chaotic aerial battle. Countless streams of spiritual light shimmered, spells and divine arts contended in the air, and the sound of thunderous clashes echoed, showcasing the intensity of their combat. Outside the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa had abandoned her confrontation with Laozi. With Laozi obstructing her, she was unable to rescue the humans, left only to watch as they struggled for survival. upon witnessing the emergence of so many powerful figures among the humans. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. She had not anticipated that the human race could develop to such an extent. Although she is the mother of humanity and has monitored their growth, she had not kept a constant watch. Thus, she was unaware of the current strength of the human race. Yet, a figure emerged in her mind. Lu Changming. This individual is enigmatic. While he appears human, he bears no resemblance to those she created. Nevertheless, witnessing the scene before her, Nuo felt both joy and sorrow. Joy at the humans' newfound strength to resist, sorrow at the realization that the rift between humans and demons would likely deepen henceforth. On the western Shumi Mountain, upon seeing so many human great Luo golden immortals, the expressions of Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin reflected astonishment. They had not anticipated such power from the humans. Brother, the human race is indeed a product of heaven and earth's creation. In such a short span of time, they have produced so many great Luo golden immortals. If we could draw the human race into the West, then how could we lack exceptional talents? If only this day would come, it would be a magnificent sight for the West. Zhuan Ti's eyes gleamed with envy and hope. In this moment, he felt less like a sage and more like a representative of the entire West, filled with admiration and jealousy. Rest assured, my brother, the West shall surely thrive in due time, and we will surpass the current human race. Jia-in gazed at his younger brother, his eyes softening with understanding. He knew the sacrifices his brother had made for the prosperity of the West. Zhuan Ti did not speak further, merely nodding in silence, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of divine light as he contemplated something. Observing this, Jia-in shook his head slightly, redirecting his attention back to the humans. Leaving aside the thoughts of the saints, the primordial beings watching the battle between humans and demons were taken aback. As soon as the hundreds of human great Luo golden immortals appeared, they fixed their sights on the demon great Luo golden immortals, engaging them in fierce combat. Like all human warriors, they fought without fear of death. Disregarding their own safety in their quest to eliminate the demons, they cared not for their injuries, nor whether they would perish. Whenever they sustained grave wounds, they would laugh heartily, embracing a demon great Luo golden immortal and detonating themselves in the process. In an instant, many demon great Luo golden immortals were left bewildered by the humans' suicidal tactics, growing increasingly hesitant in the face of the human assaults, beginning to be relentlessly pursued by the human great Luo golden immortals. The tide of battle had seemingly reversed. Where demons once slaughtered humans, now humans were relentlessly hunting down demons. This scene caused the onlooking primordial beings to change their expressions, a chill creeping over them as they realized the human race's overwhelming ferocity. Is this truly the human race? Why are the demon great Luo golden immortals being pursued by the humans? The formidable might of the Dao of humanity is indeed awe-inspiring. Yet one must ponder. Why did they refrain from intervening earlier? Did they choose to act only when the toll of casualties became grievous? It appears that their cultivation diverges greatly from ours. The potency manifested in each strike is astonishing, seemingly devoid of excessive reliance on spiritual treasures. Rather, their combat style bears a resemblance to that of the Witch Clan. Had the great Luo Jingxian not emerged earlier, the consensus was that the human clan would inevitably face annihilation. Presently, with the great Luo of humanity engaging the great Luo of the enemy, should the quasi-saints abstain from interference, the human clan possesses a 50% chance of countering the onslaught. Moreover, if there exist quasi-saint powerhouses within the human clan capable of withstanding the assaults from the likes of Dongwang Tai, the situation could turn exceedingly favorable. High above, as he observed the great Luo of the demon clan being pursued relentlessly by the great Luo of humanity, Dongwang Tai's eyes blazed with cold fury. He had not anticipated the human clan to possess such a multitude of great Luo figures, all having developed under the very nose of the demon clan. Were it not for their recent aggression against the human clan, their existence might have remained concealed for an indeterminate time. Had they bided their time until the climactic battle between the witches and demons, such a sudden revelation would have been unbearable. The stronger the human clan grows, the more it ignites the murderous intent within him that, in his eyes, the human clan is merely fit to serve as sustenance for his demon clan. The increasingly fervent resistance from the human clan has begun to test his patience. The longer this drags on, the more the demon clan's prestige in the primordial world diminishes, risking their status as a mere jest to avert such an outcome. There exists but one recourse: the extermination of the human clan. Dongwang Tai's eyes glinted with murderous intent as a furious roar erupted from his lips, and with a swift motion, he aimed a palm strike at the great Luo of humanity, intent on obliterating them all. "Perish!" the cry echoed from the sanctum of inheritance, instantly dissipating the palm strike that Dongwang Tai had unleashed. "Who dares? Show yourself, you coward!" A flash of golden light flickered in Dongwang Tai's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the sanctum of inheritance. Eager to discern who had dared to thwart his assault, as his words resonated, the sanctum of inheritance sprang into action, soaring to the forefront of the battlefield. Figures emerged from the sacred ground and approached Dongwang Tai. "Dongwang Tai, do you truly believe that your demon clan can eradicate the human clan? Such delusions are laughable. Today, not only will your demon clan fail to annihilate us, but not a single one of your wretched kind shall escape alive." As he faced the human figures before him, Dongwang Tai could no longer conceal his murderous rage, an aura of deathly intent radiating from him, igniting the very air around him with golden-red solar flames. The black snowflakes of condensed killing intent blanketed the battlefield, casting an atmosphere of dread over the realm. The threat posed by the human clan loomed excessively large. They ought not to exist in this primordial realm. They must be extinguished. Who are you? Not only did Dongwang Tai harbor such thoughts, but hidden in the shadows, Kuinpeng and the Emperor Jun, stationed in the heavenly court, also materialized on the battlefield, their presence amplifying the tension in the air. Human clan, Swearin clan, human clan, Yuchao clan, human clan, Zi clan, human clan, Getian clan, human clan, Inkong clan, human clan, Wuhai clan, human clan, Haoyin clan, human clan, Lilu clan. 8 individuals proclaimed their names in unison, their quasi-saint-like auras erupting forth, coalescing into a formidable pressure that dominated the scene. At that moment, countless powerful beings and denizens of the primordial realm inhaled sharply, astonished by the terrifying sight before them. They had anticipated that the 3 ancestral figures of the human clan might possess quasi-saint strength. Yet they were unprepared for the revelation that 5 additional quasi-saint powerhouses existed alongside them. Truly, it was an unfathomable spectacle. Quasi-saints are not mere trifles. They represent the pinnacle of strength beneath the saints, unrivaled within the primordial realm. Typically, even a few great Luo Jingxian are sufficient to sustain a race for millennia. The presence of a single quasi-saint to bolster a clan's fortunes is a rare boon indeed. Yet what do they behold now? Within this postnatal race, birthed from the essence of creation, the human clan has given rise to no fewer than 8 quasi-saint powerhouses, in terms of sheer numbers. The demon clan falls short, with only the witch clan able to surpass them. High above, the eyes of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai glimmered with murderous intent, their auras rendering the surrounding space unstable. The emergence of 8 quasi-saints, albeit all in the early stages, holds the potential for reaching complete mastery with time. Should they harbor thoughts of slaughter against the demon clan, how could they possibly withstand such fury? They could only take solace in the fact that they had mobilized early, forcing the human clan's strength into the open. Otherwise, the tables may well have turned, with the human clan emerging victorious instead. Indeed, what a grand scheme it is, 8 quasi-saints. But what of it? Let it be known that the gap between quasi-saints is as vast as the heavens. The golden red light flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes, igniting with solar flames. As a fiery emperor materialized before all, he then raised his right hand, pressing down upon the Swearin clan and others. This strike bore no trace of warmth, yet radiated an overwhelming terror. As it manifested in the air, the space around him shattered, creating gaping voids from which chaotic currents surged forth, the patterns of his palms strikingly clear. This palm, suffused with golden red hues, descended with intense heat and formidable power, as though seeking to suppress all existence and incinerate all within its grasp. This was the full might of Emperor Jun at the pinnacle of quasi-saint mastery. He regarded the 8 quasi-saints of the Swearing clan with utter disdain, intent on obliterating them with a single blow. Even if he could not eradicate them, he would at least incapacitate them gravely. Faced with Emperor Jun's strike, the Swearing clan and the others bore solemn expressions. They recognized that in a one-on-one confrontation, they would be no match for him. They summoned their respective, with Swearing clan manifesting an inferno like, from which one could glimpse the scenes of the human clan's enduring struggle, tilling the soil, driving away ferocious beasts, and establishing their homes. Yu Chao clan and Zi clan each unveiled their own, symbolizing their aspirations for the human clan's prosperity. The remaining 5 quasi-saints of the human clan also revealed their, uniting their strength against Emperor Jun's descending palm. Boom! Boom! The palm strike unleashed by Emperor Jun was swiftly countered by their combined efforts. However, their bodies were forced to retreat 3 steps in midair, each step fracturing the space beneath them, creating deep voids. Even with the combined strength of 8 early-stage quasi-saints, they found themselves at a disadvantage opposing the full might of Emperor Junhov. A futile struggle. A hint of astonishment flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. He had not anticipated the human clan's ability to withstand a strike. He then let out a cold snort. This time, he would not grant them any chance to survive. Hold on, my brother. As the Emperor of the Demon Clan, you must not lower yourself to engage these humans. Leave them to me and the sorcerers. Dong Wang Tai interjected, seizing the moment before Emperor Jun could act. Stepping forward alongside Kunpeng, their late-stage quasi-saint auras erupting in unison, bearing down upon the Swearing clan and others that to battle, to slaughter. The Swearing clan and the others exchanged glances, and the 3 ancestral figures of Swearing clan charged at Dong Wang Tai, while the other 5 quasi-saints united their efforts against Kunpeng. The clash between them was fierce, with neither side gaining the upper hand in the tumultuous exchange, even though Dong Wang Tai and Kunpeng held the advantage in realm. The Swearing clan and their counterparts, too, wielded quasi-saint strength, resulting in a standoff. This time, the Emperor was eager to witness whether the human clan possessed any hidden trump cards. Di Jun cast a fleeting glance at the confrontation between Dong Huang Tai and the others, before redirecting his attention to the human race's sacred hall of heritage. With his hands pressed together, he began to weave intricate seals, releasing a multitude of runes that floated into the air. These runes intertwined, gradually transforming into fiery, 3-legged golden crows. Under Di Jun's command, these golden crows let out a piercing cry and suddenly lunged toward the human race's sacred hall of heritage. Di Jun understood that this sacred hall was the very foundation of the human race. Should it fall, the people would lose all means of resistance. Observing Dong Huang Tai and the demon master Kunpeng intercepting the human race's quasi-saints, a glimmer of divine light flickered in Di Jun's eyes, and the solar true fire enveloping him blazed even more fiercely. He gazed intently at the human race's sacred hall of heritage, eager to discover what hidden cards the human race still possessed. With his hands pressed together, Di Jun continued to weave seals, as runes floated in the air, merging to form throngs of 3-legged golden crows. Under his control, these crows emitted a resounding cry and charged toward the human race's sacred hall. This sacred hall represented the human race's reliance, their very spirit. Should it be destroyed, their will to resist would be utterly extinguished. Countless 3-legged golden crows, fueled by the ever-burning solar true fire, surged forth with overwhelming might, aiming to obliterate the ancestral grounds of the human race. The very fabric of this realm trembled before these formidable crows. Preposterous! Damn it! Kill! The figures of Swearin and others, engaged in battle with Dong Huang Tai revealed urgency in their eyes. They yearned to unleash their full might, to break through Dong Huang Tai and Kunpeng's blockade, to thwart Di Jun's assault. Bold enough to divert your attention before me. Chaos bell, restrain heaven and earth. Clang, clang. A frigid light glimmered in Dong Huang Tai's eyes. Filled with fury, he was astonished that Swearin and his companions dared to split their focus during their battle. Was it a sign of disrespect towards him? In that moment, the chaos bell rang out, sending ripples of sound spiraling outward, freezing the shattered space, severely affecting the movements of Swearin and the others. Dong Huang Tai wielded the chaos bell, suppressing Swearin and his companions, rendering them unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, Kuan Peng seized this opportunity. Although he lacked treasures as potent as Dong Huang Taiyi's, his speed was unparalleled in the primordial realm. Previously encircled by the 5 quasi-saints of the human race, he had been unable to unleash his full potential. Now, however, he exploited a gap, using his incredible speed to exhaust the 5 quasi-saints. With Dong Huang Tai Yi and Kuan Peng obstructing them, Swearin and his companions found no chance for support, their eyes ablaze with fury. Just as the countless 3-legged golden crows were about to collide with the sacred hall of heritage, an ancient stone tablet emerged, adorned with countless intricate patterns, each representing a facet of human race heritage. As the ancient stone tablet appeared, it unleashed an overwhelming force, drawing in the spiritual energy from a vast expanse of millions of miles. Then it radiated brilliant light, and one of its patterns shone with intensity, revealing an ethereal figure. This figure's gaze was icy, and upon witnessing the oncoming throng of 3-legged golden crows, it made no elaborate movements. A simple straight punch was all it delivered. "Shatter for me!" Boom! Boom! A terrifying pillar of divine light erupted from the ethereal figure's fist, and not a single 3-legged golden crow could withstand its might. Exploding in midair, the boundless force of destruction fractured the space, revealing a colossal black hole, with chaotic currents ravaging the void. Even the primordial realm's innate restoration capabilities could not keep pace with the devastation of the space. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all trembled under the impact of this strike. The nearby primordial beings felt an impending suffocation, as if drawing any closer would lead to their annihilation. Terrifying, what sort of entity is this? Could it be a congenital treasure? How could it unleash such power? This attack was on par with Dijun, the pinnacle of quasi-saints. My heavens, the human race truly conceals its depths. If the human race survives this battle, it shall undoubtedly rise. In the primordial realm, witnessing such an ancient and formidable stone tablet clash, with Dijun left all in a state of shock. Not from ignorance, but from the unprecedented nature of this event. A sight unseen since the dawn of the 3 races conflict, now amidst the calamity of the Wu and Yao. What a spiritual treasure! Who would have thought that the Emperor of the Underworld harbored such a chance? Yet, why does he remain hidden? What is he waiting for? Dijun gazed at the stone tablet, and even he could not help but express admiration. He then turned his attention to the sacred hall of heritage, having sensed Lu Changming's aura when the stone tablet appeared. The Emperor of the Underworld, how has he manifested? Ah, right, he seemingly was a skeleton of the human race. Reformed from blood and flesh, he is of the human race. The beings of the primordial realm were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the last figure to emerge would be the Emperor of the Underworld. With a soft thud, footsteps echoed as Lu Changming manifested, exuding a formidable pressure. Upon his emergence, he bore no trace of aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Today, there is no Emperor of the Underworld, only Lu Changming of the human race. Dare you, Demon Emperor, engage me in battle? Lu Changming fixed his gaze upon Dijun, a killing intent glimmering in his eyes. Although Dijun had dealt significant blows to the human race, one could not deny that he was a rare and formidable sovereign within the primordial realm. Just his presence seemed to command the very heavens and earth to submit. Yet, alas, he is the Demon Emperor Dijun, not the Emperor of the human race. Since he is an enemy, he will show no mercy. He dare not consider the calamity that if given the chance, he yearns only to slay Dijun. A faint aura of quasi-saint energy emanated from Lu Changming, causing the space within a 1,000,000-mile radius to tremble. And none dared to utter a word. Aside from the great Luo and the quasi-saints engaged in battle, the entire area fell into silence. I am the Demon Emperor, the primeval starry sky. Come to battle. Dijun felt no fear. He could discern that Lu Changming was merely at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, 2 realms beneath him, even in the same realm as the Emperor of the demon race. He had no reason to shy away from combat. Moreover, he believed in his invincibility. With those words, Dijun transformed into a streak of golden red light, piercing through millions of miles of space in an instant. Arriving in the primeval starry sky, Lu Changming, too, followed suit, becoming a streak of light racing toward the primeval starry sky. Before long, within mere breaths, the primeval starry sky echoed with intense waves, as Dijun and Lu Changming clashed in fierce combat. Whether saint or powerful beings capable of witnessing this battle, all turned their gaze toward the primeval starry sky, acutely aware that the outcome of this confrontation between the demon and human would hinge upon who was truly more formidable, Dijun or Lu Changming. In the desolate and boundless expanse of the primeval starry sky, apart from the well-known celestial bodies such as the Tian star and the Sun star, innumerable stars existed. Now, amidst this barren, starry sky, two quasi-saint-level powerhouses engaged in a life-and-death struggle, unleashing their full might without restraint, every strike a lethal assault. Countless minute stars were obliterated in their clash, and large swathes of stars were shattered, transforming into fragments that plummeted toward the primordial realm as fiery meteors streaked across the sky, both beautiful and perilous. Puff! As the clash concluded, the two separated instantaneously, each standing upon a star that I end their previous engagement. Both Dijun and Lu Changming sensed the other's formidable strength, especially Dijun, who felt the most profound impact. Lu Changming, despite being at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, was considerably weaker in terms of realm. However, in terms of actual combat power, they were nearly equal. Such a being, should he survive, would pose a grave threat to his own race. The killing intent in their eyes intensified. The time for testing was over, and the ensuing battle would be far more brutal. Without hesitation, Dijun struck first, revealing the He-Tu and Luo Shu in his hands, though these celestial bodies do not belong to the grand constellation of the heavens. With the He-Tu and Luo Shu in his grasp, he is still able to summon these ancient stars. The He-Tu and Luo Shu radiate brilliance, drawing forth the light of countless stars from the primordial cosmos and casting it upon Dijun. Amidst the vast expanse of starlight, Dijun appears as a supreme being born from the very stars, with the brilliance of immeasurable starlight accompanying his every movement. As Dijun gestures, the boundless starlight swiftly converges, intertwining into a multitude of dense star spears that hurtle toward Lu Changming. Yet, Dijun finds this insufficient. Utilizing the He-Tu and Luo Shu, he directs one star after another to strike down upon Lu Changming. Intent on slaying him here, not a glimmer of light flickers in Dijun's closed eyes as he swiftly moves, following the onslaught of countless star spears toward Lu Changming. He is resolute in his belief that if Lu Changming can withstand this initial wave of attacks, he surely cannot withstand the subsequent one, nor the third. Witnessing Dijun's actions, infused with lethal intent, many powerful observers feel a chill of fear within, should they find themselves in Lu Changming's position. It would not take long before Dijun would claim their lives. Indeed, he is a figure of terrifying prowess, surrounded by this endless starlight. Lu Changming feels the overwhelming celestial brilliance transforming into a force of annihilation. Seeking to freeze his very soul and rend his flesh asunder. Kill! A roar erupts from Lu Changming, and a violet radiance bursts forth from him, repelling the encroaching starlight. With a single punch, he strikes at the incoming star spears. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunderous collisions reverberates as the star spears are continuously obliterated by Lu Changming. However, in this primordial cosmos, starlight is abundant, and the vanquished star spears quickly reconstitute, relentlessly assaulting Lu Changming. As if vowing not to relent until he is slain, martial arts steel, upon witnessing the relentless barrage of star spears, followed by Dijun and the celestial bodies crashing down, a flicker of annoyance crosses Lu Changming's face. With a thought, the ancient and formidable stone tablet, standing before the human race's sacred hall, trembles and soars into the primordial sky. In the blink of an eye, the tablet reaches Lu Changming's side. Grasping the martial arts steel, strands of violet light swirl around it, and amidst the boundless starlight, Lu Changming smashes open a path. Both the star spears and the celestial bodies disintegrate instantly as he charges toward Dijun with lethal intent. The sun rises high, surrounded by stars. Dijun, perceiving Lu Changming's advance, is filled with murderous intent. He bellows, his body engulfed in golden red solar flames, transforming into the three-legged golden crow. Screech. A cry echoes as the sun star illuminating the primordial world seems to respond to him, making Dijun appear as another sun in the primordial cosmos, radiating boundless light and heat. Behind the sun he embodies, clusters of stars twinkle, augmenting his combat prowess. Kill. The sun star that Dijun has become quakes violently, and with an aura that incinerates all, he charges at Lu Changming. Any celestial body that stands in Dijun's path is shattered by a solar form, leaving a radiant trail of golden red behind him. Boom! The sound of a violent collision resonates, echoing throughout the primordial cosmos, even reaching the depths of the primordial world. At that moment, anyone who is aware of the clash between Dijun and Lu Changming can witness the spectacle. Their battle resembles two unparalleled divine beings locked in a fierce struggle. Such a scene is rare. They have witnessed the conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans, yet they feel that even those battles pale in comparison to the current clash between Dijun and Lu Changming. Boom! Boom! Chaotic energies surge throughout the primordial cosmos, and in a flash, Lu Changming has lost count of how many times he has collided with Dijun. With each resounding crash, the expressions on their faces grow increasingly ferocious. Roars echo as droplets of golden blood fall into the primordial cosmos, exuding a formidable aura, and both combatants bear numerous wounds, even beginning to gasp for breath. This illustrates the severity of their clashes. Yet, despite this, neither shows any sign of relenting. Dijun, you dare to harm the human race. Today, I shall suppress you with this martial arts steel. Lu Changming's expression turns grave as the martial arts steel in his hand emanates a pulsating light. Releasing a chilling aura, Lu Changming's energy swells, creating ripples in the surrounding space. In this moment, the martial arts steel expands rapidly, crashing down toward Dijun with the intent to suppress him. Though Dijun possesses the He Tu and Luo Shu, even these innate treasures do not afford him the audacity to confront Lu Changming's martial arts steel head-on. He is not foolish. In an instant, Dijun finds himself at the mercy of Lu Changming's relentless assault, forced to retreat step by step. With each step back, his expression darkens. As the ruler of the heavenly court, his cultivation surpasses that of Lu Changming, yet he is being continuously pushed back, leaving him at a loss for how to save face. To compel me to utilize the Grand Constellation Array, you have ample reason to be proud. The Grand Constellation, the cycles of the Sun and Moon kill. Dijun halts abruptly, raising the He Tu and Luo Shu into the air. Points of light flicker upon it, coalescing into a miniature Grand Constellation Array that envelopes Dijun. The Sun and Moon rise, transforming into 2 points on a disk, colliding and emanating a destructive aura as they advance toward Lu Changming, who wields the martial arts steel. The Grand Constellation Array can not only be manifested through the 365 great Luo Golden Immortal Star Lords, but can also be conjured into a miniature form using the He Tu and Luo Shu. If it requires the assistance of 365 Star Lords to deal with Lu Changming, Dijun would find it too embarrassing to admit. Roar, what are the Grand Constellation? What are the cycles of the Sun and Moon? Watch as I shatter them all. Martial arts steel, myriad spirits, break for me. Martial arts steel, myriad spirits, break for me. Faced with the onslaught of the Sun and Moon, Lu Changming's eyes turn blood red with a fierce roar. The martial arts steel in his hand radiates boundless spiritual light, dampening the celestial starlight above. Subsequently, phantoms of myriad beings emerge from the steel, densely surrounding Lu Changming. All phantoms raise their heads to confront the approaching Sun and Moon. They spring into action. Each one unleashes a divine ability, their myriad colors converging in mid-air to form a torrent of divine power that surges toward the rotating Sun and Moon. The surrounding stars merely brush against this torrent of divine power, instantly shattering as they are unable to withstand its might. Boom! The Sun and Moon collide with the torrent of divine power, unleashing an infinite force of annihilation. The space within a million-mile radius suffers catastrophic devastation, with every star within this range vanishing without a trace, leaving not even fragments behind. Yet, even after the collision, The torrent of divine power does not dissipate. It continues to surge toward Dijun, causing his expression to change dramatically. He had not anticipated that Lu Changming would unleash such power. Dijun hastily summons the He-Tu and Luo Shu before him, using the grand constellation array to summon boundless starlight. Forming shields in an attempt to block this torrent of divine power. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the starlight shields are shattered by Lu Changming's torrent of divine power, and Dijun's figure is repeatedly forced backward, crashing through star after star. After an unknown number of collisions, the torrent of divine power is finally extinguished, the starlight surrounding Dijun dissipating. His complexion is pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He had not expected Lu Changming to possess such a final strike. Dijun, you have been defeated. Die. Though Lu Changming's face is also quite pale, his eyes remain bright. With a long howl, his aura swells further as he brings the martial arts steel crashing down upon Dijun. Do you think it will be so easy to bring about my demise? The outcome remains uncertain. Dijun's face, though pale, bears no trace of defeat. Instead, it glows with fierce determination. He is the Demon Emperor, destined to lead the demon race to dominance over all. How could he? How could he fall here? Dijun's visage was contorted with a fierce grimace, his eyes flashing with a resolute determination. He formed ancient seals with his hands, and then bellowed, "The luck of the demon clan, empower me! Sunstar, move! Jinwu, stabilize the world!" With Dijun's utterance, the demon clan's fortune within the heavenly court was immediately summoned. As if an invisible passage connected Dijun with the demon clan's energy, causing his originally pallid complexion to flush crimson in the distance. The sun star dimmed slightly, and a golden beam shot forth from it, merging into Dijun's very being. Boom! A surge of power erupted from Dijun once more, as boundless solar true fire spread throughout the primordial starry sky, transforming into an immense sea of infinite solar flames. Resembling a world of fire to screech, a cry echoed from within the fiery realm, followed by a three-legged golden crow bursting forth, imbued with a violent, destructive force as it charged towards Lu Changming. Golden crow, I shall turn you into a dead crow. Cycle of life, 3 lives combat art, past, present, future, acts of creation slay. Lu Changming gazed at Dijun's desperate maneuver, his eyes filled with madness. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning a series of runes before him, intertwining as though embodying the principles of heaven and earth. These then transformed into 2 additional figures of Lu Changming, one weaker than his current self, while the other surpassed him in strength. These 2 figures represented Lu Changming's past and future selves. Upon merging these manifestations, Lu Changming's aura surged dramatically as he reached out to strike the martial Dao monument, which shimmered with divine light, transforming into a sharp axe. This axe resembled the legendary axe of Pangu, radiating the profound essence of creation and unleashing a blinding brilliance as it cleaved towards Dijun. In an instant, it obliterated the 3-legged golden crow and continued its relentless advance toward Dijun, the axe of creation. How could this be? Panic washed over Dijun's face as he sensed the lethal intent emanating from the axe. A chill of impending doom gripping his heart, he dared not show any hint of negligence. With the He-Tu and Luo Shu intertwining, countless stars erupted in resplendent light, forming a formation to counter the axe's descent. Moreover, the fiery realm of solar true fire behind Dijun began to constrict, the originally crimson flames shifting to a terrifying white, tearing through the surrounding space as they moved to intercept the axe. Yet, all of Dijun's efforts proved futile. Whether it was the formation conjured by the He-Tu and Luo Shu or the white solar true fire, they were obliterated in an instant before the axe. Even though this axe could not be compared to the one Pangu used to slay the 3,000 chaotic demons, Dijun himself fell short of those chaotic beings. The axe, imbued with the essence of creation, was beyond Dijun's capacity to withstand. Boom! Boom! The sound of devastation resounded as waves of destruction radiated outward, sending ripples across the surroundings. Cough, cough. The sound of blood coughing erupted as Dijun's form materialized. But he no longer exuded the earlier dominance. He appeared disheveled, covered in numerous wounds, golden blood flowing from his injuries. Beside him, the He Tu and Luo Shu dimmed, having suffered considerable damage at this moment. Lu Changming was not faring much better. The axe strike had obliterated the flesh of his hands, and the lingering sharp force prevented his flesh from regenerating, leaving him with nothing but skeletal hands. The martial Dao monument, which had transformed into the axe of creation, bore numerous cracks, severely damaged, and it would take an indeterminate time to restore it. Nevertheless, Lu Changming paid no heed to his own appearance. He gazed at the severely injured Dijun, his eyes still brimming with murderous intent. If he did not seize this opportunity, he might never have a chance to strike at Dijun again. Just as he was about to unleash his palm, he suddenly froze in mid-air. It was not that Lu Changming hesitated to strike. Rather, a figure stood before Dijun, gazing at Lu Changming with an expression of indifference. Lu Changming, the battle between humans and demons has concluded. You must not harm Dijun further. Depart at once. Upon hearing this voice and seeing the individual, many mighty beings in the wilderness changed their expressions. They could not help but feel pity for Lu Changming. Just as he was about to avenge the human race by defeating Dijun, such a turn of events arose. Everything had come to an end. Ha! Is this what a saint is? Truly laughable. When my kin were slaughtered by the demon race, where were you? When countless human beings suffered in agony, where were you? When we prayed for your intervention, where were you? What right do you have to command me to halt? Merely because you are a saint. If that is the case, I shall curse your saints. Acts of creation, slay. What right do you have to command me to halt? Merely because you are a saint? If that is the case, I shall curse your saints. Lu Changming's eyes gleamed with cold light. When a human race was slaughtered, the saints did not appear. Now that Dijun was defeated, this saint emerged. What does this signify? Must the human race perish? Especially this saint, the one who established the teachings of humanity and attained the saintly position. Taiji Laozu. Boom! Lu Changming channeled all his magical energy into the acts of creation formed from the martial Dao monument. Striking fiercely at both Laozi and Dijun, even if it meant the martial Dao monument would be gravely harmed, even if he himself would be injured, he would have no regrets. Many mighty beings of the wilderness and various beings of the primordial realm looked at Lu Changming with astonishment. That was Taiji Laozu, a saint of the wilderness. Lu Changming was merely a quasi-saint, yet had the audacity to strike at Taiji Laozu. Such an act was a grave disrespect to the saints. Their expressions were complex as they beheld Lu Changming, unsure whether to deem him arrogant or to commend his extraordinary courage. Truly remarkable. In the realm of the underworld, Yomi observed Lu Changming's response with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Though she knew Lu Changming was unlike any being she had encountered in the wilderness, she did not expect him to make such a choice. Still, it did not surprise her in the least. In this moment, the Lu Changming she recognized had finally emerged. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, the 10 Yama kings and the judges on either side regarded Lu Changming's resolute stance with admiration, their faces alight with excitement. They were originally of the witch clan, unafraid of battling heaven and earth. Lu Changming's actions resonated perfectly with their sentiments, filling their hearts with admiration for him. Nearby, in the sea of blood, the river of souls observed Lu Changming strike, his expression shifting inscrutably. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face that in what felt like a fleeting moment, Lu Changming had grown to such a degree, such talent, I cannot compare, to dare strike at a saint. Such disposition, I cannot compare. It seems this ruler of the Azura Path in the netherworld is destined for greatness. Let me see just how far you can go. Presumptuous, this saint is present, and you dare to strike. Laozi's gaze flickered like lightning, filled with a chilling intensity to him. Lu Changming seemed no more than an ant, yet he dared to defy his words and even strike at him, which felt like a desecration of his saintly dignity. When a saint grows furious, the heavens change color. Purple lightning flashed across the 9 heavens, darkening the skies instantly. Each bolt of lightning seemed to tear the heavens asunder. Laozi extended his right index finger. Indifferent, pointing towards the axe Lu Changming had swung. This gesture appeared slow, yet was swift. In less than a breath's time, It struck the axe, and a collision occurred. The essence of creation contained within the axe was instantly erased by Laozi, who flicked his finger, sending the axe hurtling back towards Lu Changming. Lu Changming attempted to regain control of the axe, but he could not grasp the weapon sent flying back by Laozi. Before he could even prepare any defense, the axe struck him directly. Bang! 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 Lu Changming felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his form trembling as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through countless stars. And within the blink of an eye, he landed millions of miles away. Is he dead? He must be dead. Who would survive after provoking a saint? Alas, Lu Changming can indeed be regarded as a prodigy of his generation. Had he not encountered a sage, who knows what opportunities might have awaited him in the future? Those surrounding the spectacle lamented for Lu Changming. Sage Master. No. How could this be? Even before Laozi made his appearance, Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and others had already ceased their combat. When Sui Run and the others beheld Lu Changming being flung away, presumably lifeless, their faces were etched with anguish. The human race below shared this sentiment. They understood that Lu Changming's plight was for their sake, and they fervently bowed towards where he had fallen, silently praying for his survival. Laozi, however, remained indifferent, casting a detached glance at Dijuan, then waved his hand to unleash a beam of spiritual light that significantly alleviated Dijuan's injuries. Thus, the war between humans and demons concluded, with all parties forbidden from reigniting hostilities, lest they face death. Upon hearing the words of Taiching Laozi, the faces of the human race were filled with resentment. Their teeth clenched, hearts heavy with sorrow. After enduring such tremendous costs, to be met with this outcome was unbearable. Anyone would feel aggrieved. It seemed utterly unjust. A faint sound echoed, startling all present, who turned their gaze towards Lu Changming's resting place. There stood Lu Changming, blood-soaked, his body marred by bones, flesh long gone. His martial monument lay shattered in two. He appeared utterly wretched, yet his eyes remained fiercely bright. The human race has suffered the slaughter of countless lives by the demon race. We shall not accept this cessation. Lu Changming's words bore the weight of his frailty, yet his resolve was unwavering. Sui Run and others rose in unison, their eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. The multitude of the human race echoed loudly. Unable to accept such a conclusion, they their kin were slaughtered. The sage had not appeared. Now that victory seemed within grasp, the sage intervened, and they were resolutely unwilling to concede. I am a sage. It appears you have not learned how to maintain the respect due before a sage. A cold snort resounded, and the glint of ice filled Taiching Laozi's eyes as the sage's aura descended upon the primordial realm, bearing down upon the entire human race. Those of the human race whose cultivation was below the Luo were compelled to the ground, unable to raise their heads. Those at the Luo, yet not reaching quasi-saint status, knelt in half, while Sui Run and the other 8 quasi-saints gritted their teeth, straining not to collapse. Lu Changming, in the most dire state, his body almost entirely skeletal and his magical power nearly depleted, trembled under Laozi's pressure. Yet his expression remained unchanged, even as his bones creaked. Observing the human race's response, the coldness in Taiching Laozi's eyes dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of murderous intent, intensifying the pressure upon the human race. Even Sui Ren and others displayed torment upon their faces, their skin crimson, blood threatening to erupt from their bodies. Taiching Laozi, you have gone too far. Lu Changming is the emperor of the Underworld, bearing the grave responsibility of life and death reincarnation. You disrupt the laws of heaven and earth, the cycle of life and death. Can you bear such karma? 2 clear voices resonated through the primordial realm, followed by a gentle breeze that swept through, lifting the pressure from those crushed to the ground, allowing them to rise. The figures of Niuhua and Ping Xin appeared before Lu Changming, exchanging glances before turning to face Laozi. Upon witnessing Niuhua's arrival, the faces of Sui Run and the others lit up with joy. We, the human race, pay our respects to the Holy Mother Niuhua and to Lady Ping Xin. The multitude of the human race bowed in gratitude and reverence towards Niuhua and Ping Xin. Observing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Niuhua's eyes, a mixture of joy and sorrow overwhelming her. But at that moment, She could find no words, merely waving her hand as green light particles descended upon the entire human race. Upon contact, these particles melded into their bodies, healing their wounds. Even those uninjured felt a sense of lightness. At this juncture, Laozi addressed Niuhua, stating, "Since you have arrived, shall we discuss whether the battle between humans and demons can come to an end?" Niuhua gazed at the human race, a flicker of hesitation crossing her visage. She was uncertain of how to respond. Given the situation's gravity, with the sage now present, regardless of the human race's desire to continue, the matter must reach its conclusion. Furthermore, even if she wished to engage in battle, it was uncertain whether she could contend with Taiching Laozi as the foremost disciple of Hongjun. He was not so easily dealt with. Moreover, she had already clashed with him in the chaos, finding him unfathomable. The human race awaited Niuhua's pronouncement. Should she speak, they would comply. Ahem. Lady Niuhua need not feel burdened. Why people have faced great calamity and shall not let this matter pass lightly. For now, we shall cease hostilities, but in the future, we will seek justice for the wrongs suffered. We shall not rest until vengeance is exacted for our fallen kin. Lu Changming coughed softly, his eyes dimming slightly. His words resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Sui Ren and others echoed his sentiments, yet they remained silent, fully aware that the current situation could not continue. Very well. I hope you remember what it means to insult a sage. Laozi nodded slightly, his demeanor utterly indifferent. He regarded these humans and Lu Changming as inconsequential. Just as he was about to turn away, Lu Changming called out to him, "Taiching sage, please stay." "What? Do you intend to make a pact with me to seek vengeance in the future?" The corner of Taiching Laozi's mouth curled in a slight smirk, as if mocking Lu Changming's audacity. "I am the sage master of the human race. Do you not heed my command?" Lu Changming did not respond to Taiching Laozi's words. He took a deep breath, casting his gaze towards the multitude of humans. Sui Ren and others are willing to heed the sage master's command. Yu Chao clan are willing to heed the sage master's command. Ze clan is willing to heed the sage master's command. We are all willing to heed the sage master's command. From Sui Ren to the entirety of the human race, they collectively bowed to Lu Changming. All he had done was noted by them. There was no trace of disrespect, and they were all willing to follow Lu Changming's guidance. Observing this scene, Taiching Laozi felt a twinge of unease welling within him, yet found it utterly absurd. These humans could be extinguished with a wave of his hand. What threat could they possibly pose? Lu Changming smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon Taiching Laozi, bright with determination. "I know that in the eyes of Taiching sage, we are but ants, yet even ants possess their own fury. In the name of the sage master of the human race, and by the decree of the human race's auspicious artifact, the Kong Tong seal, I declare, Taiching Laozi, sage and leader of the human teaching, you have turned a blind eye to the slaughter of the human race by the demon race, acting contrary to your title. From this day forth, though you bear the name of the human teaching, you shall not partake of the human race's fortunes, nor shall you interfere with the human race in the name of the human teaching." Boom! Boom! Thunder roared throughout the 9 heavens. Countless purple bolts of lightning slithered through the clouds like frenzied serpents. Not only did thunder reverberate in the heavens, but also echoed in the minds of all primordial beings. They were astounded by Lu Changming's audacity. This was a direct repudiation of Taiching Laozi's foundational authority, rendering him a mere laughingstock in the primordial realm. "You dare, insolent wretch!" Indeed, as anticipated, the old master of Ta Ching was filled with wrath. He had not expected Lu Changming to possess the ability to extinguish the fortune of the human race. At this moment, he finally comprehended what the opportunity he had once felt slipping away truly was. In this instant, as he sensed the nearly complete depletion of his race's fortune, realizing that the human teachings had become nothing more than a farce, he could no longer contain the murderous intent brewing within him. The aura of the sage reemerged, but this time it was devoid of any semblance of restraint. Instead, it radiated a palpable intent to kill. The entire primordial realm seemed to have descended into an apocalyptic state. As lightning cleaved through the heavens and torrential rain poured down, the old master of Ta Ching struck out towards Lu Changming, intent on obliterating him completely. From every conceivable angle, he would ensure that Lu Changming could no longer exist, wishing for him to vanish entirely from the primordial expanse. Old Master, you have gone too far. Do not harm Lu Changming. Nuwa and Pingxin appear before Lu Changming simultaneously, joining forces to block the Old Master's strike. Their expressions grave, should a confrontation ensue. With the assistance of Yuan, Shi Tianzun, and Tong Tian, it was uncertain whether the two could adequately protect Lu Changming. Just then, a far more formidable pressure descended upon the primordial realm, accompanied by a cold, indifferent voice reverberating through the heavens and earth. The calamity of the witch and demon tribes has yet to pass. No sage shall engage in battle during this tribulation. After the words were spoken, this overwhelming pressure vanished without a trace. The Old Master's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. Ultimately, he dared not challenge the authority of Hongjun, retracting all his imposing aura. He cast a cold glance at Lu Changming before disappearing from sight. Lu Changming, the karma between us has been established today. In the future, we shall settle it, upon witnessing the Old Master's disappearance. A faint smile crept onto Lu Changming's lips. To settle the karma in the future is precisely my intention. However, the outcome of that encounter remains uncertain. In the ancient starry sky, the forgotten Dijuan let out a sigh of relief. Though a flicker of unwillingness gleamed in his eyes, astonished that he had been defeated by Lu Changming. Fortunately, the objective of this expedition had been achieved. The countless resentful souls of humanity were sufficient for him to forge a sword. Return to the heavenly court, all belonging to the demon tribe. With a commanding shout, Dijuan led the way back to the heavenly court, as he was gravely injured and needed to recuperate. Dongwang Tai and the others also hurried back to the heavenly court, for their demon tribe had sustained considerable losses in this battle. They needed to return swiftly to recover and replenish their ranks. As Lu Changming returned to the human race alongside Nuwa and Pingxin. He beheld the grim state of his people while the demon tribe retreated nonchalantly, and his heart grew increasingly aggrieved. He retrieved the book of life and death and the judge's pen. Speaking coldly, the demon tribe has wantonly slaughtered the human race, causing countless resentful souls to arise, greatly complicating the tasks of the underworld. All demons that have engaged in excessive slaughter shall suffer the torment of karmic flames. As Lu Changming inscribed upon the book of life and death, most of the retreating demons were engulfed by crimson karmic flames. The more they had killed, the fiercer the flames became. Many demons could not even resist in time, turning to ashes in the process. Lu Changming, you shall perish. Dongwang Tai and the others howled in fury, their eyes wide with rage. Dijuan, having returned to the heavenly court, felt similarly, yet he still formed seals with his hands. His expression grave, demon tribe's fortune, suppressed the karmic flames. As the fortune of the demon tribe was invoked, the karmic flames began to burn away their fortune, consuming a full 20% before dissipating. Zhou Tian Star Do Formation. Intercept. Witnessing the 20% of the demon tribe's fortune being incinerated, Dijuan clenched his teeth in fury, fearing that Lu Changming would cause further chaos. He promptly activated the Zhou Tian Star Do Formation to guide all the demons away. Consider yourselves fortunate to escape. Lu Changming snorted coldly, watching the demons depart, before retracting the book of life and death and the judge's pen, leaving Nuwa and Pingxin at a loss for words. In that moment, gazing upon the human race that looked back at him, some stained with blood and others missing limbs, Lu Changming took a step forward, exerting all his strength to shout, "We, the human race, have triumphed. We endure relentlessly. Those who offend the human race shall be punished. Those who offend the human race shall not rest until death." Swearin and others echoed his proclamation, as if to expel all the indignation they had suffered in recent days. "We endure relentlessly. Those who offend the human race shall be punished. Those who offend the human race shall not rest until death." The surviving members of the human race roared in unison, venting their pent-up resentment, tears glistening in their eyes. Only they understood the price they had paid for victory, how many brothers and sisters they had lost. The great powers of the primordial realm gazed upon the current state of the human race with astonishment. They witnessed firsthand how the human race retaliated step by step against the demon tribe, how they annihilated the invading demons. This race, born of the postnatal world, had truly come into its own, establishing itself as a formidable presence within the primordial realm. Aside from the demon and witch tribes, no other race or faction dared to claim equality with the human race within the heavenly court. Dejuan's expression was dark, his eyes gleaming with a hint of demonic intent as he observed the jubilant human race, gritting his teeth in resentment. Human race, do not grow too complacent. All is far from over. In the Hall of Human Heritage, Lu Changming opened his eyes to find Suiren and others gathered before him. After the old master of Ta Ching retreated, Niuhua and Pingxin did not linger long, quickly returning to their respective abodes, the Hua Emperor Palace and the Pingxin Hall. Master Sage, why has our human race encountered such calamity? Why did the demon tribe choose this moment to massacre us? Although previously there had been disputes between the human and demon tribes, they had merely been territorial conflicts and had never escalated to threaten the entirety of the human race. Suiren and the others offered a slight bow to Lu Changming, with Suiren then inquiring earnestly, "Indeed, our human race was molded by Lady Niuhua, possessing an innate Dao body. The demon tribe seeks to consume our flesh and blood to enhance their cultivation. That is one reason. Secondly, our human souls possess great utility. The demon tribe's slaughter of our kind is aimed at forging a weapon from our countless resentful souls to breach the physical form of the ancestral witch. Lastly, the rapid proliferation of the human race has drawn attention. We reproduce far more swiftly than the witch and demon tribes, leading to a plethora of exceptional talents emerging from such a vast base. If left unchecked, it would not be long before the human race's presence filled the primordial realm. The demon tribe, desiring dominion over the primordial world, cannot allow the human race to flourish unchecked." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Changming elucidated the reasons behind the demon tribe's aggressive offensive against the human race. And what of the sage? Why did the old master of Ta Ching not intervene to protect our human race? Did he not establish the teachings for us? Inquisitively, Zi questioned Lu Changming that a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Changming's gaze as he replied, "It is because our human race endures relentlessly, rarely relying on the old master of Ta Ching. This is not the human race he desires. The race he envisions is one that wholly obeys the edicts of the sages. Moreover, do you think that Dejuan would dare to invade our human race without the sage's consent?" Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, the gathered individuals fell into a contemplative silence. Grasping the unsettling truth, the grim reality revealed that the current human race was merely a sacrificial pawn, a mere piece upon the chessboard. Ah, so this is the nature of the sage, to control our human race, unless we perish. Otherwise, the human race shall forever strive for self-improvement. The cold light in Suiren's eyes glimmered as he clenched his fists. Should the sage seek to dominate the human race, turning them into mere playthings, he, as the progenitor of the human race, would not hesitate to fight to the death. The others, including Yu Chao and Zi, nodded in agreement. Even if their opponent was a sage, they would not lack the courage to battle. Observing the unwavering resolve of Suiren and the others, Lu Changming's eyes flashed with admiration. He then extended his hand, revealing a seal that appeared before them. That it was the KNGT Ing seal, the artifact of human fortune that had been relied upon to reclaim the fortune of a human race from the old master of Ta Ching. As the progenitors of a human race, you are entirely deserving of wielding this divine artifact, both in terms of status and strength that I now entrust it to you. The figures of Suiren and others gazed upon the Kongtong seal, their eyes brimming with joy, devoid of any desire to possess it for themselves. No race in the current primordial world has ever claimed to possess a fortune artifact birthed from the heavens and the earth. Yet now, the human race stands as a testament to their extraordinary existence. Suiren then spoke, "Saint Master, this Kongtong seal should be under your control." Indeed, if it comes to qualifications, the Saint Master's credentials far surpass ours. The Saint Master is the mightiest, and while it may pose a risk within our human race, it is most fitting in your hands. As Suiren spoke, the assembled sages of the human race echoed their agreement. none dissenting from the notion that Lu Changming should continue to govern the Kongtong seal. That do you not realize the significance of this? With the Kongtong seal in hand, one can govern the affairs of the human race. Though I am of the human lineage, I am also the sovereign of the underworld. I can assist the human race, yet I cannot determine its fate. The gaze of Lu Changming held a complex hue as he addressed Suiren and the others. There is no need for concern, Saint Master. From the moment you established the martial path for humanity, and now, as you rescue us from peril with the Kongtong seal in your possession, how could you not wield it? Though the Saint Master is the sovereign of the underworld, he is also one of us, and we have faith that he will never harm the human race. Suiren's face brightened with a hearty smile as he spoke to Lu Changming. Behind him, the faces of the sages radiated confidence and trust in Lu Changming. Seeing this, Lu Changming refrained from further protest, reclaiming the Kongtong seal. His expression turned serious as he declared, "You must have realized through this battle that in the primordial world, the law of the jungle prevails. If our human race lacks strength, we would have long been extinguished. If we wish to avert such suffering, then your task is to develop and strengthen yourselves." Suiren and the others nodded solemnly, having understood that strength is the foundation upon which the human race must stand, and they would not allow themselves to languish. "We beseech you, Saint Master, to guide us." Lu Changming, his eyes alight with fervor, proceeded to outline the necessary actions for the human race. Henceforth, the sacred land shall no longer remain hidden in the shadows, but shall openly traverse the realm of humanity. Disseminating methods of cultivation. If we desire to grow strong, we must possess the spirit of inclusivity, regardless of the various races in the primordial world, as long as they are amicable towards us. We can forge alliances, perhaps drawing upon their strengths to foster our own growth. A formal army belonging to the human race shall be established, regularly engaged in practical combat to hone their skills. We require a guardian army for our people. Before Lu Changming, Suiren, and the others were filled with excitement and eagerness to implement his directives without delay. Within the Panga Hall, Di Jiang and the others gathered, their eyes shimmering with fervor. The earlier battle between humans and demons had left them astounded, as they had not anticipated the human race to possess such formidable strength, with 8 quasi-saints hidden away. "Brother, your insights are indeed astute. The human race is far from simple. Who would have thought they harbored such power? If we allow ourselves to be worn down in a conflict with the demon race, the human race may emerge as the dominant force in the primordial realm. Currently, the human race is significantly weakened. Should we not?" A glimmer of divine light flashed in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes as he spoke to Di Jiang. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's words, even Zhu Rong refrained from voicing opposition, for he indeed felt sympathy for the human race, though that sentiment had waned since their hidden strength had been revealed. Now, Zhu Rong understood that the human race was not to be trifled with. As a primordial ancestor, he would not waver in his stance that no, the human race is not our primary adversary. Moreover, Ping Xin seems quite concerned for Lu Changming. If conflict were to arise, it would place Ping Xin in a difficult position. Our focus must remain on the demon race. Once we have dealt with them, we can deliberate on how to approach the human race. Di Jiang shook his head slightly, his gaze flickering. Despite the current weakened state of the human race, should hostilities break out, the Wu clan might not fare well. Moreover, with the demon race lurking nearby, why create a new enemy at this critical juncture? It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to ally with the human race, perhaps even to confront the demon race together. Brother, the demon race is currently at a disadvantage. This should be an opportune moment to strike. Yet, we are restrained by the edict of the Dao ancestor. Are we to sit idly by and watch the demon race regain their strength? A clear, yet icy voice resounded, belonging to the ancestral, which Xian Ming. Certainly not. While the Dao ancestor's edict is in place, it has also been stated that demons govern the heavens and witches govern the earth. The primordial land is teeming with demons, many of whom are hidden among us. Now that the demon race is weakened, we must seize this chance to eliminate their hidden forces, thereby weakening their overall might. Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, the ancestral witches nodded in agreement. After their discussions concluded, they mobilized all the Wu clans, dispatching armies to assault the known strongholds of the demon race. They aimed to dismantle the remnants of the demon race's influence in the primordial realm. This action by the Wu clan drew the attention of the great powers of the primordial world, indirectly shifting focus away from the changes within the human race in the heavenly court. Emperor Jun sat upon his throne, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with a glimmer of cold fury. His icy, murderous voice resonated. The Wu clan is truly despicable for attacking my demon race at this time. Your Majesty, with our current weakened state, our immediate priority must be to restore our strength. I propose we consolidate the hidden forces scattered across the primordial land. It is better to reclaim our losses than to allow the Wu clan to wipe them out. Bai Zhe stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Emperor Jun as he spoke earnestly. Hearing Bai Zhe's counsel, Emperor Jun's rage gradually subsided. Very well, I shall bide my time. When the moment is right, the Wu clan shall face annihilation. Time slowly passed in the primordial realm. It has been tens of thousands of years since the Wu clan last purged the demon race's remnants from the land. In this span, neither the demon nor the Wu clans made any movements, descending into an eerie calm. Yet within this tranquility, countless beings sensed a foreboding heaviness, as if witnessing countless lives being extinguished in a sea of blood. They began to retreat into seclusion, locking their doors. Fearful of provoking the onset of war, the battle between the witches and the demon race loomed near. Who would ultimately emerge victorious this time? The conflict was inevitable, yet who would take the lead? The enmity between the human and demon races runs deep. Would they participate in this war? Those adept at divination and foresight among the great powers observed with inscrutable expressions, sensing the intensifying malevolent energy permeating the primordial realm. Should it reach its zenith, a great calamity would befall the entire realm. Among them were ancients who had witnessed the cataclysmic events of the ferocious beast calamity and the three races' struggle for supremacy. Now, with the impending clash between the witches and the demons, perhaps it was only a matter of time before they too faced a similar reckoning. To evade disaster, one must ascend to the status of a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. For only then may there be a glimmer of hope. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun sat regally upon his throne, shrouded in an aura more enigmatic than when he battled Liu Changming. Although he had been defeated, that encounter had imparted significant insights, affording him an opportunity for growth. Bai Zhe, what is the current status of the Slaughter Witch sword? The imposing voice of Emperor Jun resonated throughout the Lingxiao treasure hall. Drawing the gaze of the high-ranking members of the demon clan towards Bai's, in response to your Majesty, after tens of thousands of years of forging, the Slaughter Witch sword has been successfully crafted. On the day it was completed, its malevolent aura soared to the heavens. Had it not been for the concealment provided by the great celestial formation, it would have already become common knowledge among the beings of the primordial era. I also ventured forth, bearing the Slaughter Witch sword, to test it against the Witch clan. None below the great which could withstand it. Bai spoke with utmost reverence as he presented the Slaughter Witch sword to Emperor Jun with both hands. Excellent! A glimmer of divine light flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes that he reached out, and the Slaughter Witch sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, instantly landing in his grasp. As he caressed the sword's blade with his left hand, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Now that my demon clan possesses this divine weapon specifically designed to vanquish the Witch clan, victory in this battle is assured. Once we trample the Witch clan and harness their fortune, I shall ascend to the realm of primordial chaos. That time, both the human race and those sages shall bow before me, and the entirety of the primordial era will be under the dominion of my demon clan. Suddenly, Emperor Jun rose to his feet, his aura surging dramatically before vanishing in an instant. Yet, even in that fleeting moment, the space around him fractured, with cracks extending outward. The high-ranking members of the demon clan hastened to congratulate Emperor Jun, their eyes alight with excitement. Let it be known throughout the empire, a millennium hence, we shall mobilize the great army of our demon clan to annihilate the Witch clan and dominate the primordial era. As Emperor Jun sheathed the Slaughter Witch sword and swept his sleeves, his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an overwhelming presence, his words imbued with confidence that we shall faithfully obey your majesty's decree." A millennium swiftly passed, and on this day, the entire primordial era underwent a monumental transformation. Buzz, buzz, a series of deep rumblings echoed, casting a shadow over half the sky of the primordial era. When countless beings of the primordial era looked up, they beheld the most terrifying sight of their lives. A multitude of demon clouds blanketed the heavens, obscuring much of the sky, atop which stood an immense army of demons, led by the 10 great demon saints and other great Luo golden immortals. They emanated a terrifying aura, united in a display of formidable might. Waves of energy converged, pressing down upon the entirety of the primordial era, casting endless cold light across the land, rendering the surrounding space exceedingly fragile. As if it were mere parchment, easily torn asunder. Upon each demon cloud, the demon army formed battle formations, their intricate patterns shimmering with radiance, coalescing into a force reminiscent of destruction. It has begun. The final battle is upon us. One by one, the mighty practitioners exchanged thoughts, their bodies trembling slightly in a mix of fear and exhilaration, riveted by the unfolding scene. The era of the witch-demon conflict was drawing to a close, and the time for the human race to take center stage had arrived. The 3 purities of Kunlun Mountain, the 2 saints of Shumi Mountain, and the Empress of Chaos all turned their gazes toward this battle that would engulf the entirety of the primordial era. As the witches receded, the human race would assume the role of the celestial protagonists. Perhaps I should harness the power of the celestial star map to seek my opportunity for attaining the great Luo of primordial chaos. Lu Changming sat within his residence in the ancient city of Fengdu, holding the celestial star map that recorded the coordinates of countless worlds, his eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. The Witch Clan is oblivious to the celestial order. Today, in the name of the Heavenly Court's ruler, the Demon Emperor Jun, I declare war upon the Witch Clan. They shall be exterminated. Emperor Jun's words, laden with authority, reverberated throughout the primordial era, akin to a decree from the heavens, causing countless beings to tremble in trepidation. Kill! Kill! As Emperor Jun's proclamation echoed, the demon army erupted in furious roars, their momentum bolstered, surging forth into the primordial era. In that moment, the very fabric of the land seemed to quake beneath the weight of the demon clan's might. In response to the declaration of war, the Witch Clan, as their adversary, had long been prepared for battle. Even as the demon clan emerged, an endless host of witch warriors stood resolutely upon the ground. Their eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, they sparkled with excitement, their battle tattoos glowing with anticipation for the impending clash. Boom! Boom! 11 pillars of malevolent energy ascended from the foot of Mount Buzhou, seemingly connecting the entirety of the primordial era. Their emergence caused a tempest to brew, the air thick with ominous energy. Once these 11 pillars dissipated, they were replaced by the true forms of the ancestral witches. Led by Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jun, if you seek war, then let it be war. Today marks the end of your demon clan. In this primordial era, the demon clan shall not endure. Emperor Jiang's chilling and domineering voice resonated throughout the primordial era, echoing like thunder, igniting the fervor of countless witch warriors. Witch, fight, fight. Witch, fight, fight. The Witch Clan roared in unison, an ocean of battle intent surging forth, dispersing the storm clouds in the sky. Slay these demons, and victory will be ours. Emperor Jun regarded the witches with a gaze brimming with murderous intent, drawing the slaughter which soared and unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy. Emperor Jiang retaliated with a mighty punch. Shattering the attack, his eyes alight with the same deadly resolve as he bellowed, "Witch warriors, kill!" As Emperor Jiang and Emperor Jun's battle cries rang out, countless demon soldiers and witch warriors clashed like 2 raging torrents. Kill! Kill! Slay these demons spawn! Boom! Boom! In an instant, the war between the witches and demons erupted, the initial collision marking the onset of a most brutal conflict. The heavens roared with thunder, and torrential rain poured down, seemingly weeping for the lives lost in the duel between the 2 clans on the battlefield. The sounds of clashing weapons, furious roars, and explosive collisions of divine powers melded into a cacophony, rendering the scene utterly chaotic and merciless. With each passing moment, countless warriors from both the demon and witch clans fell, and within the battlefield, everything was rendered void. Only those who survived longer would truly showcase their prowess across the skies. Upon the earth and throughout the seas, there was no place untouched by the fierce conflict between the demons and witches. A faint glow of blood flickered in the rain, as dark malevolent energy surged from the land. As countless demon and witch warriors engaged in combat, the powerful figures among the demons, such as the great Luo Golden Immortals, sought out the great witches to engage them in battle, in the skies. Emperor Jun and his allies focused their attention on the ancestral witches led by Emperor Jiang, their eyes glinting with cold light, before they too joined the fray. Kill! The demon master, Kunpeng, roared, his form accelerating with blinding speed until he stood beside the wind ancestral witch Tianwu, summoning a palace-grade spiritual treasure to strike down upon him. Under Kunpeng's control, the palace expanded immensely, seemingly weighing millions of tons, generating a sonic boom as it soared through the air, compressing space and unleashing chaotic currents. Kunpeng, you seek your own demise. Faced with the impending onslaught of Kunpeng's palace, Tianwu's eyes flared with anger. With a roar, he summoned swirling azure wind elements around him, transforming into a roaring azure wind dragon that charged at the palace. Boom! Boom! As Kunpeng and Tianwu engaged in their fierce confrontation, both Emperor Jun and Dong Wang Tai joined forces with the other 10 ancestral witches. Bang! Crash! Snap! Boom! Countless mountains and rivers were obliterated and shattered amidst the fierce battles between the demon and witch tribes that a multitude of demon warriors simultaneously unleashed a formidable spell, their powers coalescing into a torrent of magical energy that surged towards the witch warriors before them, annihilating them utterly. Although the witch warriors had activated their witch bodies, they were still unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the countless demon spells, and in an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Faced with the united magical might of the demons, the powerful witches did not remain passive. They roared in defiance, uprooting the surrounding peaks and wielding them as weapons, sweeping towards the demons. Those demons caught off guard were crushed into pulp by the tremendous force of the mountains. Meeting a gruesome end on the battlefield, both demon and witch warriors were drenched in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was their own, that of their enemies, or even that of their own brethren. As the demons and witches clashed, a sinister black light swept across the battlefield, spreading an aura of boundless killing intent and destruction. A towering shadow abruptly plunged into the midst of the demon army, causing the demons to suffer staggering casualties. Wherever this figure passed, demon warriors were cleaved in half, and before they could even touch the ground, the eerie black light swiftly consumed their blood and flesh. By the time they landed, the demons had transformed into bleached bones, a sight that instilled dread and terror in all who beheld it. How bold! You are courting death. Kill! Jimeng, observing the slaughter of countless demon warriors by this shadowy figure, let out a furious roar, his form transforming into a streak of light as he brandished a mighty halberd to block its path. Who are you? I have never heard of your name before. Jimeng gazed at the witch before him, who wielded a blood-red blade, its surface adorned with writhing patterns, resembling a living creature, evoking a sense of terror. You may call me Wu Shi-san, or you may refer to me as Chi-Yu. I know your name, Jimeng, one of the Heavenly Court's demon saints, but today you shall meet your demise in my hands. Chi-Yu laughed uproariously, the blood-red blade in his hand radiating a crimson glow as it unleashed a soul-shattering roar. Striking towards Jimeng with the intent to cleave him in two, this blow carried an aura of corrosion and obliteration. If Jimeng failed to defend against it, he would meet the same fate as the demon slain by Chi-Yu. Turning to mere white bones, Jimeng's eyes were filled with solemnity, yet he did not evade. The divine light of his halberd erupted as he unleashed a golden crescent of divine radiance to counter Chi-Yu's strike. Clang! Both warriors were forced back a few steps, their clash evenly matched, with murderous intent swirling in their eyes. They collided once more, transforming into two streaks of light that continually clashed and intertwined. Roar! Die! Tiger soul! Manifest! Kill! Chi-Yu bellowed, his blood-red blade emitting a tiger's roar as it morphed into a demon tiger, joining Qi Yu in the assault to eliminate Ji Meng. Under the dual assault of Qi Yu and the demon tiger, Ji Meng felt the mounting pressure and subsequently transformed into his true form. His human body, dragon head, and bird claws that he unleashed a tempest of raging winds and torrential rain towards Qi Yu, imbued with corrosive power that could not only harm the physical body, but also erode the soul itself. Qi Yu's gaze narrowed as he recognized the potency of the tempest. In an instant, he evaded, while the demon tiger, in its foolishness, charged headlong into the storm. Before long, it was consumed and eroded, reverting to the blood-red blade in Qi Yu's grasp. The tempest unleashed by Ji Meng forced Qi Yu to retreat momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Meng did not hesitate, unleashing a furious roar as an endless wave of demonic energy enveloped him, surging towards Qi Yu with a foreboding aura. The collision warped the very space before them, as Ji Meng's form seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, rapidly appearing before Qi Yu. Faced with Ji Meng's charge, Qi Yu felt immense pressure, but showed no signs of panic. Instead, a smile crept across his face. The witch tribe was known for its combativeness, and Qi Yu thrived in battle. Roar! A fierce howl erupted from Qi Yu as battle runes ignited across his body, appearing as blood-red patterns that exuded an eerie and frenzied aura, spreading a bloodthirsty intent in all directions. His presence intensified, growing ever more violent as he channeled his strength into the blood-red blade. Striking down towards Ji Meng with ferocity, Ji Meng, recognizing the ferocity of Qi Yu's strike, dared not meet it head-on. With a low growl, the tempest enveloped him, gradually weakening Qi Yu's attack as Ji Meng deftly evaded to the side. Delightful! Come again! I am eager to slay you beneath my tiger soul blade. Qi Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly pleased with Ji Meng's strength, yearning to claim his life beneath his blade. Humph! I am one of the top 10 demon saints of the Heavenly Court. How could I fear you? Kill! Ji Meng retorted coldly, his demonic energy intensifying as he charged at Qi Yu, determined to fight to the death. Boom! Boom! The clash between the two warriors grew increasingly fierce, causing the surrounding demon and witch warriors to scatter in fear, unwilling to be caught in the aftermath of their battle and suffer needless, ignoble deaths. As time passed, the struggle between Qi Yu and Ji Meng showed no signs of abating, with both warriors growing ever more formidable, their auras surging to new heights. Realizing he could not defeat Ji Meng in the short term, Qi Yu's eyes gleamed with a cunning light. He had another plan in mind for this battle and could not afford to engage Ji Meng in a protracted struggle. Suddenly, Qi Yu pivoted and charged towards the demon army, his tiger soul blade relentlessly harvesting the blood and flesh of the demon warriors. Qi Yu, you shall pay for this if you have the ability. Fight me! Do you not have a shred of dignity as a great witch? Ji Meng reacted too slowly to pursue Qi Yu, who had now embedded himself within the ranks of the demon army, leaving Ji Meng in a precarious position, forced to follow closely behind. Yet Qi Yu paid Ji Meng no heed, continuing to reap the lives of the demons with his tiger soul blade. Damn it! Damn it! Ji Meng roared in frustration, feeling utterly helpless, gritting his teeth as he pursued Qi Yu, determined to intercept and that moment. As Ji Meng felt the urgency rising within him, a strange glint flickered in Qi Yu's eyes. He suddenly turned and charged towards Ji Meng. What? No. Ji Meng's pupils constricted, a profound sense of impending doom washing over him. He had not anticipated that Qi Yu was luring him. His true objective had never wavered, his intent to kill Ji Meng. Now, with Ji Meng closely tailing Qi Yu, it was too late for him to evade. He could only summon all his magical energy to conjure a protective shield before him, hoping to withstand Qi Yu's onslaught. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Ji Meng spewed blood, hurtling backwards in that single strike. Ji Meng was grievously wounded, a massive gash appearing on his body, blood flowing freely from the wound, as Ji Meng was thrown back by the force of the blow. Qi Yu, relentless in his pursuit, swiftly closed the distance, his tiger soul blade flashing with a crimson light. Ji Meng barely had time to emit a horrified scream before he was cleaved into 4 or 5 pieces. his blood and essence devoured by the tiger soul blade. Having consumed a complete Deluo golden immortal, the aura of the tiger soul blade became even more bewitching, and Chi Yu's strength surged as well. Not enough, not enough. A mere Deluo golden immortal is insufficient for my transformation. I require more blood and flesh essence. Kill, kill. Today, Chi Yu would surely step into the realm of quasi-saint and ascend as the ancestral witch of his tribe. Chi Yu felt his body growing stronger under the nourishment of the flesh and blood of that great Luo golden immortal, that a flash of blood-red light flickered in his eyes as he let out a furious roar. The tiger's soul in his hand emanating a smell of blood, and the battle patterns across his body transformed into increasingly intricate designs. His aura surged, exuding a vast and immortal presence. He was undergoing a metamorphosis into the ancestral shamanic form. Once this transformation was complete, he would ascend to become the new ancestral shaman of the Wu tribe. However, a mere great Luo golden immortal was insufficient for him to achieve this metamorphosis. His gaze shifted to the demon clan, and he moved swiftly, the blade of the tiger's soul slicing through the air, annihilating those demons and absorbing their essence. Not even think of breaking through. Kill! The Wu tribe shall not bear another ancestral shaman. As Chi Yu's aura intensified, the two demon saints, Ghostcar and Merchant Sheep, immediately abandoned their opponents and charged towards him. They could not allow Chi Yu to break through, nor could they stand idly by as he slaughtered their kin. Come at me. Seeing Ghostcar and Merchant Sheep rushing towards him, Chi Yu was initially troubled by the inadequacy of the demon clan's strength for his breakthrough. But now two fully realized great Luo golden immortal demon saints appeared before him. What divine assistance from the heavens! Kill! Chi Yu, in a frenzy, disregarded the attacks from Ghostcar and Merchant Sheep, relying solely on his metamorphosing body to withstand their blows as he swiftly approached Ghostcar. Seizing Ghostcar's arms in a moment of hesitation, Chi Yu tore him apart with a violent motion, blood splattering everywhere. Refine for me. With a roar, the essence of Ghostcar's flesh and blood was rapidly refined by Chi Yu, causing his aura to soar once more, the immense power flooding into him, pushing him to the brink of overwhelm. His flesh ruptured with ghastly wounds, blood gushing forth as he let out a howl of anguish. Not enough! Not enough! You shall die as well. Chi Yu sensed that the power within him had yet to peak. He required further assistance, and his gaze fell upon Merchant Sheep that he reached out, his hands overshadowing the firmament, leaving Merchant Sheep with no means of resistance, swiftly capturing him and tearing him apart once more. Many of the primordial beings watching this scene felt a jolt in their hearts. Chi Yu was utterly tyrannical and brutal, having directly torn apart two demon saints, bringing the count of those slain under his hand to 3. Such a fearsome figure is not to be trifled with. Boom! Despite absorbing the powers of 3 fully realized great Luo golden immortal demon saints and countless demons, Chi Yu still felt no sign of completing his transformation. His eyes turned entirely blood-red, and this time he shifted his focus from the demon army to the great Luo golden immortals among them. Even the likes of Merchant Sheep and Ghostcar were no match for Chi Yu. How much less so for the ordinary great Luo golden immortals of the demon clan? Finally, after refining his 999th great Luo golden immortal, he sensed it. A thunderous roar resonated from within Chi Yu, his aura soaring to the heavens, shaking the very earth, an unfathomable terror. Boom! Boom! Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning danced through them. The might of the heavens overwhelming, causing many primordial beings to tremble in fear. Roar! No one shall stop my ascension into the realm of the ancestral shaman. Not even the heavens. Shatter with a furious bellow. Feeling the power within him that seemed capable of obliterating the cosmos, he wasted no time, gripping the tiger's soul and slashing towards the ominous clouds above, with a flash of blood-red blade light. The clouds were instantly torn asunder, dissipating into nothingness. Chi Yu, has he broken through? Has he become another ancestral shaman of the Wu tribe? Terrifying, Chi Yu is far more ruthless than the other ancestral shamans of the Wu tribe. He is not to be provoked. Many powerful beings felt their hearts tremble, struggling to believe what had transpired in such a brief span of time. The stalemate with Qiming had been shattered. Ghost car and merchant sheep torn apart, and 999 great Luo golden immortals refined, all unfolding too rapidly. Now, it seemed, Chiyu had indeed stepped into the realm of the ancestral shaman. Chiyu's ascension as an ancestral shaman was no trivial matter. Amidst the ongoing conflict between the Wu and the demon clans, the power of an ancestral shaman could only be described as earth-shattering. If Chiyu truly had broken through, the balance of this war would undoubtedly tilt in favor of the Wu tribe, a prospect the demon clan would do anything to avert. Stomp! Stomp! Chiyu's towering figure stood amidst the vast expanse. His aura terrifically fierce, a savage presence enveloping him, causing many to quiver in their hearts. He has broken through. Is this what it means to be an ancestral shaman? Truly formidable. Chiyu reveled in the power coursing through him. A grim smile stretching across his face. He could now easily overpower multiple versions of his former self, akin to a father effortlessly besting his son. Hiss! Has he truly broken through? The demon clan is in peril. The 13 ancestral shamans of the Wu tribe. Chiyu. Indeed, there's only a name that can be miscalled, and no nickname that can describe him. Wu Shi-san is truly the 13th ancestral shaman of the Wu tribe. Unaware of the opinions of the powerful beings around him. Even if he were, he would remain indifferent. His gaze turned toward the primordial starry sky. Now that he had broken through, it was time to engage in battle with the likes of Emperor June and the demon clan as quasi-saints. With his breakthrough into the ancestral shaman realm, Chiyu headed towards the primordial starry sky, the battleground where Emperor June and the 11 ancestral shamans of Emperor Jiang clashed. Damn, a new ancestral shaman has emerged. Facing Chiyu's breakthrough, both Emperor June and Emperor Jiang felt the overwhelming might, their expressions darkening. The addition of another ancestral shaman to the Wu tribe meant they would have to allocate more power to confront Chiyu, a variable that could lead this war into an unpredictable outcome. Ancestral shaman Emperor Jiang, I am coming, kill! As Emperor June and his companions wore grim expressions, Chiyu's figure materialized in the primordial starry sky, sparing no words as he unleashed the blood-red brilliance of the tiger's soul, charging directly at Fushi. Seeing Chiyu make his move, the ancestral shaman of thunder, Qiangliang, and the ancestral shaman of electricity, Shizi, synchronized their efforts to assault Fushi. Their surroundings crackling with lightning, warping the very fabric of space. Heaven and earth, wind and thunder, water, fire and mountains, the 8 realms. Fushi, sensing the 3 approaching, felt a wave of gravity in his heart. He swiftly waved his hands, summoning a bagua that rose from beneath him, encircling him and manifesting the 8 realms of heaven and earth. As these 8 realms took form, they immediately ensnared Chiyu and the other 2, absorbing and nullifying their divine abilities. Fushi sought to trap and eliminate Chiyu and his companions with this manifestation. With Chiyu's addition, the fighting spirit of Emperor Jiang and the others surged even higher. Firmly believing that the demon clan would be eradicated by the Wu tribe, the space ancestral shaman, Emperor Jiang, and the time ancestral shaman, Zhu Jiuyin, joined forces once more, unleashing a devastating temporal strike upon Emperor June. The boundless forces of space and time rushed towards Emperor June, while the 5 great ancestral shamans of metal, wood, water, fire, and rain united to confront the Eastern Emperor Tai, who wielded the Chaos Clock. Such a multitude of ancestral shamans and quasi-saints from the demon clan clashed in the primordial starry sky, the resulting power far surpassing the earlier confrontation between Emperor June and Lu Changming. Each of them unleashed their fierce auras, becoming incredibly formidable, shattering countless primordial stars into fragments that vanished within the vastness of the primordial starry sky. Boom! Boom! The primordial starry sky trembled under their exchanges. Within the battleground, nothing remained intact. Even the very fabric of space was fragmented. Stars were drawn forth by Emperor June using the treasures in his possession, the river map and Luo book, countless starry lights materializing as they transformed into spears of celestial bodies. Shooting towards Emperor Jiang, with the power of starlight enhancing him, he stood as a sovereign of the starry sky, each of his strikes shaking the heavens. Through the river map and Luo book, Emperor Jun gained immense reinforcement within the primordial starry sky. Even when confronting both Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, he showed no signs of falling behind. Even beneath the myriad stars, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin could only evade. Gradually seeking an opportunity on the other side, Dong Huangtai, he was exceptionally ferocious, the chaos bell in his grasp resonating continuously, its chimes reverberating throughout the primordial starry sky, forcing the 5 ancestral witches to retreat repeatedly. The air was filled with the sounds of roars and the relentless clash of power as both sides battled fiercely. Di Jun, meet your demise. Kill. Time and space shattered. Time and space were entombed. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin once again united. The powers of time and space intertwining, instantly transforming into 2 immensely terrifying divine abilities, hurtling towards DJUN.T. Oh, slay me. Such foolish aspirations. The sun emerged and all stars bowed in submission. Die for me. Di Jun's eyes brimmed with a chilling light as he let out a long howl, continuously forming seals with his hands, each rune cascading into the He-Tu and Luo Shu. The He-Tu and Luo Shu radiated brilliantly. Countless stars summoned by Di Jun, their boundless starlight converging into a radiant celestial force, charging towards the divine abilities unleashed by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. The 2 forces collided, producing a series of thunderous booms, their residual waves spreading in all directions. Subsequently, without a moment's pause, Di Jun transformed into a blazing sun, as if a second sun had risen, igniting the endless solar true fire once more within the primordial starry sky. With a slight movement, he traversed the expanse as if the distance were non-existent, arriving before Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin in an instant, crashing into them. The solar true fire swiftly morphed into a 3-legged golden crow, bearing an overwhelming might, pouncing towards Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Yet, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin did not flinch. The powers of time and space shone brightly within the starry sky, shattering countless stars, sweeping forth like a deluge, as if seeking to clear the entire world. The battle between Di Jiang and his allies grew increasingly intense, causing the primordial starry sky to tremble under the weight of their conflict. While the fierce combat on the primal lands showed no signs of abating at this juncture, the casualties among the Wu and Lich clans numbered in the hundreds of billions, perhaps even trillions. The ground was already awash with blood, countless corpses piled high, accompanied by tempestuous winds, torrential rains, and crackling thunder, rendering the scene all the more brutal and tragic. Fushi, meet your end, suddenly, within the primordial starry sky. Fushi was sent flying, his complexion pale, as Qi Yu and his companions surged towards him with murderous intent. Having exerted all his strength against the 2 ancestral witches of thunder, Fushi now faced an additional adversary in Qi Yu, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to maintain the 8 phases world he had conjured. Instead of ensnaring Qi Yu and his allies, it only facilitated their breaking of this divine ability. Under the strain of mental connection, Fushi suffered some backlash, momentarily dazed. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Qi Yu and his companions seized the opportunity, converging upon Fushi with relentless determination. This is bad. Damn it. The expressions of Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai shifted dramatically as they sought to rush to Fushi's aid. He could not meet his fate here. However, before they could act, Di Jiang and the others escalated their assault, intercepting them with even greater fury. Kuan Peng attempted to dash forward with blinding speed to support Fushi. But Tian Wu and Shi Baishe, having long observed Kuan Peng's movement, struck with a cataclysmic blow. Should he choose not to resist and pursue aid, he would surely suffer grievous injury. With no other option, Kuan Peng turned to unleash a divine ability to fend off Tian Wu and Shi Baishe's attack, losing the chance to rescue Fushi. The same transpired for Tai, Yi, and Di Jun. Even as they unleashed astonishing divine might, they could not force the ancestral witches of the Wu clan to yield, leaving not a shred of opportunity for aid. If anything happens to Fushi, I will ensure the Wu clan pays dearly. Di Jun glared at the advancing Qi Yu and his companions, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, his fury reaching a fever pitch, seeing Fushi unable to receive support. He could only grit his teeth and persist, once more conjuring the 8 phases world. This time, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he did not wait for Chi Yu and the others to dismantle it. Instead, he proactively controlled the 8 phases world to explode. Boom! Puffed. A mouthful of blood erupted from Fushi's lips, his eyes dimming significantly. The 8 phases world he conjured momentarily stalled Chi Yu and his trio. Yet it failed to inflict any significant injury upon them. After lingering briefly, they surged towards Fushi once more, their eyes gleaming with lethal intent on slaying him. Fushi, meet your demise, within the Nuwa Palace. Nuwa's expression shifted as she witnessed Fushi gravely injured. Without a moment's hesitation, she prepared to strike at Chi Yu and his companions to rescue her brother, only to have her expression change again. Sister Nuwa, the master has issued a decree. This calamity must not be interfered with. Otherwise, punishment shall befall you. I implore you, remain in the Nuwa Palace and observe the unfolding of this calamity. The figure of Laozi reappeared before the Nuwa Palace. Blocking her path, his demeanor remarkably calm, his eyes filled with indifference, utterly devoid of the rage he once exhibited when confronted by Lu Changming. Laozi, do you intend to obstruct me? A flicker of fury ignited in Yua's eyes. This was her brother, who had always accompanied her since their inception. Had it not been for Fushi, she might not have secured her position in the Zixiao Palace. Previously, during the calamity of humanity, they had sought to hinder her. Now, as she endeavored to save her brother, she was thwarted by Laozi. Was she truly so easily bullied? Sister Nuwa, do not force my hand. Laozi's expression remained unchanged, steadfastly blocking the entrance to the Nuwa Palace. Boom! Facing Laozi's words, Nuwa's fury erupted, her sage's aura surging forth amidst the chaotic expanse. Even the swirling chaotic energies momentarily stilled before her overwhelming presence. Step aside from me. With a furious cry, Nuwa darted forward. Her right palm, as smooth as jade, aimed at Laozi, seeking to push him aside. In response to Nuwa's strike, Laozi's expression remained unchanged. He too extended his right hand to meet her palm. Upon their hands colliding, an unfathomable force erupted from their contact, obliterating the surrounding chaotic energies. Laozi stood unwavering, while Nuwa was forced to retreat 3 steps, the entire Nuwa Palace trembling. What now? Does Sister Nuwa wish to continue? Laozi appeared oblivious to Nuwa's astonished gaze, maintaining his calm demeanor. Humph. I shall remember today's events. I will settle the score with you in the future. Nuwa huffed, her eyes filled with resignation, from just a single clash. She could discern Laozi's unfathomable strength. She had no hope of rescuing Fushi and could only silently pray for her brother's safety. Just as Nuwa was being obstructed by Laozi, in the primordial starry sky, Di Jun's gaze fell upon Fushi, on the verge of being slain by Chi Yu and his companions. His eyes ignited with fury. All of you, get away from me. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips. His eyes burning crimson, the solar true fire enveloping him in a tempest of wrath, instantly flooding the primordial starry sky. The He Tu and Luo Shu beside him radiated brilliantly, countless lights coalescing into celestial spears, blanketing the expanse of the primordial sky, seemingly endless, shooting towards Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin. Faced with Di Jun's full-scale eruption, Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin dared not confront it head-on and could only reluctantly disperse. Evading Di Jun's overwhelming strike, seizing the opportunity, Di Jun transformed into a 3-legged golden crow, employing the golden crow transformation technique, arriving just as Chi Yu's blade was about to cleave down upon Fushi. Interposing himself before the lethal strike. Die, wretch! Di Jun glared at Chi Yu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Were it not for Chi Yu's appearance, the demon clan would not have suffered the loss of 999 great Luo golden immortals. Nor would Fushi have been gravely injured and nearly lost his life. With an intense desire for vengeance against Chi Yu, Di Jun unleashed his full power, his fist resembling a sun rising from his hand. Hurtling towards Chi Yu, the scorching heat warping the very fabric of space in the face of Di Jun's formidable strike, Chi Yu exhibited no trace of fear. Indeed, the Wu clan had never known fear. Without hesitation, Yu swung his tiger blade towards Jun's fist, his eyes glimmering with ferocity, as if determined to cleave the fist asunder. Boom! After a resounding roar, the blood-red glow of a blade clashed with the golden-red fist, shattering vast expanses of space and unleashing torrents of chaotic void energy that rampaged in all directions. PFF, a mouthful of blood spurted from Yu, revealing a fist mark on his body, a searing imprint left by Jun's strike. Ah, Jun, you're nothing more than this. Yu, undeterred by his injuries, turned his gaze towards Jun and erupted in a laughter, his eyes brimming with mockery. For a half-step Hun Yuan being had failed to inflict a fatal wound upon him. This moment, Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, alongside the two great ancestral witches, arrived at Yu's side, their 5 figures casting predatory glances at Jun and the severely weakened Fu Shi. Where is the Star Lord of the Cosmos? Prepare the great array of the starry sky. A glint of cold light flickered in Jun's eyes. For Fu, she was gravely injured. Even if he attempted to intercept the ancestral witches, it would be futile. Rather than be slaughtered by them, it was preferable to lay down the great array of the starry sky and observe how these ancestral witches, now bereft of the Earth Mother, would cope. As Jun's words echoed, within the ancient starry sky, a myriad of celestial beings emerged from the 365 primary stars, each wielding a celestial banner. Additionally, 600 celestial beings appeared atop the auxiliary stars. United in a mighty shout, they used the He-Tu and Luo Shu held by Jun as the array's focal point, intricate patterns radiating outward to connect all the stars. Boom! 365 beams of light, formed from the brilliance of countless stars, manifested, accompanied by 129,600 slightly smaller beams, a starry expanse, crafted from the array, slowly spread across the entire ancient cosmos, as if this were the true visage of the ancient sky. Meanwhile, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Kuan Peng, engaged in battle with the ancestral witches, seized the moment when their adversaries activated the Great Array, swiftly distancing themselves and entering the formation to bolster its power. Jiang, with one of the 12 ancestral witches missing, your witch clan now lacks the 12 capital Heavenly God killing array. What will you use to contend with me? The starry sky created by the Great Array spread across the ancient cosmos, obscuring the original celestial panorama, as this cluster of stars claimed dominance within the ancient expanse, exerting a palpable pressure upon Jiang and his compatriots, seeking to confine them in place. Jiang, with one of the 12 ancestral witches absent, the 12 capital Heavenly God killing array cannot operate. Let us see what you will wield against me. Jun's voice was laden with murderous intent and delight, as though he could already envision the ancestral witches falling within the array, followed by his clan annihilating the witch tribe, and thus reigning supreme over the entirety of Hongwang. Upon hearing Jun's proclamation, Jiang and the others exchanged knowing glances and laughed. Huh. Jun, do you know why our witch clan has only 12 ancestral witches since our inception? Do you truly believe that breaking through to the realm of the ancestral witches is so simple? Though my younger sister has transformed through reincarnation, Yu represents the 13th ancestral, which in her stead, brothers, set up the 12 capital Heavenly God killing array. As Jiang's words fell, the 12 ancestral witches each took their positions, drawing forth a grand banner adorned with their likenesses. The moment the banner appeared, it radiated boundless malevolence, drawing in the malevolence generated throughout Hongwang. The 12 ancestral witches unleashed their full auras, transforming into 12 towering pillars of murderous energy. This malevolence surged, shrouding the ancient starry sky, obscuring what lay within. Yet, anyone could sense the chilling essence concealed within that malevolence. As the malevolence dissipated, a colossal figure emerged amidst the stars, the true form of Pangu, birthed from the 12 ancestral witches. Upon its emergence, merely standing there, the terrifying aura it exuded caused the surrounding space to tremble. Meanwhile, Jun transformed the great array of the starry sky into a giant star figure. With both colossal beings occupying opposite halves of the ancient cosmos, their murderous intent intertwining throughout the celestial expanse. As these celestial giants and Pangu's true form materialized, countless beings from the witch and demon tribes seemed invigorated. Their clashes becoming increasingly ferocious. Countless spells and divine abilities were unleashed, radiant and resplendent, yet concealing myriad lethal intents, as precious treasures struck the heavens and quaked the earth, obliterating mountains and rivers, transforming the vast expanse of Hongwang. If the previous battles retained a semblance of reason, at this juncture, all rationality was forsaken. T the moment of the giants' emergence, their singular thought remained: to secure victory for their respective races, to carve out a bright tomorrow for their kin. Such a brutal bloodbath painted the sky of Hongwang in crimson, vividly showcasing the sheer ferocity and brutality of the conflict between the witch and demon races. The great sages who did not partake in the chaos observed the ongoing war between the witch and demon clans in silence, feeling the sheer devastation of the battle, yet unable to empathize as they stood apart. The brutality of the conflict between the witches and demons evoked memories of the ancient war among the three clans. A terror akin to this was the West not obliterated in such a cataclysm. Even now, the thought sends shivers through my heart. On the peak of Mount Shumi, Zhuan-Ti gazed upon the ongoing witch-demon war, a divine light flickering in his eyes as he sighed. It is precisely for this reason that you and I strive to attain the status of saints since the dawn of Hongwang. Where have the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins gone? The witches and demons are merely the next iteration of the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. To remain unsanctified is to be but an insect, now that we have become saints. These witches and demons can be extinguished with a mere flick of our hands. Sitting opposite Zhuan-Ti, Jane appeared somewhat unconcerned. As the battle between the witches and demons progressed, a look of enlightenment surfaced in his eyes. Yet his aura grew increasingly indifferent. Indeed, to remain unsanctified is to be but an insect, but who knows what we saints truly amount to before the Heavenly Dao? Zhuan-Ti's eyes brimmed with emotion. After attaining sainthood, one indeed possessed boundless might. However, the more one confronted the Heavenly Dao, the more one felt its overwhelming strength and one's own insignificance. Junior brother, tread carefully. Jia-in raised his head slightly to address Zhuan-Ti. Subsequently, the two fell into a contemplative silence, silently observing the unfolding battle between the witches and demons. Within the ancient starry sky, Di-Jun and his allies clashed with the starry giant born of the great array of the starry sky against the true form of Pangu. Birthed from the 12 capital heavenly god killing array, the starry giant merely raised a hand, summoning myriad stars that rained down upon Pangu's true form. In that instant, as the stars descended, the boundless malevolence surrounding Pangu surged forth, forming a formidable force field without Pangu making any discernible motion. As the multitude of stars entered this force field, everything stilled, halting in their approach to Pangu's form, with a gentle grasp of Pangu's right hand. The multitude of stars was utterly obliterated. Di-Jun, such trivial tricks are best kept hidden to avoid embarrassment. A voice emerged from within Pangu's form. Di-Zhong's furious roar heralded Pangu's movement. His eyes glinted with palpable menace. Golden divine patterns shimmering across his body, encapsulating boundless power as he unleashed a tremendous fist aimed at the starry giant. Boom! Pangu's fist shattered millions of miles of space, reducing everything within to primordial chaos. A vast expanse of nothingness. Although this strike was delivered within the ancient starry sky, countless beings of Hongwang sensed the immense force it contained, their hearts filled with dread. Had this fist been aimed at them, they would surely perish before even feeling its impact. Faced with this Pangu true form, they found themselves utterly devoid of the courage to retaliate. This strike bore no embellishments, no elaborate manipulations of the 5 elements. It consisted solely of the most fundamental and overwhelming force, an essence mastered by Pangu. Even if this was merely the Pangu form conjured by Di-Jiang and the others, it was sufficient to channel such power. Faced with the formidable fist of Pangu's true form, the celestial giant did not evade. Rather, it seemed as though this punch had already ensnared him, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. The celestial giant responded with both fists, relentlessly striking towards Pangu's true form. Countless punches erupted, manifesting before him as a vast cosmic river stretching tens of millions of miles, with innumerable starlights shimmering and spilling forth from its depths. Within this river of starlight, it appeared as if countless celestial bodies were gleaming, embodying the supreme truths of the cosmos. However, such a mighty maneuver was utterly futile against Pangu's fist, which shattered it without resistance, causing half of Pangu's true form to explode. This was the essence of Pangu's power, a singular force that shatters myriad laws. Yet the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation, capable of contending with Pangu's true form, was no trivial matter. Countless starlights flickered as beams of light merged into the remaining half of the celestial giant's form. A booming sound emanated from within the celestial giant, as the missing half of his body rapidly restored itself. As if it had never been harmed. One punch could not vanquish you. Let us see if a single axe can. Heavenly opening axe, arise. A furious roar echoed, as boundless malevolent energy coalesced from the primordial chaos into serpentine black dragons, surging towards Pangu's true form. This endless aura transformed into the heavenly opening axe within Pangu's right hand. Though it appeared somewhat ethereal, it retained the essence of the true heavenly opening axe. Pangu raised the axe high and brought it crashing down upon the celestial giant, unleashing a tremendous arc of light. Cut! Zhou Tian Xingdou, endless stars fall. A voice echoed from within the celestial giant. That of Dijuan. The celestial giant raised his hand, summoning boundless stars that materialized behind him. Under his control, they surged towards the impending axe light. Boom! 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 The axe light clashed with the stars, a ferocious force clashing freely within the primordial starry sky. As continuous explosions resonated, fracturing the surrounding space beyond repair, with chaotic void currents wreaking havoc. The fragments of stars generated by their conflict plummeted towards the primordial planes, with many warriors of the witch and demon clans being struck down by these celestial shards. Yet, neither Dijuan nor Emperor Jiang could spare a thought for these fallen warriors. Their singular focus was to annihilate each other's formations. Cut! Cut! Realizing that he could not slay the celestial giant in a short span of time, Pangu's true form was enraged, roaring as he swung the heavenly opening axe again and again, vowing not to rest until the celestial giant was utterly shattered. Faced with this relentless barrage, the stars summoned by the celestial giant were insufficient to defend against it. Witnessing successive arcs of axe light approaching, the celestial giant swiftly altered his stance. Zhou Tian Xingdou, sun and moon. The duality of the sun and moon, the cycle of life and death. Annihilate. Suddenly, the celestial giant's eyes transformed into those of the moon star and the sun star, each hand holding a celestial body, one radiating an intense heat, the other exuding a chilling coldness. The emergence of the dual stars illuminated the surroundings with unparalleled brilliance. Imbued with unfathomable power, the celestial giant drew the sun and moon closer. And at the moment of their collision, strands of chaotic energy began to manifest. Subsequently, he hurled the colliding celestial bodies towards the axe light unleashed by Pangu's true form, seeking to obliterate it entirely. The rotating sun and moon, infused with chaotic energy, surged towards the axe light. Boom! Boom! The resounding blasts echoed as Pangu's axe light was engulfed by the chaotic energy, which in turn was shredded by the axe light, dissolving into nothingness. Once more, the cycle of the sun and moon, chaos manifested, obliteration. The figure of Dijuan re-emerged within the celestial giant as another cycle of the sun and moon ascended, this time channeling all its power, unleashing a vast surge of chaotic energy towards Pangu's true form. Not even chaos, even in chaos, before my true form of Pangu, shall it be opened and divided. Cut! Pangu's true form raised the heavenly opening axe, its edge gleaming infinitely, unparalleled in the world. The it was as if the scene from the primordial chaos was being reenacted as he swung the axe towards the chaotic essence before him, seeking to birth the heavens and the earth. Great Pangu! Is this the legendary Pangu, the creator of the primordial chaos? Countless beings of the primordial realm gazed upon this spectacle, knowing full well that the figure before them was not the true Pangu. Yet, reverence blossomed within their hearts, with many bowing before Pangu's true form. Even if the formation were to shatter, this emperor would see you dead. Just then, a voice resonated from within the celestial giant, as it transformed into a colossal star, charging towards Pangu's true form. Boom! Buzz! The two collided, and countless stars erupted, scattering fragments across the heavens, a resplendent radiance obscuring the victor in the chaos. It felt like an instant, yet also as if an eternity had passed. Finally, that blinding brilliance faded, revealing a shattered primordial starry sky. A black hole, spanning millions of miles, emerged, consuming everything, stars and more, leaving naught but itself. It seemed as if their collision had turned all into ash, obliterating everything into the void. As fragments of countless stars erupted, they cascaded from the primordial heavens towards the primordial earth, igniting upon contact with the air, engulfing the sky in a cataclysmic display, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene, eliciting gasps of awe. Neither Dijuan nor Dong Huangtai of the demon clan appeared, nor did Emperor Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin of the witch clan. It was as if they had perished in that final clash. Upon the primordial land, even the conflict between the witch and demon clans momentarily ceased. They looked skyward, silently awaiting the outcome. Are they all dead? Such a collision would surely claim lives, yet why did I feel an unsettling conviction that they still lived? One by one, the great beings of the primordial realm fixated on the battleground where Dijuan and his kin had clashed, their minds swirling with thoughts. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds erupted from the black hole, which suddenly emanated a flickering light as figures were ejected from within. These were none other than Dijuan and his companions, their garments tattered and their wounds grievous, appearing quite beleaguered. Yet, despite their dire state, upon seeing one another, their eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and no words were needed. Disregarding their injuries, they plunged back into combat, exerting every ounce of strength to annihilate their adversaries. In this moment, both sides expended their final energies, each strike laden with lethal intent, where was either their demise or that of the opponent. As the battle resumed, the primordial land became a cauldron of conflict. The witch and demon clans fought with even greater ferocity, driven by the desperate struggle of their leaders. How could the warriors, compelled by such fervor, not pour forth their utmost efforts? Boom! The sounds of self-detonation echoed across the primordial realm, as members of both the witch and demon clans disregarded their lives, pulling their adversaries into self-destructive explosions. Meanwhile, within the primordial starry sky, Fushi, already gravely injured, found himself further burdened by the clash between the celestial giant and Pangu's true form, exacerbating his wounds, even restraining a single ancestral which proved exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the demon Empress Shiha arrived just in time to hold off two ancestral witches. Yet despite this, Dijuan and his kin found themselves at a disadvantage that it seemed the demon clan was destined for defeat. With Fushi injured and the witch clan bolstered by an additional ancestral witch, the balance of power had significantly shifted. This was the influence of the strong, far surpassing the might of millions or even billions of troops. Witnessing this scene, many felt a pang of foreboding. Dijuan and his companions appear to have reached a dead end, with no glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Emperor Jiang and his kin shared the same sentiment. Had it not been for their concern that Dijuan's group might take them down in a mutual explosion, they might have already surged forward to eliminate them. Yet even so, they pressed relentlessly, offering no respite to their foes. However, at that moment, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, Dijuan transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Zhu Jiuyin in an instant, brandishing the slaughter witch sword and slashing towards him. Whoosh! A brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the air, laden with an overwhelming resentment, and struck fiercely upon the form of Zhu Jiuyin. His chest, limbs, and head, all vital points, were mercilessly hit, leaving Zhu Jiuyin no time to react. His body trembled and shattered into fragments in an instant. Life extinguished. Thus fell Zhu Jiuyin in a most unexpected manner. Without a hint of forewarning, Dijuan's strike was a decisive kill, offering Zhu Jiuyin not a single glimmer of survival. Leaving all present in a state of shock, They had not anticipated that Di Jun would unleash his trump card at such a critical moment. It must be noted that Zhu Jiuyin was himself one of the most formidable ancestral witches, wielding the power of time, yet he was so effortlessly slain by Di Jun. Second brother. The other ancestral witches, such as Di Jiang, were momentarily taken aback, and only then did they regain their senses. Unable to suppress their sorrowful cries, astonished that Zhu Jiuyin had been slain before their very eyes, in contrast, Di Jun's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that the sword forged to slay witches would possess such formidable power. Although he had envisioned this outcome, it was the first time it had been put to the test in actual combat. Now that the slaying witch sword proved so effective, none of the ancestral witches present would escape. A fierce glint flashed in Di Jun's eyes as his form transformed into a streak of light. Rushing towards Di Jiang, a golden red beam of light sliced through the air from the slaying witch sword, aimed directly at Di Jiang. Di Jiang, meet your demise. Seizing the moment of Di Jiang's astonishment, Di Jun, now a mere streak of light, appeared before him, the slaying witch sword gleaming with golden red brilliance as it swung towards Di Jiang. Elder brother, be cautious. The ancestral witch Tian Wu reacted instantly, transforming into a gust of wind. Arriving before Di Jiang to push him out of harm's way, he then hurled a fist towards Di Jun, determined to intercept him. Overestimating yourself. A flicker of disdain crossed Di Jun's eyes. He remained unfazed as the slaying witch sword surged with radiant light, cleaving towards Tian Wu, who fell as swiftly as Zhu Jiuyin had. Tian Wu, an ancestral witch, shouted in despair, yet changed not the grim reality of Tian Wu's demise that, in the span of a heartbeat, Di Jun had slain 2 ancestral witches, erupting from a desperate situation. A spectacle that instilled profound shock in all. Di Jiang's expression turned furious upon witnessing Di Jun's intent to strike again. He immediately swung his fist, unleashing spatial power that rippled from his hand, a fracturing space extending towards Di Jun, as if attempting to devour him. Di Jun, you shall perish. But what could anger accomplish? The fate of the witch clan was already sealed. They would all perish at the hands of this emperor. Di Jun's eyes blazed with divine light, a murderous intent coalescing around him. In his heart, he had long since regarded Di Jiang and the others as dead men. It was worth the wait. For this moment had finally arrived, as long as he annihilated these ancestral witches before him. The witch clan would be powerless to resist the onslaught of the demon clan. Once the demon clan obliterated the witch clan, Di Jun would seize the boundless fortune, attaining the path of Hongyan Ti that time. The entirety of Honghuang would bow beneath his feet. With this thought, Di Jun could no longer contain himself. With a slash of the slaying witch sword, he obliterated the encroaching fractured space and charged towards Di Jiang. A glaring sword aura imbued with malevolence aimed at him. Di Jiang, witnessing the oncoming strike, felt a chill wash over him. Did he truly believe that a mere sword aura could kill him? This was no jest. Just as he attempted to evade, he found himself momentarily frozen. By the time he regained his senses, the sword aura had already reached him. With all his might, Di Jiang could only manage a slight sidestep. A scream of agony erupted from Di Jiang's lips as he was propelled backward, leaving a severed arm behind. Is this the outcome of your rampant slaughter of the human race? To combat my witch clan, you truly exerted considerable effort. Di Jiang gazed at the slaying witch sword in Di Jun's grasp, his eyes filled with trepidation, and a flicker of regret stirred within him. Had he acted to thwart the demon clan back then, perhaps today the witch clan would have emerged victorious. Alas, there was no remedy for regret. Have you discovered it? This is the very sword forged from the slaughter of countless humans, crafted from their resentful souls, specifically designed to combat your witch clan. Di Jun wiped the blood from the slaying witch sword, his gaze fixed upon Di Jiang, radiating murderous intent. You wish for the extinction of my witch clan? Then you, Di Jun, must possess the ability to accomplish such a feat. You truly believe that a single sword can subdue us ancestral witches. Though Di Jiang had lost an arm, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. His fierce aura undiminished, he charged towards Di Jun, undeterred. The other ancestral witches followed suit, knowing that the greatest threat lay in the slaying witch sword. If they could slay Dijun, then nothing would remain to endanger their witch clan. A myriad of laws and divine abilities intertwined, as the ancestral witches sought to eliminate Dijun at the quickest pace possible. Do not harm my elder brother, your majesty. I shall lend you my strength. Dijun, be wary. The likes of Dong Huang Tai Yi and others could not stand idly by as the ancestral witches besieged Dijun. They too rushed forward, intercepting the ancestral witches to prevent them from inflicting harm on Dijun. Boom, boom. The two sides clashed once more, this time with heightened fervor, as they faced Dijun's assaults with utmost caution. Yet they would rather endure attacks from others than allow Dijun to suffer any wounds. Buzz, buzz. The malevolent aura grew ever more frenzied with the deaths of the two ancestral witches, and the witch and demon clans became increasingly unhinged. They could no longer fathom the extent of their losses. Such considerations had faded from their minds, consumed by the singular desire to annihilate the other. Kill, kill. The battle raged on with unrestrained ferocity, as various divine abilities manifested, the brilliance of sacred treasures illuminating the starry sky. With endless shockwaves radiating in all directions, wherever the two sides collided, stars were shattered, the void torn asunder, chaotic currents of space materializing, and explosions erupting without cease. This conflict was a fight to the death. As long as one side remained standing, it would never cease. The ancestral witches roared in fury, unleashing fierce attacks that gradually pressed Dijun and his allies into a corner. They no longer regarded the threat of the slaying witch sword, intent only on swiftly dispatching Dijun and his companions. Suddenly, another cry of anguish rang out as Dijun seized yet another opportunity. In the blink of an eye, sword light erupted, and in an instant, he cleaved the golden ancestral witch Ru Shou, rendering her utterly lifeless, all vitality extinguished. Roar, Dijun, perish before me. Dijong's anguished roar echoed, his form radiating with silver light as he shattered countless spaces in an instant. Lunging towards Dijun with a visage twisted in rage and eyes alight with madness. What? Realizing Dijong was intent on a desperate confrontation, Dijun's expression shifted in alarm. Just as he prepared to retreat, he found himself ensnared, the surrounding space shackling him with no means of escape. Kill! There is no way. I shall die here. A fierce determination ignited in Dijun's eyes, since evasion was impossible. He would slay Dijong here. The slaying witch sword blazed with light, vanishing from sight as it lunged towards Dijong. Die with me. Yet, faced with Dijun's lethal strike, Dijong paid no heed. Allowing the slaying witch sword to pierce through his body, with a grimace of ferocity, he charged towards Dijun, then detonated with a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated as a vast expanse of ancient stars was annihilated, all existence dissolving into nothingness. Dijong, a pinnacle ancestral witch on the verge of sanctification, had self-destructed, the scene beyond imagination. Elder brother, your majesty, Tai Yi and Kuan Peng gasped in shock, their expressions shifting to one of disarray. The ancestral witch's eyes brimmed with sorrow. They had lost so much in this battle. Buzz! As the aftershock subsided, a figure emerged. None other than Dijun, his form battered and bruised, the brilliance of E2 and Luo Shu dimmed beside him. A testament to the devastation wrought by Dijong's self-destruction.